Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Maryland Open 40K.
Very exciting.
My name is Shayne Feldmann.
I'm Conrad Curry.
We're going to be announcers today. Just go through some 40K stuff. We're going to have our 2 top tables streamed, and then we'll be going commentary over them. They will have the 4 top players for each and every round. After round 1, round 1's completely randomized, so we can't seed that. And they'll be set up on those tables right over there, as you can see.
So, are you excited today for all of this?
I'm so excited. All the way from Atlanta, Georgia, flying up yesterday. Huge blast. Excited to be commentating and just around this tournament in my home area of Maryland and Nova.
I'm from around this area. I'm part of a gaming group out in Frederick, Maryland, and very excited to be here. This is one of the first tournaments I've ever been to, and I'm getting to commentate on it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I was in the area earlier just hanging out with the friends that I came up with, and we've got over 100 players here, 100 different lists in a wide variety of meta, and everyone just seems super excited. And it's always like this at the start of a GT. You haven't been to many, you've just done RGTs and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like at a lot of GT stuff like this, everyone's just like gathered around. You can feel the excitement, the tension in the room, a lot of nervousness, those nerves just gathering up. People excited to take on the day, see what's in store for them, looking at their potential round 1 pairings. And even after every round, you'll see people going through Best Coast pairings, which is our pairings app we're going to be using to keep track and how the players can see their opponents' lists and stuff like that. Players will be going through, looking at opponents in similar seedings to them or similar scores, and they'll be trying to figure out who they're going to play against, get some strategy figured out earlier.
Oh yeah, and what's really interesting about like the current edition that we're in 9th, which is really what I would say is one of the more interesting additions. They've definitely refocused the way that the game is supposed to work now, and given the recent global issues we've been facing, there's actually been a lot less tournaments in the life cycle of this edition than normal. So we're really seeing still like new metas forming, especially around a bunch of new codexes showing up. Most recent one, I believe, is Drukari.
Drukari is the big thing.
That's the big scary that's coming out right now. Lots of people very excited to see a bunch of pirate ships flying across boards and blowing people up with blasters.
Yeah, anything that is not Drukari today is definitely the underdog for this event.
Oh yeah.
They have, I believe, a 73% win rate if you don't count the mirror. It's just absolutely insane.
Do we have the numbers on, if you go first, what the ratio is?
I don't know specifically. I believe, I think they win probably, a lot of that's probably coming from going first.
Oh yeah.
Because they play everything so well. They just do everything that every army does.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes better.
Except take hits.
Yeah. Well, and you'll see the Raiders cover that job pretty well.
Oh yeah, sure.
They don't mind taking a few bullets at all.
Mm-hmm. The one of the things that I think is we're going to see a lot of similarly is these secondary objectives that we've got now in 9th edition. Just how many of these are going to kind of come down to the exact same mission plan and all that stuff, because some of these secondary objectives are really impressive. We've got some people bringing knights, we've got some people bringing AdMech, and the FAQ changes to Titan Slayer and Bring It Down is really going to change up how people fight these armies.
Because so far this edition has been fairly close combat heavy, and the terrain here at our tournament is going to reflect that. These terrains, these tables have terrain that is more close knit, a lot of line of sight blocking, giving advantage to those line of sight armies, and this puts knights in huge lists like that with super heavies at a huge disadvantage because they can be seen from anywhere. Obscuring terrain does not benefit them if you are an aircraft or have more than 18 wounds.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, so we got some measurements going out on our first table. Pairings should be up. Let's get those pulled up and see what we got going on. We've got a few big names that I'm tracking here today. We do have a couple players that I'm aware of, such as Sean Naden, Mark Hurl. Okay. So table 1, we've got Mike DeAngelis and Christopher Gosselin. Table 2 is going to be Jeff Stoltz and JC Watts. JC Watts, I've heard, is a pleasure to play against, and an amazing fair sportsman player, which we are going to love to see. Table 3, which is just not being streamed, is Sean Naden, the player who we want to see, the Eldar man himself. We've also got, let's see, a few of the others, Shane Watson, Bobby Soto, Tyler Weimer, Philip Helig. Let's see. I know we have a few more. Nick Nanavani did not come today. Big bummer. It seems like most of the higher ranked players are just lower in the table. TJ Miller's Benjamin Hunt. And table 30, Austin Wingfield's table 33. How many total in Ryan Snyder? Also 39. 53 tables, and that's going to net us 106 players at the event.
Very exciting. And we are going to be doing a five-game tournament. Each player is going to, of course, get their first game off right now. Their typical games are going to be about, I'd say, an hour and a half to 2 hours long, if that. Probably a little bit shorter. And as we're going to move through, we're going to see, people eliminated, obviously, and we're going to be moving forward and seeing the top games reach these top two tables, most point scoring and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking we're going to see a few repeat players here. My money on this tournament, everything I own, Mark Hurdle. I
think so?
He's been working harder than anybody else. He's playing Admech, which is a strong matchup into Drukhari, arguably the strongest matchup into Drukhari.
Oh, definitely.
And even outside of Drukhari, they've got like a 55% up to 60 win rate, which is normally just very healthy and very good.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to be 47 to 53 for a fairly balanced meta, but things are always just going to skew from that just because of
Codex creep. It's a great thing.
Yeah, him, Naden's list. I love Naden's list. I can't wait till we see some games. So he's got the Drukhari, he's got the standard screen, but he's running the best model. The Incarn can do this. Strength on death, teleportation whenever things run around. An absolutely amazing model and a pleasure to watch as well. And just standard Drukhari stuff. And seeing Inari is amazing.
That power from pain, so good. So what is the second most recent Codex? I believe it's Necrons came out, or was it Death Guard?
I think it was. Did Dark Angels have a Codex this edition?
I cannot remember. I'm a good person, and I don't follow the Imperium that closely.
Exactly. I think this edition was Necrons, Death Guard, something, and then we're at Drukhari now.
And we've got the Sisters of Battle coming out soon.
Yeah. And then Admech as well.
Yeah. My Chaos Boys. It's going to be a while before we see more of them. Poor Abaddon. But yeah, the exciting thing I always find with as we move into these new editions is these new codexes and how they really try to take a new stance on the edition and how it's playing out. We've seen the meta right now is really formulated around these kind of big, tanky, tough units that can sit on an objective. And then these little tiny, cheapo, but fast-moving guys that can run off and do their actions and get your secondary objectives all completed. And I find that, that's a really interesting thing that, formed up because of the changes from kill points to objective points. But, just interesting to see how GW might be trying to change that up or, approach that meta with a big old hammer to just break it apart and see what else falls out. Personally, what I would like to see in the future maybe is a primary objectives appearing in codexes, new ones that don't have to do with just putting a guy on a spot. As a person who I like the lore a lot, and one of the things that I find is interesting in, for example, Tau or Eldar lore is they don't really care about specific places a lot of the time. Tau will, in their fiction, will leave or abandon a post or. Eldar come in, they do a job, the Farseer tells them what to do, and they pack up and leave. So holding a position to me has always been one of those things that I'm like, I see why it happens for specific armies, but I don't understand why it happens for all armies. So I think it would be interesting if we saw kind of a asymmetric game plan from certain armies, but that also might be a little unfair in certain regards.
I can see how it would be unfair, especially since primary objective of both players are trying to play around here. But that would definitely give GW a chance to really express what each army stands for.
Yeah.
Their different personalities, like having Necrons protect something they've already got because they're staying in their tombs there and reawakening.
Get off my lawn, you dirty kids.
Having Terminators not Terminators, Tyranids, just absolutely try and destroy everything. Similar to how they have like the Raise or Scorched Earth objective here. I think that's probably a secondary we'll see from Tyranids and Orcs.
I have been very happy with the secondary objectives that we've been seeing coming out of specific codexes and stuff. So, that's definitely something that I've been quite enjoying about this edition. So, speaking of things this edition, and anything for viewers who probably are less than familiar with this, we're going to go to the nightmare realm that is terrain.
Yeah.
If you haven't learned about terrain in this edition, let's just say it is exciting. It's interesting. I learn something new almost every day I play with terrain. But going into that, so terrain has changed. It is every piece has been basically defined as ruins or walls or forests or like industrial buildings and things like that. And each of these things has keywords, and they do different things in the rules. They create different scenarios that you can have when engaging. Now, starting off, a lot of simple things are, you know, -1 to hit or +1 to your armor, which makes you harder to kill. But other things like defensible, which is a keyword, if you can pack all your guys into, for example, a building, they get bonuses to ambushing people or shooting at people when they approach them with Overwatch, and that's really interesting and really creates a kind of strategic play surrounding terrain and all that's, you know, interesting doodads and whatsits all over the board. So very excited for that. We've the Maryland Open organizers have been very proud and have been working very hard with other hobbyists in the area to create custom terrain for this
Why
event.
don't we actually, can we go over to table 1 real quick and kind of just show off some of the terrain, and we'll start getting into the games that are starting up in just a moment too. But so an interesting thing this event is doing every single round after round 2, because these top 2 players are the top 4 players on these 2 tables. Some of them that are doing well are going to be probably repeatedly on these tables, so we're going to be switching up the terrain after every single match, giving them some variants, putting things in. We've got plenty of terrain sets in there, and this is what all the terrain in the main hall looks like as well. These are the, I'm not sure who released them, but these terrain sets are purchasable. They come pre-painted. All you got to do is really glue them together. They come out really nicely.
Oh yeah.
And like, as you can see, some beautiful looking terrain. You've got the windows, you've got the buildings and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
They've got the chest clock right in the middle.
I mean, I'm used to playing on maps that have very interesting, varied terrain. You know, it's whatever the shop can put together. It's fantastic.
Foam Nova L's, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm fortunate enough to be part of a gaming group that uses nice custom 3D printed stuff. So
okay.
you know,
So
we've
he's
got a whole,
bougie.
oh yeah, it's so nice. You know, it's we get like custom cities. We have big maps, bridges that go over them, and all that beautiful stuff. Fantastic place. If you're ever in the Maryland area, it's called the Historic Haven. Very fantastic. Lots of fun. Very friendly, very welcoming. Lots of fun. Cool dudes who play games there. It's not just for Hammer 40K, but great stuff. Great stuff. Lots of fun hobbying things to do there.
Yeah, I find that every gaming store, 40K wise or Magic the Gathering wise, that I've been to is very friendly. That's kind of a whole thing in the community. Like, you've got to get people in, and it's.
I mean, why be a jerk to people who want to join your hobby where there's not everyone plays?
Yeah,
so.
like, it's definitely, and like, even at these events, I'm not super into the lore or like any of the, I hate painting my models. I hate all that stuff. I love competition for 40K, but my favorite thing about the events is the people you meet. There are so many great people. Even at this event, like I was walking in the hall earlier, I know like 20 of the dudes in the room. I've talked to them, just come around and say hi. It's great seeing all these dudes out again after the apocalypse happened. So it's awesome to definitely see some of my friends and just being able to travel for 40K.
I mean, even just sitting here earlier, we were hearing bellows and yells of excitement.
I heard a wah get let out.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it.
We do have 2 orc players here.
Oh no.
As they may be.
Well, we'll see how they're going to do. You know, we got new orc. Do you think they were going to be running the new orc models, or?
I think the new bikes are definitely, if they're running an orc list. I don't think Horde, like rot spam, is very. I can see how it could be good in this edition, but I think they got some point hikes and they're not what they were in 8th edition.
Sad face.
Yeah, it's a bummer to see, but once they get their Codex, that's the thing for every army here, right? Once they get their Codex, they got a shot. That's the lottery.
Yeah, that big change up from 8th to 9th has really made it, you know, difficult for older armies with older codexes to kind of have that edge that you might need to push you over that 45-50% win rate.
Like if they can get the Drukhari or the 8th edition Iron Hands treatment, that's what everybody wants for their army.
Yeah, oh, glory, shiny and
for
chrome.
Anybody else's army.
Yeah.
Just my army deserves all the fun.
Yes.
Everyone else's.
Just a man.
I don't feel bad for Marine players losing to Drukhari at all after Iron Hands in 8th edition.
After how strong they've been, I mean, when are they not strong?
They're always consistent. And when's Drukhari's last time to shine? Like, there were Razor Wings blocks run in 8th edition in some Yannari lists. Once Yannari got nerfed out the wazoo, they all but disappeared.
Oh.
Ooh, we got the trophies here.
We got the trophies bringing in.
Which places are these for, do you know?
Fantastic.
Oh, these are Raffles.
Yeah.
So we've got Warhammer 40k.
We have a Commissar's bolt pistol as a reward, custom printed by my friends at the Historic Haven. We've got a Ultramarine bolt pistol as well. Very nice, very fancy. Let's get that around the camera. Yeah, very fantastic. And of course, a chainsword. Lovely, lovely, lovely chainsword. Good for dealing with your average heretic and Xeno and mutants. So these will, of course, be raffled off to some winners.
So these are actually going to be raffled off tomorrow at the end at 5, 6. Are these for tournament players, or are they for general raffle? Yeah, so we're actually at the Westminster Mall in Maryland. $5 a ticket if you want to stop on by, enter a raffle for one of these. And they've also got some. Have you seen the models or the armies in the display case that they sell here?
I just barely. I walked through them. You know, I was rushing to get everything done this morning.
I'm gonna force you to check them out. They are absolutely amazing,
absolutely.
and you'll love them.
When we get out to the floor, I'll be very excited. I love the hobby part of this. I've been working on my Night Lords. I know they're not top meta or anything like that, but my name is Conrad Curry, and Conrad Kurz is not my spiritual liege or anybody I would emulate. Let's get that out of the way. But my name is similar to his name, and therefore they will be my army.
There you
I
go.
will make them.
Now you're set. In fact, you didn't even have an option the whole time.
Oh no, it was ordained.
It seems they're starting to get set up. I haven't looked at these lists yet, but we seem to have a Drukhari player. Let's get into this. I'm really excited. Do you want to walk us through this mission real quick while I get these lists set up?
Yeah, so we're doing a retrieval mission as our first mission. There will be a different primary mission each round today and throughout the tournament. It is a take and hold. At the end of the command phase, you know, if you've got a primary objective under your control, you will get 5 points. If you have a second one, you will get 10 points, and if you control more of primary objectives than your opponent, you will get another 5. So in total, if you control more and at least 2, you get 15 points. Of course, all armies here today need to be battle ready, which, as defined by the Maryland Open organizers and several other places across the internet and all the lands of respectable 40K players, your model needs to have at least 3 different colors of paint on it, and they need to be based. This means that either they need to have a base painted or base covered in basing material, or else it will not be considered battle forged and battle ready, and you will not be getting your free 10 points. Which
is absolutely unfortunate, and something that I am against for 9th edition. I think from a competitive standpoint, 10 points, especially for like smaller RTTs, because places are running it with these rules, 10 points ahead for each and every game for a 3-round RTT, setting you behind 30 points in these games where they can, the top 2, so if 3 players are undefeated, it's definitely going to come down to a few points just because of how swingy the games are, and that's just unfortunate. It feels bad. If you played better than the other person, but your army wasn't painted, so 10 points. I can understand why they do it at an event like this, a GT major, anything like that with, I think, more than 32 players, and it's completely up to the TO. You can enforce if you want. I'm just not a fan of the ruling myself.
Fair enough. I mean, I like it as a, you know, make sure the hobby is maintained and make sure people are engaged, but at the same time, I can understand from a competitive side that, you know, a new list comes out, you want to be on the top and bleeding edge of all of the tactics, and God, trying to paint, you know, if a horde army, heaven forbid, became meta and you had to paint all your little grots and nids and all those horrible little things. I used to play Tyranids. Let me tell you, it took a long time to get what would be considered battle ready. Of course, that was back in 5th edition. I'm an old man now. But back in my Halcyon days, I was a young and aspiring Xenos player who loved his bugs and loved his nids and was had a very sore wrist.
Yeah. Luckily, they have airbrushes nowadays that we live in the future, which is
me an airbrush.
A boon. And then we've also got the DW contrast paint, making painting a little bit easier, just getting a nicer fade on your models.
You mean cheater's glue?
Cheater's glue. You mean my best friend?
I'm not gonna lie, I use a lot of contrast on my models. So
I'm really excited for this game on table 1. you haven't seen the list yet, but this is actually a mixed Eldari. So we've got Dark Eldar and Craftsworld. I'm going to go ahead and run you through what we've got.
All right, let's see what we're doing.
So we've got Mike DeAngelis is our Eldar player. He's playing a Spearhead with Craft World attributes of Expert Crafters, Massive Concealment. What this is going to do, for every unit you shoot, they're going to get to reroll 1 hit roll and 1 wound roll. And this definitely starts to add up when you've got a lot of like MSU, small Dark Reapers units. Units that are just like small and high value shooting. You're getting a free reroll for every single unit for the whole game.
Yeah.
And Massive Concealment, if you are outside of 12 inches of them, they get the cover save, even if they're not touching cover, which is just useful to have. Personally,
fantastic.
I prefer the opposite one of this, where you just ignore cover at all points. I feel like that one's just a little bit better, but I'm definitely a more aggressive player, so I can definitely see why he'd be running with it. And for his HQ choice in this attachment, we've got a Farseer Skyrunner running Doom and Executioner. These powers, this is the Farseer. I think you'll see this in a lot of lists that are running in any Eldar part. This specific Farseer with Doom and Executioner. Doom, getting reroll all wounds when Eldar units shoot at something. It's just high value. And the Executioner is a smite with Warp Charge 7. And if it kills a model, it does an additional D3 mortal wounds.
Ooh.
So like if you've got a Terminator on 1 wound, you do an Executioner into it, it goes off, you're going to do at least 1 mortal wound. So you're doing D3, probably 1 or 2 more spilling onto the next Terminator, and then you're doing another D3 because you killed that first Terminator.
Right.
Super high value.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And then he's just kitted out with his standard stuff. And then we've also got a Warlock with Focus Will and Empower Energy. That's just going to make him a little bit stronger. And he's a Warlock, he's a Psyker, he'll hold an objective, he'll stick in the back line. Surprising that he's not running Protect Jinx, where you can either give one of your units +1 to a save, or one of the enemy units -1 to their saves, including Impulse. I'm surprised to not see that, but hey, to each their own. 2 fast attacks, a Swooping Hawk, who are just going to be deep striking. They'll settle in on an objective, and they've got some decent horde shooting. Definitely get some value out of that.
That reminds me of a strategy involving Mind War and Swooping Hawks, and just ooh, it's fantastic.
Was that a 5th edition thing?
Oh, it's a 9th edition thing.
Oh, really? What are they doing?
It's you land a Swooping Hawks. It's all about trying to differentiate leadership between your Farseer and whatever model you're trying to get. And you can use Hemlock Wraith Fighters to lower people's...
Oh, yeah, because they're what, -2, -1?
-2. So if you can get their leadership differentiated from your Farseers enough using Swooping Hawks and other... I think there's Psyker Embolden is the Psyker power. You can boost up your leadership. You get that Mind War off, and if you have a minimum difference between your leadership and theirs by 6, there's no way you're not. They just die.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And Clowns definitely have somebody playing with that. They have a lot, like all the Eldar armies have some fair leadership shenanigans. I'm sure you could get those.
Cheeky Xenos shenanigans are what I live for.
We love to see it. Anything else, I think, is not fair and null. So we've also got a unit of Warp Spiders. Now these guys are interesting. So they're probably going to be deep striking here. Warp Spiders are something that I haven't run myself, but I'm definitely looking at picking some up. They've got high movement. They can activate their Warp Jumpers, which gives them a 4d6 plus their 8-inch movement to just shoot across the board.
Ooh,
I don't think they can charge the turn they can do that, but they're deep striking. They'll just sit on an objective, they'll move around. They can also kill, or I think they roll a d6, and if they get a 1, 1 dude dies, but they're -1 to hit for the rest of the game.
Fantastic.
And that
those monofilament wires that they're shooting off are just going to take a person apart.
Exactly. Next, we've got the standard 3 units of Dark Reapers with an Exarch with Rapid Shot. So they're just going to be putting out some value. They're going to do their job. They're going to be hiding around, moving out, and getting some shots in.
Laying some pain.
Laying some pain, exactly. And then 2 Race Seers. These are an Eldar model that is up and coming. They are a Forge World model. And they just got their rules changed, so now they can take the actual Eldar psychic powers instead of just their list of psychic powers, which weren't good at all. But now they can partake in Jinx, which is, now that I see he's got Race Seers, I now understand why his Warlock doesn't have Jinx Protect, because both, he's got 2 Race Seers, they both have Protect Jinx, and a D-Cannon. The D-Cannon's a 24-inch, no line of sight gun, and it does some hefty damage.
Is that the D10 or Strength 10 D6 damage?
Yeah,
AP
and
-4.
it's D3 shots.
D3 shots.
It's nutty, and we love to see it.
Beautiful.
And then he's got a Wave Serpent. That's what his he'll probably. Yeah, I assume they'll have his Dark Reapers in there, but there is an argument for throwing some Warp Spiders in there. It can transport up to 12 models, so you could throw in the Warp Spiders and then 2 units of Dark Reapers, have 1 standing out, just whatever he wants to do for it.
What are we seeing up here on the primary screen?
This is the list. So we've got his deployment. We can see some of the Raiders. He's also got some Dark Eldar stuff. Cult of Strife. He's got Drazar, who's going to be fighting twice. He's an absolute close combat monster.
Machine.
And then the Succubus. This one is the competitive edge. This is actually running a tri-tep whip because we ruled for this event that you could not double twice, as it should be. People misunderstanding rules as intended. I mean, understandable if you want to run it, but if you need to double twice in the Succubus, you're probably a pretty bad player.
Oh.
Like that's compensating for something.
Yeah. Trying
for
too hard
sure.
here.
Like,
okay.
come on. She's super good without the doubling twice.
Oh, yeah.
With the competitive edge and the Razor Flow and the Dark Lotus Toxin, doubling once, you're getting 14 attacks.
Fantastic.
And you're getting to reroll any that didn't go through
She's a 2-up weapon skill, right?
Yeah, two weapon skill. It's absolutely
What are you
insane.
missing? What are you missing here?
Come on. And they want to double it twice. Then we've got your standard 2 squads of witches. No blood brides in these, but these are actually running random combat drugs, which we love to see. Some of this awesome. Then 2 squads of incubi, a unit of hellions, and these guys are going to be either deep striking in. They serve the same purpose as warp spiders, but they just have some better shooting.
Yeah, man, riding them batarangs.
Yeah, little green goblins out there. And then 2 raiders running dark lenses and grizzly trophies. These are not your standard. This is not really a standard Dark Eldar list. This list is running Dark Eldar, but it's not running the super like try-hard version that's been floating around. So I think this list, and I wouldn't mind running this list at all. It's got the Eldar, it's got the Dark Eldar. My lists all need to have Eldar in them, just because I'm an elitist and supremacist. Gotta have Eldar at any point you can.
Beautiful Xenos. Anyway, so who's his opponent? Tell me about him.
His opponent is going to be Christopher Goslin, and he is running Chaos Space Marines. Emperor's Children with the Dark Disciples.
Them singing boys.
Do you know what the Dark Disciples do?
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with these guys, but he has
Dark
two
Disciples. Oh, Dark Disciples. Are you talking about Dark Disciples in... Oh, no, I know what those are. Sorry about that. They are part of the Dark Apostle. So the Dark Apostle is a chaplain equivalent. They make prayers to Chaos in each of their command phases. You can get some cheeky ones, assuming he's going with Slaanesh as Emperor's Children, which allows the chaplain himself or Dark Apostle to advance and charge in the same round. And what the Dark Disciples do is they give a bonus to a d6 roll that you roll at the beginning of your command phase to create these prayers.
Oh, awesome.
So when they're alive, I think it's either each of them give a +1, or as long as they're alive, they give a +1 to the roll. The roll goes off on a 3-up. So if they're alive, it means only a 1 will fail you this roll.
Okay.
So of course, they aren't characters. They can be shot at, but they do count as a separate unit, which means that they always qualify for Lookout Sir while the Dark Disciples are around.
And they're only 10 points.
They are fantastic.
That is
with
value.
PL, they are 1 PL. I always run them with my boy, and he prays to his beautiful, sexy god, Slaanesh.
Love her. And then he's got the Dark Apostle you were just talking about. He's got Blissful Devotion, the Mark of Slaanesh, making
That's it right there.
Slaanesh stuff. Remnant of the Maravalia and Warp Sight Plea. Do you know what those are? Is that a relic?
Yes, those are relics.
Okay, awesome. And then he's also got Lucius the Eternal, named character. I assume he's probably
Lovely man. Beautiful face, not scarred at all.
Not scarred.
No.
I'll take your word for it.
Lucius the Eternal is fantastic. He's a combat blender. Has a whip, scary whip. Can shoot in melee, and just all around swell guy. Nope, not a Karn the Betrayer, but a swell guy altogether.
Awesome. And next up, we've got we've got the just Squad of Noise Marines. These guys are, there's 10 of them, but they are 220 points.
They lay some pain.
And these guys can shoot on death, right?
If I recall correctly, I don't run a lot of Noise Marines in my personal lists, but I do know that, for example, they are strength. A lot of their weapons are strength 5. They shoot 3 times. I believe they're assault. So these guys can move quite fast and still shoot these really powerful guns off.
That's going to be especially good in this matchup where most of this thing's going to be T3. If you can get a high volume of shots on like the Warp Spiders, they're gone.
They're gone.
They're absolutely obliterated. And then after that, he's going to be running a Chaos Leviathan Dreadnought. This guy has 3 Hellforge Hunter Killer missiles. He is Slaanesh, and he's got 2 Storm Cannons, as well as 2 Twin Volkite calibers.
Fantastic.
I've heard a lot about these Twin Volkite calibers. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of them on just
this is a Forge World model. These guys put out some pain.
As a Dreadnought should.
Immortal warriors forever.
And then he's just got a bunch of Terminators with the Marcus Celeste. They got Combi Meltas and Lightning Claws. We do not want to be getting close to them with the Wave Serpent or with those Raiders. They will be absolutely picked up.
I'm highly suspecting we're going to be seeing some deep strike shenanigans from that. We're going to be seeing some guys dropping in some back lines, blowing up some tanks, you name it.
Yeah. Do you know the range of Combi Meltas off the top of your head?
I believe that they're probably going to be the standard 18-inch Melta range. If not, they might be 24 inches if they're combi. I'm unfamiliar with Terminators in the Chaos line. What we got going on here?
Looks like they're getting started. Looks like we've got some. This might just be pre. Or no, he is moving that. Ooh, does he have a hell run? Yeah, let's get through the rest of this list so I can actually know what's going on. So we've got 2 Chaos Rapier carriers. Are these just transport?
These are just transports.
Okay. And then a Chaos Terex Patter Termite. This is a drill that's going to come up. He's also got 2 Volkite Chargers and 2 twin Volkite Chargers. So a lot of that shooting coming out from him.
Yeah.
And then we've got a Cult Legion Cult of Magic detachment with Ahriman. He's just going to do classic Ahriman things, cast some powers. Not on a disc this time, but he does have presence and warp time, so he's going wherever he wants. Sorcerer and Terminator armor with the Arcane Focus, Death Hex, and just the Death Hex Infernal Gaze powers, as well as an Infernal Combi Volta.
Fantastic
And he
stuff.
is going to be the Warlord. He's got his Devastating Sorcery, and familiar for his Warlord traits and stuff. Then our squad of Rubik Marines, he's got the Aspiring Sorcerer with the Inferno Bolt Fister, then just your standard guys with Inferno Bolt guns. And
Melties.
2 units of Chaos Spawn, and then for our heavy support, finishing up the list, we've got a Defiler. Twin Last Cannon. So he's got a lot of anti-tank in this list.
That is a pretty hefty punch he's got going on there. Those are a lot of good AP, good strength weapons that we're seeing right now. He has definitely kitted himself out to be dealing with the current heavy infantry meta we're seeing.
Could you feed us the audio from Table 1, please? So we can just start to listen on these players, figure out what's going on. It looks like we've got, so they're figuring out what ranges are. Just for kind of moving up here, you can see he's pre-measuring. Looks like his Raider has been destroyed, so he's going to start to get some guys out. That was the shooting we saw. And I believe that's the Chaos Dread down there in the bottom you can see, and that's probably what did it for him. You can see the tip of that Raider, and that's going to do some damage to it. So popping that, looks like he's got the Incubi in there going to start to get out. Absolutely devastating, but I don't think it exploded. We'd see a little bit more dead models. If that
We'd be seeing dice rolls.
Yeah. Are they? It looks like they are using a chest clock, which I think is generally just like we're on the top tables, like we're on stream. Let's go ahead and use a chest clock. They're not actually required at this event, nor are they at most events. They are going to be required in the final rounds, I believe, just because they're going to constantly be judged around them. But players are usually advised to go at their own pace. We have general pacing guidelines for them, stuff that they can follow through. I've actually got them right here.
If things get unreasonable, obviously this might provide a tactical advantage for someone if they've taken too long to do anything. So we will eventually have to enforce that, but not generally the policy initially.
Yeah, rounds are 3 hours here, which is ample time. You've got 10 minutes for your pregame, another 20 to get deployment finished, then you've got 40 minutes for your first battle round, 40 minutes for your second, and the last 2 should take up the remaining time. Not a problem at all. You cannot start the battle round 5 if you have less than 15 minutes for lighting, according to the just the general rules for the format, but usually that's just fine.
Firing missiles right now.
Yeah, missiles. Looks like they're going to start to be putting some pain. He's still shooting this Dreadnought that killed the Raider. Those 100 kilo missiles, do they require line of sight?
I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah, I believe they don't require line of sight, but he might be.
I think those models might be in contact with the base of that building, if they are. Of course, in the terrain rules right now, in 9th edition, if you are a model touching a piece of terrain, you can be seen. And, of course, you can see through that terrain. You will benefit from the terrain, but you definitely want to be careful about that. Of course, there's that, what commonly you see is someone pulls a model about half an inch away from that piece of terrain, and then on their turn they go, Merp, and touch it, they see, and they'll get those shots off.
That was one of the confusing parts of getting into 9th edition for me, is just these, the terrain rules and the seeing through line of sight. You have to be If you're both outside the terrain, then it blocks line of sight to the
Yes.
screen. But if you're in the terrain, then you can see through it.
Yeah.
That just kind of confused me.
I mean, yeah, and even if terrain has solid walls, you can technically see through it. It's one of those things where it's kind of assumed that, you know, the fiction of whatever we're doing here is such that a character is probably, or a model is representing some kind of guy that's actually running through the building and shooting out windows or something like that. So
it looks like what we're doing here is playing the corners and the lines. As he's setting up, he's got his dread out there. He's got 2 squads that are just going to be shooting into his Dark Reapers. Looks like it's back there. And they're just going to be laying havoc. Dark Reapers, they are going to be getting the benefit of cover just because of his world trait with that. That's a lot of 5s and 6s. That was a good roll.
That was a good roll.
So how dice rolling works in 40K, for those of you who don't know. So a unit, when they're going to shoot at something, they've got a characteristic. Say you need a 3-up to be able to hit with it. And so they're going to roll that many dice as they have shots. And then for every roll of a 3-up, he's going to proceed onto the 2 wounds phase, which is where you're saying your shots hit, but did they do anything? Did they do any damage? Did they have the potential to?
That caliber of bullet, it might be good enough to kill a soldier, but is it good enough to kill a 30-foot tall walking monster?
Yeah, and that's why we've got the toughness characteristic to kind of differentiate that. So your weapon will have a strength, say strength 4 for just your standard like bolt gun, your standard pistol kind of thing.
Shuriken,
strength
catapult.
4. Your Eldar, your dainty little fairy warriors, they're going to be toughness 3. So you're going to be wounding them on 3s because it's lower than your strength. But to something like a knight with toughness 8, a huge monstrous vehicle, you're going to be wounding that on a roll of a 6 because it's doubling you out. And then they get to make their own save after the wound's gone through. So that's how damaging works in 40K. It's kind of a filtration process.
A save is represented by the armor of a model, or the kind of like battle plate or whatever tank armor that they might be equipped with. And of course, that is affected by a stat called AP, armor penetration, that modifies the roll for when you make that save. And we have a special save called invul saves, which are represented by energy shields, are the twisting skeins of fate that might protect a character or a model. And those are never reduced by any value.
And it looks like our second raider just got exploded. It looks like we're getting some dudes out there, which is unfortunate. He only has 2 raiders in this list, and his wave serpent, as you can see in the bottom right corner, is hiding back there. That's where he's probably got his Dark Reapers in. It looks like there might be 1 squad of Dark Reapers up in the top right, just surrounded by some characters. They're just doing their Dark Reaper things. Since they are in cover, they're going to be T3 with a 2-up save. And he can use a stratagem like lightning fast reaction to give them -1 to hit, just to make him that little bit more durable. But I think they'll be fine, just because he doesn't look like he has that much long range shooting. His, I believe he probably deep striked his the Marines with the combi meltas, Terminators.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing those appearing here, probably maybe next round.
Yeah.
If they haven't landed somewhere I can't see, but the important thing right now is that the Eldar have gone second, which, I mean, that might seem to a layman like a pretty simple thing, but in 40K, going second against a list that has a lot of guns, like Noise Marines, you can really take some punishment that really takes you down a peg. Now, it's not a death sentence, of course. I've personally won plenty of games going second. But it is a rough thing to deal with. You are definitely working uphill at that point.
Yeah, they pay a tax for it. They pay for raiders for this reason. That way, in case they get shot at turn 1 and those get popped, they have that extra layer for protection for the valuable units they want to keep.
Take transports. Advice: take transports. Very good.
So, would you like to know some interesting stats about it? I went through last night. I did the
Absolutely.
numbers. Give me your guess. What percentage of this event is running Dark Eldar in their army?
Them the new Codex.
New Codex, 73% running. Everybody knows their odds.
Oh yeah, fantastic. I would say let's go with a healthy 50%.
50%, a little bit too high. No, we've actually got 20% Dark Eldar players here, which is still very high.
A little bit more faith in humanity, I will say that has been a little bit restored.
And only 15 of them are core Drakar, regular. Okay. And then we've also got 4 Asuryani lists, like this one right here.
Right.
That is also just running Drakari, just because they're so high value. You just get a lot of bang for your buck with them. No reason to not take them if you are souping into anything, but a little bit better than clowns right now. but I do have a soft spot in my heart for clones. Then we've also got, so the spread here is we've got 55% Imperium. That's just covering all your Marines, your AdMech, your stuff like that, your Systems of Battle.
Yep.
And we've also got 15% of our Chaos, which is fairly small. Chaos does not have a big representation.
Impressive.
But the representation here is very varied. We only have 6 Death Guard lists, and then we have 9 lists that are just running other interesting Chaos things, like what we've got right here on table 1. Just an interesting list with some Marines.
I mean, Emperor's Children are definitely one of the top tier Chaos Marines right now. They're the Noise Marines are fantastic troop choices that they get to take as their Legion kind of benefit. But yeah, that really surprises me that we're not seeing as much Death Guard. They do have a newer Codex for this edition, and they were really strong for the longest time. I mean, Mortarion is... Oh, he's scary.
They do not do well into Dark Eldar, though.
That's true, yeah. That scary butterfly, he can fall apart if too many blaster shots land on him.
And I think, even so, Death Guard should be able to prosper in this meta simply because everyone's trying to focus on, we got to kill these Dark Eldar, which is the opposite. Death Guard known for their extreme tankiness. Dark Eldar not so much, just some massive shots and some imbuls.
Tells you how those breakpoints work out. You know, it's when you hit certain strength values, and that's what you need to hit to really get those dice numbers changing.
So it looks like the game here is progressing on just normally. I think that he's just about done with shooting. It actually is the Eldar player moving stuff around. It looks like we might be on to turn Eldar.
Yeah, looks like it. What are we getting right now? Is that an advance?
Yeah, it looks like it might be an advance out of the radar.
Advance, of course, if you don't know, is when you declare a model to move, you declare whether or not it's advancing. What advancing means is that you then roll the d6, and whatever value you get on that d6 is added to their movement characteristic. Some models, of course, get bonuses to this. It'll say that in their stat line. Like, for example, bikes or special really fast vehicles might add one. Slanesh Demons are also known for having this.
Yeah, so some like Eldar bikes, you might see some Shining Spears here today. They auto advance 6 inches. They don't
yeah,
get
they're
it.
fantastic.
And then some armies like Jukari, one of their big things is the power from pain ability, where as the battle goes on, they get stronger because they're taking more pain. They're what's the word for it? Starts with an M. For self. Masochistic.
Masochism.
Yeah, they're very masochistic. So that's kind of what they get their things from. So from battle round 2 onwards, they're going to be able to advance and charge, which one of the things for advancing usually is you get a little bit more extra movement, but you just can't advance this round, which is kind of balancing it out. But Jukari completely subverting that, just being able to advance and charge.
What are we getting right now? We're getting some movement. We're getting set up. I think he's getting ready to...
Looks like he's getting set up and starting to tow the terrain. It looks like he's going to want to shoot through it into that other squad. Start to clear them off.
1,000 Suns right now.
Yeah. And just kind of hiding from the, I think a lot of he's going to give up his Raider for that Dreadnought most likely, and just, because if any of his anti-tank looks at a Raider, it's dead. But he'll be able to pull some value out of his other things with Impulse, starting to skirt around. There's the Dark Reapers here. What I think they'll be doing is firing Fading. So that's a 1 CP stratagem Eldar have. Actually, every Eldar army has it, so Dark Eldar and Harlequins as well, where you can move 7 inches after you have shot, but you just can't charge the rest of the turn.
Right.
Really good value. You can't do it after you deep strike, just because there's a deep strike rule. This is you can't do any movement on a turn you deep strike. But for like getting these pot shots on this Dreadnought here as he's about to do, and then popping through that wall, he's going to get a lot of value out of it just doing that.
Really relying on deep striking nowadays is for getting melee into backlines is a little variable at best. Now you can do it if you, of course, save your CP and make sure that you have a reroll in your back pocket for that charge. But most deep striking happens minimum 9 inches away from any model, any enemy model. So of course, really right now in 9th edition, especially, and from probably holdover from 8th, we're really seeing. That, in my opinion, I think it's much better to land some good shooters. Yeah. Good anti-tank guns that just land in that back line and blow something up, just make a big mess of something. I personally, when I play my TOW, I land my stealth suits and take some AP reduction on them and land them in the back line. And let me tell you, people don't stand up good to 25 strength 5 shots coming at you.
I'd imagine they don't.
No, especially when they're at -1 AP. I have seen, Necron backline. They think that they're very safe in their deployment zone victory position, their objective, just melt to it. So
that's something that will not stand up to any kind of infiltration. And even so, one of the things I've been running in my list is Shadow Specters now, which just got a little bit better. You can just deep strike them, drop them in the enemy backline. They've got the anti-tank, like you said, and what I find really useful about it is you can start to clear off what I like to do in my games, just clear off the things that I know will kill me. That's how I tend or try to win. It's just kill the things that can kill you. I feel like it's a fairly safe strategy. I've
Those lance cannons off the field.
Yeah, and then you just drop them back there, and they'll just do some work.
Oh
You'd
yeah.
love to see it.
So are we moving on to shooting? What's going on here?
Yeah, it looks like we are. We're using this dice tray here. Can you switch over to the other dice tray that they're using? Yeah, we can do the dice tray up here. Awesome. He's on the psychic phase. Looks like he just cast will. Oh, he's going for Seer Council, so that's why he's running this Warlock.
Okay.
So 1 CP stratagem, if you've got a Farseer and a Warlock within 6 inches of each other, you have +1 to all your psychic tests on both.
Ooh, yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and Farseers have a stratagem that lets them cast a 3rd psychic power, so you can get Doom, Executioner, and Smite all off. And they've also got those Raciers who, they're probably hiding behind a wall somewhere. We don't have a really good angle of it from the camera, but I think they'll definitely, or it looks like, no, they're in the bottom right there.
It looks like the, no, that screen's the other game.
Oh, no, on the left one.
Oh, okay.
All the way at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're either Dark Reapers or the Raciers, and I assume they're the Raciers, or at least one of them, just so we can get that shooting in on that Dreadnought. It's putting so much harm in on them, because those D-cannons are no joke.
Oh, no. Fantastic weapons.
Yeah. He's lost all his, or 2 of his Raiders, where he's going to be getting Dark Lance shooting out of him. So he's not going to have that shooting, which is what a lot of the value from those Raiders come out. 65 points for a Raider gets you a 10 wound body, fairly mobile, carries 11 models, but you get a lot of value out of that shooting.
Oh, yeah.
With the Dark Lance, hitting on 3s, strength what, 8?
Yeah, I think it's strength 8, shoots twice.
No.
No.
Only shoot once. But,
Only shoot once.
They're
I'm
AP
thinking of
-4 and D3 +3.
Yeah.
Which
No,
is just
sorry, I was
a
thinking of something
65-point
else.
model.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
it's
fantastic.
ridiculous. And that's what a lot of people have qualms against Dark Eldar for. Just for the Raiders, really, they feel are overtuned, and then the Super Succubus might be a little bit unfair, and then Liquefier guns on racks are just too consistent.
I remember a long time ago, I think it was 6th edition, the Drukhari finally got their new Codex in, and let me tell you, when you say finally, it had been a long time. I mean, they were using rules from about when, you were probably a tiny little baby.
Probably.
Oh yeah, it was old stuff, and they were using some real old rules, and they released these new shiny new Drukhari, and they tore that meta up with their new shiny stuff, and it's always been the same.
Yeah. So Valerie in the chat brings up a good point. The Eldari list is actually mixed, so they're not actually going to get power from pain.
No.
That is one of the downsides you get from mixing Drukhari.
Yeah.
They still get their world traits, like the Succubus's advance in charge with the Red Grief, or whatever Red Grief end up having. They I don't know. They can advance and charge from power from pain, but they don't have it here. Red Grief is, I believe, you get to fight as if you charged always, and you get an addition, either +1 or 2, to your charge roll, as long as no other Red Grief units are within close combat with that unit.
Fantastic.
But that, I was running a mixed Eldar and Drukhari list with the Witch Cults in it. You don't really need the power from pain. The only thing you're really getting from it is turn 2, that advance and charge, which if you've got Venoms and Raiders, you're usually fine. But he's going to be a little bit farther away just because his pinatas have been popped. Candy coming all out.
Shiny elf orange candy. Fantastic. Pair of 2s. That's not good.
Yeah, this is for the what's it called? The D cannon going into the Dreadnought, I believe. Just trying to get some wounds on that. It's priority number 1. Getting rid of that, because that's what pops so much of his stuff. 3 Hunter Killer missiles, and then the 2 Meltas or Las Guns or whatever they got on them. Just strong anti-tank generally.
Hunter Killer always very impressive. I know many a player who really wishes their army came with Hunter Killer missiles. Of course, these are weapons that fire once per game. They fire using the owner's ballistic skill, and they do a fair amount of damage. What are we seeing?
Okay, awesome. So Red Grief also allows you to reroll charge and get +2 our advance. Cool.
Fantastic.
Very much. So Expert Crafters was what he just used here to get that reroll in. We can't see the. So what that's going to do is he gets 1 hit reroll and 1 rune reroll, as I said earlier. And that's just, especially on these raciers where you're getting 1 to 3 shots, and they're very high value shots. You're just getting a lot out of them, and it's so worth taking, even if you're not, because like he's got the 3 squads of Dark Reapers.
Right.
They're all getting a hit reroll and a wound roll. The 2 raciers, hit reroll, wound roll. And the deep striking squads don't care about it as much. The warp spiders and the swooping hawks.
So that reroll turned back into a hit right there. Fantastic. Reroll.
3 wounds, 2 6s. Love to see it.
Beautiful boxcars.
And they have been killed off. Awesome. Do we have the scores from them? Is anyone? Okay, awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely have that set up for next round. Just being able to track their secondaries and all that. We just don't really have it set it up right now, which is a shame, but we'll get it for the future games.
As far as I can tell, we've got Eldar on 2 points. We've got Chaos on 2 points right now.
Yeah. I think Eldar have that 3rd point up in the top.
Oh, okay.
It looks like they have some models thinking around and then some at the bottom as well. Looks like we're 3 to 3. So this mission, the primary for it, you've got 2 things you want to do, and then a 3rd. So the first one, you want to hold 1 objective, nets you 5 points. Hold 2, hold more, nets you another 5 points, and then holding more than your opponent nets you another 5 points, maxing out at 15 per turn, 45 per game. But so that's both players' objective here to kind of get ahead on the primary is knock their opponent completely off of one of their objectives. Now, they'll have a harder time doing this because some of the things are behind line of sight, out of mind, can't really do anything about them yet. No list running, no line of sight shooting. I'm sorry, the raciers are, but the racier have bigger problems here. They're going to be going into that dreadnought and any other tanks here instead of the noise marines on the objective, I assume.
And we're seeing a really interesting kind of map design here because each of these objective points, as you can see, denoted by the gray mats or gray circles on the playfield, those are denoting these primary objectives, and they're each inside terrain. And sometimes that doesn't happen depending on how you lay out your board. But I might be guessing. Can't confirm right now, but this might have been intentionally designed by the staff to really see some interesting, really hard to peel off of people, peel off these objectives, get characters and models away from scoring objectives. Probably would be pretty rewarding to see more melee going in. But of course, this is still turn 1, so you're not really going to see a lot of melee on turn 1.
And we've just got here at this event, it's very heavy terrain-wise, which is one of the things they've gone with, just to show off some of the beautiful terrain, stacking more of it on there. A lot of shots coming out here. This is, what do you think this is being shot right now?
Ooh.
It's hard to tell because they don't actually say it.
Yeah, of course.
Which is something I was hoping they would say, hey, I'm shooting this guy into this guy, but not at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of pointing, so...
Who's playing, by the way? So you can check out the pairings on Best Coast Pairings. I will let you know, though. So we're at round 1 right now. It's not loading, which is a big shame. It's not being friendly to me at all. It is Mike DeAngelis on this game we're watching right now versus Christopher Goslin. You can see the pairings up on Best Coast Pairings right now. The Maryland Open 40K link for it. I don't think you can view lists. I want to get a bot set up to do lists at the start of every round. After this round, right now we're just still kind of figuring out how things are working, kind of getting into our shoes. So hopefully later on today, and definitely tomorrow, we'll have everything set up and perfect. But this is our round 1. These are, none of these players I don't think I've heard of before, just name-wise on these tables, or except for the JC Watts. I've heard that he's a pleasure to play against. Do we want to go over to that table real quick and switch off these Eldar games and look over, because it looks like we've got, Marines and... Awesome. Yeah, so let's start going through these lists we've got on table 2. We've got Jess Scholes, who's running Grey Knights. Interesting. He's the only Grey Knight player we have here. I thought there might be more than one. He's got the Nemesis Dread Knight. He's just a big dude, got some psychers, some shooting. He can teleport, because he's got the Dread Knight teleporter. I think that means he can deep strike in. Heavy side cannon and the Great Hammer. So he's just going to do some shooting stuff, some melee stuff. He's just going to be a beast, and he's got to be dealt with.
He's got some powerful psychic plays right now.
And then a Librarian. Grey Knight's whole thing is they want to be throwing out a lot of psychic powers. Read lists, of course, but I'm not psychic to know what game you have decided to stream. So these are tables 1 and 2 from the event. It'll always just be table 1. We'll call it out when we go from switch to switch. We've also got a Lord Caldor Drago, who's their big Grey Knight thing. He's just a big dude. He's got some psychic stuff. That's a lot of their thing.
He stabbed Nurgle personally, so he's a pretty impressive guy. read the fiction.
Yeah, a lot of value out of him. He's got 3 strike squads and a Terminator squad. So each of these squads get a smite, I believe, because they're Grey Knights.
Yes.
And they don't care, since they're Grey Knights, about the stacking -1 to Wolf Charge from Smite.
I'm unfamiliar, but yeah, no. Normally, if you're playing all Psychers, no Smite, and it starts out at only needing to roll 5 on 2 dice, and that increases every time a unit attempts to use Smite. But Grey Knights might follow different rules, given that most of their squads are collectively Psychers.
Yeah.
Similar to like Warlock Councils or Pink Horrors. You get these kind of group psychic effects going off. So can lay down a lot of mortal wounds as an army, which of course, mortal wounds being wounds that cannot be saved against or stopped in any way.
Yeah, they're mostly like explosions, psychic stuff is where you're going to get your value out of mortal wounds, and sometimes some tricky
like
combat tricks.
Poisons sometimes cause them. Yeah.
And then just plenty of stuff. We've also got an Apothecary. This guy's going to heal up some Marines and then bring them back every once in a while. He's just good value. 80 points
Fantastic.
to bring things back.
Yeah.
Basically making everything Necrons once a turn. Love to see it. Then we've got a Paladin squad. Now these are where Grey Knights start to shine. They've got their big tanky Terminator squad. These guys are loaded with Psy Cannons, giving them amazing shooting, and then just 4 swords. One of them has... there's more in this unit than I thought. So we've got 4 of them loaded out with Psy Cannons, and the rest have just Storm Bolters for some anti-shooting. We've got units of Servitors. These are just objective holders. They can throw their arms at you, but once they do those, they are out of arms. Which is,
horrible amalgams of flesh and circuitry that used to be people.
Yep, and then we've got an Interceptor squad and a Purgatation squad. They're just going to do some Grey Knight stuff. I don't know what I couldn't tell you what Grey Knights do for the life of me.
I have only been fought by Grey Knights once in my entire life, and the baby Bjorn beat my face in.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
JC Watts across the table. We've got a Salamanders list. Starting to see some Marines here. This is where my knowledge of 40k starts to fall off. I do not like the Imperium. So I do not keep up with the rules very well, but I do know what I do know. So we've got a company champion and a company veterans. These are our 2 characters. They've just got bolt gun, stuff like that. Here are the chapter Imperium sword, just to get them some extra value. Adrax Agatone, who is one of their named characters. Salamander's big thing is anti-tank, right?
It's a lot of Melta and a lot of Flamers. In the fiction, they're known for being, forge masters, and they all craft their own armor and stuff like that. So you're going to see a lot of really high quality stuff coming out of this kind of army. You're going to see
very elite-y.
Yeah, very elite-y. A lot of really good like re-rolls and stuff like that to make sure that when they want to hit, they really hit. Their dreadnoughts are known for having like really good Melta shots and stuff like that. So I've got a buddy who actually plays Salamanders, and he tears the table up with these guys. If you run heavy mech or heavy infantry, say bye-bye to your units.
So back to the rest of the list. We've got Lieutenant. He's just going to do some giving out orders. 3 infiltrator squads. These are just lined up with bolt pistols, frag grenades, and marksman bolt carbines. Just doing some standard things. They'll deploy outside of his deployment zone. Doesn't look like he has any here deployed out. He probably has some on that bottom objective up there and that top objective. Awesome. Then we've got a Blade Guard veteran squad. You're going to see these in a lot of the Marines. They're kind of the flavor of the month for a lot of these Marines. They've got their high invuls with their storm shields, and they're ditching out a lot of damage in close combat.
And they got that +1 armor from storm shields as well, so they're effectively Terminators for that 2-up save.
They're pretty disgusting. Centurion Assault Squad. I haven't seen these guys in a while. I saw them on 8th edition. They've got Hurricane Bolts and Flamers. These guys are mostly going to deep strike in. They have an abysmal movement of 4 or 5 inch, but they are 3 wounds, hard to kill, or maybe 4 wounds, hard to kill, and just ditch out amazing shooting and massive fire. Another Primaris Apothecary coming out from both sides. So Grey Knights and Salamanders both bringing stuff out. A Marine on Marine matchup. Not super what I am knowledgeable on. Unfortunate. He's got a Redemptor Dreadnought and a Relic Contemptor Dreadnought, and these we're actually hearing about a lot. These different Dreadnoughts, I actually had a friend order some just last week, and he's excited to get them up and running. But we're going to see a lot of just Dreadnoughts coming out. They're decent into Dark Eldar.
They are fantastic units sometimes because they got that 8-inch move. They kind of operate much more like a heavy infantry model than a vehicle. And they've got fantastic melee, so they're great at punching in on objectives and really making a mess of anybody that wants to really get in their way.
Yeah.
And of course, being Space Marines, they have really good ballistic skill. They hit really often on any guns that they use. So if you can get an invul save on one of them, it is a unit to be reckoned with, to be sure.
Yeah, and then the last thing he's finishing out is this squad of Eradicators with their heavy melter rifles. These guys are just going to dish out some pain. They're most likely going to deep strike, and they're going to kill whatever tank they look at. That's their whole thing. Eradicators definitely very popular in 9th edition so far. Pretty much every Space Marine list I've seen is running some form of Eradicators or similar anti-tank. I know Melta bikes are definitely very popular as well. Just Melta all around.
Being able to rush in, get close, get inside that half of the weapon's range, and getting that re-roll on the or it's not a re-roll, it's you roll 2d6, take the highest on the damage on a Melta gun, so you really get a consistent good 3-4 if not up damage on that Melta gun shot, which is really valuable on a gun that shoots about once. So
yeah,
fantastic.
Looks like they're just still proceeding. It looks like the Green Army Grey Knights. I assume the Green Army Salamanders.
Well, right now what we've got, we're back to the Eldar,
and the
Chaos game.
I cannot provide reliable commentary on that Grey Knights game. It looks like we've got the some dudes poking out here near the Dreadnought. He was not able to take care of that Dreadnought turn, or the
No.
Yeah, I was really hoping the Raciers would be able to do that for him, because now he's got to deal with that for another turn, and they don't degrade. They're less than 10 wounds, so they don't.
No,
that's just not something they really care about.
Get chewed up.
And those Dark Reapers I was expecting to fire and fade did not end up doing it.
Yeah.
What are those 3-man squads that are popping out here? Let's look at his list real quick.
Yeah. Trying to... Yeah, they look like they're Chaos right now.
Looks like these are Reuben Marines coming out. Or I think the Reuben Marines are the ones that are starting to walk out from the back. We're just getting some hurt done on here. Elder. All right, awesome. I expect. I already said something about that. Dark Reapers.
Yeah, the Dark. Curious to see. The Marines seem to have weathered this storm from the Eldar pretty well here. They're
awesome. So we got table 1. We've got our. Oh, it's just the scores.
Yeah.
So far, this was just taken.
Yeah.
After. Doesn't mean anything yet. We don't have to do scores yet.
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much has happened points-wise.
Yeah, we know Chris scored 16 during his storm, probably from secondaries.
I'm still really curious to see what what's the game plan here for Eldar. We've got definitely Chaos taking the midfield right now, and that is not a good place you want to be in for dealing with Chaos, because they like to get in close. They like to tear stuff up, and the Eldar list, when you described it to me, didn't seem like one that had a lot of close combat focus.
No, he's
except
got
for
the
those
incubi,
but that's about it.
That's about it. I think he's gonna. Those Marines are approaching, and they're going to be able to put on some hurt, and he's not going to be able to fight back as well. He's still got to deal with that Dreadnought.
Yeah.
He's got to put either the Dark Reaper... He should have been able to deal with that Dreadnought last turn. He must have popped some kind of stratagem to give him a better save, because that Dreadnought is not that tanky towards the Race Seers coming in, and then the Dark Reapers all coming in. And that Raider, that thing should have died. But,
Oh, yeah.
there might be more pressing things he's got to shoot at.
You never know how dice land, too.
So he's got the Termite Drill, which is
Right.
It's a transport that's going to deep strike and do some wounds to somebody who comes out near. And I think that's what the Noise Marines or the Terminators are going to be in. They don't have to,
I suspect that the Noise Marines are actually on the field right now. As objective holders, it's pretty important for them to get in there and get involved. Nearly said servitors, and I remember there aren't servitors in Chaos Space Marines. I guess those are probably that's the Grey Knight list.
Yeah, that'll be the Grey Knights, and they're just going to be in the back line. They'll just be hanging out for the rest of the game. I don't think servitors. They're a T3. They're like 40 points for 5 of them.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap. They're not that impressive models. They're of course ballistic skill, weapon skill 4. So you don't put anything too important on them, but. Of course, they can always, they're units, they can always perform actions and score you secondaries and primaries. Some miniature movement. Oh, we're moving into terrain, we're getting up there in that. That is, of course, ruins. That is a defensible structure, meaning that if you charge or try to get in there and get peel them out of it, you're going to be having a hard time because they're going to be able to get, you know, extra attacks if you charge them, or they're going to be able to shoot better Overwatch.
Sorcerer's going to start casting.
All right. Yeah, we're moving into psychic phase right now.
Let's see. We're into here what he's going to cast.
Trying to listen in on these mics.
Yeah, they're very, very quiet. It's kind of hard to hear. He's going to cast Death Hex, which is going to... so he's got Death Hex and Infernal Gateway. We're casting Infernal Gateway soon. This is an ability to get some mortal wounds out, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Going for a 6.
He got the 6.
Only a Farseer on the Eldar side available. 2 to 9. It does not look like he's in range at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Farseer is in range. He's re-rolling. Going for the Astro Blast. It's just another Mortal Wound Dispensary. On an 11, Farseer is not likely to be able to deny that.
All right.
Oh, so this is D3 to the closest, and every other unit within 3 is going to take 1 mortal wound as well.
Ooh.
And since these things are all grouped up in that little back corner, he's able to get line of sight. That is not something he wants to be dealing with.
That's not fun. You're going to see a lot of models disappearing off the board.
This is, I believe, the Dark Reapers. It's kind of hard to see what exactly we have up there. Looks like Dark Reapers, maybe 1 or 2 squads. Incubi should still be in that Raider, if not on the bottom side around that race here. Probably 1 squad still over there. 5 of Impulse Save going on to those Marines. Gets off on a 9. Love to see it. So those are just going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Given that Impulse Save, ignoring some higher AP or lower AP things. Oh my God. A massive cheer coming out from the tournament hall. I could hear it on both.
All the way in here.
Yeah,
Oof.
all the way in here and in my ear. That was very loud. Sounds like something exciting just happened. We love to see it.
Oh yeah. Going to be later on today. We're going to be out there in the hall and interviewing people and asking people, you know, how they're feeling, how things are going. Generally, this is a fantastic tournament. We got tons of people out here. You know, as we said earlier, about 102 participants in this tournament
106.
today. 106. Yeah, excuse me.
I can't believe you got it wrong.
Yeah. There's a lot of numbers going through my head right now, and whew.
Yeah.
But yes, we got, you know, we'd be glad to show off, you know, the good people here at Tables of Towers and stuff like that who have been graciously hosting us, and we're going to be showing off, you know, their play spaces and stuff like that. We've got fantastic terrain out here. We're going to be very happy to show you guys that here in a minute. So.
And just the energy is really good. The vibe as well. Like while I was in there, you could like, I love that pre-tournament feeling. Post-tournament feeling where you got to go home, not so much.
Yeah, if you've been doing this for 8 hours in the day, you're pretty. Whew.
Yeah, everyone's pooped. Everyone just wants to go to sleep.
Yeah,
it's great.
And then come back next day, ready for more.
No. It always seems like it's so much earlier when you have to wake up day 2. Usually they just have you come in. I think we have check it at 9 or 9:30, and then we're going to start off the round at 1 or 10, not 1. So how this tournament is structured time-wise, today we're going to have our 3 rounds. We'll end at about 8 p.m., which is, what time is it now? It's 10:56.
Yep.
Love to see it. And then tomorrow we're going to be starting around 10. We've
got Marines coming off the field.
Are they deep striking in?
Nope.
Oh, they're getting picked up?
We're getting picked off.
Huh.
Or were that incubi? That might have been incubi.
I think so. If he deep struck Marines in, what he could have done is use the 2 CP Eldar stratagem to intercept them and be able to shoot them with any unit within 6 inches.
Similar to Auspex.
Yeah, Auspex
from the Space Marine list.
Liver 4s here. These are going into the squad that deep strike to shoot, wounding on 3s.
That's good there. That's that strength 5 shots from the Noise Marines.
Yeah.
Very deadly, very powerful. You hate to see that coming at you. Not gonna lie, with those 3 toughness. Ooh.
Another yell coming out. Seems they're getting loud, energetic, and excited in there.
Yep.
Love
Fantastic.
to see it. Love the vibes.
Get some orc boys maybe.
Yeah,
screaming
it's definitely
their
orc
wahs.
players. There's no way it's anybody else actually. I put any amount of money on it being
man.
simply orcs.
Fantastic. Okay, we got charges. We're going at spawn. Oh, that's what those units are. They are spawn. Sorry,
Oh.
I was looking at those the ones that have the bluish kind of tint to them. Can't wait to get a closer look at these armies. The Chaos Army looks particularly interesting, and painted very interestingly. Of course, I'm noticing that some of these bases, maybe from this distance, we're just not seeing it, but some of these bases aren't intrinsically or convolutedly covered, I should say. We're not seeing a lot of design on these, but of course, tournament lists being what they are, you're trying to get these babies out and running. If you new meta drops, you gotta get that new model up and going. So,
100%. I love just my favorite color scheme for the Eldar is always just this green color, which a lot of people do for Eldar and Dark Eldar. You can just get a lot of their different Beal tan. A lot of the Dark Eldar are just general dark green in general.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all my stuff's painted. Just green. It's a nice simple color.
Oh,
love
yeah.
to see the representation.
Looks good on a table. Always looks good on the table.
Yeah, no complaints, especially because all these the terrain that we're using are all just painted, come pre-assembled. But you'll see a lot of really nice terrain that GW produces that people will paint up real nice and get some beautiful looking games, especially the Nova Open, stuff like that. Bigger tournaments, they'll have amazing looking models and amazing looking tables.
So we got those Chaos Spawn. They're charging in. They're trying to get into melee and contest that objective right there. Ensure that the Eldar player can't really claim that unless he's got a unit with OBSEC. OBSEC means objective secured. Every faction has a group of models. We got that model. Okay, we are starting fight phase. Sorry for interrupting. So in fight phase,
you interrupted yourself.
I interrupted myself.
Yeah.
The voices, they speak to me.
Apologize.
Sanity is for the weak. But yeah, no, we got Chaos Spawn charging in. Of course, if you charge in, if you're the model or unit that's charging in, you always get to attack first. So this is great advantage to being the aggressor. Ooh.
He's going into the Racier here, trying to get him down to the Racier, just hiding under that terrain that we can't see.
Oh, those are some fantastic rerolls right there. 16 attacks. Yes, every Chaos Spawn gets D6 random number of attacks.
Jesus.
So, sometimes you're low rolling, and like we just saw there, that was a fantastic number of dice. So Chaos Spawn, they hit hard. I believe they're strength 5, strength 6. And they have random mutations that cause them to do different things in combat. So you never really know what you're going to get when one of them land on you. But,
you know what some of those things? I remember playing a game
some of them are
ago.
increased strength. Some of them are better toughness or more attacks. So it's a pretty varied amount.
I think one of them is on 6s you have AP4.
Yeah, yeah. You get these penetrating claws. Ooh, mutations. Lightning fast.
Lightning fast coming out from -1 to hit, taking out a lot of those hits. Looks like about 10 of them going out.
We got some.
Lightning fast is that stratagem I was talking about earlier. We can pay 2 CP for Eldar and get -1 to hit.
Yep.
It's
3
been
wounds.
updated for Dark Eldar. So if it's a 1 model unit with less than 10 wounds, it's 1 CP. Or less than 10 model unit.
So we saw 3 wounds coming in towards the Spirit Seer with, or 3 at least hits coming in with Spirit Seer at -2 AP. I think the other player is rolling on the table, so it's a little harder to see for us.
Unfortunate. Would love it if they... Yeah, because right now, I'll tell you a little bit of our setup. We have a screen in front of us showing the 2 games and then the dice tray, and you can see that they'll switch it. They just switch to the dice tray. So that's what we see on another screen, just to kind of go through the rolls and show you the game at the same time.
Okay, so he's got the mutation right now for his other Chaos Spawn. He just got the AP -4 mutation.
That is stupidly strong, but he's not going to get as many attacks, really.
Yep.
Oh, he will. He'll get, it's D6.
He gets a ton of attacks.
That
these
is
things,
absolutely.
These
And
things are
these guys
monsters.
are super cheap, right?
They are, yes. They are, I think somewhere in the realm of 50 points, I think, for 2 of them. Fantastic. I say that word a lot.
Yeah. Looks like we've already got some players finished with their rounds trickling into here. Just kind of watch and see what's going on. Davis Fry, a Chaos player I was telling you about earlier. Just seems like some quick games got done. Chaos Knights are going to do Chaos Knights things. So, Chaos Spawn, I think they're just about all done. This should be the end of his charge phase, so we should get to swing back with the Eldar. Race here having the Wraithbone Fists, decent AP, decent strength, and 3 flat damage on each attack. Should be able to make quick work of those Chaos Spawn.
Oh, yeah. They, of course, don't. They have their 5-up invul, and that's about it from being demons.
Yeah, for being so cheap, they do definitely not have very tanky stats.
Well,
and that just comes at the cost of being so cheap and valuable.
I mean, they're horrible monstrosities that don't even really want to be alive right now. So, we're doing them a favor.
Yeah. Why don't we play the player's audio on stream?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, can you throw on the players on the stream as well? And just kind of give you guys a hint of what we're hearing.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about victory points right now.
Yeah, so he's taking grind them down, which is you want to kill more units per battle round than your opponent, and he's also taking assassinate, where he's getting 3 points per character killed. This list only has the warlock, the farseer, Drazzo. So you can max out at 12 against this list. It only has 4 characters, I believe.
Well, 12 points isn't bad if you can really get all of them done by turn 5. That's a decent chunk of points right there.
100%. So we're just finishing up the fight phase here. He was trying to figure out where he wants to allot his attacks, get the most value out of from his secondaries, which is a lot of this edition, I think, being able to constantly figure out your primary and secondary at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Much not like old 8th edition, which I do miss very much, where all you had to do really was kill more units and hold more units, which was so simple back in the day.
Okay. Well, we're moving over to the Eldar turn now. He just earned 10 points for holding 2 objectives. As I was saying previously about something called objective secured. It's a quality that many troop have in your troop selection choice in your army can have this thing called objective secured. Typically what ends up happening is whoever controls the most models on top of an objective can claim it for themselves or at least contest it. If you have objective secured, if you have even one objective secure model on that objective, you automatically control it. So you can put 10 tanks on an objective and one tiny troop guy walks on top of it, he is now earning those points.
So a lot of these armies are just getting for their infantry, but there are some special rules for like custodians and stuff where it's whole army wide.
Yes.
And we do have 6 custodians players at this event who are second to Admech. So let me walk you through the numbers for this event real quick and just kind of look at some of these stats. So for Imperium, we've got 8 Admech players, 6 custodians players, 6 Knights players, and 6 Space Wolves players. This is the majority of our Marines. It's surprising to see so many Space Wolves. They're not super amazing, but they do give value.
Thunderwolf Cavalry hits like a freight train.
And the Blade Guard that people have been running, that we talked about earlier, they definitely have a lot to benefit from becoming Space Wolves. We've got Blood Angels, 5 of them, White Scars, 5 of them, Sisters, 5 of them as well, Imperial Guard, 4 of them, Iron Hands, 3, Ultramarines, 3. Hopefully we don't have to see any of those games. Boys in Blue, kind of boring if you ask me. Dark Angels, only 2 of them, Salamanders, 1, and Grey Knights, 1. We've actually got the only Salamanders player and the only Grey Knight player playing the round table too. Love to see that.
Unique game here.
And then for Chaos, we're just going to make up 15% of our meta. We've got 9 Mixed Chaos lists and 6 Death Guard lists. And then Xenos, 15 Drukhari, 4 Eldari, 1 Mono Eldar, and 1 Ynnari. Every single Eldari, Ynnari, anything that's not Drukhari, is going to be running Drukhari as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Fantastic.
Because of the high value.
The Raiders.
Like, if you're going to soup, you're just going to soup into them. There's no problem at all for it.
The power from pain, the loss of power from pain is, you feel it when you're playing it, but I think the fact that if you just want to splash in Raiders, think of it more as your Eldar, your craft world, and you're splashing in Drukhari rather than thinking of yourself as Drukhari and losing power from pain.
And they, Eldar, they're very strong still, but they just lose out in the melee portion of their army. That's where Drukhari or Harlequins can come in and kind of pick up the slack.
Yeah. The fact that previous edition, if I recall correctly, the big thing was Eldar Flyers.
Yeah.
And they...
Like a 9 Eldar Flyers.
Oh, yeah, just ran roughshod over the meta. Of course, if you don't know about that, what it used to be is that there used to be stacking penalties that you could get to shoot or hit things. And what ended up happening is that Eldar, through various rules and combinations of things, could effectively make it impossible to hit them, literally.
Yeah.
You needed to roll a 7 on a 6-sided die.
Shadow Specters could get -5 to hit last edition.
Yeah, it was nasty. So we, of course, in 9th edition, they have capped it. You can only ever net take a -1 to any 2 hit or to, I think it's just to hit. I don't know if it's to wound.
Yeah, it's just to hit.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you could effectively get these insane penalties. But nowadays, of course, if you get a benefit and then there's multiple negatives, of course you can still get to that -1. They don't just stop working, but you can only ever get a -1 or a +1. So I think that's kind of for the better. It makes the game a little bit still, engaging, because there's nothing less fun than not being able to do anything in a game.
It's I ran that at ATC, something similar to it. The -5 Shadow Spectre.
You monster.
I didn't do well with it. I did terribly.
Okay.
Turns out, just because you could give something -5 to hit in shooting doesn't mean you can't do it in close combat, or can do it in close combat.
Oh, okay.
That was kind of all you had to do to beat that list, was just kind of walk up to me, and then my Shadow Spectre would just fold like paper.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of messed up. Kind of heartbreaking.
Well, yeah, it's that jump pack Marines can, charge you and stuff like that.
Yeah, and Smash Captains were such a big thing. But ATC is the American Team Championship. It's a 5-player team event. So each team, there's usually about 100 of them, is going to bring 5 players, and they're just going to go head-to-head in a kind of draft format where you draft the tables you're going to play on and the lists you're going to play against. It's actually a really interesting format. I can't wait for it. Next year, I don't believe they're doing it this year. This event is classified as a major. There are 4 tiers of classification for 440K event. There's an RTT, which is up to 31 players, a GT, which is 32 up to 64. I believe it goes to major at 64. And then at 128, it should become super major, which is like your LVO, I think ATC might count as super major. And then you get, so ITC, the Independent Tournament Circuit, is what all the points and kind of distribution comes from for the 40K scene. And so all these events have varying amounts of points they're worth towards your player score based on the amount of players in them and how well you do. And so LVO, which is Frontline Gaming, who run the ITC's big event, is worth more than any other event. You just stack up mad points, get insanely high up in the leaderboards on the rankings just for participating in LVO blasts like this. But this event will definitely net whoever wins it fancy sum of ITC points. We actually have some of the top 10 players here. We've got Mark Hertel, Ryan Snyder, and Sean Naden here. 3 very consistent and competitive players. I'm really hoping we get to see some Sean Naden and some Mark Hertel games on him. Ryan Snyder, I believe, is running Sisters, if I remember correctly, which we will have to see what they do, because I'm not entirely familiar.
I'm curious about what's going on right now. We're not hearing a lot. I think they might be either having... Okay.
Yes, they're coming back to the dice tray, which is where I would love them to stay, to be honest.
Now let's keep this game moving. I'm suspecting that we either had maybe a rules discussion or... All right, here we go.
Are they using the chess clock? I don't think it's going down. I can't see it, and I haven't seen them reach to switch time back and forth.
Well, we've got something moving. Here we go. We're on the movement phase now.
With that kind of movement, I think that might have been a warp spider or Suki Hockey. This could also be the Incubi, depending on how he has it painted. But it looks like it's maybe that's the Succubus. Succubus coming up to deal some pain. Looks like it's a 1-man unit, so you can definitely deal some pain.
We might be measuring for a heroic interception here.
Yeah, going for a heroic intervention or something.
If you don't know, a heroic intervention is characters can, of course, if you enter inside of about 3-inch, or it could be higher, depending on the model, range of them, they can instantly charge you and move in to kind of intercept you and stop you from whatever you're doing. So you always want to watch out if you get too close.
Yeah, and then some armies like Harlequins have a stratagem that allow you to do it from 6 inches. Some things like
Chaos Marines Executioners can do it from 6 inches away as well. So.
Yeah, the Bloat Drones from Death Guard, they have a stratagem that allows them to heroically intervene, and these can kind of come up for some gotcha moments in 40K.
Oh yeah, I think you're walking up to a victory point or objective and just get eaten.
Right now we're on turn 2 for this game. The score we do not have up to date for this round. We're going to try and get it, so we'll have an up-to-date scoring for the next rounds going forward. We're still kind of just getting stuff figured up, set up.
I actually suspect the little lull we saw there was actually them calculating their victory points from the last round.
So hopefully we'll be able to see that soon and then relay that to you.
Yes, we saw a Titan lean in there.
This is round 1, and these tables were randomly seeded. But all the other games going forward will be held with a different kind of importance, because they will be the top scoring players from the event. And if you weren't here earlier, the terrain every single round after round 2 is going to be switched up on these 2 tables, just to kind of because a
Get
lot
some
of these top
variability
players,
and get some.
they're going to be sticking to the same table the whole time if they're scoring high consistently. So we'd love to see them have it kind of mixed up, which is what we're trying to do.
So, and of course, rounds shorten and get faster and faster and faster as the game goes on. As you lose units.
Less and less units.
Yeah, that attrition really speeds games up. There's nothing better than walking in on a game and going like, oh, you guys been at this for 2 hours. What turn are you on? And we're like, oh yeah, we're still on the bottom of for turn 1.
Yeah.
And they come back 30 minutes later, like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're in turn 3 now. So
Yeah, and like the last few rounds of a game can be done in 10 or so minutes. Once your core units start dying, and you're only caring about points, you're just moving things on the objective. There's no point to kill that enemy unit.
That desperate scramble for points, which has really made this game in 9th edition very interesting, because suddenly people really care about positioning and getting models in specific areas, getting those points, desperately trying to get that teleport homer put down or deploy those scramblers and get those points. All right, we're really seeing some.
It looks like we got some deep striking coming in.
Really spread out.
From the Eldar player.
Oh, he's trying. Oh, see, he's trying to use a strategy where he's deployed his units in such a way that he's going to be able to capture both victory points, both objectives. So he's kind of spread out there. You can do that with larger units.
What unit is that? I'm going to take a look at his list again.
That might be the Warp Spiders.
There's only 5 of them.
No, yeah, you're right. I wonder what that is. What are we looking at here?
This could be 2 squads of units. I don't know why you'd be grouping them up, because the smallest things we have are the Warp Spiders at 5-man, the Swooping Hawks at 5-man, and then 2 units of Witches at 5-man each. Looks like they might have come out from inside that building and kind of just spread out here. This cannot be the Chaos players' units, just because you have to deep strike outside of 12 inches or 9 inches whenever you're bringing something onto the field.
Yeah.
It is really difficult to try and provide commentary and understand what they're doing at the same time.
Oh yeah,
they're so quiet.
It's a lot of fingers pointing, and you're just like,
Yeah.
But yes. Oh, it's yeah, they're definitely trying to contest these these objectives. I don't know why I keep calling them victory positions.
Victory positions. I love that.
Yeah. But yeah, these objectives are really important. They're the most important thing you can basically do on these maps. And suddenly, where it used to be in this game, editions ago, you used to have to just basically slam your armies together in the middle of the field and kind of saw what shook out of it. But now we're really seeing these. The meta has really formed up around these kind of small skirmishes that happen across the maps, which are pretty interesting. It's definitely a change of pace for the way that this game normally operates. We're kind of in a new age here.
Something interesting happening here on the table that we're observing, table 1. So the way Protect Jinx works, and he's got it on 2 different casters, you can cast it once from each side of the coin, so you can Protect once and Jinx once. So both Raciers here are, we're getting both out, and they just had a little bit of a conversation about how that worked, a little bit of a misunderstanding about you could use that psychic power 2 times.
Yep.
And that's something just from the runes of fate, or I think they're so there's the runes of fortune, which is what the Farseer has, and the runes of battle, which is what the Warlocks have. And we're coming out of these runes of battle, and they're all 2 different powers. So like Embolden, Horrify, Protect Jinx, Empower, Enervate, stuff like that. Just 2-sided coins for objectives. Protect Jinx, probably the best of them. You can get +1 to your saves to protect, or -1 to all their saves with Jinx.
I believe that was a failed Deny the Witch right there that just went off.
Unfortunate.
Fortunate for that Chaos player.
Yeah. Executioner coming out from the Farseer. Using the Farseer reroll, does not go off, rolled 2 6s twice in a row. Unfortunate.
Really need those psychic powers to go off on that Farseer, especially when you get such a kind of reliable rule set for this Farseer. If you don't know, the Farseer can re-roll any 1 die or both die whenever they're trying to use a psychic power. It's a pretty good ability that they have, but unfortunately that was to no avail for the Eldar player.
Missile launchers coming out from the Chaos Dread Knight. Looks like they're going into that second race here. 2 hits. Looking for 3s, both wound.
Oof.
5 ups, saves
All
1.
right. That's
Dread Knight being slowly ticked down, but he just cannot do enough to take him off the table.
That is a big model. That is a, you know, of course, it's a Forge World model, and they come, you know, kind of pre-packed in with some extra wounds on them. All right. I think we've moved on to shooting phase. It is these two guys. They talk not very loudly. Ooh, we got pair. Ooh.
I think what we'll have to do for the next one is try and get the 2 dice trays that they've got, because both players right now are rolling on opposite sides of the table.
Yeah.
So we can only see 1 dice tray at a time.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just try and figure that out for our next round. 2 wounds
right.
coming through. And saves them both with boxcars.
Oh man.
Dice going everywhere. A fit of rage.
Yep.
Must be.
So what happened there? If you were curious why the Hellbrute was firing outside of the Chaos player's shooting phase, what happens is that if the Hellbrute takes a wound during any phase, at the end of that phase, the Hellbrute is allowed to try and shoot at an opponent, at the closest opponent. So what happened was the Hellbrute took a hit and fired off one of its weapons. I believe it's called a Crazed. Is the ability. It's pretty interesting. I've very rarely ever had it go off successfully for myself, but it's a nice little bonus you can sometimes, you know, squeeze a extra shot out of.
We've got shuriken shots coming out here, where 6s are going to be high AP as compared to the rest of the shots, usually just AP 0. They're strength 4 on the shuriken catapults, and then they've got a shuriken cannon on something like the what's it called? The big tank. I should know this.
Wave Serpent.
Wave Serpent, yeah. They've got a strength 6 gun on there.
As a person who used to play when there was a rule called instant death.
Yeah.
Which was when you had twice the strength, when you shot someone with twice the strength on your gun as their toughness, if they took that wound, they just died. No matter how many wounds they had, they just keeled over. I used to play TOW, and Wave Serpents used to fire Bright Lances at me, and your Crisis suits had more than 1 wound and only 4 toughness.
Oh.
You lost some real valuable guys. That's why suddenly all my Crisis suits came with invul saves.
There you go. That is, oh, awesome. We've got the terrain lifting up. I wish he would leave it up. That'd be real cool if he would. So I could see what's going on. That'd be awesome.
That is a lot of hits right there. All right, we got Dark Reapers firing off. Let's see how they do.
Love to see it. So Dark Reapers profiles, they've got 2 options on them. They've got the Strength 8, AP -2, 3 flat damage, 1 shot.
Master Crafter's getting that reroll in, getting a hit in.
Yep. And then they've got the smaller profile, which is going to be Strength 5, AP -2, 2 shots, and 2 flat damage.
Okay.
And then the Exarch has the rapid fire trait, so he's going to be able to produce 1 more shot per thing he shoots, so he's usually probably going to be shooting
Fantastic.
that. So it's 2 shots for the Strength 8 gun, or 3 for the Strength 5.
All right. Need 3s to hit. Oh. But that's still a pretty good roll right there.
Looking for 3s again to wound. All but 1.
Master
Extra
Crafters.
comes in. Saves the day, 5 -2. So this is going to be the flat 2 Farseer, or the Dark Reaper damage.
Mm-hmm. Be fantastic.
2 up to a 4 up because he's in cover currently. It's awesome. I didn't know they stream 40K tournaments. I always wanted to get into Warhammer maybe one day when I have some extra scratch. Yeah, we do. I know a lot of Warhammer 40K tournaments do extra streaming. like the Nova Open, a lot of bigger tournaments. And it's just kind of becoming a more emboldened scene, especially as the pandemic starts to lift, trying to become more of an esport. It seems like with some limiting factors, but hopefully with time those will go away.
It's not an esport, it's a T-sport.
T-sport. I will never go. I will die on this hill. We'll lump it in with esports, if anything. Come on, we want to be in the higher caliber.
Really, the important thing is that people are really starting to, with communities and the connectivity of the internet, we're really seeing people come together and be part of these larger communities that can really support these kind of niche, gaming and other alternate forms of competition that I mean are fantastic. I love the community, the people. It takes all kinds that come together. You get young people, you get older people, you get everyone that could be interested in this fantastic hobby and just have a great time together.
Like, I've been playing since I was 16. I've always felt welcomed, even at like larger tournaments. Everyone's just super friendly all around. It's you hear horror stories about bad players, but I've rarely seen one, and almost never played against one. There have been a few, like in my day, but when you get to like higher tables at big tournaments, you're just gonna get people that care just a little bit too much.
Yeah, you can never, that kind of stuff gets weeded out pretty fast. If you're a bad sport or you're someone who's unpleasant to play with, you're gonna be kind of, asked politely to, handle yourself in a better decorum and stuff like that. So, we do have here at the Maryland Open, we have, decorum rules. We, of course, want to discourage anybody from being, not a very nice person to play against. And, hopefully we never see anything like that today.
We do follow the ITC Code of Conduct to kind of lay hand in hand with this. The ITC Code of Conduct just lays out some general rules and how things should be interpreted, like with judges, what judges can do, why you should listen to a judge's ruling, and it is final. So we just do kind of just stick with that. Definitely, we have judges at this event very confident and be able to list out any ruling they need to. There are two kind of judge rulings. There's a snap ruling, where a judge just makes their initial impression, and then the players have to go with that, even if it's incorrect, or an in-depth ruling, where the judge takes it back to the team of judges, and they're going to go over it and come out with the ruling. But this does start to eat up the player's time if they're on a chess clock. Yeah, don't act like a Black Templar 100%, as long as you don't act like the Imperium.
Yeah. No Sigismund here. He is a bad boy.
Hatred towards Imperium is okay, but hatred towards anything else is not so fun.
Everyone else is just good people, just being misunderstood.
Yeah, but Space Marines? Yep.
Bad people. No good. Especially the Salamanders. They're not nice people.
Yeah.
I am joking, of course. But yes, we've got some fantastic players here. We got, of course, we've been hearing various yells and bellows of "wah" coming from any Orc players, probably out in the distance.
Yeah, for sure. Those Orc players are an excitable few.
You've got to be. If you're running the Green Tide, you've got to be into it. You gotta love your green boys.
I can't hear you at all. Yeah, someone coming up from the producers, but I just couldn't hear him. Yeah.
Okay, we're in melee. We got. Ooh, we're getting something with some good hits. It seems like it's the what's it called? It's not a succubus. Is it a succubus?
Yeah, it should be a succubus. This should be the super succubus here.
Yeah.
Who's going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Yeah, she's got her poison weapon. She's using the tri-tep to it. I can't speak. Triptych whip, whatever. It's going to net them 3 extra attacks, strength 5, AP 3. Yeah, Warlord, he's also got the Warlord trait, which is plus 2 extra attacks, so plus 5 extra attacks, and then the Adrenaline, plus 6 attacks on her 5 base, so it should be, or I think she might have 6 base, so 11 or 12.
10, 11, 12 attacks.
Yeah. 2 damage.
2
flat.
damage.
Yeah, just kills all 3 of them flat out. Absolutely heartbreaking, but that's what a succubus does. That's why we have her.
Breaks your heart.
Breaks your heart, doesn't even take you out to dinner first.
No. Leaves you with the check. All right, we got Lucius coming in here in some melee. He hits hard. Yep. He's got that silver power sword. It's going to tear some stuff up. I believe it does 2 damage a hit. He's got a 2-up, of course, weapon skill, and I believe somewhere in the realm of 6 attacks. or more. He's
looking for impulse here.
Oh, no, he only does 1 damage. 3.
Oh,
I remember there is something specific with Lucius that I do know about. That is that he can like kind of eke out some extra attacks and wounds out of what he does. He is pretty impressive. I believe also if you kill him, you do not benefit from any secondary objectives. He has a special rule about that. Yes, he's Lucius the Eternal. He like similar to Cypher, I believe. He might have a special rule that allows him to basically he never really dies.
That's awesome.
So he's an interesting unit to take. I think I could be wrong. Unfortunately, I don't have my Chaos Space Marine Codex here in front of me. But he's an pretty impressive dude.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick before we get too deep into this round. I'll be right back momentarily.
Good luck. All right, well, that Dreadnought is definitely fighting to stay alive, but it's still up. Okay, we got more attacks from Lucius, or at Lucius, I should say. Getting some rules discussion from them. Yeah, Lucius is a fantastic model. I think that he could hit a little harder than he normally does, but he's fantastic to kind of stick in there and just chew up some infantry and really go to town on some lower tier units and models and stuff like that. Oh yes, that is what a succubus does. All right, we got that Dreadnought on the backswing. Ooh, he only got 1 hit off. I believe he's shooting into melee. If you don't know, vehicles have a rule called "Big Guns Do Not Tire." This means that vehicles and monsters can shoot into melee. Even if they are engaged. If they do shoot a heavy weapon, they are at a -1 to hit. Okay, those Dark Disciples are off the board, which is going to be making that Dark Apostle less effective at his commandments. And all the Chaos Spawn are dead.
Has he killed all the Chaos Spawn?
He has killed all the Chaos Spawn. And that Dreadnought is still alive.
That is unfortunate. I mean, most of his tank stuff is dead, so I don't think the Dreadnought has that much value left in him. What did I do?
He can still tear up some models, but yeah. What we got here?
Yeah, we're coming in for an interview real quick.
Yep.
Can you cut the, or no, we can just take these off.
Yeah,
I'm an idiot. Like, hey, can you cut this? Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. My name's Shayne.
Good.
Ethan.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Conrad.
Conrad.
Long distance hand wave.
So, you are a mini painter, right?
Yeah, I'm a professional mini painter. I've been in the hobby for probably 15 years now at least. But I've been doing professional mini painting for about 2 years.
More.
And
This
testing.
way. In this way. Okay.
Here, can you rotate the camera more towards? Oh, I'm an idiot. I've been looking at the top left, where it's all cut off. I'm super dumb.
We're good.
All right, I love that.
Yeah.
How do you get into mini painting?
So I was introduced to it through the Lord of the Rings miniatures game when I was like 12.
Fantastic.
I was like a daycare center thing. Kids showed up with it, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool. What's this?" And I went to my local hobby shop, and they had none of that, but they had lizard men. So
I love Lizardmen. I played them all the time.
Yeah, there were some of the old like 6E not the current Saurus Warriors, but the ones prior.
The old ones, yeah.
Yeah, and they were pretty cheap, so I bought all I could.
Snaky looking Croxagore and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then so you just started painting on from there. Did you ever like play in tournaments or like into the model?
So I did actually play. I used to mostly just play, but around, I don't know, 10 years ago or so, 8, something like that. I don't know. I'm getting too old and I can't remember. But I was like, I want to up my game a little bit. Like people had always told me I was pretty good at it, so I was like, well, this makes me feel good, so I'm just gonna go for it, you know.
So this is your Mortarion. And,
yeah.
Your Land Raider.
Yeah.
Let's get these on camera up here so we can see these. They're fantastic. So.
In
case you guys can't see this, the lighting might not be just perfect, but this model looks fantastic.
Absolutely stunning.
Scary butterfly. Man, he looks great. I love what you've done with him. I love your highlighting. You've got some really good detail on this.
Thank you.
Did you use? I love your transition from this purple to this kind of dark blue. I don't want to, It might not be easy to see for the camera, but it is a great looking model. Your name's Ethan Handwork?
Handwork, yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I also have full photos of him on my Instagram page.
You want to plug that real quick?
Yeah, it's handies_hobbies on Instagram.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is great.
I love the like intestinal blood lines coming into his gun.
Yeah. I when I started this project, I had seen a friend of mine use Blood for the Blood God and Nurgle's Rod right around when they released it. GW Paints released it, and I was like, that's a really cool effect. I want to exploit that. So it's usually done after I do the varnishing on the model.
How long do you think it took you to paint that model?
Probably from assembly to done, 30 hours.
30 hours.
Probably.
Wow, you're a faster worker than me.
I wasn't really like timing myself on that, and I spread it out. I was working a full-time job at the time.
Of course.
So I spread it out over like probably 2 months.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's honestly, that is probably the most technically complicated model I have ever worked on.
Yeah, it's like Mortine and Lords of War like that are just absolutely stunning in their model design, and then they give painters a whole new avenue to take and show their skills off on.
It's definitely intimidating me for my Chaos Ravager, kind of stuff. Let's see a couple of the other ones.
So this is a Land Raider I converted from my Black Templars collection. That spent a whole summer in the back of my car in
just to get it real right,
Yeah. No, mostly just because I'm not smart. But no, so it got really badly heat damaged, and I was like, well, I don't want to put it on a table anymore with my Templars. So what can I do with this? Well, I just jumped back into Death Guard, and I was like, well, let's do some green stuff work on it, and we'll make it look like a looted Land Raider.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah, the bulbs in the back are amazing.
Yeah. You got these like buboes and pustules coming out of it right here. These are fantastic, and I absolutely love this. What did you use to create these kind of intestinal and worm-like effects?
It was a particular tool I borrowed from a friend. I wish I could remember the product name right now, but they're these like rollers. And you put a wad of green stuff in it, and they've got little grooves on it, and you can kind of change.
Like Green Stuff World and stuff like that.
I think that might have been who it was.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
He mentioned I mentioned the project to him. He was like, "Oh, hey, I've got these things you might want to try out." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Let me borrow those."
Man, this is great. I love this. So let's see. What else you got over there?
Let's see. I brought a lot of Death Guard today, but I did bring this Sister of Battle Canoness with me.
Canoness, awesome.
And that's an example of more like controlled work.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
That's all edge highlighting.
Love your
and
flame. I love your the brazier right here. This is really good. The painting through that. I have myself a Dark Apostle model. The fires on his back. Oh man, those are tough to paint.
I did one of those on commission a couple 8 months ago, something like that.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
That too is on Instagram.
Yeah. If you guys need to see this, she looks great. I love the highlighting. Might not be super visible. If I can get that up there. I don't know if the resolution can pick it up, but he's got a fantastic little detailing on the armor and stuff, that kind of silver trim. Love it to death.
Thank you. And then I brought along a kit bash I did for a Sorcerer Lord and Terminator armor.
Ooh, look at this guy.
Yeah, I brought my Death Guard with me to play today, and
oh, he looks so gross. I love
amazing.
it.
Yeah, there's no green stuff work on that either. That's all just kit bashing the Blightlord Terminator kit and the Chaos Lord Terminator kit.
Do you try and include green stuff work into most of the things you do? Do you feel that adds something to the painting?
Yes and no. Usually if I'm gonna do green stuff work, I do it as a kind of almost as a separate project in my head. Like I'm doing the green stuff work to do green stuff work, not to paint it so much.
Okay.
I generally tend to shy away from green stuff work. Like it's not like I can't do it. It's just I don't consider it kind of in my wheelhouse.
It's also, it's not always the most reliable thing. It's
Yeah.
You're definitely putting something hard and tacky and tough on your model, and if you mess that up, it's real annoying to deal with.
If I'm doing green stuff work, it's mostly for like more technical stuff, like I'm for using it to gap fill, using it for magnets, that
Chaos,
kind of
the
thing.
Demon Prince, his shoulders. Oh, I've been filling one in on that one.
Yeah, yeah. I got one half painted sitting on the pile of potential back into them. So
it never gets any smaller. It only keeps getting bigger.
No, I swear I don't know who keeps buying all these things, but it can't
Why
be
does
me.
all this
Right?
money keep disappearing out of my bank account?
Why am I broke all the time?
And I don't know if they're doing one here, but I do know they have like speed or quick painting kind of things. Do you do anything like that?
Yeah, I do actually. So generally, I try to. I kind of consider myself an army painter, and I basically have like two gears, which is I want it done quick and I want it done great.
Yeah.
And generally, like this Death Guard army was kind of how I got back into the hobby after a long break. I never stopped painting miniatures, but I stopped playing for like 5 years. I stopped.
It happens.
Yeah. I kind of shifted my focus maybe a little bit towards D&D, but I went into this project like, all right, I want to do everything as like I want something that looks great and is quick. So it involves a lot of dry brushing, washes. The technical paints are kind of like the gloss paints are kind of a way to cheat yourself to something great looking.
That Nuln Oil, everyone just loves Nuln Oil.
Yeah. I'm using for these. I'm using I base them with an airbrush. I thin down some Rakarth flesh and I wash them with a
Saves you a
Thonian
ton
camo.
of time on those big models.
Oh yeah.
No, I had to hand paint one of my Venom crawlers one time, and that baby took 40 hours easy. But, oh, it turns out great, but oh.
Yeah, I haven't. So I've got an unassembled Venom crawler sitting at home, and I want to paint it. I have one painted Alpha Legion model that I was like, I'm going to start this whole project, and no, I just painted the one.
So like, what's your favorite army to paint? Like, which one have you really come out as saying like, I like painting this?
Black Templars.
Black Templars?
Absolutely. There's something about it's. I do double edge highlights on my Black Templars, and there's something about the control and the like mind-numbing tedium sometimes of it. But so
the backing.
But when you finish it, you look at it and you're like, oh, I have this amazing art object now.
Yeah.
Oh
like, yeah.
It's almost like I gotta suffer through all of this, but once I do.
Yes. The painter's pain.
Yeah.
No. I love that you can just look forever at your collection, and they're there. You've got them. They never fade. It's like a real nice like permanent art piece you've got going on.
I really think I think that's part of why the hobby's become like bigger and bigger.
Well, especially in the last year, everyone's had a lot of free time.
Yeah, that's got a lot to do with it.
Trying to catch up.
But I think in the digital age, like having these art objects around, you can spend. A lot of people always compare the hobby to like video games and stuff. But if you can actually drop $50, $60, $100 on models or a video game in these days, like you're gonna be done with that video game in like 2 years.
Right.
You have your army forever.
Right.
If you want.
I completely agree. I've had that exact argument with some people where I'm just like, look, it's a $60 model. It costs as much as a big AAA video game, but I have it.
Yeah.
I'm not done with it. I'll never be done with it really for the rest of my life.
and I got to like express myself in a way that like maybe doesn't happen so much in most video games. Now there are, you know, there's creative games obviously, but
Yeah.
you know, it's usually not the focus.
But you, you know, like what painting tips would you give to people who are, you know, trying to get an army together quickly?
Master dry brushing.
Okay.
So I think there's a misconception that I think dry brushing is an easy technique. You know, I feel like when I've had this conversation with other people, if they're going to give someone new to the hobby a tip, they say, oh yeah, you just like dry brush something. You know, you give it a wash, you base it, you give it a wash, you dry brush it, and nobody ever really kind of defines what that is or some of the nuance to that technique, because a lot of paint control on the brush will determine like how your dry brush comes out, you know?
Yeah.
And I tend to do like multi-stage, like 2 to 3 step dry brushes. So usually, like if you want to paint something quick, give it a base, give it a shade, but then don't stop at one dry brush. Like think about your midtones and your highlights more, because the base coat and the wash are really just your shades.
Right.
Like you can use that to set, especially with contrast paint now. You can really set up your midtones, but they're not there until you put them there. So like what happens a lot is people just go straight to their highlights with dry brushing.
Yeah, I've definitely, you know, I've been tempted to do that plenty of times, but
like if you set up that 2-3 step like process, if you know what your process is for your dry brushing, you can crank out like 30-40 models in a week if you just absolutely know what you're doing.
I mean, I'm a guy who spends about 8 hours on each one of his Chaos regular Space Marines, so I'm guilty of just lavishly spending way too much time on my models.
That's what the Sisters of Battle project and my Black Templars are, because that's all layer painting and edge highlighting. So it's like I'm gonna spend 10 hours on one Marine.
Oh yeah,
it's, like,
it's so easy. You know, you just get into that groove. Would you what do you primarily use, dry palette or wet palette?
You know, I actually switched to a wet palette about a year ago now.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be like, I don't understand why anyone would ever like use a wet palette.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought it would not give you the control you need for layering, that kind of thing. I did a complete 180. Like I love my wet palette now. I still use a dry palette because it's very useful when you're dry brushing.
Well, it's those metallics too.
Yeah,
are better on the dry.
I learned that one the hard way. Yeah.
It's like, oh, why is my red suddenly full of shinies? Oh no.
Yeah, I used to waste so much paint, and now I just don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it sticks around forever on the wet palette.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
I
it.
get a little concerned when I'm done with it, and I'm like, that feels a little slimy on the bottom, but you know.
So I recently made a discovery
Yeah.
about a kind of paint. It's called a Tamiya Clear Red. It's a kind of like a for painting like car models. But
okay.
I actually discovered it that it's a really good, and this is where it's kind of gory. It's really good for blood. It creates this like really clear sheen, shiny red color, but it keeps the colors behind it. So it really does just look like, you know, wet blood on a model.
Okay.
Suddenly splashed into it. If you can find it at your local hobby store, highly recommend you check it out. It's a really interesting color.
Cool.
As something I recently discovered.
Yeah, I've been trying to branch out a little bit in the paint department. I've been like a GW loyalist forever. Like, I mean, it's just mostly what was at my hobby shop.
Sure,
There was always GW paint on the rack. I never really needed to, you know, if I needed something, I just go get it.
The Citadel paints are of good quality. I will not knock that.
I hear great things about Vallejo though.
I do primarily use Vallejo. I like them for their like the dropper tops, so that I can, you know, accurately mix whatever paint I'm trying to create.
Yeah, I had a friend who just recently like redid their whole GW range with dropper tops, and I'm just like, why? That's so much work. just go get one that comes in a dropper bottle.
Fantastic. Do you have any tips for basing models, getting that done?
I use don't use a brush generally. I use wax tools.
Wax tools
for most of my bases. So they're like wax carving tools.
Mm-hmm.
So they usually come in a bunch of different shapes, but usually one end is like a triangular point, and then the other end is some kind of flat thing or a shovel. Usually, you know, I just grab one. I don't pay attention too much usually. I got one I favor, but usually it's nice because it's very precise. Like if you need to, you can get in with the point of the wax tool and just get like right up under like a shoe.
That's fantastic.
And then if you need to like do a large area, you just spin it around, and usually you've got something flatter and longer that you can just kind of smooth over. And if you're using like the crackle, like the GW crackle paints, put them on heavy. Put them on pretty heavy. Like, you know, if it goes above like an 1/8 of an inch thickness, you're probably going too thick.
Yeah.
But they do better if you've got like kind of mounds or puddles, and as it dries out, it cracks better.
Cool.
Awesome.
So, are you're playing in today's tournament?
No, I didn't actually come up for the tournament this weekend. I kind of came up here on a whim for other reasons. I was gonna be the ringer, but I don't think we needed one at least this round. So I'm actually just here for pickup games at the moment.
Oh, cool. Well, you know, I hope you have a ton of fun. You brought your death card, your whole death card list, and all that stuff.
You going for the best painted model or anything?
I'm interested in that stuff, but I'm not actually in the tournament, so I don't know if I can actually enter or not. I don't know.
Well, check with the organizers. You know, you never know what you might be able to get.
They've been so busy, I haven't wanted to bother them with that right now. But you know.
Awesome. It's just been an absolute pleasure having you on and learning about painting.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Fantastic day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Real quick, plug your Instagram again.
So my Instagram is Handys Hobbies, Handys_hobby, hobbies, HANDYS_hobbies, just normally spelled. And then I'm also on Twitter at Ethan Handwork, just my full name. That's it.
Okay.
So check. I think I'm up to like 290 something posts, I think, on my Instagram, and my Twitter's newer. But yeah.
Well, fantastic having you. I hope you have a lot of fun, and these models look fantastic.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you very much, guys.
Anybody check them out? They look great. I wish you guys could see them,
with the same clarity.
Human eyeball resolution that we get.
All right, awesome. Let's get back to our Dark Eldar versus the Chaos Space Marine games. Hello, Wheeljack. How are you doing? So we'll try and get a point score whenever it is available to us. Just kind of figure out what's going on here. I think I've come up with a solution for the next round, because right now we can't really see where anything is, what anything is in the table. Then one of us goes to the start of the round and checks out the army board just to kind of see where everything is, because I don't know if that's a succubus over there or a raider. I can obviously see the raider. Like, are those witches right there? So if we like get an eye on the models, we'll know what everything is.
That'll be good.
And then just be able to convey the information better. All right, so we're charging with Noise Marines right now. I think this is the butt of battle round 3. No, this should be the start.
We're going melee with. Is someone charging the?
Yeah, he's charging them into. Looks like they're charging through that wall. Probably Dark Reapers on the other side of that. Probably Fire Invaded back through the wall.
Noise Marines versus Dark Reapers in hand-to-hand combat. Now that's
Dark
that's
Reapers
a fight.
are not going to fare well at all.
Well, I mean, obviously as Stardies, they're strength 4. Weapon skill 3, so they're gonna hit, but that is a kind of not really what Noise Marines are for. So this is might be kind of a desperate kind of gambit, or just trying to mop up 1 or 2 last models with a good punch.
But I think any value they can take out, because Dark Reapers are 45 to 60 points per model. They're 1 wound on everything except for the extra T3.
Well, I've always heard they're a little overpriced for what you get out of them. But I mean, they hit like trucks.
If you make them any cheaper, they're absolutely insane, like they were with the Inari. So we can't go back to that.
Yeah.
Awesome. I wish I knew more about painting, because all of that was Spanish to me. Went over my head. Dry brush. Yes.
Yeah, dry. Oh, well, if you don't know, he kind of was like, learn how to dry brush, and then good advice, great advice. I definitely, I learned something from talking to him, from Mr. Handwork. But what dry brushing is basically you take your brush and you thin the paint on it a lot so that it's just barely on there. And then what you do is you lightly run it across the models, like edges and stuff, and try to get that,
the paint.
just that, the angel's kiss of paint on a model. and that can really create like a nice highlight or create kind of a nice contrast that you're trying to go for with that, just that hint of a brush. It's really good at getting like the tops of details on stuff.
The players for this game are Mike DeAngelis and Christopher Gosselson, because this is round 1. We didn't seed the round, so the top 2 tables would be like your names and your hurdles. But so this is what we've got right now. It's Dark Eldar versus
Chaos Space Marines. Emperor's Children, to be specific.
Yeah. And on the other table, we've got what are they? Grey Knights versus Salamanders.
Yes.
The only Grey Knight and the only Salamanders playing at this table, fighting off. But the issue is neither of us are very in tune with Imperium.
Yes.
So as we go on, we'll have like Battle Scribe up and running, be able to do a little bit more research there and there. We need the thing that using the NFL to draw over plays to help show. That'd be awesome if we had just something in front of us that we could just draw on to kind of indicate what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Because right now it's kind of hard to reference. Thank you.
Oh wow! Hitting on 2s.
Pressing is giving him +1. Hitting on 3s normally a lot.
Power. Lightning claws. Ooh, buddy.
So what are these? Are these the Terminators?
These might be Terminators. These guys, they get 2 attacks, maybe 3 attacks each. Reroll wounds if you fail them. They are so equipped with a combi melta and a lightning claw. These Terminators
That is a scary unit.
They
I would not want to face those down. And they deep struck in, didn't they? So it looks like they made their 9-inch charge here, and that's just what they want to do, absolutely, getting insane value out of these units, because they're going to be able to put on so much hurt, and this is not at all looking good for the Dark Eldar player.
No, it's very impressive. There's a part of me that's a little pleased to see Chaos Space Marines coming out, and coming out on top, as they are got a kind of a not the strongest Codex right now. It was a revised 8th edition Codex was their latest.
Yeah.
So they're kind of playing with some old toys, but let it be known that the fury of chaos cannot be stopped.
For some weird reason, that part of me doesn't exist. I'm mildly upset that one of the 4 Eldar inclusive lists in this event is not going to be winning round 1. It is heartbreaking. I don't care about the Jakari part, but the mono Eldar, you can
always turn it around. You never know. There's the interesting thing in this edition is that you could be tabled. You could lose every model on the board, come out as the victor, because
there you go.
Victory points are all that matters when it comes to winning this game.
We do have one mono Craft Worlds player here at this event, and just because of how mono Craft Worlds are, I don't think the list will do well, but I do have high hopes.
Chat's on our side with the whole drawing thing.
Yeah. Trust me, we want the same things you do.
Love it.
Okay, 5 minutes left in your pregame.
Oh, okay, they've got another tournament coming on this hall. They said 5 minutes left of pregame. I think they're doing Kill Team or something similar.
I think this is a Kill Team.
That's
right
awesome.
Here in the room with us.
So Kill Team is just like a smaller version of Warhammer 40k, for those that aren't familiar.
Really reminds me of some other war games that you might not be familiar with, like Malifaux or
I've heard of that.
Infinity and stuff like that. Those games are a much smaller kind of scale war game. They're a lot of fun. Highly recommend them if you are wanting to get into even more than 40k. So, but Kill Team's great. Love Kill Team. Played a couple of games of it. My Tau boys going to town on people is always a good time.
Yeah, I think I played at the very start, and I painted up, I remember, because I actually painted up some models. I painted up some Necrons, some Immortals, and then I never played it again. Because 40k, I have the stuff for 40k.
Yeah.
I just like it so much more.
Everyone, to each their own. Everyone, play what you want to play.
So we've got attacks going into what
Looks like
I
it's going
believe
into
are some more Dark Reapers maybe in that top corner.
Yeah, the Dark Reapers were punching into those Marines. The Eldar player getting overwhelmed by these Marines.
That dread's still up.
Yeah,
that dread
is
is still
alive.
alive. He's eating things every single turn.
That's a sad day.
That was part of our game plan here on Team Eldar, is killing that Dreadnought, which was able to take out both our Raiders turn 1, I believe it took out the Wave Serpent turn 2, which is absolutely devastating, and we haven't been able to really recover from it.
Is he leaving anything? Is he leaving anything on that objective? He must be. I think I see models.
Yeah, there's got to be like Incubi down there, because he does have those two squads of Incubi. I'm not sure where they've run off to.
They might have. This might have been tabled by now. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, because these are Dark Reapers hitting back for their pity points. One more attack coming up.
20 on 5. Yeah. This poor strength 3.
Yeah. These guys are, although good in shooting phase, they do not match that same fervor in the melee phase.
Oh, that is Eldar for you. They're good at, each model's good at one thing.
Yeah. And that's why Dark Eldar might be a little bit overtuned, because it seems like, although most models are good at one thing, their whole army is pretty good at anything.
Yeah. All right.
Swooping Hawk's gonna do some attacks in. Glad to see they're on the board doing some magic. Oh, we're on morale now. Yeah. Only one rubric lost this turn, so he can't fail. So many souls sent screaming back to Slanesh straight up. She deserves it though. Our girl. But what's her color? Our girl in red?
Pink and purple.
Our girl in pink and purple. There you go.
She's a thirsty girl. Needs lots to drink.
Yeah. Just assuming he's gonna get grind. Yeah, it looks like the Chaos player is significantly far ahead. This game is not long for this world.
Yeah, it's pretty far gone in favor of the Emperor's Children and Ahriman, Sorcerer, played by the Chaos player. Probably that very, very powerful sorcery, the Rubric Marines being able to punch through most AP with their very specialized warp bolters. So
only 5 for primary going towards the Eldar player here for just being on that one objective, which the Chaos Space Marine player is going to be trying to take away from him on the next turn. So actually, let me divulge. I don't know. We're going to talk a little bit about how the event is set up here. So we actually have a separate room to our left. We're in a mall right now, and there's 3 different stores we have out. So we've got the production center right here, which is where we are in the production. Then we've also got the kill team floor here. We've also got some like painting classes, terrain making stuff, all really cool here. We can see people walking around checking all the stuff. Seems like an absolute blast if you're in the area.
We are in the Westminster Town Mall. If you're in the area, absolutely come down and come check us out.
Yeah, in Maryland. So if you're definitely around, and then we've got a raffle tomorrow, $5 for entry, and you can win some cool 3D printed.
They're not here anymore. They got taken away from me.
You don't get your toys anymore.
No!
But we have 2 bolt guns and then also a chainsword. They look really cool, 3D printed and painted up all nice. But so the top players, the top 3 tables, are in this nice little secluded off room to our left, which is where we have our audio being fed in from, which is real nice. And so that's the games that we're watching right now, are games 1 and 2, mostly games 1. Just because game 2 we can't really provide any meaningful commentary over yet. We're going to get better at it, I pinky promise. And then we've got the main event hall where the rest of the 100 tables are, and every other player duking it out in there, hanging out a pit of sweat, blood, tears, and any other
effluvia.
Yeah.
But we're going to be, after the games are concluded, we're going to be out on the hall interviewing people, asking questions, seeing how people feel about the tournament so far. Hoping to see a lot of, smiling faces from the victors and, resolute and, encouraged faces from those who, weren't so fortunate as to come out on top.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting some more dudes. Dark Reapers popping onto the other side of this wall. Hopefully they'll fire and fade back. Just kind of get that whole situation taken care of. Maybe they'll be able to kill the Dreadnought this round. I sure hope so, because
even just that small victory,
the moral victory.
Yeah, this has not been the best game for the Eldar. Very sad in that regard. Sometimes you don't really want to see a fight go so one-sided. Unless you're, the victor, and then in which case you get all your ITC points, and it looks really good for you.
I think it's that we milked all we're gonna milk from this game, sadly.
Yep.
Can we go on over to game 2? All right, it's time to learn about Marines.
Oh no!
It's time to do our Imperium homework. I'll pull up Battle Scribe here. Oh, the mic quality on these guys is...
Of course, the moment we look away, there's a wave serpent comes down.
Oh. Looks like there's 25 minutes left in this round. Players say, that'll be fine though. So I've got faith in them if they've got faith in themselves. Oh, they're going. Oh no, there's 50 minutes left in the round. They're going to go 25 minutes each on a chess clock. It seems. Seems time just isn't being divided super easily, so we're going to go to a chess clock. For those who don't know, chess clocks in 40K and both chess give each player an equal allotted amount of time, and they switch back when each player has priority to do their own actions and kind of play at your own pace. That way you can't be punished for your opponent doing a little bit of slow playing.
Yeah, definitely want to give each player a decent amount of time to take their actions, but you don't want anybody being overindulgent.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta keep the clock moving. You know, make sure we get our games in today and everyone has a fair shot at everything.
And in 9th edition, 3 hours, which is our time, is plenty amount.
Oh, yeah.
I think 2.5 is fine for a game in 9th. But,
I mean, I've had my share of 8-hour-long games. Of, take way too long. Everyone's reading the book too many times, and getting their stratagems all in order. But
especially with more unit-intensive armies like orcs, or you played Tyranids, which is probably where they came from. Just units with a lot of models can be more difficult to maintain just because you have so much more going on.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why I only play elite armies, so I don't have to think.
We just play knights.
Yeah.
Take 5 minutes to do everything.
Knights only need... We have 4 Imperial Knights players here.
Yeah, we have a lot. Hopefully we'll see one.
Actually 6, yeah.
Up here on the top tables.
I am doubtful. Knights are not high scoring, which is their downside. I think this was our shot to see Knights, but we did get to see Eldari, which, I mean, we'll see Eldari with Shayne.
We'll probably will.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be an entire upset. Nothing but orcs at the end of this tournament.
That'd make me mildly upset. So we've got some pairings coming in, or some results. So on table 3, Shayne one-handedly with a 98 score against Chris. Davis Fry 95, so we will be saying either of them. I'm just going to kind of flip through here. Not many rounds have been submitted. Ben Segal with a win of 94. I think 98 to 100 is going to be a range for, Mark Hurdle with 100, Jonas Spears with 97. I think we're going to see Mark Hurdle for sure here up in the next game. And that'll be good because that's the one Imperium army that I do know what it does. Just because I played Mark Hurdle previous in the past, and I actually...
He's playing... Is he playing Admech?
Yeah, he's playing Admech.
Yeah. Adeptus Mechanicus, Red Priests of Mars.
Yeah, and I was doing some prep for the event and just doing a little bit of stuff on my stream. And I ended up commentating over one of his games, just on Tabletop Simulator. And he's definitely really chill, been working harder than anybody else that I've seen.
Cool. Well, I hope we get a chance to see him up here.
Yeah, I hope we'll see a lot of him because
I have actually never played against Admech.
Yeah.
I've never seen in play an Admech. There's a couple of guys I watch online, they play it, but in person, never even seen an Admech model.
Yeah, I know that's what part of their strength comes from, because a lot of their newer stuff is so expensive that not many players can easily maintain and all that stuff just to swap around for the meta. But he's been sticking with it since 7th edition.
Since they just first came out.
Yeah, he knows Admech better than anybody else, I probably think, and he's probably a top 5 player in terms of skill, easily.
Cool.
Yeah. The reason that I toot his own horn so much is because I'm about 50-50 with him in games, so if he's a good player, that makes me a good player.
Yeah. By the transitive property.
So we've got Salamanders here up against the Grey Knights. So it seems Salamanders have taken the midfield, getting points there, and Grey Knights are kind of back up there, holding those 4 objectives. Lining up line of sight here, just making sure they can't be shot at.
There's a lot of banter going on this table. It's very interesting. Okay, we get some psychic powers going off here.
Yeah, so this one, he's targeting a unit. Him and any unit within 3 inches of him are going to take D3 or more wounds. Should catch us a couple units here.
That is a nasty, nasty effect right there.
Yeah. Takes 2 total. And this is on the Apothecary, who's going to take 3.
Unfortunately, Apothecaries are... Yeah.
Does have his Feel No Pain coming in clutch there. Killing a Centurion. Love to see it. Those Centurions are definitely a lot of the pain coming into the Grey Knights player here. What they do is they've got their Flamers, which are, I think, pretty high strength. Or I think they're just regular Flamers.
If they're regular Flamers, they're just simple strength 4, AP nil. Regular weapons. But if they're heavy Flamers, oof.
Yeah, and then they've got the Storm Bolters, just for a massive shot. At decent value. We love to see it. Yeah, Centurions are a 2-up save. They're super powered Terminators.
That's a tough boy right there.
But he's paying like 400 points for 5 of them. And that was a big list at the end of 8th edition, actually, was a lot of Terminators, like especially with Blade Scars. You would deep strike them in, and then charge them up, and then just kind of like plant them, and you couldn't really deal with them. I was playing Shining Spears into them, and like charging them was so difficult because they've got all those Clamor shots and the Storm Vultures.
Oh, yeah.
And they've just got different shenanigans they could do based on the Space Marine faction. They were allotted in, which just led to a lot of value. Because Space Marines just dominated the end of 8th edition, which was a shame.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember. It was nothing but Space Marines and Tau.
Yeah.
Just, as far as the eye could see.
Yeah. Triptides. Love to see it.
Triptides.
Not anymore, though.
Never played Triptides myself. I'm a very mixed bag kind of guy.
I've played against Triptide, and then there was one like list my friend was running at the end of 8th edition, which was like Crisis Suit spam. It just had like a bunch of different just suits, and it was scary to play against. But I think Triptides, once you figure out the matchup, it becomes a lot easier, and you can like think on the same level they're thinking about it. But I was running Haywire bikes at the time, which Riptides aren't vehicles.
No. Just battle suits.
Yeah. So just my strength 4 AP1 shooting into them. Yeah, I managed to pull a few games out on them, but not many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that as I explained before, there's a rule called Big Guns Never Tire, which typically in 40k means that vehicles and monsters can of course shoot into combat, but a lot of the battle suits from the Tau do not count as vehicles or monsters. So of course, when they get charged, they just cry and then die.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, but now in this edition you can't tie things up as well because things can fall back through models with the use of a stratagem, I believe.
Yeah, you spend two command points and you can attempt to fall back. Of course, this is risky. You have to then roll for each model, and if you fail, if you get a 1, the model disappears. So expensive when you're trying to get crisis suits out of there.
And that's actually one of my favorite things about 40k is these innate strategies that kind of form around the given rules that aren't intended. So in 8th edition there was this strategy called tri-pointing, where what you would do is you would have a model and you'd surround it equally on 3 sides with 3 different models, so it couldn't physically pass through those models. And that made it difficult for you could charge like the Centurions here with something that's super durable, like Necron Wraiths that are super hard to kill.
Right.
And you could just leave them in close combat. Things can't shoot or couldn't shoot in that edition while they were in close combat, so you can have them stuck there. They can't fall back. They can't do any kind of movement because you've got the dude trapped there. And this isn't something that was intended or written into the Games Workshop core rulebook. This is a strategy the players came up with and started to utilize, and was something that if you didn't expect, especially at the start of 8th edition, would definitely put a halt to your gameplay.
Yeah, it's amazing, human ingenuity at its finest.
Exactly.
The easiest way to ruin your opponent's life.
So we've got 5 wounds at AP-1. Who are these going into? Ignoring AP on a 2-up save, so probably some kind of Terminators in cover. 1 fails, taking 2 damage. Dead model, unfortunate. Hate to see it.
All right. All right, looks like we're moving into the charge phase for Grey Knights.
Do you want to go over and snap a picture of their score sheet?
Yeah. Let's go see that.
Yeah, you just want to run over there and I'll
be right back.
Hold down the fort. Yeah, because I feel like this is what we're gonna have to end up doing, just because we're pretty far from them.
No problem.
One of the big strengths of Grey Knight and their core thing that differentiates them from all the other kind of Marines is their access to psychic powers. So each squad in the Grey Knight's army is going to get access to Smite, be able to dish out some mortal wounds, giving them a very large psychic phase. And I think this Salamanders army may have 1 deny, if not less than that. I don't think they're very deny heavy, so Grey Knights have definitely been able to dish out some wounds, but it seems these Centurions have been able to live a little bit longer than intended. We've got those guys on the top. That's a strike squad, I think so. Gonna charge into that squad in the middle. Looks just like a regular Intercessors are going to make it through with the -2 because they got a 7. Only need a 5-inch charge, and then those 3 guys down there are going to be charging into those Centurions. Let me pull up the list real quick to see what we got going on from the Grey Knights. This is Salamanders. Looks like the Nemesis Dread Knight is probably dead. He probably got shot off the table fairly quickly. So there's a strike squad on the top and bottom going into both those squads. One into the middle squad, and then the other going into the... Actually, no, those top ones seem to be the Paladins. And those Paladins have good side cannon shooting, which is just high value, getting a lot of bang for their buck for those shots they're dispensing. And then they're also absolutely nutty in close combat. An update on the Eldar game. Chaos Space Marines have taken over the remaining 2 objectives the Eldar player had. He's been pushed into a corner. His Wave Serpent does remain alive and he does have a few units, but his Raider is all he has. And objective number 5, which is the rightmost objective, and that's all he's got remaining. Looks like that game far from one for the Eldar player, which is a big bummer, but we'll hopefully see some more Eldar do better later on in this tournament. Maybe even surprises from the Yinkarn. So the Grey Knight Paladins did make it into close combat. I do not expect anything they've made it into close combat with to live very long, and the strike squad has been engaged by the they have engaged the Centurion, and they were able to charge through the wall so he couldn't get any Overwatch in with his flamers. He's going to heroically intervene with the company commanders into them, just getting some more bang for his buck. He's 6 inches away, giving out some aura. Four attacks each, strength 4. I don't think these are very high AP or damage. These should just be coming out from the strike squad into Centurions. Although if he attacked that way, then unless his opponent is at a command point, he would be able to intervene into the Paladins. Maybe he's less scared of the Paladins getting killed because those might just be the dudes that kind of sit outside your opponent's zone, whatever. Not intercessors. I know they start with an I. Infiltrators, that's the one. Looks like, because those infiltrators are not going to do anything to those Grey Knights Paladin squad. What's going on?
All right, well, see in the Eldar game, we've got Chris is running banners, grind them down and assassinate. He's gotten a fair number of points. He's gotten 10 every round from his primary objectives, and he's gotten, with banners, I think he's gotten a total of somewhere in the realm of, let's see, he got...
I think this is the objective that's being held by them.
Yeah.
So he's up to 5 now, but that'll easily be maxed out through the rest of the game just because of the insane board presence that he has. He's got 30 on prime, so yeah, I think that it is... he will be close to maxing. He won't be able to get, so the most he can get is assassinate from the, for 12, just because he's only got 4 characters, so he's maxed out on that. And he's not going to be able to get any more, or much more from grind them down. Or is Chris the...
Not quite sure.
Here, let me check the names. I might have been thinking that he was something that he's not. Yeah, so Chris is our Chaos Bait. Yeah, so we're good. But he's not been keeping up with grinding down. It looks like they've been tying on units killed. So he's not going to be able to get many points off of that. He'll probably end the game with an 80 score. And then over on to Mike. So we're on the bottom of round 4 right now, which is Mike's turn, so we haven't finished scoring that yet. We've got 2 points scored for banners so far because those objectives have been absolutely destroyed. Engaging all fun. He's gotten 5 points down, but that's going to be about it for him. And then...
Looks like the wake...
While we stand, we fight.
Yeah,
so that one's, you pick your 3 highest point total units in your army, and if they're alive at the end of the game, you get points. So he's trying to keep that Wave Serpent alive, and I'd suspect the...
I think it's the Wave Serpent, the Wraiths, and the Wraith Seers.
Yeah, so those Wraith Seers are most likely dead, but hopefully the Wave Serpent will be able to kind of weather the storm and get him some points in that front. Did you get the other one?
I got the other one.
All right, awesome.
Looks like we've got from And the other one, they're using a different kind of sheet, so I'm trying to figure it out right
Okay.
now. Looks like we've got Abhor, Scramblers, and Oath of Moment for the, looks like the JC.
Yeah, because that'll be the non-Grey Knight player because he took the, so that's the Salamanders.
Mm-hmm. And we've got the Grey Knight player. He's doing, looks like they're still in the middle of their third rounds, more specifically, and they're scoring some points.
Yeah, these seem to be. This game seems to be fairly even so far.
Oh yeah, no. Just trying to discern it.
Yeah.
Player handwriting notwithstanding.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but they're
Yeah.
known for their. I don't know what are they known
yeah.
for. I know J.C. Watts is known for his great sportsmanship. Don't know the other guy though.
Yep. So, looks like we've got both people have deployed their at least 2 levels of their deploy scramblers. Deploy scramblers. You want to deploy. You want to have a unit take an action inside of your deployment zone, inside the midfield, and inside your opponent's deployment zone. Oh, okay. Mic issues. There we go. Yeah. So. Looks like we're doing pretty good on some secondary objectives. Both armies have gotten half of theirs done. But on the Space Marines versus the Grey Knights game, it looks like we're pretty much neck and neck right now. Fortunately for the Eldar, they were not doing super great.
Yeah, I think that turn 1 and just being able to take out his Dark Reapers, his 2 Raiders, and whatever else he was able to take out just ended up not being for the better.
But they're still going hard at it in there. They're still playing.
Yeah, it looks
We
like
still got a Raider on the board.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know how he's still there because the Dreadnought, maybe he's just gotten insanely lucky on those saves, but in the wrong spot. If he had gotten lucky on some saves earlier, the outcome of the game might be a little bit different. So we've got what I believe to be the Paladins in the middle of the field in close combat with some Terminators, I think those are. I think if they were Infiltrators, they would have died much easier when the Strike Squad even touched them or looked at them, to be honest. So I think they're probably Infiltrators. Let's actually find out what they are. Yeah, no, they're Infiltrators for sure. Actually, could be Blade Guard veterans, which I think is probably more likely.
So we've got engage on all fronts. We're getting lots of points for the some points for the Grey Knights player who's trying to get a secondary objective. That means that if you are in specific areas of the map, you can get points as you at the end of your turn as you earn them.
Yeah, similar to how Recon was in 8th edition. He's going to get 2 points for being in 3 corners. If he was in all 4, he would get 3 points, but only within 2. He's only within 2 of, I believe the Salamanders we're counting, only within 2 objectives, which will net him 10 points. So characters and Terminators dying on the Grey Knight side this turn, it seems.
All right. Can we get back to that Eldar game?
It seems the Termite Assault Drill has come on out, and they are surrounding and finishing off the very last bits of the Eldar army.
As the Eldar look to be basically in a full rout. The Space Marine player is just...
It's absolutely heartbreaking. I'm devastated.
Devastated.
I don't know if I'll be able to recover from this. I think I'll need some, I don't know, some Eldar magic. I need hope. Can't let hope die.
This is the grim darkness of 40k. There is no hope. No capital H hope, as Dan Abbott
Not at
would
all.
say.
Can't have that. I saw there was an anti-ans outside. I love anti-ans. Pretzels are amazing.
Oh yeah. Mostly butter.
I had some at the airport, and they didn't hold up to my expectations, but that's airport MTNs, not mall MTNs.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't expect airports to hold up. If I'm going to pay $10, like it's only $10, a measly amount.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Leviathan has
looks like
finally
it's
gone
finally
down. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Survived 3 or 4 rounds of everything going into him. Absolutely insane. He should not have lived anywhere near as long.
That is standard procedure for...
He's got, what, 4 of them, Wolf?
They are fantastic, and they are hardy, too. Those Leviathans, I think they have somewhere in the realm of 8 toughness. So about as tough as a Land Raider, running around with an invul save, and guns, size of a whole person's body. Just terrifying vehicles to deal with.
He's going to score his 15 primary, get his points for some banners.
Oh, yeah.
I think that'll be the... Is this the last battle round for them?
No, they're. I think they're entering their 4th battle round.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's a slaughter.
Oh, yeah. It's and here at the Maryland Open, you're not really allowed to just concede, especially because ITC needs to, you never gain points. So if you, for example, just dropped out real fast, you'd be denying a person important points for them to, get into rankings. So each of these games does have to go to its bloody bitter end. I know a lot of people in casual, you look at it by turn 2. End of turn 2, you look at the table and go, I'm done. You walk away. But here we do have to play everything out.
That is considered poor sportsmanship in Warhammer 40k to concede. When in competitive games like Magic the Gathering, when your game's over, your game's over. But 40k is a game that takes so much commitment of time, and you're here, and it does kind of suck to just be out. You finish your round in 1 hour. Either you tabled your opponent, or they just conceded earlier. A little salt coming out, and that's just it sucks for both parties.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they're dumping dice right into the mic.
Oh yeah, you love to hear it.
It seems everything's being picked up. Yeah, we can go back to the Marine game. The Eldar game ended up going towards the favor of Space Marine. Good on them. Chaos Space Marines taking them out. Back to what we've got over here, Grey Knights versus Salamanders. Salamanders being their tank buster selves. Grey Knights not having the tank busters that they need to. It looks like the Dread Knight is still alive. 2 las cannons being fired into it. Can't see where that homeboy is. I assume he's on that top side of the map. He's got a 4-up impulse save to this las cannon shot. Makes it. Both miss on the next round. Everything from
is playing with some really interesting looking dice. I can't quite tell what he's rolling most of the time.
These ones right here?
Yeah.
Oh, I think those are the GW Space Wolf dice, or something similar, where they're marked out with like claw marks. Personally, I think the GW dice that they print like that shouldn't be allowed in tournaments. Like, just come on, use your standard D6s. If you want to have a symbol on the 6 or the 1, that's completely fine as long as your army maintains that uniformity with it. But it does make things more confusing, just for the opposing player, especially if you're rolling real fast and picking dice up.
Ooh. That was a good save roll right there. Lots of 6s, lots of 5s.
Love to see it.
Love to see it.
You got more shooting going into that same strike squad, it seems. Those paladins maintaining close combat, which is where they want to be, especially in the Salamanders' turn. Salamanders falling back I don't think they'd be able to shoot much into them. Paladins having control of the midfield, and those 2 dreadnoughts being alive doesn't give me confidence in the Salamanders. I don't know, this game seems really even so far. It's hard to gauge.
This one's definitely, you get those kind of things where, some matches, it's just over. Someone steamrolls the other person, you get those good hits off, you get the dice land just the right way. Game falls apart pretty fast. Sometimes, especially with Imperium versus Imperium, it starts turning into a slugfest. It's just punch after punch after punch. People, laying into each other, nothing really getting done.
Yeah. Right now, what the Grey Knight player is doing is using a stratagem, one of his last command points, I believe. Every shot he gets a 4-up is going to be a mortal wound. He's got 3 shots going for 3s here. Using a Salamander reroll. 2 mortal wounds and 2 saves, -2. I wish I could read those dice, but I just have to go with this.
Yeah, we just have to
Narration.
trust whatever they're saying.
And that squad has been wiped out. Unfortunate for the Salamanders.
All right.
Going through recounting, seeing what he's got left to shoot in this phase. We're going to go to charging. Company champion is going to go into the Paladins. Going up there, tying him in. This is what he's going to be trying to, getting everything he can to these Paladins. This is what he needs to do to stay in this game. He's got to make sure these Paladins are off the field. They're incredibly tanky and they hit incredibly hard. I think he's probably going to charge those 2 more Centurions into the Paladins. He'll make it there. Those Centurions going in there. I think it's just the 2 of them left. They're decent in close combat. I believe they have a flat 3 damage weapon. You're going to be able to put out some hurt on these Paladins, but the Paladins have good saves, 2 of base save, and then the 4-up interval coming up from the Storm Shields.
It's pretty strong. Those Terminators, they take some hits, but...
We've got 6 saves,
At
3
interval.
damage each
Yeah.
at 4-ups.
Ooh.
This could be devastating.
Oh,
Ooh, I see 2 ones.
No, 2 1s. That's going to chew some models up.
Yeah.
We're losing some guys here. Oh, 2 Grey Knights off the table.
Oh, it seems he lost the 3rd.
No,
Oh, no,
I
he's
think
just repositioning his models.
he's just consolidating.
Yeah. That character might be out of 3 inches now. It's hard to gauge the distance here, but if that character is outside of 4, oh, so it was the 3rd. If that character is outside of the 4-inch range, he will not be able to activate, or he can activate, but he won't be able to do his attacks in.
Oh, yeah. So we got pile-in going on, consolidate.
Yeah.
We got, still going.
Yeah, seems these is the Blade Squad. This has turned the tide for the worse for the Grey Knights. If those Paladins maintain to stay alive, it would be a more difficult game for the Salamanders player, but he's got those 2 Leviathans left, and now he's got those 2 Centurions up in his midfield, those 3 guys in the Strike Squad, and the Grey Knights have what? From my view, it looks like the he's got just a Strike Squad over on the left, or on the right.
Yes.
Probably some characters up top holding that objective. Does not look like he has anything on the bottom side. Can't see the terrain. Wish I could, but it is looking more favorable in terms of the Salamander playing being on top right now.
This has definitely been a really good turn for Salamanders. They did pounded into these Grey Knights. Now, the Salamanders did lose a fair number of guys in that lower left ruin. So, down another Grey Knight Terminator.
Yeah, that morale is now going to be difficult. At leadership, 9 or 10? Still losing 4
it's around
dudes.
9.
And I think they've still got attacks coming out. Or no, because that would have been the Strike Squad. I think the characters are going to
we're on Grey Knights responding right now.
Yeah. And what the character's going to do, he's going to most likely go around, coming behind those Centurions and going up. That way he can get more range away from his things and benefit from the Lookout Sir rule, which that rule is when you are within 3 inches of a unit, a friendly unit, and you are a character, you cannot be targeted if that friendly unit is in between you and the thing shooting, which is how you're going to protect your characters. But if he's just out in the open, he can just be shot at. What it used to be was you had to have the character be the closest enemy unit, which you would use movement shenanigans like for the older planes, unless you were talking about, they would use the hemlock raid seer, fly it right on up there, and then blast.
Take him out. I think we're officially on the Chaos Marine and the Eldar game. They are officially ending that.
Models have been picked up. Let's see if the final score has been submitted. The final score has been submitted. The Eldar player scored 34 and the Chaos player scored 89, missing out on 3 of the points from not being able to assassinate a 4th character because one didn't simply exist, and missing out on the other points from not getting more from grind them down. He did get the last 2 in the 2 remaining battle rounds. That's where those come from.
Fantastic play. Fantastic game, sounds like, for the Chaos Space Marine player.
Sounds like fun. Sounds like they had a good time. The Eldar player probably could have, I don't know, roll better is my advice for the future. Kill the Dreadnought.
Can't control luck sometimes.
Yeah. That's why I use weighted dice. Looks like that Strike Squad is completely obliterated. That is a real shame. Seems this game is going to go the way of Salamanders, is what I think is looking like currently, but we still have time left. The Grey Knight player still has models, and as you were referencing earlier in this edition, just because you're winning right now does not mean you were winning before, and you can lose out on points still.
Oh yeah.
And even from a losing position, the smart player should be able to claw their way back in, score high, maybe contest this game.
And my advice for anybody who's playing this game, sometimes if you feel like you're falling behind, you're losing models, the way you play is for objectives. You do not, don't seek vengeance, don't try to make some unit or model pay for what it's done to you. Get those points, get that win under your belt. That's a better victory than, you know, killing off that, you know, scary hero or dreadnought or something.
Oh, really?
Oh man. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just some stuff from production going on.
Oh, was pretty bad defeat.
Yeah.
But
Heartbreaking. I mean,
Heartbreaking.
after that Dreadnought lived through so much shooting, when you do have plenty of anti-tank in your army, that cannot be heartwarming. That does have to be something that is definitely brutal, especially round one.
Rough time.
You're on camera. You've had us talking about your game. You've got to have high expectations for that game. You got to show off. You got to show off so you can write home, hey, I was on camera and I won. But
someone's got to lose.
Yeah, only one player can do it.
So, but yeah, we got the. Let's see what the Grey Knight player is up to now.
Looks like this has been an advance away from them. Is that one remaining?
I think he's got a squad still left behind in that terrain that's right there on in his deployment zones objective. And I think he's probably got a few guys inside those buildings we can't quite see right now.
Yeah, if you're not ahead on points and lose your army, you probably lose. But if you were ahead on points in the first place and you start to kind of lose the tide, it's better to not give up hope and kind of stick to your game plan. Stuff like that. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. With when you're behind, and it's definitely.
Sometimes it just happens.
While you can win with getting tabled, the odds are against you.
Oh, I mean, it's a long shot. It's the whole you miss every shot you don't take kind of thing. You know, it's hey, if you could win this, but it's looking unlikely, still try. That's something you can do. Oh, don't get me wrong. There are positions you can be in where you look at the map, you look at the table, and go, I literally don't have enough guys to take objectives to even win.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not 15 points from winning this game. I can't, pull this off. Sure. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. In my experience, as soon as you give up on the game,
oh, you definitely lost at that point.
Yeah.
But it can be hard.
Hold hope, roll sixes.
Throw them out. Hey, I've done it. I've seen, it's like, well, that model's not going to save on but a 6. Throw the 6.
Looks like
guy lives to shoot again.
Grey Knight models have redeployed up into the top corner, and now I can see the Nemesis Dreadnought. Looks like he came out from that terrain feature. Couldn't see him before, and I think he has something to say to these Dreadnoughts. I think they've been blowing him a little bit too long, and now he's got something he wants to do.
The baby Bjorn strikes again.
Exactly. So he's still got that one objective holding on to, so I don't think he'll maintain it for the rest of the... I think that unit will probably be picked up by those Centurions if he can't take him off the table. But if he's got to deal with only that character, he'll probably be fine.
I mean, I think he could only move it that far, from the advance he got. Obviously, you would probably want to be in the terrain.
Yeah.
If you're going to be hiding out on that objective.
But he probably will. He'll be able to smite the character. Hopefully, get some stuff on because looks like he might have some stuff in that bottom. I think they might be Grey Knight units. So yeah, smites are probably going onto that character. Hopefully, he can get that down. What were the secondaries the Grey Knight player took again?
Grey Knight player took. Let me double check this. I believe he took. While we stand, scramblers, and that's not easy to see. I think engage on all fronts.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So his paladins are going to be one of his while we stand units, and they're already gone. They've been destroyed. This giant paladin, what's it called, the Nemesis Dreadnought or something, is
Nemesis Dreadnought.
Nemesis Dreadnought. Okay, that's going to be one of them. It looks like he's doing okay for now, but we're on what seems to be battle round 4, and he's still got 2 Dreadnought or Yeah, there's dreadnoughts, right? And then
Those
the
are dreadnoughts.
Centurions and the remaining blade guard. Definitely something scary. We're going into psychics now. We're starting to do some stuff. 2 mortal wounds going off.
This is when the the Grey Knights really shine. They can really lay down some pain with mortal wounds and smites and whatnot.
This is where all their strengths are. Because without their psychic phase, they're just normal Marines, but slightly worse.
They have force weapons, which are pretty scary.
What do those do?
Well, they're typically a lot of strength. They're maybe +1 or +2 strength on your weapons, and a fair amount of AP and extra damage. So Grey Knights hit pretty hard. Not as hard as Custodes might, but probably next down the list from those guys. They're hitting with some oomph, I would definitely say.
Yeah, and I think the way they redeployed was a psychic power. I remember playing against a Grey Knight player at Nova last year, and redeploying with a psychic power.
So that's some like dark Blood Angels shenanigans, also kind of things with the Wings of Angels, psychic power where you.
Looks like this is the end of the psychic phase. He wasn't able to kill a character. We're going on to shooting phase. Looks like a deny came out and was able to do some stuff. We've got the guys in the top shooting into the blade guard. You're going to be -1 to hit because of the terrain, or maybe because they did the reload. So we're going to start with the Dread Knight going into the Dreadnought.
Now there's nothing better than Dreadnought being soaring about 2 feet across the map and landing next to you and saying, "I'll charge."
And the Grey Knight player has a minute 40 left in the timer, so this is going to go to time.
Yeah. He needs to really hurry up. He's got to get that turn done. Well, this is what happens when you get so deep into the round and you still have a bunch of models left. Is these rounds get shorter and shorter as we go. So hopefully he can get all this done within the time.
Yeah, because once you're out of time, and what happens is you get to you make your saves, but your opponent is just going to play through the rest of the round. You don't get to make your attacks back or anything like that. You get what you get. Once you run out of time, you are out.
Done.
5 hits, looking for 2s to wound. This is the Dread Knight into the. I think there's infiltrators down there, and he'll be able to contest that objective because there's only 1 Dreadnought on it. D6 damage each. 4 dead, 3, 6. All right, awesome. They
those
died.
are some good rolls right there.
Yeah, D6s, and I think they're 2-inch models, so it is possible for him to fail, but unlikely.
Chewed up that squad of Marines right there.
Yeah.
And now he's trying to kick them off that objective, and I think those were probably standard Marines, so they had OBSEC, so kicking them off the objective is really important, making sure that he now contests that objective instead of giving it to the Salamander player.
Yeah. Looks like JC Watts, the Salamander player, is going to be running away with this game, though, just because of the time. But we are getting late into the round. They are almost out of time, which is why they had to go on a chess clock. When things aren't progressing at the speed, giving what the chess clock does is it divides the remaining time in half. Each player gets an equal amount of time, just making it all the more fair, even if the previous rounds weren't.
Oh, yes. There was a fair amount of, I don't know what was going on, but we could see from a different screen. The stream wasn't quite capturing. There was a lot of delays and a lot of inaction going on earlier. Don't know what that was about.
Probably just many judge rulings.
Yeah, just kind of trying to get things settled out, maybe psychic power disputes or something.
But these are not players that probably intended to be on the top tables and being spectated. These are just your normal dudes.
Regular guys.
Playing some 40K.
Getting some 40K in. This is, some real, salt of the land kind of people getting some good games in.
And being on camera is so much more stressful for these players as well.
I'm sure.
Because this is a game that has more high stakes than any other round 1 game going on here, I think, just because they've got that expectation when players, because you're warming up for 40K.
Oh, yeah.
Some players haven't played 40K in a month or so. They're getting used to the rules. They're getting into the groove, and especially if you're having to go on camera and perform to the best of your abilities round 1, it's really way easier if you get another casual opponent and are able to just raffle stuff.
More than anything, I would hope these people would lose sight of the cameras and just really be into the game, playing it the way they want to play it, having fun. I know it's tournament, you're trying to win and all that stuff, but it's I never want to lose that that wonder, that joy and sport of playing.
We're all here to have fun.
Oh, absolutely, love this game.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely something that's carried me since my late teens. I remember back when I was a little boy.
Yeah, back in your day?
Back in the old
Come
days.
on, tell me, Grandpa, what's
in
up?
the 90s. I remember being a kid on the playground, and one of my friends came out. He came out with a magazine. He put it down in front of me, And I looked at it. It was I didn't even know at the time what it was.
What did you say? No, or I just can't like listen to 3 things at once. Yeah,
Okay, go
that
ahead.
works.
I got a player from the main room that wants to chat.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Talk about how he did.
Oh, sure.
All right. We got a player coming up from the main room.
Yeah. No one will hear my story. Lost the time.
Hello, hello. How you doing?
Hello.
How you doing? I'm Nick.
Nice to meet you,
Nice
Nice to
Shayne.
meet you.
Conrad,
So that was round 1.
Conrad and
Shayne.
great to have you here.
Yeah. How did you do round 1?
round 1, it was came up against Drukari, lost. I got tabled turn 3.
Oh, ooh. That's a rough go of it. What were you playing?
I was playing Ultramarines.
Ultramarines?
So last year, I kind of had a revised version of the list I was running last year, which is Guilliman, 15 aggressors, and this time I added some eradicators, infiltrators, and intercessors. So, and plus supporting characters like, the Primaris Apothecary, Chaplain, and Tigerius, because as an Ultramarines player, there's really no reason to not take Tigerius at this point.
So what would you say like the big reason you would want to take him? So like what for people who don't know Tigerius, like describe him. Like what's so great about him?
So Tigerius is a master librarian. I'm sorry about that. I didn't think there.
Time Lord's moving in.
Yep. So he is a chief librarian. So he, he takes up that slot if you need to. Unfortunately, he can't take the warlord trait or the relic because he is a named character. But he has the stat line of your regular librarian, Primaris-sized, and on top of that, he gets reroll psychic test. He gets +1 to deny, +1 to cast.
That's pretty good.
And at the beginning of the battle round, he just hands out a -1 to hit.
That's not bad. Okay, so yeah, you sold me on this guy. He's
Yeah.
pretty cool. And you said you run Guilliman, so
Yeah.
for anybody that doesn't know, he's the Primarch. Big scary dude, son of the Emperor.
Big, real scary dude.
Yeah.
That 2-up armor, that 3-up invuln,
Oh,
and
he's
9
fantastic.
wounds. It's so good.
Oh yeah, basically a tank as a
Yeah.
man. So you got bodied by Drukari, and that sucks. And that seems to be the going story. If you
He's
lose
the
to
flavor
Drukari,
of the month.
that just happens. So was it standard raider, big heavy raider list, lots of blasters, lots of dark lances?
Surprisingly not. It was a big Cult of Strife list.
Oh, okay.
So it was a Wheel Space Raiders battalion with the 6 troop choices to take 6 raiders with Blood Bride, 2 squads of Blood Brides, 2 of the Succubi, one of them I can't remember the Warlord trait, but that Cult of Strife Warlord trait that can get her up to like 24 attacks.
Competitive edge.
This guy, he's an Eldar player, man. He goes to town on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was Drazar and Incubi.
Oh, always
obviously.
Drazar. It's always Drazar.
So it ended up being just turn 1. I went first, unfortunately. I really didn't want to go first, but
Didn't want to go first.
No.
So many people get advantages from going first turn. So like, what were you hoping to accomplish by being second turn?
So second turn would have allowed me to set up and start taking out things more quickly.
Okay.
Because as an aggressor spam list, I'm really short range. Other than the Eradicators, like most of my army is 18-inch range.
Okay. So
That's
you
it.
definitely wanted your opponent to be like moving up
Yeah.
the field so that you can like pounce on them.
Yeah. So like
Okay.
I wouldn't have expected him to get anything out of Raiders, but at least like bring things out from behind cover and into a place where, okay, now on my turn 1, I can move up, start shooting raiders out of the sky, and then hopefully deal with everything else that's running towards me
Okay.
after that.
Yeah. So like what do you love about the Ultramarines? Like running that list. Obviously you get to use Guilliman.
Yes.
But like what else do you like about the Ultramarines?
I really like their maneuverability.
Okay.
So having the ability to fall back and still shoot is really huge.
That's really good. Yeah.
And especially with Guilliman, and he has to be a warlord. For anyone who doesn't know, Guilliman's warlord trait is all infantry and bikes within 6 inches of him can heroically intervene, as if they are characters.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So, turns out when you're heroically intervening 15 aggressors and then they can still fall back and shoot you with, on average, a little over 100 bolter shots a turn, that's devastating in certain matchups.
Oh yeah, sounds like it. So this didn't go your way, but you're gonna play some pickup games, or stick around and have a lot of fun, do some more stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't come here expecting to win the whole thing.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like I just wanted to come, have fun. I lost my first round, and honestly, if I'm gonna lose a game today, I'd rather it be first round, because now I'm playing on the bottom tables, and
Fair.
that means I can maybe shoot back up. If I do well round 2, I can shoot back up, be on a higher table round 3.
Yeah.
Awesome, yeah.
So that's very exciting. Do you have any like hobby things that you're interested in right now? Or are you how are you like enjoying like painting your models or anything?
Right now I'm finishing up a Death Guard army.
Oh, cool.
And I just have a couple of like Death Shrouds left to take care of them, and then it's going to be on to painting big monsters. Because obviously, I'm running a Primarch. I like big doofy monsters. So at the end of the day, I'm probably going to pick up Magnus.
All right, yeah.
Maybe next event run the Monster Mash list with Magnus, Morty, and a Lord of Change.
Love that.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. That'd be great. Yeah. So, it was great having you here. Really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Good luck with the rest of your
Absolutely. Have a lot of fun.
All right.
Hope you have a great time. Take care. All right.
Awesome.
So
Back to the game.
Back to this game. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, we won't have another interview in the last few rounds of or the last few seconds of a tournament or game. We'll try and get that fixed. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, so let's just recuperate, figure out what's going on here. Looks like things are finishing up. They're just talking it through because the Grey Knight player did run out of time. That Dread Knight was killed by those Dreadnoughts. Seems they made quick work of him. Or wait, no, is that still him in the bottom? Yeah, that looks like a Dread Knight, not a Dreadnought.
Well, I see there is the Dread Knight. The Dreadnought is still on that primary objective.
Yeah. Either way, so this is probably the end of the game. The seems we're being counting up. Yeah, maxed out primary on the Salamander side. 9 out of 15, or 15 out of 15. And looks like the total of his score. Yeah, deploy Scambrous, he was able to max out. Was the Salamander in the Grey Knight's deployment so much? Seems like there's a little bit of a dispute as to what the points totals ended up being. Yeah, coming into, you're talking about how the paint just gave you the extra 10 points now, as we were talking about earlier. They're just recounting, obviously. Just the objectives we'll hear in just a second. He did take the Oath of Moment, looks like, which is the great, is that?
It's the one where you have to hold the midfield.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Salamanders player got 94, the Grey Knight got in the 40 area, 46 I think. Awesome. A great 2 first games. Fantastic. Love to see it.
Seeing the Salamanders, I think it's the Salamanders. A lot of times we're just getting their voices here.
Yeah. Right now we're just kind of figuring out what's going on. Okay, so lunch is going to be an hour. The tournament is going to resume at what, 1:30?
1:30.
All right. I'm not sure what we're doing. We're cutting to a break, grabbing some food.
Yep.
Some water. We'll figure that out in just a moment when our producer gets back.
We'll see if we can get any other interviews, maybe the winners of these games, if we can get them in real quick. Obviously, these guys probably want to go get their own lunch and get ready and get prepped for a
We do have to make sure
game.
they're fed because they do need those brains, especially the winners.
They get grumpy otherwise.
We can't have grumpy players.
Can't have grumpy players.
Hey, also, any kinds of miking players? Yeah, we just did an interview. We'll,
Yep.
we're just sometimes gonna just grab random players, ask about their tournament experience, kind of just figure out what's going on.
Yeah. We can talk to the the techs and stuff and see what we can do about making sure that the stream gets the audio from the table.
So the players at the tables, I understand the question now. The top 2 tables are mic'd. We have the feed in our ears, but it's not the greatest quality, so we're not going to be broadcasting it all the time. So we try to cut once or twice a game, if not a little bit more, just kind of listening on the players. But the audio isn't the great. Like, it's pretty difficult for us to make out what's going on.
There's a lot of us doing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Just in. Someone was shot today.
He's shooting?
Yeah.
He needs 3s.
Yeah.
He gets 3 shots. We're trying our best.
But yeah, no, it's obviously this is first game. We're still working everything out to some degree and getting everything set up right and trying to get these games to you guys.
Every single round, you're going to see us improve, get better and better. We're going to grow just along you. And in fact, our potential knows no bounds. We're going to skyrocket. We're going straight to the moon.
To the moon. But yeah, so both games have ended. Looks like the Salamander player is the one. Do you want to see if they got that in yet?
Oh yeah, let's see. Salamander player, that game should have ended 96-46, if I believe. They didn't put it in yet. But yeah, the Salamander player, it did end up scoring in the 90s to a 46 on the Grey Knight side. Our Eldar game ended up going to an 89-34 win in favor of our Chaos Space Marines. Eldar ended up not doing super great. Oh, hey, Connor. How you doing? Thank you for the great job. We're trying our very best.
Yep.
Glad to see y'all tuning in.
So yeah, we're going to be stream's going to be taking a break for a little bit. We'll be returning at 1:45.
Yep. So we will see you all soon. Hang around. We'll be back at 1:45, as he said. We'll get some interviews going, and then the next round.
Yep.
And we'll see you all soon.
Fun.
Thank you very much.
See you guys then.
Awesome.
proceedings to primarily open.
Hey, welcome back to the Maryland Open.
Welcome back, guys. We're getting ready for our second match. The maps are getting set up right now. We're putting down objectives on the tables. Sorry for the delay. There was an issue with the program that they were using to match people up with, according to rankings.
Yeah, Best Coast Pairings was not deciding to function. They actually did not want to work.
Thus is the fallibility of the AI, the abominable intelligence.
Hey.
Must not be tolerated.
We tamed it though. Only took us, what, 10 minutes and 2 TOs?
And a bunch of yelling.
Yeah. A bunch of people moving around at the wrong spots too.
Where am I? So, we're getting everything set back up, and everything should be in proper working order soon.
I hope you all enjoyed that video that we just cut through.
Oh, yeah.
You see that Eldar army with the fire prisms? That was beautiful.
Oh, it looked great.
And it had the green too, like I was talking about earlier. You gotta have green for
Always
Eldar.
green,
That's all you need.
I mean, just the whole army should just be striking scorpions, just 100% of the time.
Well.
So me and Shayne were walking around. We were checking out some people's armies while we were on break, and there are some really impressive works of art. There's a fellow walking around with a Eldar army that has a bonsai cherry tree attached to it and everything. It's fantastic.
Absolutely beautiful.
If you can't make it up here, I'm sorry to say, but you
That
should
sucks.
come up here. It's actually quite impressive.
That's rough. That must suck.
Says the man that came from all the way from Atlanta.
Yeah, I flew from Atlanta. Why can't you?
So, we're getting everything set up. Who are we looking at next? Probably for our top two.
All right. So table number 1, two
Hopefully.
players that I have no idea who they are: Nick DeVoe and John Tillman. They're on the same team. I figured they're locals. So I mean, they scored 100 both in the same round. So they're going to go head-on-head in a teammate-on-teammate action match. And then round 2, the round that I was hoping would be the finals, the two lists that I know the most about, Sean Naden and Mark Hertel facing off, two incredibly strong players here at this event. Mark Hertel running his AdMech, Sean Naden running his mixed Asteriani. It is technically, but it's mostly Dark Eldar. And then he's got a Yinkarn in there, which we are going to love to see.
See, that's Mark Hertel right there on the.
Yeah, we can see him.
He's leaning over the map, is what we're seeing. You guys, of course, just have to look at our beautiful faces.
That must suck for you guys. That's really rough. And then we've got Nick DeVoe and John Tillman. John Tillman is running Death Guard. It's going to be good to see Death Guard up here once, hopefully a little bit more later on as well. And then we've got Drukari, of course. A little bit of, it looks like a standard Drukari list. Got some lists, some stuff. We'll go into the list a little bit more later once they start getting set up.
Very excited to see some Morty boys on these tabletops.
I'm curious if he's running Mortarion.
I think he might be. I was glancing at a few. Basically, anytime I saw a Death Guard, they have Mortarion.
That's a fair assumption.
Scary Butterfly always in your list.
Hey, he does work. Even when they ignore him, he does
He's a
work.
working man.
He's a working man. He does his 9 to 5. He's on his grind.
So we also we caught a glimpse of Mark Hertel's army while we were kind of walking around earlier. He's bringing a lot of tanks today.
He does have a lot of tanks, and that's something that's favorable in this meta because although some Space Marine players are bringing lists chock full of Eradicators, and we just saw the Chaos Space Marine list, which had melt out the wazoo, some lists are just not able to handle the tanks. And that was a big thing for Mark Hertel's list in last edition. He did run that tank spam. He kind of engineered the list himself, was on the forefront of the AdMech lines, making sure that that list was adaptable to meta. It had just a bunch of transports with a bunch of vanguards with radium carbines and plasma, and just got a bunch of high value.
Yeah, and it's it's really hard to deal with if you've got a heavy tank list and someone doesn't bring the counter to it and you're packing it, you can just steamroll people easily. But what we're really looking for right now is there stuff coming through the mics?
No, just hearing you in both ears is lovely. Just the sound of your voice.
Oh.
One ear wasn't enough. Well, the mic makes it so much more crisp.
Buttering me up for a wonderful time today. We're getting everything set up on the boards. Is there anything that you think that AdMech is going to struggle with today against his opponent?
So this is actually a grudge match coming back from the Dallas Open 2 weekends ago, where Mark Hertel did pull off a win against Sean Naden against all odds, and he did manage to beat almost every other Drukhari player that he played that day, except for John Lennon. And what he said about his game with John Lennon is that he played too aggressively. He should have waited for Lennon to come to him. I think that him learning from that mistake, like Sean's already lost the list. They're both coming to this having played each other, but I think Mark Hertel has way more experience in this matchup than Sean Maiden does, because all he has to play nowadays in the top table is Drukhari. They're so common, and like Liz, he's analyzed it, and they're on the same team. They strategize together, they talk together. This is not a match where you're going to see either player get super salty, but it is a grudge match for the century.
So explain teams to me. So teams in this sport, obviously, you can't fold for free against your opponent if you're both on the same team. I mean, that's corruption of the worst sort. So like, what does being in a team benefit you? Why would you be independent? Why would you be part of a team?
So the ITC actually has a team championships where it takes the 10 best scores from each of your team players and adds them all up, and then the best team gets its own trophy and stuff. But you also just get you just get points towards your team and it's a trophy. I think that's basically what it is, but it does give like some players a sense of homeship. Like you can see Nathan's got the Team USA because he is the captain of Team America for the European Championship, whatever, ETC? ETC.
ETC.
Yeah, I don't know what it stands for, but that is what it's called. And he is the Team American captain here. And then you've also got team events like ATC, and then ETC is also a team event.
So and, some prestige and
just
prestige.
It's really just for a trophy, but like it definitely helps because if you've got that team, not only in name, but you're sharing information with each other, you're strategizing, you've got people to test your lists against.
Well, absolutely always valuable. It's a community. It takes more than one person to play this game and be good at it. You can't just practice this alone.
Yeah.
I hope for a lot of good plays. I'm sure this kind of heuristics of playing against someone you're used to. You're going to see a lot of interesting, quick plays from these guys. They're going to know what each other's going to play with. So this is certainly going to be an interesting match. We've got on table 2.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and switch it over to table 2. Get started looking at this. This is where Sean Maiden and Mark Hertel are going to be playing. They're currently setting up objectives right now. And you want to start going into the list, looking at it?
Yeah, let's look at it.
All right, awesome. So I'll pull it up on BCP. Finally working. And then I've also got it on
I'll switch over this way just a little bit.
Because we're mildly more prepared this time. Just a little bit. Okay. So we're going to start off with Mark Hertel's list. What he's got is he's got a single AdMech battalion with the Styges 8, which is, I think it's a -1 to hit. Outside of 12, I could be wrong on that. That's what it was last edition at least. And you just get access to some cool strategies from that. He's got an Inquisitor as agents of the Imperium. This is how he's going to deal with that succubus. The Inquisitor is a Psyker. He's got access to Smite and then another Smite Psychic power. And so
get those mortal wounds in, punch her up.
This Drukhari list probably isn't going to have any way to deal with those mortal wounds. So when he engages that succubus, that's going to be his punch back and way to interact.
And without much Psychers, if any, this is a pure Drukhari list, right?
Yeah.
So he's not running any Psychers.
He does have the Ian card.
Okay, he has an end card.
So
okay.
that is a cast and deny, and he can be anywhere. That is something Mark Hertel's going to have to watch out for.
So he doesn't have free reign over that psychic phase, but he's got a lot of room if he's even running more than one psyker.
And then next up, he's got a Tech Priest Dominus. So back to the Inquisitor, just a few notes. He's got just a bunch of relics, Common Malta, just a bunch of stuff going on with them. We can actually dive into his. Ooh, I do have it pulled up. Yeah. So he's got 5 Invul save, rerolls hits against Chaos or Demon. I think Incarn is a Demon unit.
It is. Yeah. It's big spookies.
Yeah. So rerolling.
That's the Yanari, right? Yeah.
Rerolling hits and wounds into the Incarn. This just makes him a Psyker. Friendly models within 6 inches can use the Inquisitor's leadership characteristic instead of their own. He's got 2 psychic powers, Castigation. You select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches and roll 3d6. If the total exceeds the lowest leadership characteristic in that unit, they're going to go ahead and take D3 mortal wounds.
Nasty.
Yeah, and he's also got the Terrify psychic power. If manifested, you can select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to the Psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Subject 1 from the leadership characteristic and a cannot fire Overwatch. That one's more of a use case if you got to make a nice charge on these full-grade electric.
Overwatch is one of those things that is so inconsistent because it costs a command point to even do it.
I liked it a lot better last edition.
Yeah, unless you're a Tau player.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that there's a lot of counterplay to it in the rules that I feel is something kind of a holdover from 8th edition, where in 8th edition you could just fire off an Overwatch typically. You didn't have as many holes. hoops to jump through to get that Overwatch to go off. Whereas in 9th edition, a bunch of counterplay to Overwatch is something that is, I feel like it's a luxury at that point, which is interesting that you would take in a competitive list when you're so cramped for, points and content. So
he does it different. Going on to the rest of the HQ, he's got a Tech Priest Dominus that's going to be his Warlord. He's got the Divinations of the Magus Warlord trait, which is going to net him. So basically, at the start of each turn, you can select one of his 3 abilities. It just gives the Warlord different aura abilities, like giving an unmodified 6 to hit as an additional hit, stuff like that. And then everything within 6 is also rerolling hit rolls of 1. He's just got that innately. He's handing out those buffs to the units around him.
pretty good.
He regains D3 loss wounds to start of your turn, 5 invul save. This guy's just a kind of beast.
He's a god made flesh walking across the battlefield. Scary.
Yep, and then we've got the name Tech Priest Manipulus. He's got most of the same things. The other one where he's healing D3 a turn. He gives out an aura. He's got the same, or not the same, but a different kind of aura ability. So him surrounded by the different units that are going to be utilizing his abilities is how he's going to get a lot of the strength. At only 70 points for a decent character who gets it in an objective all game, not bad at all. He's got 3 units of Starry Vanguard for his troop choice. These are most likely going to be inside of his transports that he's got running. These guys just have Radium Carbine, Assault 3, Strength 3, but each rune wall of a 6 that you make is 2 damage instead of 1. Just get some value out. Never did not shoot.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting deployment zones set up. People are getting units ready to be deployed. So let's keep going.
All right, harder to hear me, so I'm gonna put the mic out. Maybe I just need to be louder. I just talk because I can hear myself in my ear, and when I hear myself in my ear, I talk much quieter, which is unfortunate. So next we've got a Corpscary Electro Priest. These guys are not as scary as the full grade Electro Priest, but they are a 10-man instead. They can certainly dish out some pain. They've got plenty of attacks, just anti-horde. So their big thing is they've got their 5 of invul save, 5 of feel no pain as well, and when the unit completes a charge move, pick one of the target enemy units you charge and roll a d6 for each model. Each roll the 6 include.
Yeah.
Doesn't
They collide with you and then melt your brains. These guys, if anybody's familiar with old terminology from fantasy, these are impact hits, where these guys come in and just them. It's bad news. So yeah, just to go over things again. My name is Conrad. This is Shayne. And we're going to be commentating here at the Maryland Open. This is a grand tournament. So big points for winners and people who come out on top here. We have 106 players here today at the Westminster Town Mall in Maryland, and we are being graciously hosted by Tables and Towers, who are letting us use their stores and their table areas for this tournament. And we have lots of prizes and giveaways. We have 3D printed
just bolt guns and a chain sword.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to think of we have raffle prizes that are a 3D printed chain sword, bolt gun, and a bolt pistol. So if you're here, you're in the area, come on down and check us out and hang out.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people willing to do pickup games or play with anybody that's wanting to come in and just hang out and be a friend.
Everybody's just really friendly so far. It's definitely been a blast. I love the environment, the vibes.
Oh, yeah.
After the Corpscary Electro Priest, we have 2 8-man full grade Electro Priest unit. These guys are your big and scary Electro Priests. What they do, their special thing is when they kill a unit in close combat for the rest of the game, their 5 of invul save is going to increase to a 3 of invul save, making them much more sturdy to stay on those objectives. While they don't have a huge movement characteristic, they're spending most of their time in a transport until they're done.
A 3-up invul save is in this game one
absolutely
of the scariest things.
You're ignoring most AP.
Nasty.
But they've also got a similar mortal wound thing. Same thing, just on a 6 when they charge. Next we've got 2 units of 2-man Iron Strider Ballistari. These are your big robot chickens. They're going to use some big movement to get around the table. They've got 2 las cannons for some anti-tank. Probably won't help much in this. Or no, he's got raiders. Shunnin's got raiders for days. So yeah, those las cannons are going to come in handy. They do some explosion stuff. You know how they work.
Oh yeah. Fun fact about them, they're actually in the lore, they're perpetual motion machines.
They can't stop?
They cannot stop. The AdMech do not know how to turn them off or turn them back on. So the AdMech just put them out on a track, and they run around, and then the AdMech have to jump on them, and then they ride them into battle. And they can't ever stop them from moving. or else they just turn off.
I love that. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
Then next we've got the new Surreptus Raiders. These guys are fairly cheap. I think they're just going to hold an objective. They've got, there's 3 of them. They've got Cavalry Sabers, Clawed Limbs, and Galvanic Carbine. Just going to do some shooting, and I believe they're decent in close combat. He's got 3 Scorpius Disintegrators. These are your big tanks. These ones are kitted out with the Bellerose Energy Cannon, so heavy 3d3. Is strength 6, AP -1, flat 2 damage, and it's blast.
You said heavy 3d3?
Yeah, heavy 3d3. Up to 9 shots, minimum of 3. Kind of insane. Definitely does some horde clearing, any kind of wiping on any Marines. Super good into that, and it'll be good into these Incubi as well.
Kind of reminds me of the Forge Fiend for the Chaos Space Marines. They have it's ectoplasmic blaster thing, and it shoots basically 3d3 times.
That's absurd.
Similar, but 1 higher strength on that, buddy.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Eats up Marines.
And we've got the Arcopter Fuselage. This thing is a plane. It's got some shooting, and it's got some bombs. So at the end of a movement phase, you can pick 1 unit that it ran over. You roll up to 10d6 per model in the unit. I think that vehicles are worth either 3 or 4, and for every 4 up, they take a mortal wound.
It looks like we're getting some guys on the field. We're doing a caddy corner deployment here. So we must be, each player gets a corner of the map that they're going to be playing in. We get Admech down on the bottom left, and we're getting Drukhari up on the top right. Excuse me.
Shayne's army, beautiful as always. And I believe he's going for the best conversion because his Incarn is in the actual Incarn model. I heard that he converted the new, what's it called? Slanesh, new Slanesh, put the Incarn whirly stuff on it.
Oh, you mean like a Keeper of Secrets?
Yeah.
Oh, ooh.
Yes. A little bit smaller, but like something similar to that vibe.
Yeah, I mean, they're both big old, models, foot tall kind of looking things.
Raiders have a 2 CP strat to run away when they get charged. I love that. Can they, so in the charge phase is that when that happens? Or is that,
I as I've said before, I've never seen AdMag.
Yeah.
Just 2 ships passing in the night for me. I've never ran across them.
When they're declared as a target. Oh, that is awesome.
That's,
in the charge phase?
Awesome.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Whoa.
That is quite absurd. To finish up Mark's list, and we've got 3 Scorpius Doom Riders. These are going to carry the Electro Breeze. They're just transports. They're 100 points. They're high value. They have some good shit.
They're like some D-Day landers. They got like pontoons on the side of them. They're kind of funny looking.
Next, we're going to go into Mark Hertel's, the other one, Shayne. It's hard to tell them apart. They look super similar. One's red-headed and has short hair. The other's brunette and has long brown hair.
Similar people.
I'll pull this up just so I know exactly what everything does, because I'm still not super familiar with these Drukhari rules. This takes a craft roll to myself, maybe, mostly.
Like a good person.
Like a good person. I did play some witches when the Drukhari Codex came out with the Super Succubus, I do admit, but I didn't roll it the wrong way. I rolled it the right way. Oh my god, this iPad is devastatingly slow. I just wish that it would show me what these Drukhari do. Awesome, there we go. So, to start off this list, we've got a battalion detachment. This is Dark Technomanters, all-consuming. The HQ in it is we've got an Archon, who is also the Warlord. He's got the Church of Vecht. He also has the Huskblade, Blast Pistol, Overlord, and he's got the Splinter Genius custom roll. That's once per battle at the end of the fight phase. If this model's within engagement range of an enemy units, they can fight again. And the Archon can put out some hurts. He's got 5 attacks with that Huskblade, AP -2, flat 2 damage. While it only strength 3, that can still put some hurt on any character he gets in combat with.
Yeah, it means he's not going after any vehicle, but any infantry. I mean, 5 ups. Yeah, that sucks to be trying to hit on 5 ups, but you can pull something out of there. Yeah. So.
Next up for characters, we've got the Succubus with the Hypex combat drug, giving her +2 movement, I believe that one is. The Totalitarian Ambition, giving her an extra Warlord trait. So she's got Competitive Edge, which is the absurd Warlord trait, the one with the when you fail to go through to wound or say them, all the things. So if you hit wounded and they saved, you get to make that whole attack over again. That's where that kind of starts to get pretty absurd. That's what
just like a do-over for free.
Exactly. Even in the same whole attack sequence, and people are interpreting that as double twice. We're not ruling it like that at this event. We're going for rules as intended.
Yeah.
Although there is an interpretation for it being that rules is written, as I said earlier, if you need to use that strat, you're probably not great at 40k. Feels bad. Get good. I mean,
You gotta roll those dice correctly, man.
yeah. It's not hard to roll sixes. I do it all the time with my weighted dice. Then she's got the Triptech Whip instead of the Razor Flails. So she's going to be doing Strength 5, AP 2 or 3, and flat 2 damage. Given her 3 extra attacks, she's going to end up with probably 9 attacks. So
That's a Marine blender if I ever seen one. But unfortunately, he's not fighting Marines today. He's fighting
something a little bit different.
the
a little more interesting.
glorious metal legions of the Mechanicus.
She's Strife, but she doesn't get the Cult of Strife rules because they're in a Coven detachment.
Yeah.
Is as far as I'm aware how that works. He's got that's 4 units of racks. The leader rack has the electrocorrosive rip. They also have liquefier guns. Let's look at racks real quick because I'm not sure what the liquefier guns do. I know they're hot stuff, but I actually haven't seen any used. So the liquefier gun is an assault D6, 12-inch range, strength 4, AP 2, damage 1. And each time an attack is made with this weapon, that weapon automatically hits the target. So that's super good.
Well, it's basically a flamer right there.
Yeah, it's just a flamer. Strength
Minus 2 AP.
Minus 2. I think they get something.
That's 4 more inches also on top of a flamer. Flamers normally only shoot about 8 inches or so.
I think Dark Technomancer is what makes them really good. You can choose to enhance, so this adds 1 to the attack's wound roll and 1 to the damage corrosive of that attack, but the attack hit roll cannot be re-rolled. And since you're automatically hitting, that makes it so good. And any unmodified hit rolls of 1 it's like plasma, where they'll kill the dude. But it completely circumvents that because they're auto-hitting, and that's why
it's
that's
auto-hitting. That's
so
fantastic.
absurd. It's very clearly doubled again. Rules is written, but Tio's going to Tio. Yeah, Tio's going to Tio.
Tio.
Next, we've got a Raider and 3 Venoms. Raider's got the Dark Lance, and he's in Coven, and the rest of the stuff is also going into those Coven Venoms. Love to see Venoms instead of Raiders here.
Oh, yeah. Venoms are interesting. Sorry, I'm thinking about the regular Eldari. What's the equivalent? Vipers.
Vipers? About the same
Vipers.
size, yeah.
No, we're not using Vipers here. Venoms only.
They are 10 points less than a Raider, so they definitely get a little bit less value at the shooting.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't need. He's saying he doesn't need Raiders to win. He's saying he can win with a not super meta Jakari list running the Ikian Karn. So we'd love to see that.
Well,
then
he scored 100 points last game with this list, so he's
Yeah.
clearly not. This works.
he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's not a single better Eldar player out there, but it probably hasn't been for the last few years because he's been sticking to it consistently. Rarely ever changes. Next, try and finish that out a little bit more quickly so we can get into the game. We've got a Expert Crafter's Masterful Shot, so that's re-rolls and then ignoring cover on the Craft Worlds thing. He's got a Warlock with Smite and Protect Jinx. He's got 3 squads of Dark Reapers with the Rapid Shot, Exarch Power, just getting some extra value out of that, and then 2 Night Spinners. For those who haven't seen Night Spinners in a little bit, they are a 48-inch mortar, 2d6 shot, strength 7, 0 AP, 2 flat damage. On a wound roll of a 6 or more, they're AP -4. So they start to get a lot of value out of that. And then he's got the Yin Karn detachment. Shrine of the Whispering God allows him to pick 3 Incubi, which are the only models in this detachment other than the Yin Karn, and make them all Ynnari, so they're going to benefit from the Strength of Death, where they're whenever any unit dies for the rest of the turn, they're going to get +1 to hit. They fight first.
That's
For
good.
the whole rest of the phase, even if they didn't charge, should swallow it. And then the Yin Karn, tried and true. Love him. Let's see. I don't think he's changed much since last edition. He should be strength 6, toughness 6. He should be rerolling his wounds on the Vishar Sword of Souls. Strength. Yes, it's going to be strength 6, AP 4, D6 damage, rerolling failed wounds. He's got some psychic powers. The interesting thing about Yin Karn is that whenever any unit dies, he can instantly remove himself from the table and put himself back where that unit died.
That's fantastic.
I think they've FAQ'd it so you cannot charge anymore doing that.
Shame. No fun, GW.
Yeah,
Come
he
on,
was
guys.
so much more fun when you could just do that in charge. It was amazing. I love that Yin Karn.
Throw some sacrificial units up there and just let them get eaten. And here's my god. Have fun, guys. So we've got guys are moving. Seems to be we're moving up the board.
Yeah, seems that is either the Fulgray or the Kursari Electro Priest taking up the center of the board. We have the Chicken Walkers advancing to the top side of the board, claiming onto that objective. Plane flying over, going to dispense some mortal wounds on whoever he catches out. Does not look like Yin Karn is on the board currently, so that plane probably will go unpunished. If Yin Karn was there, it would be a much more different story. Yin Karn can deep strike, and I don't remember whether you can. I think you can come in turn 1, just because.
You can
of how
come
it
in
works.
turn 1, and you just have to be 9 inches away from enemy models.
Yeah, so his deep strike works a little bit differently. It's like his strength or his inevitable death thing, where
okay.
it teleports to him. So he's going to deep strike wherever a unit dies. So it's probably going to be friendly and outside 9 inches. I'm not sure if it's definitely at least turn 2, but it's likely turn 1, just because the Incarnate has some shenanigans going on.
I mean, if you want to, you could, taking a mortal wound whenever you roll a 1 on a hit, you could use that as kind of a way to cheese in the Incarn on your first turn.
It's got, yeah, I heard. No, because they can't take the.
The way that they're using it, I'm just talking about like potential.
Oh yeah, if you wanted to cheese the Incarn in.
Yeah.
That'd be really good. But you can just start him on the board as well.
I mean, also keeping him off the board for your first opponent's shooting phase, so that you don't get shot off the table.
Yeah, because I think Incarn is definitely one of the stronger things for this list, like how he's going to be able to deal with.
Well, one of the biggest things that I've seen people complain about from like playing Mortarion and stuff is that you play him and he's tough as nails to get rid of, but an entire army shooting phase pointed at the guy, he probably won't make it out alive. And people go like, well, I'd love to use Mortarion, but he's basically just points sinks. So, sometimes you don't want those big guys on top of the board just that first turn when all the guns are active.
Yeah, exactly. And Hertel's list has tons of shooting, an unmeasurable amount, and that's really where it starts to shine, especially against like horde armies. You might not think he has a lot of just anti-horde, but those transports have like 12 shots per, and that starts to add up. Strength 4, I think it might be AP1, but yeah, it definitely starts to add up and collect itself.
Oh, you'll feel it.
Let's get can we have the audio from, thank you. All right, so we're starting to listen in. Mark moving on to that center objective. Well, their audio is nice and crisp. If he starts in deep strike, he cannot show up turn 1. Yeah, I got it. So they must have.
Okay.
That must be included with the FAQ stuff. Shayne saying he would have liked to go first. It's a bummer that he didn't.
Every time the Drukhari goes second, you feel it.
Yeah. I mean, as I said earlier, all my money is on Mark Hertel to win this event. Everything I own. Everything's riding on him. I was talking to him earlier. Like, you got it. So here's the plan. He's got to get 100 points, but make sure Shayne also gets 99 points so we can have Mark Hertel and Shayne, 2 lists that I know fairly well, just going on.
Yeah, just over and over again.
Yeah. Is that too much to ask for?
Fantastic.
I think just advancing around, he's not going to be able to shoot a lot just because of the way deployment worked out and those buildings making.
Walk in line of sight. That's really the valuable side of things. Yeah, it looks like the Drukhari player really just stacked as hard as he could behind that one building. Just trying to, going second, really just wanting to not get hit or shot off the board. Trying to protect those raiders. We got my guys moving into the center field, definitely going for those objectives, trying to get victory points. He's moving, what do you think those are? Probably his Electro Priests.
Which guys?
The guys on the center objective.
So those are probably 2 squads of Vanguard, if I had to guess. Just because they're so cheap and he can just throw them around. They'll hopefully stay. Let's actually see if we can get a picture. Can you have Mike go grab us a picture of the score sheet for that table? Thank you. And just kind of see what secondaries they picked.
Yeah.
And they'll send it over to me. Because I'd love to see what they... Because I think the way Mark is moving his stuff around is going to change a lot depending on whether he's deploying banners, whether he's doing teleporters, deploying scramblers.
Getting that, either way, getting that secondary, the center objective. Getting that center objective and holding that ground is always really valuable, but kind of risky this early in the game. I'm kind of surprised he ran out there and grabbed it. I mean, I'm sure he's hoping for to get the points for it and try to maintain his high, the high score and get his ITC points and stuff.
Yeah, I think he's going for just overwhelming Shayne and just kind of collapsing in on him from all sides, because there's this U-shaped forming where he's kind of just pushing all this stuff up, and now he has full control of the board.
Yeah.
Nane's back in this corner, and he's got a whole turn of Mark Hertel shooting. He's got to survive there to even get to punch back. I think the Incubi are probably going to be able to take out that rightmost tank, but once they do, there's some Electro Priests in there, and they'll eat some Incubi for breakfast. Incubi, a snack for them.
So what's the Incubi's armor save?
Incubi have a 3-up armor save,
That's
I
what I
believe.
thought.
Yeah, let's take a look at their data sheet real quick, see what specifically we're working with. All right, awesome. So they've got their Clivex, where every unmodified wound roll of 6 adds 1 to the damage characteristic. You select 1 enemy unit with an engagement range and roll 2d6 at the start of the fight phase. It's grading their leadership. Until the end of the phase, the unit is not eligible to fight until all other eligible units to fight from your army have done so. They've got 7-inch move, 2-up weapon skill. They're T3, strength 3 only. 1 wound with 3 attacks per model and a 3-up save with the Clive. The Clave is going to give them strength 5, AP minus 3, 2 damage. And I believe there's some way to make them
Fantastic. Fantastic melee.
yeah, high value too, and only what 122? Or no, this one that I'm looking at is a different denomination of them. It's got like 8 of them, but I think they're like 80 points for just. 5.
Oh yeah, distinctly I remember back when the Drukhari got their new Codex update back in I think 6th edition. Interestingly enough, you actually ran Incubi at a lower strength value than maximum because they killed so good that you didn't want them killing off a unit and then being just left in the open at the end of your turn.
Exactly.
So you were trying to actually hold back enough for them to finish off their combat on their opponent's melee phase.
And you were able to do that a lot last edition by actually what I would do is instead of attacking with your sword or whatever, you just punch the dudes.
Yeah, you can technically do that.
You're just electing to take different attacks as well.
Make them take it on the chin.
All right, awesome. Looks like I got the scores coming in here. Let's see what secondaries they picked. Yeah, awesome. This is perfect. So, Sean picked kill takes. What does this say? Known for being good at Eldar.
Kill tanks. So it's
kill
probably
tanks, okay.
bring it
Known
down.
for being good at playing Eldar, not known for being good at writing things down on paper. Dawn Mate. Don't move. And Direct Assault.
He must, he must be a doctor given that handwriting.
He's making up his own secondaries as we go along. And then Mark Hertel is running Engage in all fronts for the kind of recon. And then Direct L. I wish they would have run other full things. And then While We Stand, We Fight, picking his 3 most valuable units, which I believe are the 2 units of chickens. Maybe they're the 3 Belarus energy tanks.
Yeah.
Let me open up the list real quick. Because they're those 3 energy tanks that are hanging on the background the whole game. It's going to be difficult for him to deal with.
I never trust that secondary objective. Whenever I've taken it, people just look at me and go like, "Oh, those things. Yeah, I'm killing those."
Yeah.
So you got to play an aggressive game that forces someone to respond to your units in order to get them to not try and kill your biggest dudes.
They are the disintegrators in the backline, so
yeah,
that's pretty much an auto score this game. I don't think Sean Nathan's gonna have an easy time dealing with them. He's gonna have to have things go a lot more differently. Looks like he's starting to make some saves, roll some damage now. Looks like Psychic Test probably didn't come out from the Inquisitors. She's probably a little bit farther back, waiting for the Succubus to show her face before he ends up doing anything. We're going start of the shooting phase. We're going to start with a Belarus energy cannon, putting everything into what looks like Incubi, and then he's going to throw some into a Raider over there. So we've got the dudes on the right. I think those are Incubi, if I had to guess anything. Looking for 3s. Rolling 1s.
3 rolling 1s.
And that's from his AdMech. You get to pick 1 of 6 choices every round, or you can just roll for it and just stick with what you rolled for. But so this battle round is going to be roll 1 to hit in the shooting phase. Next battle round it might be a 6-up fill-up fan. He can pick it, and then there's a stratagem that you can use for 2 CP to change it, just at any point. So like if you are about to go into close combat and you need some mortal wounds when you charge, you can switch from reroll 1s to hit to
That's very interesting. I mean, the Mechanicum are always so fascinating to me sometimes.
They are definitely my favorite Imperium army. I think they stand way high above the rest.
Some fighting words to guardsmen lovers, and woe be to guardsmen. Do we even have a guardsman list showing up here today?
We have 4 guards listed.
You have 4 guardsmen. All right.
Yeah, I will be shocked if any of them are.
They got
guarded
an
on the
old
great spot.
Codex, man. It's from I think early 8th edition.
Yeah, it's early 8th edition. They were great with the Castellan, but not so much anymore. If I see a guard player in a tournament, it's like breakfast.
Yeah.
It's like a baby seal when you get to go clubbing.
Yeah. I'm sure, you know, as a person who plays TOW, you know, I feel that too. You
Yeah, it's the
sit there
same
and
exact thing. You're a baby
stare
seal.
at it, and you're like, guys, come on, this is how I
guys.
play. So can't wait for those new codexes to come out and get some updates to those rules and you know, see some interesting ways to, you know, kind of break into the meta.
Every army deserves a new codex.
Yeah, all the time, every time.
Well, except for Space Marines. I think they've had their time this long enough. I think we should actually abolish them and just get them out of the game.
Yeah, you know, mainstays of 40K, you know, I think we should just, you know, take a break from humanity for a little while.
Humans are so boring.
Yeah.
Why would you play a fantasy
I'm a human.
sci-fi fiction? Like, I don't want to. I want to play an elf.
In the
I wanna
grim
play a
darkness
space
of the
elf.
40th millennia, there's no more people. We're done with them.
It's a dude in a suit who can lift things. And they shoot pistols. Like,
Might as well just have an army of bulldozers, honestly.
Exactly. Like, come on. Just run Rhino spam. It's so much more interesting than Ultramarines.
You joke, I played a guy who did nothing but Razorbacks and las cannons, and I was like, you're a jerk. He was like, I know, shot me. So.
That is unfortunate.
All
It
right,
looks like that Raider has been popped, and we're going to start getting some things out of that.
All right.
I wish we had gone and take a look at that army. Well, if anyone's wondering what's going on in the Death Guard versus Drukhari game, looks like Drukhari's got first. He's starting to push up. Actually, no, Death Guard's got first. I'm sorry. He's got a little really nice blood drones. He's starting to move him up a little bit, as you can see there in the bottom. And then on the left, he's also starting to push him up. They've actually got some really good shooting, and I was playing against another one of them 2 weeks ago. And so what they can do is they have a 1 CP stratagem, and for the rest of the shooting phase, whenever someone shoots them, its attacks characteristics on the shots are lowered by 1. So my list, which is a lot of star cannons, which are a 2-attack gun, so for each gun, going from 2 shots to 1. And it was absolutely insane.
Huge
Just
deal.
for 1 CP. If they're units of 2 of them, they're hard to kill. They're Death Guards, they get their fucking -1 damage, end of my existence.
Just stinky, impossible to kill boys.
Yeah. This game just looks like a standard Drukhari versus Death Guard list. I'm interested to see how it play out. I think it'll be more of an even matchup now that Drukhari's not gone first. So we'll definitely see.
God, every Drukhari game we've seen though so far has gone second. I was even as I was walking through the room with all the other people, I heard several times people go, you know, I've played Drukhari a bunch of times and I've only ever gone second. I'm like, must be a curse.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what you get for chasing the meta.
Yeah, that's how dare you?
You chase the dragon,
but you never catch it. But yeah, no. Apparently someone's looking out for this tournament and, you know, making sure those Drukhari don't get first turn.
It's me. I just
sneak some dice in there.
You can't see it, but every once in a while I'm leaving the table just to go change the die roll a little bit. Not today.
Sneaking in there.
All right, let's go on back to Mark Hertel and Sean's name game on table 2. This one's just one that I know more about. Like Death Guard, they've got their -1 damage thing, and also the mic on this table is just so much. Like they're talking nice into it. Like these guys, they appreciate us on a different level. They're speaking into the mic. They're speaking loudly and clearly. The other one, you can just hear some feedback. And we even get some singing from Sean Maiden every once in a while. Going a little sing-song voice. Let's actually listen in real quick. Can we go ahead and throw the players' audio up on the stream? Give the audience a chance to hear them as well. Awesome, thank you. So right now we're shooting more of the Bellows energy tank just into his backline. He's got those mortars requiring no line of sight. Looks like he picked up some of those Incubi, if not all of them. I still see 1 or 2 of them. He's just got a lot of shooting to go through, but luckily Mark Hertel's a faster player. He's experienced with his army. He knows what's going on, and he knows what he needs to do. Very calculated and precise. Every game that I play, it's actually annoyingly so. I hate playing against him with a passion, just because of how he knows every role in this game. It's ridiculous.
Consummate professional.
Yeah. And another player at this tournament, Patrick McNeil, similar play style, super precise, calculated. Just because of his list, I don't say we're going to see him on the top player or tables he's playing tonight, but one of the best players I know for sure.
All right.
Looks like they're measuring line of sight. We've killed that one Raider. Stuff
Raider
is
gone.
Getting out. Big shame. Dark Elder with their spiky bits and making him harder to maneuver through these terrain.
Really rough.
I just
Not
don't put the
supposed
spikes
to move
on mine.
those models. You know.
I just leave them off.
Real Warhammer players know how to, you know, contort and curl underneath terrain and look around.
It's like a puzzle. You're playing a few different games at once. You're doing a Chinese jigsaw puzzle. You're playing chess, and then you're also just playing Yahtzee, I guess.
Banging action figures together like 7-year-olds.
My
It's a
guy
great
killed your guy.
time.
My
Can't I-
guardsman.
Can't argue with it. No, my guy can beat you.
My Mortarian can beat your Magnus any day of the week. You don't stand a chance. Hey, my Super Succubus can beat your Robuke Gullyman in one attack phase with
God.
90% consistency. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
You got it.
But yeah, no, we're looking at our. God, every Drukhari play, you just watch them fold underneath that. You know those Raiders, they do not have a lot of tankiness.
They are paper.
They are paper. You know, it's like sledgehammer running into a water balloon.
Exactly.
It's nasty. They pop, but man, you feel bad for them. You feel bad for them until you see them actually shoot.
Yeah.
And then you stop feeling bad for them.
You
go,
lose all pity when you see their
and
73% win rate.
like a person who's never seen a wasp before might feel bad for you, like, raid spraying a nest. That person's never been stung.
Alright, looks like some Dark Reapers are actually being the ones killed here. Exarch being at 1 win remaining, as Nane just said. And you can tell this is a friendly game just because of the amount of laughter coming out from them. They just sound like they're having a good time. Mm-hmm. Cracking jokes every once in a while. Hertel shooting more until it looks like Dark Reapers.
Forced to wound. Oh.
2 5-ups. I wonder who these are on. Oh yeah, so this is a Raider. Okay, cool. That'll make sense why it's forced to force. So it seems he's popped a Venom already, and he's going to put the Cognis Heavy Stubbers from that transport into the racks, try and get those liquefiers a little bit more dead.
I mean, this has been a devastating first, shooting phase.
Yeah.
To those Drukhari. They've lost both Raiders now, and infantry's getting picked off. This is genuinely, it's one of actually kind of my more frustrating parts about 40K is that first turn advantage sometimes just can really get to you.
I looked at the stats a few days ago. It's like 60% just going first.
Oh,
They just
yeah.
have a big skew on this game, and I think things need to fundamentally change with the way they run missions and secondaries.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Games Workshop really just has it in them to develop a completely competitive, equal format. Because they couldn't do it with the Drukhari Codex. They don't do plenty of codexes. I think they probably need to invest more in their research and development team and playtesting stuff. I think probably making playtesting open beta for feedback.
It would, it's one of those things where I always feel like Games Workshop, not to be too harsh on them. I mean, they did make this game for us, but you can always improve on a formula. And I think definitely a little bit more openness with their community, a little bit more openness with their customer base would really benefit the competitive scene, would really benefit players' engagement and involvement.
Seems there's a heroic intervention from the Yin Karn coming to the plane.
Ooh, buddy.
Yeah, this is actually one of the things Yin Karn can do since he can't charge, but he can heroically intervene any turn that he does it, which makes it
He's a good spooky boy.
And that plane is not long for this world. I don't think it has an invul save. And with Yin Karn's AP -4, this was, I think, a mistake on Mark Hertel, and I don't think it was a calculated one. I think probably either the Venom or the Rax or the Raider dying allowed the Yin Karn to teleport over there, and he can't really do anything about it.
No.
You do have to give up that plane. But that is going to make this turn feel much better for Shayne.
Oh, yeah.
Most certainly. So they go through 4 wounds. We need 46. I think they have 11 wounds, so it might be 1.
Yeah.
But so 1 CP is actually a stratagem AdMech have for any of their vehicles, make it automatically explode to the full 6-inch D3 damage.
That's impressive. I love that. You can get some kind of suicide bomber.
Yeah. And so Shayne's going to be punished here if he kills the plane.
Well, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I suspect Mr. Martel did this on purpose. Fantastic.
Yeah, this cheap plane did trade for a lot. You can't enter engagement range against an aircraft unless you charged. There's a judge in the room. I don't know enough about the rules for 9th edition to contest it. And they're two of the top players.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably know their rules.
I would be interested to look that up real quick. We actually have a core rulebook right here in front of us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look that up. Let's see.
No,
I don't want to, in case judges are listening, don't want to countermand them. Obviously, our judgments here at this table have no bearing on anything that happens on these tables in the games. It is all up to the TOs. We're not going to. We might disagree with a call or something, but at the end of the day, what we're having to say is for you guys, not for the players.
Although we are two of the best Warhammer 40,000 players in the entire world, we decided to let them take over
I've
for
only
this one.
lost a few games in my whole life, and most of those I was on my deathbed.
In 9th edition, I'm 8-1. 9th edition's easy.
I have actually won every single 9th edition game I've played this year.
There you go. I think I wish I had my army on me. I could change that.
Oh no! All right. Heroic intervention.
So on a 1 and 2, the other guy dies.
Looks like something's dying here. I'm not sure. Oh, I think the plan just put some attacks into one of the random dudes. They just did a roll there, 1 to 2. Let's see. It's part of the aircraft rules. Latest core book fact also touched on this. I know there used to be a case in 8th edition where you couldn't Heracles intervene with the Incarn on a turn that he deep struck back in. I think that got FAQ'd. Either you could or couldn't. I don't remember. I remember being bummed at the result, so it was probably that you couldn't do it. But yeah.
There's nothing specifically in the heroic intervention rule set that says you can't do it to an airplane. I'm going to go look over at
aircraft?
The aircraft rules specifically.
Page 213.
213. Okay. Aircraft. There it is. Aircraft models are excluded when determining which models are the closest for heroic interventions. So our viewer is correct. You cannot heroically interact with a flying unit, actually.
Interesting. So do you have to heroically intervene into the closest enemy model?
You do. You have to, as long as you are not within engagement range, you can heroically intervene up to 3 inches away to a model that enters that kind of sphere of influence. And apparently, aircraft are not those things.
Yes, this was definitely a mistake made on Chudnian's part, but I highly doubt it was intentional since there are so many just random rules and interactions such as this one in this game. I don't think it will have any effect on this game. I think this is going to be a wash for Marker Tail, just based on how the first turn went. And Incarn even elected to not kill the aircraft. We actually don't have contact with the TO or any way to get into him, and since neither player caught onto it, I think it'd be probably wrong for us to correct it at this point.
This is a perfect example of read all the rules to the very end, because this is the last thing in the aircraft section, the last sentence. So, for all of you out there who play games on the tabletop, read the rules, the last sentence.
Read the whole thing. Memorize the whole thing.
I've got some stories from other tabletop games where people have made some very dubious decisions based on those kind of things.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this game turns out. Don't want to go running in with the bells screaming. Stop! The commentators!
You need to reset. We're going to give Mark
that.
Martel another advantage. I needed to pick up some of those objective mats, the circular ones. They are amazing. Oh, man. Usually I have opponents who do have them, which is lovely to see. But seems my poker chips have fallen out of fashion.
And the neoprene mats are fantastic. They're easy. You can easily move models onto them. You don't have to worry about that. If you have like a marker or something. I actually play a lot of the times with at the Historic Haven, the people who are graciously providing some of the prizes today, the 3D printed chainsword and bolt guns. They have 3D printed out like Eldari, like monolith kind of looking things that we use as like objective markers, and you can like pull your guys around. But the neoprene mats are really nice for just landing people on and being able to just know if you're in range or not.
Yeah, it definitely makes the game a lot easier and like
Constantly getting
just the whole
rotated
intention
throughout.
thing. Like, hey, these guys are on this.
Oh yeah.
that.
No, it's speed and fluidity are just key in a game like Warhammer 40K, where if you play casually and obviously these guys probably don't need chess clocks. They're playing, they're basically professionals. They're
I
playing.
think they are on one. I think Nathan brought his own chess clock, and I saw him
Yeah.
a little bit earlier, but I don't know if the two of them, just because they're on the same team and they've played so often, so much together, I don't think they need to enforce it. They're both confident, and because neither of them is going to slow play. They're both good players. They both know their army. They both know each other's army, so I think they'll be able to get through in a nice and timely manner.
But yeah, what are we seeing right now? I think that we've moved on to the Dark Eldar.
Yeah, this is Dark Eldar's first turn. He started to fall back a lot from that plane.
Yeah, he's got to capture these objectives, or he's got to get on these objective markers like ASAP, or he's going to be missing out on a ton of points.
Exactly.
I think we're seeing Martel has actually landed on, I think, 4 of the objective markers.
He has spread out a fair bit.
That is.
There's a reason he scored 100 points last game.
Well, sure. Now, clearly. So, very impressive, very impressive.
He only had to take 3, too. He
Yeah.
could have left the middle one completely alone.
Oh, yeah, what a monster.
Not only is he going to beat you, he's going to make you know that he's got an easy time doing it.
Yeah, he's going to dance on you. So, the advantage of this, obviously, of having 4 when you only really need 3, is that if someone shoots you off of one of them, you can still claim that, advantage, that standing, and get that 15 points from holding your primary objectives. Obviously, if you are unfamiliar with how objectives work, there's primary objectives, which are denoted by the American flag markers on the map. If you control one of them, you get 5 victory points. If you control 2, you get 10. And if you control more than your opponent, you get 15. So,
What's the, does this mission have a bonus? So this one is objective cleared. So this one's a little bit interesting because when you hold an objective, so this is why he moved out like this, you score 1 point at the start of your next command, or, oh no, it's just like banners. So you're just going to keep scoring 1 at the start of each command phase and then 1 at the end of the battle round for each objective cleared you've got.
So these are making some very aggressive plays up here, try and capitalize on some victory points and earn as much as you can. Of course, in every game of Warhammer 40K, you can only ever earn 100 points total.
Yeah, 45 from primary, 45 from secondary, and 10 from having a pretty army.
Yep.
But it's
Beautiful
okay. You only have to do the
battle-ready
3 color.
Yep. 3 color and a basing.
Yeah. And I have done some last-minute 3 coloring in my day, especially for bigger turns like ATC Nova. The night before, just throw green, some black maybe.
Look, basing is the easiest thing you can do.
Yeah,
you go
you can
buy
get the mold in the mug.
No, not even that. You just get some Elmer's glue and go out to your backyard, grab some dirt, and throw it on your model. There you go. It's
you're
based.
set.
You're based.
And it's realistic.
Yeah. Just looks
You
like
see that
dirt.
earthy feel. Got Mother Nature on your side.
Yeah. Played real Exodite army.
Yeah. This is I don't know. It'll be rough for Shayne to come back here, but he's the best Eldar player in the world. If anybody can do it, he can.
We're about to learn, the power of the machine and the Omnissiah here.
I mean, I think this is a monumental match because this is what I believe to be the best Eldar player in the world versus the best Admech player in the world. I think both of those players are pretty uncontested in their field. Just because Shayne can make anything work. He was running Avatar of Cain every turn.
Really?
An unseen of model. Just because you can get it back up at the he can just stand back up at ridiculous points once per turn. At the end of the phase, he'll stand back up. It's ridiculous.
That's wild.
Yeah. And so it just was unkillable. So that's how he was able to maneuver some stuff with that. And then he's been running jank for God knows how long, which is since 8th edition. Just 1 or 2 man, or 1 or 2 squads in his list, and then just deep striker men, or throw him in a little transport. So we've got the Raider coming to the bottom side. He's going to contest that bottommost objective. He's probably going to shoot his liquefier guns into that transport.
And I have to say, as staring down at this top-down view of them, you get this really good idea of like raiders and their shape and all that stuff. But not gonna lie, if you actually show up at these tables and see them from like the horizontal position, you can see some of these models are almost a foot tall.
Yeah.
They look fantastic and really interesting and really dynamic in the way that all of this really plays out on the tabletop. You know, quite the reward for coming out here to Westminster Town Mall.
I'm glad that we had the opportunity to go look at Mark Hertel's army.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it just makes it so much easier to tell what everything is.
Yeah. That's scouting. That,
I think that's like a downside of our last round's commentaries. We didn't know what anything was.
Yeah.
We're, like, looking at, like, these are Marines, I think. Oh, they're Paladins. Interesting.
Yeah, no. So I went and actually found the Grey Knight player, while we were on break and at the food court. And, I asked him, like, hey, like, what happened? Because I was noticing that, like, a bunch of your army wasn't on the board initially, and we were having a hard time finding any of your guys. And he goes, oh, well, normally my Grey Knight army, he was using, he didn't say it specifically, but he has, apparently Grey Knights have a trick where they can deep strike within 3 inches of an opponent's model, and that's, really good. But unfortunately, the other player, the Salamander player, was using what are known as infiltrators, who push out the deep strike range out to a foot away from them.
Yeah.
So it actually made this so the Grey Knight player actually could not use his standard strategy against them. He basically got counterpicked, and very unfortunately could not, get what he needed done. And really kind of cost him the game.
And that's just one of the reasons why infiltrators are so good as well.
Oh,
And
yeah.
every Marine list runs them pretty much, just because they have this ability to counter just some army. Gene Stealer cults, Grey Knights, that 12-inch bubble protecting your core things is absurd.
Yeah.
And if you're smart with it and you know your ranges, you can screen things out the entire board.
Absolutely. I play against a few Custodes players myself who love their jet bikes and land it in on you. You got to know how to screen out your backfield to make sure that none of your guys are getting hit.
Yeah, magic number is 3 inches away from your other models. That way I have a deep strike outside of 12 inches and can't be charged.
Yep.
That was one of my things that I prided myself on in 8th edition is just being able to screen really well. Because I played against a lot of Gene Stealer cult, especially like during the ATC season, so that was definitely a really useful skill to obtain. And then I was also running Shining Spears, and they had the ridiculous 72 inch in a turn movement.
Oh, yeah.
So just knowing the ranges and threat ranges of the things is now a common occurrence.
That is like one of the top skills you gotta pick up as a Warhammer player, is knowing, how far anything can really threaten you or how far anything moves. I mean, there's nothing worse than being surprised by a model that you go, oh, I'm across the map, and then that thing goes, well, guess what I have? I have a 24-inch whatever the hell. I'm gonna get across this map and charge your guy. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing feels worse. So I'm curious to see what Nathan's going to be able to pull off here.
It seems we're surrounding that one tank with Liquid Fire Guns, and I think what they'll try and do is probably tie some things up in close combat, if at all possible. I feel like that's a relatively decent strat. Especially like with that tank, if you can just tie some stuff up, they lose a lot of their value. But with this tank, he's got to deal with it. Otherwise, there's Electro Priest. He's gonna pop out like a little pinata, and that's a pinata ability with shrapnel.
Murder pinata.
Yeah, murder pinata with anthrax and shrapnel. So we have to stay away.
And that top left part of the board, as far as for more orientation, is completely uncontested for the AdMech. They are definitely just holding that down. They're going to be absolutely probably scoring on that. So really, this is an uphill battle for Naden.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, hey, I don't want to see 2 Eldar lists lose today. One was more than enough. Come on, these are 2 lists close to my heart.
Their time is over.
Run both Craft Worlds and Drukari, and one of them's even got the Yin card, which is just absolutely absurd.
That going second,
you just
man.
love to see it.
It's that going second. You go second, you
and
just
this is
lose
his worst
out so
matchup
much.
too. This is the one matchup Drukari's scared against.
Oh.
And this is probably
And AdMech has the guns.
the worst matchup and the worst player for you to play against. It's ridiculous. But
How the cookie crumbles, man.
this was, I was hoping for round 5, but they scored a little bit too high and too close to each other. So now we got to burn our amazing game on round 2.
Round 2.
I'm sure the rest of the rounds will be equally as good, as long as Hertel sticks around.
Yep.
I love that AdMech, and you'll get to see some really interesting things. And just the way he operates his army, just the different things he understands about each and every army.
Mike, we go to 2.
Or 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1. I'm sorry.
We have a mix.
Forgive me. So yeah, we're seeing some really interesting movement over here from the Drukhari coming up towards the Death Guard. I just saw this and I went, ooh, what is going on?
What's going on up there?
That is a good question. I believe that those are probably racks.
I'm going to go ahead and look at the Drukhari list real quick.
Yeah.
I think racks are more likely to be in a transport. So he's got a unit with like Layman and Slith, but those bases are too small. These might be a bunch of cavalry, like troop ones lining up there. They might have gotten out of a raider. Oh, actually, you know what? I think they're witches. That's probably the most sensible explanation.
Witches coming in there.
Yeah. Witches coming to do some work. And they can do that work better than anybody else. This list actually has a lot of cavalry warriors, which is something you don't see as much in this meta Drukhari list. A lot of racks, the occasional witch to take care of succubus stuff. But racks kind of do the jobs of warriors better. But this list, is it running any racks? Let's see. No, it's running only cavalry warriors with the blasters and the splinter rifles. So they are able to get some good damage through 4 raiders in that detachment. Are there any in this?
Well, if you wanted to see an army that was of Drukhari that's actually doing much better, this over here on table 1, this Drukhari player is holding firm, and he's got all his raiders up, and we're about to see some fireworks from this side.
This is where the strength of Drukhari is about to shine, especially into Death Guard, who aren't that punchy. And that's one of the ways you really want to deal with Drukhari, is taking control of his objectives and punching back way harder than they can.
I mean, this is night and day here. This Drukhari list we're seeing, they're all alive, and they're going second as well. But the Death Guard, they don't have as hard at hitting ranged as the Admech do. And because of that, the Drukhari kind of came out of their first turn unscathed. And we're going to see a lot of pain coming out of them.
To go through the Death Guard list here, we've got 2 Malignant Playcasters, 20 Poxwalkers. Now that I'm thinking about it, those are probably Poxwalkers. Those are probably Death Guard
Poxwalkers?
models. Yeah, I don't think it's sensible for witches to be up in their deployment zone like that. So yeah, I think it's a fair, because he's got two 20-man units of Poxwalkers and then a 10-man. So I think it's probably fair.
So this is Poxwalker screen right now.
Yeah, and then they're just going on the objective, doing that fun stuff. He's got a unit of Blight Lord Terminators. That's 5 of them. They're just value. They're just Terminators. They're hard to kill. They hit hard.
Terminators are never a bad choice. 5 up invul, 2 up armor save. If you're Death Guard, you're going to be a 5 toughness.
Yeah.
Terminator. Oof. That's oof.
And then we've
F's in
got
chat, guys.
Chaos Contemptor Drove Knight with the twin Volkite Culverin and a Hellforge Cyclone Missile Launcher. After we're done going through this list, I want to figure out what those Volkites do, because we've seen them in every single list that's
Volkites are, I know the fiction of them. They're actually a really old laser rifle, microwave gun, pew, that the early Astartes had when they left Terra on their first Great Crusade. They were some kind of like weird gun that fell out of favor for the standard bolter. So that's the fiction.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're updated to now.
I don't know what they look like on the
I think
table.
they might be a little bit better than bolters and current stuff. We've also got a 3-man Death Shroud Terminator. These guys are just going to protect the characters.
Yeah.
We've got a Foul Blight Spawn. This is the what's Foul Blight Spawn? Is that's not the I'm thinking of the lawnmower dude. What's the Foul Blight here?
Foul Blight Spawn, I think that's a demon. I would be surprised if it wasn't.
Oh, I think that's the character that makes you fight last.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that guy is. Okay, I was wondering, because he wasn't in HQ. And then for the fast attack, he's got a Greater Blight Drone and 2 units of Malefic Blight Haulers, 1 2-man and 1 3-man, and a Flight Burst Caller. So just coming out with some value. It's a Death Guard tank list pretty much with some Terminators.
He's going for a kind of slow, grindy match that's gonna take time, which is kind of like this perfect, antithetical fight. It's the Drukhari, who are very tough, but they hit really hard, against these slow-moving, really tough, guys that just kind of want to sit and just hold a location.
Yeah.
So a very interesting matchup in that, that sort of speed versus power kind of play. But this could also just be, I throw dice and nothing happens. So we'll see how it turns out.
This is the match that I don't know how it's going to go. If we can go back to table 2 here, I think Sean Naden should have started shooting, if not psychic phase at least.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on. Looks like we're measuring ranges to some of the transports. Venom is going to shoot the. Yeah, so he's going to shoot with the rapid fire into those guys down there on that objective. These are the poisons coming out. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 4s because they're poison. And the big gun does not wound at all. Let's see, a new update to our dilemma. When the model performs heroic intervention, piles in or consolidates, ignore aircraft unless the model can fly. I just think they're both of the chatters here are right in their own regards. I think I'm more likely to go with the second ruling here, just because they're in two different places of the rulebook that say two different things. I'd go with whatever publication came out recently because they both say the opposite thing.
The going standard for Games Workshop rules is basically if it says it in the core rulebook, you're supposed to go off that, unless it says otherwise in your codex. Your codex always supersedes whatever the core rulebook says.
Unless it's in a FAQ, which is I think something GW does pretty poorly. Just or getting the FAQs out to the people, because you've got your codex here, and then you've got your second book you have to have on your phone or print it out, which updates the rules in your codex.
Yeah.
And even like, have they gotten around to like updating the PDFs in the mobile app? Do those update?
No idea.
I don't think they do. I think that's a feature that needs to happen in order for 40K to become more competitive.
Well, I cannot speak for GW. You know, I have my own gripes and grievances with that company in general, but we're here to talk about this. But
yeah, what they do well, they do really well.
Yeah, what comes out? I mean, Age of Sigmar. I have to say, I've been thoroughly pleased with Age of Sigmar and how that's been operating, and the models coming out of Age of Sigmar have been beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wish 40K models come out the same rate Age of Sigmar does.
Well, you know, they got that whole new setting that they've got to create.
Yeah.
And new armies. I mean, it's been nothing but new armies. So, you know, if you're starved for that, try out some Age of Sigmar. It's got a really fun gameplay, and it's a lot faster, even faster than 40K.
Yeah.
So if you want quick games, Age of Sigmar. It's a lot of fun.
Age of Sigmar, and there's also a lot of other like 40K or Sigmar spin-offs, like Shadespire, which is a board game for 2 to 4 players. That one's pretty fun.
Dire Chasm has just come out, and Kill Team and Necromunda.
Yeah. All good games in their own regards.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. So we've got a variable shot here, 6 shots. So this is going to be coming out from the racks. These are probably the liquefier guns going into just the dudes on the objective still, it looks like. Oh, you know what these are? These are the, not the chicken walkers, but the smaller ones.
They're the horse riders.
Yeah,
those
those
dog
dudes.
riders.
Yeah, I thought they might be,
Raiders?
just like vanguards.
I
I think they're probably raiders. So
Yeah.
we've got raiders on both sides of the table here. But, yeah, that makes sense why they were able to get all the way over to that objective. I don't think Vanguard will be able to do that very well. So more rack shooting coming out of the Venom here. Into the squad at the dog, as Nathan called it. And then another one onto that Vanguard squad remaining on the objective, just trying to pick him off that way. Looks like Nathan's going to take that bottom objective. And he can get onto these 3 objectives here, and he can swing the primary in his favor.
All power
to
to
him.
him.
Total, do you think? Probably a Venom, a Raider, and maybe a squad of Racks?
Yeah, I would suspect it's been that much. And well, let's see. How many Raiders did he walk in with? I think he walked in with 3. And now I only see 1 on that map.
Yeah.
So I suspect he's lost 2 Raiders and at least a squad of Rags.
Yeah.
I think his Incubi might still be up right now,
But people do say that Dark Eldar starts off 200 points more than every other army, which starts to make up for that. But AdMech does that same thing, although undervalued. Just because I don't think people respect AdMech enough for what it does. And like the transports, these are 100-point transports for a 12-boom model with plenty of good shooting.
Oh, yeah.
Save, and toughness 7? It's ridiculous.
It's great.
Last one to hit outside of 12 inches from Sigis 8, kind of absurd.
It reminds me of Devilfish from the Tau. They actually are pretty solid models. They got 13 wounds, 7 toughness. Can throw out, especially if you have a drone controller nearby, because they're secondary drones. They can throw out 4-up strength 5 shots about, I think, somewhere in the realm of like 12. So insane amounts of anti-personnel fire can come out of these things.
If only they could carry better infantry. If only Tau had a little
If
bit better.
only
things to carry.
fire warriors were at all good, or Kroot were worth ever spending money on the plastic.
Yeah. Hey man, Tau had their very short-lived time in the sun, even if it was on the one part of the unit or army that nobody wants to play because it's so cheesy.
Yeah, it's so cheesy. I mean, you don't want to spend. I want to spend $120 every time I want to pay, one army unit.
Yeah.
I like playing all my dudes. I like playing my tanks. I like playing my Pathfinders and my Fire Warriors and my crew. And those just are not supported by GW. That's not really what they want you to do. They want you to buy the Ghost Keel and the Riptide. And that can be frustrating. And hopefully in the next upcoming codexes we see some changes to that.
Exactly.
I will say this: that Psychic Awakening, the 8 coming for Farsight. The Farsight Enclave's got some great stuff.
They really did.
I love playing with the 8 and looking at those guys and just seeing all these different kinds of models that you could buy for them. It's a lot of fun.
Showing them list. I remember seeing a melee Tau list after the Farglet Enclave, and it wasn't that bad.
No, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It doesn't. If you play a melee army yourself, you'll look at that and go,
Yeah.
"What are you doing?" But when you play Tau, you're like, that looks fantastic.
Hey, my Tau can hit things in close
My
combat?
Tau can hit things at 4-up in melee.
It looks like we have not popped the transport that I thought it was going to earlier. Maybe that's the Incarn's job, now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh yeah, I mean he's right there.
Actually, I think what he might be doing, he might be trying to make it so when this transport dies, the forward Electro Priest cannot get out. By trying to surround it completely, or a small amount of
I
them.
think that is the strategy right now, given how those 2 Venoms have surrounded it. And
Yeah,
put
look
in
at
that Raider.
the Raider right now. They're lining up like that, staying within an inch, but making sure they cover a wide variety of area.
Yep.
I think this is where we're going. That's a smart play from Naden. And since the measurements are from the hole, it's going to be a lot more difficult because those things do take up a lot more space. That is an interesting play.
And it cannot come out inside engagement range. All right. So he's trying to make sure that he's still capturing that objective and on it.
Yeah, that might be what it takes to get him back in this game after that devastating turn 1. Because I think he's trading about equal value here. If he's getting all of his shooting and then a free just destruction of the Electro Priest. But keep in mind, Hertel is going to pay that 1 CP, and all those things within 6 inches are
Potentially going to take a bunch of mortal wounds.
They're going to take a bunch of mortal wounds.
I would be
Is it
really
worth
worried
it?
about that. I don't. Well, it's one of those things where if they do it, the priests are also going to, obviously, if your tank explodes, your priests take a bunch of damage.
Well, in this scenario, I think the priests are just dying.
They probably are. I mean, they can't come out with unit cohesion outside of the vehicle, and they're going to fall apart. So it might just be worth it to just blow up your own tank and just be like, yeah, you guys take a bunch of mortal wounds. Like, that is certainly 1 CP for
that is
6
going to be
mortal
so
wounds
much
onto your
value out of
opponent.
the stratagem.
That's fantastic.
But the Incubi near the Incarn are going to benefit from a 5 or 6 of Field Pain that the Incarn hands out to friendly Inari units within 6 inches. So they'll at least get some value out of that, but I don't think that's worth it, because that's half the wounds on your Venoms, some wounds on your Raider, and this is as best possible, and then an Incubi model or 2 from both squads. You're losing a lot of wounds, probably more than that whole Electro Priest squad would have done.
You are, but to counter that, you're eliminating. He has eliminated that side of the board's presence of the Drukhari.
That's
They
fair.
aren't going to be there anymore. He just killed. I'd probably easily shoot 300 points if he pulls this off worth of the AdMech. without actually even firing a shot into those electro bursts, without wasting attacks, without spending valuable turn space, basically, time.
He's getting the most bang for his buck, and that's for sure.
I mean, you might be willing to take a couple of mortal wounds for that, and I don't, it comes out kind of weird. It's whatever math these guys are doing in their heads.
Yeah. Okay. So here's another play that might be happening here. What if he doesn't charge the tank, and that way his dudes can't get out of it, and he has to use that stratagem to move the tank through.
Yeah.
But the tank can die on a 1.
It dies on a 1. Yeah. Any model that you're moving when you try to fall back or change, get out of engagement.
Yeah, I'm just super interested in see how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
There are so many different things he can do here.
A distinctly unique situation has occurred.
Yeah.
I have not ever seen this.
As a fellow Eldar player who's arguably on par with Shayne and myself personally, this is a play that I would be making similar, of course, regardless of whatever decision he starts to go through.
You're more humble than any man I've ever met.
Shayne and I won the same. Top Eldar players, great looking, great hair.
Human beings.
Human beings.
So much in common.
American.
Only 1 hit. Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like this is some stuff coming out from close combat.
Oh man, these dice are not being friendly right now.
I think he might be trying to not kill the tank. I feel like that is an assumption.
That's fair.
I think if he's trying to kill the tank, he'd swing to the Incarn first.
I mean, if he's willing to take more shots from that tank on his next turn, because, that tank's still going to be there.
Yeah. Well, it won't be able to shoot and fall back, right?
No. If you fall back, unless you're a Titan or you have some special rule that allows you to do that, if you fall back, you're done for the rest of the round.
4 ups.
So.
He's good.
I think the incubi are.
He might have gotten 1 into close combat just to have him there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Tape measure into the Incarn. He apologizes to himself for his own model. Are those 2 white models over there? Are they dead or are they just to the side of the table?
Which white models?
See all the way on the right side, near the score sheet.
Oh.
I don't know what those are. I think they might be incubi, maybe. Oh, it could be Dark Reapers.
Yeah.
And that's likely what it is because
they're not appearing on the stream, so.
Yeah. Oh, I guess yeah.
Yeah.
I guess y'all don't get to know what they are either way. Yeah, they're just like 1 inch off where the camera ends up.
Might just be a piece of the backboard too.
Yeah. I would love to see that Incarn model brought on stream later today, and just kind of get to talk to Shayne and see what he's done with it. Because I've heard good things, but I haven't actually seen it in person.
Look for 5s here. Got none. Wow. Can you really not kill me? I've had those moments. Come on, just punch me.
I mean, Mark's as excited as Naden is to get this thing killed, even if not more, because so much value from that explosion. Almost every single unit left in Naden's army, aside from a few stragglers, left up there. But I mean, they both know that. They both know the interaction, so.
I mean, they know this is coming.
He's fine.
So 1 point going to Shayne to bring it down. Maybe this better when they're accounting.
Yeah.
10 points for primary, start of Mark's command phase. Gonna rack up that 1 CP. I actually really like how they did CP this edition. I feel like it's much better than the last edition. You get 1 at the start of your command phase, and then you start with a pool of 12. And then each detachment you take, which is like a battalion for a bunch of infantry divisions and a bunch of stuff, and then you can take like a specifically spearhead for like more.
These are 2,000 point armies, right?
Yeah, 2,000
playing here.
points.
I believe it's actually 10. You start with 10 CP.
I think Strike Force might be 12, yeah. Let me check that.
Double check that.
And then the detachment your Warlord is and gets its price discounted.
Yes.
So if you're only running one, like Hertel is, he's only
You
running
just run
one
a full battalion.
Yep.
You get, and put your Warlord in it. You just get it back for free.
Yeah.
Of course, you can play this game without being battle force. You can actually just ignore the force order chart.
Yeah.
You want to play this game. However, you will not earn CP back, and you cannot benefit from certain, like
army-wide rules.
Army-wide rules. If you're playing like Chaos, Space Marines, Legion traits, or Chapter traits, or something like that.
Yeah.
For regular
Which
Marines.
definitely just makes it to get any value out of your army and be competitive, you've got to run a Battleforged.
Yeah, no, Battleforged is basically the only way to go.
I think most tournaments require Battleforged armies, just as part of like the ITC thing. But playing a mixed army like Necrons and Eldar together would definitely be.
No, you are right. It is 12 CP. I must have.
What
I
can
must
I
have
say?
mistaken.
My brain massive. Every rule of 40k up in here.
But yeah, no. You can, of course, you can lose CP as you build your list. If you take other detachments or different ways of organizing your army, you can end up losing out on some CP. For example, the Chaos Space Marine player we saw earlier today was running some Thousand Suns in his army list, which would have required him to, in order to benefit from army-wide rules, would have required him to take, maybe a combat patrol or something extra to really benefit from having, Zinchian models with Slaanesh models, and obviously he felt that was worth it, and he did win that game. So clearly it came out, on the bright side for him. CP, command points aren't everything. So.
And sometimes you'll see a list like what Nathan has here with the Succubus, where they'll throw something that doesn't absolutely destroy the the unit from getting its detachment abilities and like its battle thing. So the Succubus here is Red Grief, but it's in a Coven detachment, so she doesn't get the bonuses for being Red Grief, but the rest of the things in the detachment are going to get the Coven bonuses, which just ends up being high value for the Succubus because that means you have access to the stratagems.
So as we kind of talked over, but as you might have seen, the tank was destroyed and none of the Electro Priests were able to get out. So
completely surrounded.
Eliminated.
Did he end up exploding it?
It doesn't look like he did, or maybe he only rolled very low for several models.
I'm not. No, there are a few more.
Yeah, there's fewer incubi. So yeah, he definitely exploded it, and
everything around there taking some mortal wounds.
It's only about D3.
Yeah, only D3, but
it's unlikely to do anything catastrophic. But you don't want to lose the incubi to random.
Oh, actually,
exploding.
no, it doesn't. It looks like the tank just went out. It probably used the strat and then just went, okay. Yeah, you can see that's
gotten out of there.
So yeah, he did skadoodle, make out like a pool noodle. Measuring out from the center objective, just figuring out what range they've got to get to. So he's moving and advancing. These guys actually, I think they can move and advance. Their Cognis Stubbers become assault when they advance, I believe. That or they just don't suffer the penalty for moving and shooting.
If you're using a assault gun, of course you can advance and shoot in the same round. You do take a -1 to hit if you are firing your assault gun after advancing.
Yeah.
More discussion in chat over how heroic interventions work.
I got faith in the WESTMINSTER and the Hertel. I have more faith in those two than any other player.
Oh, yeah. Well, as it stands right now, we've got extreme amounts of board control coming out of Mechanicum.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job. He's taking over the sport completely.
Oh, yeah.
He's on every objective, and the Eldar are just pushed into this corner. He's got to have more. Hertel might have just done a banging job at taking things out turn one.
Like I said, when we were coming into this, I was like, that is a lot of tanks. He is really relying on those tanks to kind of create bodies and pressure at all these key points. Nade might actually be running into the problem of not being able to punch through that armor, that toughness 7 on a tank. Is a severe break point for a lot of models. If you can't hit that strength 8 on a gun or a weapon, you're just not you're not going to play well against this list.
Yeah, dealing with those tanks last edition and Hertel's list was definitely the worst for me, especially like with my Shining Spears, winning them up 5s at strength 6. It's just brutal.
Yeah.
And there's so many to shoot through. And then they're a pinata. They
Yeah.
got dudes inside.
They got dudes inside.
They're
gonna come out
ridiculously
and
hard to
beat
deal
me
with
up.
sometimes.
But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things where people a lot of times ask me, you know, like what makes something good in this game, no matter what. And I'm like, all right, so you have to realize what are the important numbers on strength versus toughness to hit. For example, the average toughness of a tank is 7 in this game. There are some tanks that are, you know, vehicles that are a little lower than that, and there are some vehicles that are a little higher than that. But the main thing is that most heavy support vehicles are toughness 7, which means that you want to reach strength 8 in order to wound them, to get through and be able to wound on 3s, which is super valuable. Even your AP could be bad, but as long as you're hitting strength 8 and you're getting through those wounds, that step is the most important.
Yeah. Because they can fail their saves.
They can fail their saves.
They can get unlucky, and then anything you get through, and you just want to be more consistent.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where, like, you know, you could put the highest quality shot through, but you don't want to rely, for example, you don't want to rely on your opponent to roll one die badly, especially when your opponent can CP reroll. Whereas if you can throw a bunch of, you know, saves at them, they can't CP reroll all those saves.
Exactly.
So even though they might, you know, it might be a lower quality, you know, the saves are more likely to go through, your opponent can't reroll more than one of them. So it kind of ends up actually being in your favor to have a stronger attack than worry about AP in this game right now as it stands.
Seems more racks. I think we're hearing the second game through the first game's mic. Let's actually take a look at the second game real quick.
Let's go to table 1.
Yeah, let's go to table 1. Take a look at what they got.
Yeah, let's look at that.
Going on here, because things have changed. Those poxwalkers occupying the center of the board are no longer there for some reason.
Oh yeah.
It looks like
I
they
wonder
have
why. Could it be that the Drukhari shot them?
I think that is a likely solution. Shot him or charged him. Looks like they still got a character stuck in combat with that Raider. And then we got Raiders pushing up the left side, one holding the back objective. There are 7 total Raiders in this list.
This is like a mirror. This is a mirror image to the other game. These Raiders are all over the place, taking over this board. Of course, the Death Guard are probably just trying to march their way up and, you know, put their stinky farts all over the place.
Exactly. That's what they do. I mean, what they do best. The shooting on. It looks like none of those little Death Guard robotic things.
The Mephitic.
Yeah, the Mephitic pain in my asses. Looks like none of them have been shot off the board yet. So he might be having a little bit of a tough time dealing with that.
It's a tough go, man.
I
fought Nurgle through the years, and every year it's just as bad.
Yeah.
Trying to kill these guys off the board, get rid of them. I remember when you got great unclean ones and whatnot, big demons of Nurgle, and they had. You'd shoot them, and you'd have to hit them through their field of flies, and then you would have to get through their invul save, and then they'd have a feel no pain, and then they have a it will not die, and then they have a regeneration to heal all their wounds back. And you just stare at the person, and you're like, do you like someone hurt you as a small child? Like, what's going on here? Like, no one can get in, no one can hurt me now.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
I got a 4.
But, you know, man, it was strong, and I lost those matches. So, you know, whatever they was doing, it worked.
Yeah, always consistently strong.
Mm-hmm.
Let's listen to what's going on here. Here, do we want to throw on the audio from table 1? Thank you.
So I might just move back, right?
Looks like his character is going to be retreating from that close combat, trying to hide amongst the things that he's got. Those look like the blue Terminators hiding down there.
Trying to get that lookout sort of roll.
This terrain doesn't have windows, does it? On the bottom floor?
It might not.
I think it's completely obscure.
I am appreciative that these players seem to have taken out the ceilings.
I do love it when they do that.
Yeah.
And that way we can actually see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think wide shots and side shots are definitely something that
Alright, and I do have my 5 inches.
help out for looking at a table from afar.
Or anything over there.
'Cause they are-
So we're
they
just
are
going
completely different
to
room types.
advance them. They're gonna go scrap it.
Sounds good. Dancing 2 inches. Well, 2 extra inches, obviously.
Yeah. They're motivated. Barely. But motivated.
I mean, it's Nurgle.
Yeah. You're asking too much of them.
Yeah. They got sore joints, man. You know, they're inflamed.
You can't be mad at them for it. Now, Dark Eldar, if they're rolling 2s.
We're having a bad time.
Yeah. The whole thing's mobility and everything else that everyone.
Oh, I didn't even notice those guys down there. Those must be, yeah, those are Death Guard models down there on the bottom
Yeah,
right.
I think that those are the character protectors. Yeah, Death Shroud Terminator or something it might be
Yeah.
called.
So we're looking at the Servants of Mortarion. But yeah, no, we're looking at pretty much controlling the center of the field for the Dark Eldar and holding 2 other objectives, the bottom left and the top left. This is going to mean that the Eldar player is going to be getting 15 points come their next round. If the Death Guard player cannot shoot that Raider off that center objective.
Yeah. 100%. There's 2 of them on there. And then they're pinatas. They got the guys inside.
They got guys
It's
inside.
Gonna be a lot of shooting. I don't think Death Guard have it in them.
Nope. Not the shootiest of armies. A lot more of you got to get up close and need the poop gas.
They might be able to contest with all those Terminators inside there. Because not only are those Raiders pinatas, but apparently that building is as well. Just look at the amount of juicy treats hiding away inside.
Yeah, we're going to probably get that Plague Burst Crawler firing off here in a second once we get over the shooting phase. Oh, moving off the objective.
He's going to move off, and I think something else will kind of fall back onto it.
Oh, no, yeah, he's moving some guys up in there. He's got some guys in that building. They're going to come out.
He wants line of sight on those Raiders for sure. Although on the mortar, it does not require line of sight on that Plague Burst Crawler. All of his other guns do. So getting that line of sight is going to be very important.
Plague Burst Crawler having a special rule where they do not need line of sight to shoot at you. Can I get some water?
We're gonna pop out. Where are the Phantasms?
Me too as well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
A little bit parched, talking for... We took an hour break, so 5 hours straight here. I think we're doing a decent job.
It's a marathon. Very fun one.
I'm thoroughly enjoying myself.
Oh, if we got some Death Guard, they're moving out.
I can just move these guys. I should be able to move them out.
Yeah, so he's trying to move out, staying in the cover. And I think he's going to try and shoot out the Raiders and then charge whatever pops out.
Yeah, trying to make sure to stay out of that 1 inch engagement zone. Obviously, you can't move into that while you're on your standard move. Only when you're going into a charge or a heroic intervention.
That breadth around unit, distance around units is something you have to be careful about because it's an impassable field. You can't do it no matter how much you want to unless you're targeted.
I'm actually just going to move to the sides.
I have mail I need to deliver. Why can't I get into his hands?
I'm sorry, it's illegal.
It's illegal.
Oh, tree falling over, big bummer. Tape measure coming through. Luckily, it didn't come into contact with any models. Would be absolutely devastating.
It's actually a fair amount of ITC rules that actually in regards to don't touch models, don't interact with your opponent's models here. Obviously, we're getting a lot of good sportsmanship by players. Obviously understanding that Eldari models are pokey, and kind of trying to maneuver around that. You're going to nudge them a little bit. This is kind of a no-no in ITC circles, but it's hard. We're only human here.
Yeah. And it is difficult. Like you're doing this, these players are constantly thinking for 9 hours. Of course, I think we have it a little bit more difficult. We've got to think about 2 games at once.
Oh, yeah.
These players have nothing on us. What, they get to roll some dice and occasionally take a break while they're putting move stuff?
Or that. But yeah, no, we're looking at this, and man, I wonder what the Death Guard player's planning on doing here, because he's getting all of his guys out of cover.
This is the turn where he's going to do something. Those 2 Raiders in the middle have been offered up as a sacrifice, and he's got to commit to them.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't... So I think those 2 Raiders count as dead. The things inside him, dead as well.
Grandfather Nurgle's he's going to get some new recruits tonight.
Yeah, if he plays this smart, he can do just as Shayne. It is a Raider, so you can't really wrap it as well. But those Raiders and dudes in the back and dudes to the left are definitely still hanging around. But
I mean, not only that, but you're talking about Death Guard. They're not going to be moving very fast. They're going to be just kind of trundling up there. They're not going to be able to wrap that the way that we saw Naden pull off on the other map.
But just look at how many remaining models the Death Guard do have. They've barely lost anything aside from that.
I mean, they lost a lot of Foxwalkers, but those guys are chaff. They're meant to be lost. Do you know if he's running Typhus or anything like that?
Let's find out. He is running the 2 Plague Casters and the Foul Blight Spawn. That's it. No Typhus.
Okay, no Typhus. Interesting. And no Mortarion.
Yeah, no Mortarion. Shocking coming off from the Death Guard list, but I think this kind of Demon Engine vehicle-less Death Guard list has its own place with the Malifaux. What are those guys called?
Mephitic Drone.
Mephitic Drones.
Yeah, the quite a number of tournaments have actually been won. I read one recently that was of the top 4 players in the tournament, 3 of them were Death Guard, and all 3 of them ran Mortarion.
Yeah.
So he is definitely a model to be reckoned with. He is a foul, ugly, mean butterfly that everyone wants to have.
I guess a lot of these players are just that 4th of your list cost for it just probably isn't worth it for a lot of these players.
Oh yeah, maybe not. I mean, he doesn't have objective secured. He can't just intrinsically take an objective from anybody. And when the game is now, almost completely about trying to earn those victory points, sometimes you stare at something that big and that scary and that Death Star kind of unit. You look at it and go, I don't need this. I don't need this to actually win the game. I need this to be a cool centerpiece to my army. But when have you ever seen a 10,000 point game?
I've seen some pop-ups games. Yeah.
Oh my god! Just watch the table. It's just nothing but plastic. And you see that game and you look at those people, and all I can think is, you got nothing better to do than do this for a whole weekend, because those are like 2-day-long games.
Exactly. They are insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And glorious to watch. Don't get me wrong. I'm more just going like, man, I gotta do chores. Like, what are you doing, man? I got trash I gotta take out.
Looks like over on table 2, Naden has started to lose some models. Let's go ahead and switch back over to the view of Sean Naden and Mark Hertel's game real quick. So it looks like Yinkarn dropping some wounds here. Moving over, once that unit has finally been destroyed, looks like that Raiders might be getting picked up. We've already lost all the Incubi, except for maybe one. Kind of figuring out if he wants to move the Yinkarn over there. He probably should still have those Belarus energy cannons to shoot from the disintegrators, and those can definitely put some harm on the Yinkarn if he waits a little bit too little to move him over. And that's no more shooting from Mark Hertel coming out. So that's the amount of damage he was about to do. He's able to take out, looks like both Venoms are still alive, lost all the Incubi. Probably just a bunch of wounds to shout. And looks like those 2 Dark Reapers on the right are kaput. This is probably it for that Raider, yeah. Just the stuff getting out of it.
For those who don't know, if your transport vehicle gets destroyed while you're in it, models inside of it have to basically evacuate. They have to end up within unit cohesion as they exit. They all have to be within, completely, 3 inches of your model's hull, which as a Raider is actually not that hard, because you can kind of wrap around the outside of it. But you certainly don't, your models don't instantly die or anything like that. I've known a few people that when I've taught them 40K, they have assumed that if your vehicle gets down, all the models inside get blown up. If anybody's ever played the game StarCraft, that's what happens in StarCraft. So I can see how a lot of people kind of get confused and think that transports are dangerous for the models inside of them. They are not. They are totally worth taking. Take them any chance you get.
Especially this edition. Because having those 2 layers of things you have to shoot through while they sit in an objective is just really valuable.
The only thing that can happen to them is if your vehicle explodes, they then take a bunch of mortal wounds. But even then, they might still survive and come out of it. So it's definitely worth having. Always take your troops inside transport whenever you can. Not only that, they're going to be able to move faster. They're going to be able to get across the board safely and be deployed in a good position. The only downside to it is that those models kind of haven't moved when they disembark.
Yeah.
Which if they're shooting heavy guns, yes, that's annoying. But standard Space Marines, Fire Warriors, Guardsmen, they're going to come out swinging with those rapid fire guns. Very worthwhile.
Yeah. And even like you'll see in every Drukhari game, we've got a system of transports. In this AdMech, we've got a bunch of transports. The Death Guard don't really have anything to transport, but I'm sure if they did, they'd be running them.
It'd be smelly, that's for sure.
Yeah, because some models, like the Terminators, take up 2 spots per spot in a transport just because they're so big.
If we saw any, fun fact, if we saw any Wraith Guard or such, they actually take up 3 slots inside of vehicles.
They are quite big.
Good ghosty boys, though. Gotta love them. Wish more people ran them, but unfortunately, 12-inch range on those guns, not worthwhile.
No. Not right now.
No, not competitive.
So one thing that I think we're going to see here in a few moments, once we get into the combat phase, because it looks like the Incarn is... Wait, is he attacking? Yeah, no way he's attacking now with the Incarn. Or is he... Mark might have charged something with the Electro Priest? Yeah, we're not in Naden's turn yet, I don't believe. Oh, that or Naden's probably intervening with the Incarn again. Now that I think about it. So Mark ordering the way he's taking his saves here to choose where the Incarn gets to go first. That way he'll probably stay within an explosion range is what he's trying to figure out here. Rolling for the dudes about to get out. Let's see how many die. Each roll of a 1 is going to be a dead model from a transport, just like you were talking about earlier. The models dying when they get out instead of just straight up being killed.
Obviously, if your model cannot come outside of a transport in unit coherency, they get removed.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to make it out nice and fine.
I ask the chat, please refrain from insulting each other, please. Keep it civil, guys.
And that is it for that tank. The full-grade Electro Freeze have gotten out. I'm curious just to see what they're going to do next turn. He'll probably just move him down or leave him on the objective. He doesn't need him to close out this game.
Worth points, keep points.
Yeah. Hertel's probably lost about 400 points in models, and Naden lost probably doubled 3 times
Double that. Yeah, no, it looks about half of his army's gone. So.
And so the Raiders dead. So it looks like we had the Racks got a... Usually the Racks are Incubi, I can't tell from this distance.
I think those are Racks.
Okay. And then
I distinctly remember him talking about Incubi attacking earlier.
Oh, yeah. He
So.
had those 2 squads up there. Oh, yeah, and the Incubi were Jakari, so they're not... Or Yanaris, they're not getting their transport done anyway.
Nope.
And those 2 Venoms are filled with Racks, but...
There's still more confetti in this game that's going to pop out of here.
Do you have something on objective number 1 there? Or no, you don't need it because it's the flags. Warlock being left there just to make sure the ranges are fine for when they want the Incarn to teleport, making sure everything is nice and orderly there, because that is something you have to keep track of, especially where he was in the first place.
Spooky Ghost Elf God can move crazy.
It seems Market's running low on TP.
Yeah. There we go. Moving up there, letting that Warlock not trade places, but be replaced by that Incarn. Right there on top of those Electro Priests.
He's got to make sure to not be within an inch of those Electro Priests, because if those, they hit hard.
Oh, they do.
Those are a scary unit that you do not want to be stuck in close combat with, especially
Certainly
not.
Don't want to be taking a bunch of mortal wounds from them by accident.
Yeah. Looks like he might be going into combat with them. Maybe he'll use a fight twice trick or something.
That is a lot of Electro Priests. That's about, what, 10? Looks like?
Yeah.
Looks like about 10 Electro Priests. So do you think the Incarn can lay out 10 hits?
He's only got 6 attacks.
I mean, he's going to be... I mean, fair enough if he ties himself up and doesn't get the mortal wounds from getting charged by those guys.
How many more rounds today? The next round will be round 3, and that'll be it for today.
Yep.
And then tomorrow we will pick up at around 10 in the morning. I'm not sure.
And then we're going to get 2 rounds tomorrow.
Got it written down, actually. I wrote down the schedule. Schedule, yeah. Tomorrow we're going to be getting at 10:30 with round 4, and round 5 will start at 2 p.m.
Yep.
And then awards will be at 5:30, and we'll just go through that, hand out some trophies. We have over $3,500 in prize support for this tournament.
It's very impressive. We got a lot of things going out. We got some handmade plaques going out to everyone. We got a lot of awards. We even got some for best painting, best sportsmanship, all that kind of stuff. You know, best play, best games. We even got one for worst player.
Yeah.
So
if you do the worst, you get your money back.
Yep.
So,
get your money back.
Well, once you've lost that round 1, if you just if you want to get your refund and go home,
just go into the
you do have
ground.
to spend the next 2 days working for it, but hey, you can get your refund.
Yeah. But you know, we hope no one's actually intentionally doing this. You know,
Yeah.
Be here, have fun.
Then we've also got like the middle of the pack stuff, and that's something that I really like about 40K tournaments is the prize support. Kind of gets spread out for some interesting thing. Although there is a large part of me that does think it would be real swell if we had more prize supports for the winner.
Yeah.
It makes you want to try all the harder.
Well, I mean, you would really see a lot of competition, people really seeking out to be at the top of the field, be really this apex player, getting those very big prize pools. You see in other esports.
Exactly.
I've seen a couple of ones where they're going like $1 million from some of these.
And those players are making bank. And actually, Obey Esports, or Obey Alliance and Esports team, has signed a couple 40K players such as Nick Nanavani and Richard Siegler to their team. And so they play for Obey Alliance, which is kind of one of the ways 40K is kind of trying to meld with the esports world. Some orgs coming in, picking up players as they will for other smaller games. Picked up some of the best ones, the best ITC players for the last 2 years.
And I mean, this might be actually a good chance, especially the bigger the competitive scene gets in 40K, that can only mean that maybe Games Workshop will start really thinking about their game in terms of heavy competitive play, really trying to balance these armies, because as such right now, there's always been, ITC's old, it's been around for years and years. But I've never felt that Games Workshop was really aiming for the tournament scene whenever they balance lists or look at things. Errata shows up and says, "Oh, okay, yeah, this is crazy. We got to make the competitive scene look better." But I don't think it's ever really been their priority to make things competitive. I can look back to some of my time in fantasy, and for example, there was a couple of army books that got released. For example, the Beastmen got released, and everyone thought, "Oh, that was the cat's meow" when that army book got released back in 2011, 2012, and it took about a week for everyone to go, "Oh no, this army's bad."
Yeah.
And just stopped running it in competitive lists, almost altogether. In fact, it was worse than the previous army book.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was everyone was like, "This is a literal downgrade to everything we were doing." So, I can tell you from experience that Games Workshop does not always balance these things around the competitive scene. They're much more interested in trying to, do whatever they think is right. I don't know. I have no special privilege or insight into how they run anything. I can only say this from someone on the outside and the perspective that I have. But it does not seem that Games Workshop really thinks about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it's probably a company set in old set ways. I have a bunch of things to say about Games Workshop that probably aren't best to go into on stream.
These are for late night at the pub when you're, I got better
This
things.
is for the after party.
I'm
stream.
grumpy about something.
Yeah, they're not affiliated. Although I do love that Necrons were able to get some love this edition. New models coming around, new rules.
Sure. I mean, see, the thing is that I love the fiction. I love it. I read it. I listen to the audiobooks. I read the comics, all that stuff. I love that stuff. It makes me so mad sometimes, though.
Yeah, this game is not looking great for Sean Naden.
Looks like we're at the end of turn 2 or round 2. People they're adding up their points and saying what they've got going on right now. Can we switch over to table 1?
20 hits.
Tally, but we don't reroll.
Looks like some psychic powers got off. We get the carbs for that going around. Stuff like pestilence and miasma, or miasma and pestilence, making it impossible to make a hit.
Just fails. Wounding on. Is that just the wounds? No. 2 wounds.
I think that was AP1. AP1, I make one, I fail one.
It looks like, yeah, that's.
You can see we lost those 2 center raiders here on the center objective. Confetti has exploded out of them, and we get a little monster mash going on.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going through charges now, so hopefully these Terminators will be able to get something tasty in their clutches.
These now?
Is that a magic card?
That is a magic card. I think it's for secondaries. It looks like a go for the throat. Might be guard on it. I can't see it well enough.
Couldn't tell you. No, it's a black card.
Yeah. This is where our games start to mingle. They were playing Magic again the whole time.
Oh.
Both of them.
Yeah.
And then the belching is going to
So, do you think Adeptus Mechanicus, are they blue mana or are they red mana?
Actually, you're going to want to go into first squads.
I think the way Mark Hertel plays them is definitely blue mana. Calm, calculated, precise, stupidly annoying to play against. I hate it. I play mono green myself in Magic.
You're a good man.
Yeah.
Right way to
Fight
play.
the good fight.
Yeah, fight's a good fight. Play your 9/9.
Yeah.
Slam it in. It's hard work. It's honest work. But go home
Exactly.
knowing you were the good man.
Moral high ground at all points.
I'm gonna go home to my great head and have a good time with my greater works.
Might even play a forest or 2. Ramp with some Mana War Elves.
Fire these Death Shroud over here.
Looks like Death
First of
Shroud.
all, your multi-melters are cracks.
Oh, okay, so we're not at the charging phase yet. We still got the melty melts and stuff. Looks like they're going in. Is that a raider in the center? Or is that a CP tracker type thing?
All wounds.
I have no idea what that is.
4 multi-meltas
It looks
into
like
my raider.
it looks like the shape of a raider. But
one went
no, that's not a raider. That's got to be something flat.
Is it
It's
enough?
got
It's a
no
2,
like texture.
Might have to go run in there and just actually go look at what that is. I have no idea. I'm gonna go run over there.
Awesome.
4 damage. Cool.
Grab the scores too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans.
Cool. The 2 cracks I sent down.
All right, chat. Just me and you. Me and you all
They
alone.
both, they're throwing through the.
You're in the forest, so
Tell
you're not
stories to each other.
Okay.
Make some
so 2
jokes.
hits.
Yep.
2 wounds.
Okay.
It's like we've got some wounds coming out from the meltas into
Film
whatever
buff.
he shot at.
Okay,
Probably
so it dies,
later.
doesn't
I doubt
explode.
that he'd waste the shooting
6
from that,
explodes.
especially the meltas on witches with their 6 up and melts. Definitely not the kind of thing you want to use to deal
So a
with.
lot of raiders this turn.
He's killed a lot of raiders this turn. I think he's killed 4 raiders this turn because I've only counted 3 left on the board. He might have one hiding behind somewhere, but I don't think it's likely. The magic cards of John's Psychic Powers are awesome, yeah. I figured there was something like that, something similar. So yeah, one of them's using the data sheet, or data cards, the other one's using Psychic Powers. I've seen conversions like that before with like custom magic cards where you just put them in a sleeve. Because a lot of because almost all of the 40k players that I got into 40k with came from Magic the Gathering. I came from Magic the Gathering. I was a tournament Magic the Gathering player before I even looked at 40k. And then 40k envelops that friendly community feel of Magic the Gathering. And it does have like a kind of similar rule structure, although 40k is a lot less rigid. Magic the Gathering is a lot more refined in its ruling and does a lot better and stuff like that, because Warhammer 40k has a lot of rules, a lot of independent rules that get changed all the time, which makes it for a tough game to balance and a tough game to play sometimes. And it definitely gives an advantage to those people who can memorize every army's rulebook. Obviously, this is a similar caliber. It seems the Dark Elder player is readjusting the Raider. I think some things might be popping out of it. He's still got to shoot the multi-meltas and stuff from those Terminators around. Yeah, he's popped that pinata. The candy's starting to spill out.
Set firing the 3 Death Shroud only at the front squad. So I'm gonna
I should
get
probably get
4
some Magic the
D6
Gathering
shots.
themed psychic
Going to
powers
be,
from my Elder.
8, 9, 10,
Because
11,
usually I
12,
just leave it as is
4,
and just
8,
talk about it, think about it, you know. Just announce my intention for what it is.
They don't auto hit. They actually -1 to hit, so I'm going to lose my 3s.
Yeah, -1, probably from a lightning fast reaction. Because Raiders are not innately -1 hit, but Venoms are.
1 and 2, we're going to reroll to another 2. So you're going to get 5 saves.
5 saves. Only 2 left.
2 left from that front squad that's being shot through right now. So maybe taking targets away from that Terminator to charge. I assume he would want to get the Terminators into close combat. Just have them start generating some value over there. But if he can take care of lead shooting, he's got no reason to. But it would get them out of that objective, which would be real nice.
And then there's 1 wound, 2 wounds, 3 wounds.
Yeah, 3 wounds each on those those Terminators. Incredibly durable, hard to kill. Kind of the whole name of their game. Hard to kill, decent shooting, and the -1 damage from being Death Guard. Absolutely absurd. My least favorite ruling in this game, but just because it just specifically like counters my list with a bunch of star cannons. Yo, what it do, flight crew? How we looking?
It is magic card. It's called Pray They Don't Come For You.
Okay. What was the thing in the center?
It is actually some kind of like score counter. It's
okay, it's like a CP.
Flat, like plastic thing.
I get just like a CP counter probably.
Yeah.
Does Sean Naden and Mark Hertel, is Sean Naden hiding anything below those things that are?
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
They're definitely swinging around. From what I could tell from like standing near them, they were definitely Sean Naden's kind of coming in from behind. He's trying to basically circle around and get into that lower field. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's what's going on up there on the top left. Is he's got quite a few. What we can't see right now on the Death Guard is that there's actually a bunch of Death Guard up there on that top left.
Really?
Oh yeah. Some kind of big group of nasty mephitic drones are up there on that, and they are. Oof, they're being mean. But anyway, let me look at these scores.
Yeah, let's see what we're working with for now.
All right, so over at the table with Sean Naden and Mark. What's his name? Markel? No, not
Mark Hertel.
Hertel. Yeah. What we got is we've got kill tanks, as we said before. Was probably bring it down. We're looking at. I don't think they updated it for the end of their second round. Or no, they did. So battle round 1, Sean scored 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, 3 points. Okay, so Sean has scored at least 15 points. And looks like Mark has gotten 24 points so far.
Yeah, he's maxed out engaged both turns, just spreading out, doing a ridiculously amazing job with that. His army just did a really good job. What's the second secondary that you took?
He took WWSWF.
So that's while we stand, we fight. So those are going to be
his
his 3 Belarus energy cannons, which haven't been. And what's the second one? D something.
Yeah, I have no idea what that says.
These players have abysmal handwriting. I'm sorry. I wish I could
okay,
understand.
they're not checked on their penmanship before we let them in.
It's just start to become a requirement. Make them learn cursive, I guess. Then I have to learn to read cursive. Yeah, it looks like the Terminators have made their charge into that center unit, going to get them out of the center objective, and that center unit does not stand a chance against those Terminators. Terminators are going to be able to punch through anything Dark Eldar has with relative ease.
I think we're looking at... can you tell me which one is Nick from the...
Eldar.
Eldar?
Yeah.
So, okay, so Nick has While We Stand. We also have... Scramblers and looks like handwriting, guys, is what we might need to do next time for these things. If we're gonna get these quick kind of reference ones, we might actually want to get things that like have circles on them that like circle certain secondary objectives.
I know there was some for 8th edition.
Yeah,
they were really nice. I do miss
just saying, like as a commentary, hey, Games Workshop, if you are listening at all, I don't think you are, but. Make like more customizable, so tournament people don't have to actually rely on handwriting from the masses.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks like there's a back left corner Death Guard that are starting to come around. Are definitely a big threat.
Yeah, as the standard seems to be, is engage on all fronts and deploy scramblers seem to be everyone's favorite. And while we stand, we fight is also a really good secondary objective. All of these are pretty easy to pull off. We actually haven't seen any Warpcraft secondary objectives.
We did see an Abhor the Witch against the Grey Knights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so what that one was is
oh, that's what
yeah.
Abhor was.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
For
Yeah,
any
yeah.
enemy psyker character you kill, you get 4 points, I think it's 4 points, and any non-character psyker you kill, you get 3 points. Or I think it might be 5 and 3, respectively.
Yeah. But as things stand right now, the recordings, the other players didn't seem to record their point value for the Death Guard and Drukhari game. So we'll be seeing how that. Yeah, well, they got it in there. Not for us, apparently.
Yeah. There are good sheets for scoring. Yeah, now we just got to get the players to use
we got to get them.
Yeah, because it looks like these players brought their own scoring sheets.
Yeah.
They were not provided by the event, which might be something that we'll have to get them to do.
Point out for next time. This is I think only the second time the Maryland Open has occurred. I believe this is the second time. Yeah.
It is the biggest tournament ever in Maryland, though.
Yep,
I believe
it is. And this is the first time we've had a bigger staff, commentators, and all that stuff like what we're doing. So still a fair number of bugs to kind of squick out of the system and stuff like that. But always trying to improve, always trying to refine and make better.
Exactly.
That's all anybody can really ask, right? Water.
Those Death Guard
Delicious.
it is delicious. Do you drink any soda?
I keep myself to Diet Coke for the most part. If I didn't, I would look like a roly-poly bug. So.
I was hoping you'd be as elitist as me and only ever drink water, but apparently
I have a
little
weakness,
bit too
and
short.
that weakness is carbonation.
Yeah, I just never got into it, so I'm set. I don't drink coffee either. I'm great. Like the perfect
You're
team.
gonna live forever, son.
Exactly. That's the plan. Live forever, long enough to see my Eldar become good. Great once again.
Once again.
I don't need Dark Eldar. I did just buy some Dark Eldar.
Get off my lawn, you sweaty kids.
These goddamn kids. I bought the half of the Dark Eldar box with the Eldar versus Dark Eldar, like the Janes are. I'm gonna throw that in my backpack and take that home with me, hopefully. Not sure I'm gonna fit it, but we'll figure it out.
Gotta get through.
Yeah, gotta get through TSA.
Yeah.
Spiky
What's this?
Well,
shake, shake, shake.
What if I told you it's value and great right now in this meta?
Yeah. Very excited to see how the Drukhari do. We've got 2 Drukhari lists right now on the top. Hoping to see how they turn out this tournament, because they have been the reigning champions of the meta for the past couple weeks, maybe a month or so, ever since that new Codex dropped.
Going through, there are only a few submitted games, a few players that I recognize, but nobody that I'm expecting to be super.
So even now in round 2, we're seeing people have already finished some games out there in the distance.
Yeah, and we've got an hour and 11 minutes left in the round. So these players should have ample time to finish things out. I think Mark Hertel and Shayne game isn't going to go near as long, but this Dark Eldar game they're on Battle Round 2 now.
Well, I think they're ending Battle Round 2. I think they're getting into Battle Round 3 at this point.
Okay. That's good then. They know their limits, so to say.
I hope the Drukhari, do good, but there's a part of me that, wouldn't be too sad to see them taking down a peg.
Yeah. I don't mind either way. I have my own.
As long as the craft world does okay.
As long as Eldar is in some way in the top, hey, fine by me.
They're one of the original races. They're one of the old school, original Rogue Trader races. Back when it used to just be Space Marines, Orcs, and Eldar. Exactly. There wasn't even Chaos Space Marines back then. Do you know where Chaos Space Marines come from?
Are they just Chaos versions of Space Marines?
Yeah, well, what it was there was a game called Titanicus, which was back when it was like tiny little miniatures of Titans, but it was so expensive to create different molds of them that they just went, just print the same mold but make it a different color. And then people went like, well, why are they the same army? And they go, oh, well, they're part of a civil war in the Empire, the Human Empire. And they went like, oh, tell me more. The guys were like, uh-oh. So, and that's where Chaos Space Marines come from, is actually the game Titanicus.
And they've just been winging it ever since.
Ever since. I mean, 100% this has all been just winging it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the original Warhammer 40K, it was about, like, Space Marines and their biker bars, and they're like, let's go drink and beat up orcs.
Yeah.
You know. Look where we are now.
How do you think this Dark Eldar versus Death Guard game is going to pan out through the rest of these turns?
I would be surprised if this isn't, you know, it suddenly a steamroll occurred. I think that this is going to be a long, kind of drawn out fight. I think we're actually kind of early to tell what's going on. I see a lot of models. Unfortunately, the score sheets told me nothing. He did not even record any points on these things. So either neither one of them are earning points, or they have forgotten to record them for us.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
So 2 APT shots looking for 2/5 absolutely rolled on the table like a conniver. It would be so cool if you were rolling that dice tray we could all see. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Okay, they are recording their points at this point.
Okay, cool. So we got all the things on primary. Now they're starting to walk through it. Okay. Yep. Maybe now they'll get attuned with it. Let's go back to table 2 and see what's going on. Looks like the Yinkarn has charged into those chicken walkers, and we still have some stuff on the backside.
If anybody's curious which one the Incarn is, it is the model that has the big green cape on it in that top center kind of portion of the map. Of course, you can't tell from here, and you were right, Shayne. That model looks fantastic.
Really?
Yeah. When I was in there looking around, that model is about 8 inches off the ground. It is this like big, cool dude riding like a wave of psychic energy. It's beautifully painted. Looks fantastic.
We'll have to get that on screen.
Yeah, really want to see these models up close. If you can. It's sad to say, we can only show what we can. It's we require a lot of staff in order to get deep crane shots and whatnot. So
I would bring my army out and show you guys, but you'd be too impressed with my amazing paint job. So
your amazing paint job of I did it. Spray ran off.
Spray. I wish I had an airbrush. It'd make everything so much easier.
I have painted my army. Gray, gray, and gray. Those are the 3 paints I chose.
They're different shades. Can you not tell?
Can't you see? Do your eyes not work?
Looks like these shots are going into the Archon. Or no, I'm sorry. They're from the Archon. 2 going through.
Oof. All right, we are pulling off Electro Priests.
Uh-oh. Being in combat with those Electro Priests is not something you want to be doing unless you're winning. If you're winning that combat, it's nowhere near as scary.
Yeah. Lesson for life, right? If you're winning, it's not as scary.
Yeah, there you go. Just win more. And even this late into the game, both players are being completely friendly and casual with each other.
Oh, yeah.
This is another benefit of the team structure of just Warhammer 40K. Just being friends with the people you're playing.
Being good. And that can take you so far in life. Just being kindly, just being friendly with people and knowing, that respect is something that everyone craves and everyone wants. And if you can meet that out to people, they will enjoy your company, and you can, you can make bonds and have a fulfilling time with anything you're trying to do.
And often the energy will be returned as well.
Absolutely. Unless they're a monster.
In that case, just beat them twice as hard. Like we were saying earlier, just pick up that model as far as you can get it.
Just as far as you can go. Pure Hail Marys. Looks like that Incarn is attacking right now. I believe he wounds on a 2-up. Is that what his rule is, or am I thinking of something else?
He rerolls wounds. He's strength 6.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's just. I think they're only toughness 6 or 5 on these chickens, anyways.
I might be thinking of some Necron models. Necrons
Yeah.
have that Nightbringer. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
Nightbringer
yeah.
is the one that hits on just wounds on a 2-up, no matter what it is.
Yeah,
Unless it's a vehicle, of course. They
of
hit
course, the bane of the Grim Reaper. Anything made of metal.
Yeah, just here's a box you can't deal with.
All right, let's see. What are we attacking now? I think this is going into those tanks. He's probably going to try and wrap them, get signatures, or not wrap, but at least tie them up. That way they can't.
He's got a bunch of Eldar. I think those are a bunch of Incubus that have landed right outside those tanks.
Yeah.
And they are meleeing them currently, trying to tear them apart. I miss the old days of front and side-facing armor and rear-facing armor. Did you ever play in those ages?
That was at the end of 7th when I started getting in, and I never understood the rules.
Okay.
That and night fighting. Night fighting always confused me.
Oh man, no one liked that.
Yeah.
And if you played Tau, you always laughed because, of course, the Tau, every single model in their army basically had ignore night fighting rules.
Mm-hmm.
So that was always my favorite. Was like, can we night fight? And everyone's like, no, please. And I'm like, yes, let's play it. But yeah, no. There used to be a rule where it was you had armor value on all your tanks, and depending on which way the tank was facing, you had different armor values for it.
Yeah.
So, but of course, that would lead to a lot of arguments. Like people would be, no, my tank's facing the side. No, I'm hitting the front. Because these values, of course, different, and the way that the rules interacted, it caused a lot of headaches and a lot of problems and a lot of arguments. And it's actually, I think, one of the concessions they made to tournament play to make sure that the game ran more smoothly, and make sure that these arguments kind of, didn't happen at the table when time was of the essence.
Does not look like Yinkan was. He might have been able to kill 1 chicken walker, but certainly not 2, which is unfortunate. But if he's able to kill anything else in this combat, Yinkan will make his timely escape and teleport back down to the bottom.
All right.
Yeah.
And now they're alive.
Good on him. Yeah, that was a little bit of argument there. We were trying to listen in on and see which direction it was going to end up going. They both brought up some very good points about the order of combat, ways different things happen. Sean making his decision to move the Yinkarn. He was trying to decide with it. So is this the store you play at locally, Towers and
Here? No. I normally play at a place called the Historic Haven. All the way up there is the sign for it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So they're a local gaming club here, not here, but in my local town of Frederick, Maryland. They are a hobby. They're not a store. They are exclusively a gaming club. They have a paid membership to join them. They don't really sell anything, but they are a great resource. They're a great community. They're good friends of mine. I've been with them for well over 10 years. I have nothing but good things to say about them. It's a well-run establishment. They have crafting, crafting hobby supplies. They have 3D printers. They have wood burning. They have stone cutting. They can teach you how to smith.
That is awesome.
There are classes. I know people who have made knives and tools and swords there. They also have a bunch of Warhammer 40K and fantasy tables. Every Thursday and Saturday they have a Warhammer 40K game going. They currently have a crusade going on. So if you're in the area and want to join up, it's always fun to do. They also have lots of resources for video games and playing all sorts of different kind of games. They have an entire wall made of nothing but board games. And they have an entire room filled with nothing but role-playing games in case you're interested in D&D or World of Darkness or anything else that you might find on a tabletop.
That is insanely cool.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic place.
Yeah, my new local gaming store down in Georgia, near where I'm living, is Gigabytes Cafe. I think it's near where they do Warzone Atlanta. The people that I've seen there so far seem really chill. No claims about it. Excited to get more in the community and
Oh yeah.
do some more 40K stuff.
In a lot of places I've gone, I think the community is always one of the better things about being in like the nerd sphere, because everyone's just so happy you're even there.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
It's fantastic.
I would love to, once they finish up this game here on Table 2 with Mark Hertel and Shayne, interview both of them probably.
Oh yeah,
one
get
at
them
a
both
time.
in here.
Yeah.
I want to talk to them about it. See how things are going.
Yeah. Love to hear from them, because does not look like we're going to be seeing too much more of Shayne for the rest of this tournament here on these top tables, just because of the way things are going to pan out. There are 106 players here, which leaves 4 undefeated players on average. But we do base on highest battle points and not win-loss, so you can still get yourself up there, but a lot of these high players are going to be scoring consistent 100s, especially if they're not on these stream games. Especially round 1 and round 2, you're going to see a lot of hundreds coming out from players that have gotten matched up into a player that they maybe shouldn't have. Or not shouldn't have, but just wasn't of their caliber.
Wasn't to the degree of competency. And questioningly, this might be something to think about mathematically. Is that even, especially if we're looking at it like points wise? Two master players are going at it. Can we expect that each of them will score like 90 to 100 points to each other, or is one person definitely still going to fall behind and get dropped down to 50 points or so? And that comparison might not be fair if that guy, even though he plays better than other people in lower brackets. It's a little interesting to think about,
Yeah, I think Shayne will probably get away with 60 points this game, and I think Mark Hertel is going to max out with 100.
Oh yeah, given what
60, maybe 70 or more, depending on how well he plays these next few turns. His yin card isn't dead yet, so. And it looks like we've only got what? So that's a transport and the Belarus tank up there, and then we've got 2 more Belarus tanks down there.
Yeah.
So yeah, only 4 tanks left.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a tough match. I think Nate's definitely fighting uphill. He's gonna have to pull something really big out of the hat to take a win here. But of course, never even if he's not gonna be able to pull this out, never quit. Get those points, get those rankings. It's always good. Each of these games will the momentum you can build here will go to the future. And of course, I think Hertel has lost a tank.
Yeah, there might be some Electro Priest getting out of him from the shooter. I think he might just be disembarking normally, right? Because I don't think Naden has the stuff to kill that tank unless he's got some Dark Reapers I can too.
I don't think so. Oh, maybe that tank didn't get destroyed.
Yeah, we'll have to see in a second if he picks it up or not. Or no, yeah, they're just disembarking.
They're moving. They're disembarking and leaving.
Disregard.
Man, I thought something interesting was happening. But no, this is a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, definitely seeing some interesting strategies coming out.
See some top play stuff from Naden and Hertel as well.
The best of the best, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably my 2 favorite 40K players. It's such a shame that I had to see them go out against each other in round 2. This would have been a great round 5. This would have been very thematic. But,
you get what we get.
Yeah.
See, by the time we get to round 5, we're going to be looking at 2 people who are, veterans of this tournament.
Yeah.
Not just that, but in general. And we're going to be seeing some top level play. Hopefully they're going to make it interesting. I mean, of course, this is 40K. Sometimes you just roll nothing but 6s and you stare at your opponent and go like, "Sorry, man."
Should have rolled better. Roll your saves.
Yeah, roll those saves.
If I can roll these 6s, why can't you roll yours?
Yeah, it's good luck, buddy. So sometimes that just happens, and it's just how like I said, how that cookie crumbles.
Exactly.
And I will say that that variance is something that as a Warhammer 40K player, you got to kind of learn to accept that just you can do your hardest, you can try your best, and sometimes those dice just don't land on your side, no matter what.
Yeah, you got to take those games in stride.
Oh yeah.
And you gotta. I think a big factor for a lot of players in tournaments like this is controlling your tilt. You can control your tilt, you do way better than someone.
Oh,
can.
Absolutely. It's like playing competitive like MOBAs and stuff, League of Legends or Dota, where if you get tilted and you get angry, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, it's game over for you.
Game over.
Like once you give up, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your dice will reflect that.
Yeah.
I know my dice at least do. If I give up in a game,
Psycho-reactive
I don't have
plastic.
a shot. But if I believe I can do it, my dice will roll with me through the end.
Yeah. Stay with me, bud.
Try just as hard as I can.
Mm. Yeah, but the I think one of the most important things for learning how to accept bad luck and just knowing that it happens to you is I think one of the best training tools I ever played was Magic the Gathering, because there's nothing worse than drawing no lands.
Yeah. You can do nothing. You have no control.
So take it in stride, be a good sport, and that's what's important here. That's one of the main things about the Maryland Open that we want to encourage is that hey, there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser, and that might be you. And to accept that, be a good person, and play the game the way it is meant to be played.
Just remember, no matter how many bad beat stories you can tell, it's never going to be able to beat the time that I rolled 9 ones on 10d6.
Oh my god.
So I don't get to hear complaining from anybody else because my story is simply worse, more improbable. I don't know what the odds are that, and I frankly don't want to.
Yeah, that's a lot of 6s multiplied together.
But hey, that means that I banked luck for like the next 2 years. I'm set. I got luck to store.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it looks like Hertel is starting to close in again.
He's really solidifying control over that field. That is
yeah, the field is
it is his.
Far from contested.
Yeah. You got that Drakari player, poor Naden, he's stuck in that bottom right corner. He is kind of just holding on for dear life at this point.
He's been stuck where Hertel's allowed him this entire game.
Oh, absolutely. It has been no bueno.
What a number. I got 16-1 from 21. That's rough.
That's rough, buddy.
I don't know. I think
some chat.
My ratio was a little bit worse than yours. That feels bad. I mean,
feels bad, man.
Seems like my bad beat is better than your bad beat.
Man, those are like 4 nat ones in a row playing D&D. Just like, I'm dead. I'm a dead puppy.
I think not even like the worst opponent I ever played, but just the worst post-game experience I had. I was playing in Nova. It was my first ever Nova, one of my first majors ever. And I was running just some janky Eldar list. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what I always run.
Eldar jank.
Particularly bad Eldar jank. And this Tyrannid dude beat me with a gotcha. It was like something with moving twice, and I'd asked a question about it, and he just like didn't tell me anything. Like, just be open with your information. And then after he beats me, he hands me a fucking business card for his podcast. Like, dude.
Like, and that's the thing. That's the opposite of it. You gotta be a graceful winner. And one of the things that you can be as a graceful winner is don't say anything.
Yeah. Hey.
No matter what, don't say anything. Just nod. Let your opponent fume, because they're gonna fume. They might smile and nod and say, "Oh, good game," and be okay with it. And if they go like, "Oh man, your guy was really cool," and they're being good about it, then you can kind of be like, "Yeah, my guy was good." Yeah. But like, if you win, don't especially if you have a guy that's like, say you have like a Vanguard veteran or like a Terminator squad that has storm shields, and they just never die, right? Your opponent fires every last cannon shot into them, and nothing happens to them. And for 3 rounds straight, don't turn to your opponent at the end of that round and go like, "These guys are awesome, aren't they? They survived everything." Like, do not say that, because your opponent is going to want to like step on your models. Like, show you invincible models.
I'll show you how good they are.
Yeah. So be good about that. Like, don't be impressed by your own models, because your opponent ain't gonna like it.
Or just keep it to yourself. I mean, that's like, with a lot of it. Just
be impressed with your
and tell your friends about it.
Yeah, tell your friends. Go home, put get a little paintbrush out, and make little marks on them. Like, this is how many times I got shot and lived. Have fun with it. Don't tell your opponent that, because you're gonna ruin their day. You're gonna make them frustrated with you.
And now that's probably one of the main reasons that I'm in 40K right now. I need to match. He still plays in GTs again. I need to match up with him, and I need to kick his ass. I'm going to absolutely kick his teeth in next time I play him.
Do it.
That's my motivation. That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
I'm just learning. just here to watch Naden and Hertel. Learn from them, adapt, overcome, and then I'll beat that Tyranids player with his fracking Gene Stealers.
For 5 shots. 6 on 4, no rolls. No hits.
Oh.
9 shots.
Bad roll.
2 shots, 1 on 4s.
But a lot of these rolls coming out, like this is just revisiting the Hertel just has shooting for days, and Naden just wasn't able to take care of enough of it.
Admech normally hit on 3s or 4s? 3s.
Yeah.
As a Tau player for a primarily ranged army, having all your guys shoot on 4s really feels bad.
That is definitely rough, and then it makes you rely on marker lights and all that.
And they're not even good right now. Just GW.
Curse you.
Curse you. Why you make a game I like and then don't make the army I like any good?
Absolutely dreadful.
I mean, I lie. They were really good last edition.
One list though, and it was Triptides.
It was Triptides. You know, big expensive models that I don't really want to,
Yeah, and you have to run drone spam. It's just like a calculated list.
It's a list that I don't feel is rewarding to play. It's rewarding in that way that you'll win games, but it's not rewarding. Like, you don't feel good like when you play it.
And I mean, Richard Siegler, the robot that he is, was able to pilot it with so much finesse that he won himself the top of the ITC, and now he's playing what, Necrons?
Yeah. Clearly not something you want to be doing. Like, playing the Triptide list is what I mean.
Exactly. Let's see if any more games have been updated now that we're past. We've got 50 minutes remaining in the round. See if any... So JC, the Salamanders player from our last game, lost his second game. It was a bummer, but what was he playing against? Let's find out. Matt Laura, who is running Sisters. Interesting.
Interesting. Sisters are, of course, they're a new army that's coming out soon. The new Codex is going to be seen. I shouldn't say they're a new army. I mean, they've been around for a long time.
They've been around, but they've just been unavailable because they've always been metal.
Well, yeah, not only that, but you had to use like a specific White Dwarf magazine article to get your stats for your army.
Ridiculous.
Unreasonable. Games Workshop, unreasonable to be doing this.
Yeah, I don't like that they did it last edition with like Harlequin stuff. That it's still in still in print right now. It's just, you have to buy this White Dwarf. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy your magazine.
I mean, their magazine has fun stuff in it.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I mean, like, I'm definitely not the target audience for their magazine.
No. And you know, it's one of those things where I can appreciate certain things in the White Dwarf, obviously, you know, like painting tutorials and stuff like that. But if you're not into that stuff, it's it's not great for you.
Yeah,
you know?
it just makes it more of a pain that I have to just go through another resource to pirate it. Which is 100%. I'm not buying a magazine.
I mean, speaking of pirating in the industry, it's actually amazing the amount of pirating that is in this game and the sport and stuff like that. And the thing is that when you look at something that popular, that pirated, you got to go like, is there something we could do for the industry that would make people want to legitimately buy the thing? Like, what kind of availability do you want to create?
There 100% is. You can just do it.
Well, like the amount of money in it, like people spend tons of money to pirate this stuff, and you're just like, that means that people are willing to spend money on your thing.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing to not get those customers?
Exactly.
So, you know, I think that this hobby could be even bigger than it is. I think we could have more stuff like this if, you know, we focused on new ways of getting people involved that were based around encouraging people to want to be in the hobby. And I think the current methods just probably aren't doing it. I mean, 40K is experiencing a huge boom right now. I will say that, like, you know, more people are playing this game than probably ever in the past, worldwide. So, you know, very, very happy about that. I think we can just definitely refine and get more out of this hobby than we have right now.
Exactly. Yeah, there's so much potential for growth, and hopefully we'll meet it someday, rise to our potential. But
we can finally take over.
Yeah.
We can kick the NFL out.
Yes. Get out of here, NFL. It's time for our
Sunday Night
Plastic Soldiers.
Warhammer.
Oh, looks like we're just doing some fighting here. What else left? He's got the Incarn left. He's got that Venom left with the racks inside. I think he has some Incubi down there. Looks like they're in combat with those full red Electro Priests.
And that Incarn's down there as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Rolling ones. Rolling ones. Alright, and then 2's wound because you lost one health. And 6 will give you more wounds, and you died with 3 more wounds. 3 wounds. Alright, well, give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give me 7 minus 2.
7 wounds coming to them at -2.
3? 4 of them, I think. At least 4.
4? 3, 3, 2, and 1.
3, 2, 1.
It looks like a lot of punishment coming towards those incubi. Yep.
I can roll hot. I don't know.
And they're consolidating in towards that incarn. Those Electro Priests are doing some punishment right now. We'll see how all of this turns out once that incarn really gets into combat with them. Obviously, as basically a god-made flesh in 40k world, it's going to put some pain down. We're seeing it hit back right now.
Sorry, you need 5.
Just 1? God damn it, Incarn. You are fucking shit up today.
All right, well, that incarn seems to be kind of being a disappointment right now. It's having a hard time hitting that vehicle. Ooh. All right, well, that hit did go through, so let's see what happened. I don't know if that actually destroyed that vehicle. Well, we are at the end of the round. They are calculating points at the moment. Can we go see what's on table 1? Let's see what's going on with the Death Guard and the Drukhari.
5s. 2 saves, AP2.
AP2. Both go through. Got 1.
And then the Orgul. 2s. And then 5s. Nothing from the Orgul and Bahamian.
Saves. Let's see what happens.
2, and then nothing from her because she's only strength 3. Now let me just check with Bahamian's rule 1 sec. I rolled a 6 last time to wound. I want to make sure there's nothing to do with like mortals. But I don't think so. I think you're live on 1.
Excellent.
All right.
Cool.
Just hop back over to table 1. We're seeing what's going on. Naden and Mark have been. They're currently calculating points, starting up a new round.
Awesome. Yeah, that game probably won't last too much longer. Now we can get one of them over here for an interview. It would be very pog champ, as the kids say.
Pow champ.
So we're actually going to hit on 4 of them, and we're going to wound on your 2. So we're going to wound 4. 4 no AP.
4 wounds going through. It does not look like many Drukhari models are. I mean, we've got those few raiders, but it looks like Death Guard have taken complete and utter control over that right side of the board. And now they're fighting for the top left corner.
Well, we got that bottom right, where we got a raider that unloaded a bunch of dudes down there. So we're looking at a pretty spread out game.
For some reason, those look like Death Guard to me. Anyways.
No, the player actually has a distinctly very orange kind of coloration to them. His models actually look very impressive when you actually get down on that table.
I do appreciate the discoloration, that, like him and Hertel's list, where it just kind of shows you the difference between each and every army. I mean, I guess it's because it's bigger models. It's nice as well because Naden's everything's tiny. I can't tell the difference between the Dark Reapers and the Incubi and the Racks. It's just a bummer.
Oh, not what I needed.
Oh, that was a bad roll. Lots of 1s on that one.
Unfortunate. Unlucky. Nowhere near as bad as my bad beat, but just not to complain about it for just the next minute.
If you roll 1 and just miss 1, you don't feel it because I have OPSEC and non-OPSEC.
Those are the kind of rolls that really make or break games sometimes. You know, you
I'll prefer the tray.
get a bad one, you lose a bunch of dudes. Bad time.
Exactly. Like it's hard to recognize when a bad roll killing a dude is going to come back to bite him later, but it's definitely more evident. And having that happen a few too many times definitely definitely starts to reflect in players' just ability to maintain that high score at this game. And these two players actually, right here on table one that we're watching right now, they're teammates. They're on the same team that came together
as well.
Yeah, which is really nice to
Interesting.
just see that. I mean, so we have 2 team matches coming on both tables here, actually. Yeah, Team Battle Brothers on the right side, and they're the table 1 team start with a C, I remember correctly. Something like that. Maybe the Conrads.
See what they're doing. I believe he's counting on dice right now.
Yeah, probably going to get ready to shoot a lot of shots into some. Looks like a few Terminators have been picked off, but there's still 6 of them left. Yeah, 6 Terminators
there's
left.
a bunch of dudes still left on. This is anybody's game right now, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's going to come out of secondary. I think both players are probably going to max in primary.
This is a lot of guys. I'll say this, that I think that it's still definitely too early to tell for this game whether or not it's going to go Death Guard or Drukhari.
I agree.
This is a hard fight. Unfortunately for Nathan, I believe that he's being hemmed in right now.
Yeah, I think that one's all but set in stone. Which is unfortunate, but hey, go first next time. Yeah, that is one of my least favorite things about 40K is that it comes down to a 60% win rate on going first. I mean, you can definitely change it by outplaying your opponent, but like, that is a bummer.
Yeah, but if both of you are expert players,
yeah,
what are you gonna do?
Like that definitely matters, and especially in this matchup where is your one counter. You only got one of them that you got to dodge.
Oh yeah.
There's 6 players running AdMech. Mark player is easily the best of them, if not the best in the world. The different psychic powers now, seeing where we want to dispense them. Curse the Leper going out. Curse the Leper is psychic power where that's the one where you roll 76, and if each one that beats their toughness, they take a more wound, right? Yeah. Curse the Leper, definitely high value, especially in something like Dark Eldar where you're running a lot of T3. That'll wipe out a squad of Racks or Witches easily.
It seems to be, it's one of those things that really stands out as potential counterplay to the Dark Eldar horror show that meta has currently become. And surprisingly, actually, we're seeing a lot of Dark Eldar kind of come out of this not the strongest.
Yeah, they've if Death Guard managed to win this list, we have a completely biased reason to say that Dark Eldar are dog shit because they've lost every single game on camera.
Well, we can only hope.
Yeah. But hey, that also means Grey Knights are bad because they've also lost every single game on camera.
Every game I've ever seen of them. So, I've seen plenty of Grey Knight lists in regular games.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I lost to a Grey Knight list last Nova. I had the game won. I actually just showed him I stepped off an objective and he was able to get on. And it was just like a feels bad. Like I won too many things. I hate it when that happens.
Oh yeah.
Like you've got it set in stone and then got too comfortable because they're Grey Knights. You can't lose to Grey Knights.
You can't lose to those guys. They're only built to counter one kind of list.
Yeah.
Of course, when demons ever come into like main play again, I remember back when demons at one point were just the top of the meta, and they just wiped the floor with everybody. And it's never Khorne. It's never the martial god, the blood god. It's like Nurgle Slanesh lists and stuff. It's weird stuff like that.
Slanesh is just so cool though.
Tzeentch. I mean, I run Slanesh, so I love my weekends.
Yeah.
To quote Dan Abnett.
Where the Drukhari buffs, I agree. They need them. They need them more than anybody right now.
If you're asking in real life, where are the Drukhari buffs? As far as we can tell from the Hartel and Naden game, because he was running Ynnari, he did not get power from pain. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you run anything out but not pure Drukhari, you do not get power from pain as
yeah, you're missing on. I don't think your army cares power. About it too much.
No, you can play without it. Yeah, I think it's completely doable, but well, clearly not this tournament.
Yeah.
So. But we're seeing what this Drukhari list is up to. This might actually be a pure Drukhari list. Do you remember?
This one is pure Drukhari, yeah.
So these guys are actually going to have power from pain.
Yeah. Which is, that's giving a lot of their stuff what? They get the 6-up invul, or a 6-up Feel No Pain. It might be an invul.
I believe it's a Feel No Pain.
It's probably Feel No Pain. Then they get to advance and charge. And then they get a 2-up ballistic skill at some point. They get can't fail leadership at some point. One more that I don't recall.
Oh, it's fantastic stuff. It really makes Drukhari just a juggernaut the later the game goes. You know, you first think you think, oh, Drukhari, they're like a first turn, you know, they got to win early game, and I think it's, you know, it's kind of one of those things that, like, when properly balanced, you know, it's something that makes them not tanky, but because they aren't tanky and they fall off in the late game because they're going to take a lot of casualties from being not tanky, it really makes them able to, like, kind of stay in the game longer, and stay active and stay viable.
Yeah.
It's actually a perfect example of actually balancing your game well. That I think, you know, they did a good job with the Drukhari.
The whole base. The whole base of these are obscuring.
I just don't think Raiders should be that strong.
Yeah, I think they just missed a few key things. Drukhari should be strong, but not.
There you go. As long as you have true line of sight.
On turn 4.
Okay.
Cool. Then you're good.
Thank you, chat, for helping us out.
Knowing all the rules that we can't.
Yep.
Because goddamn, there are a lot of rules.
I do not own a Drukhari Codex, so could not tell you actually what it does. I just remember that I think it was a Feel No Pain, but I am incorrect.
I think it was a Feel No Pain last edition.
I've seen 3 different versions of Drukhari come across my desk. And that's not to mention the other armies that I've seen a lot more copies come out in front of me. So, you know, my old brain, I just look at all this stuff and go like, wow, oh, that's new.
That's good.
That's good. I like that. So, you know, you see what you know, it changes, and I think they're pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think they're. We'll see once the meta flattens out,
dust clears.
Dust settles, and they get their first round of nerfs, and then I'll be fair game to pass my judgment. But for any judgment on any list, you gotta wait for the facts, which is a bummer because those take a few months.
Who needs facts?
Yeah.
You got hearsay.
Yeah, it's fine. We can just have people running around believing they can get 24 attacks out of a succubus.
Oh my god.
And then his other one is miasma, which I'm going to put the top there if I'm going to mark it in.
Yeah, I think you're good. Yep.
Miasma goes off on an eye.
Okay,
So I'm going to leave that there.
Yep.
And then the one up here has putrescent.
Why don't we listen in on the table 1 audio real quick, kind of get a feed as to what the players are saying.
Leper has to be on the closest target, which is probably me.
Okay.
Alright, so 4, 7, and their toughness is now 2.
So
for every 3 up,
toughness 2
yes,
because
I'm
of
sorry.
in order you've got
No, you're
minus
right.
1 around that.
8 goes off.
They got some nasty gas.
Those Drukhari going from
Denied, and you take D3 mortals. 4.
Yeah. 1.
Okay. Which
You
I
look at
think
it
might
blow
kill
over.
because didn't he take?
The blight spawn.
No, the blight spawn.
Yeah, blight spawn's on 2. He's fine. He's not.
Blight spawn 2 wounds remaining.
Wish it was more.
He wishes it were more. That's plenty of wounds remaining.
No leper.
No leper. In which case, his second.
So much, so tough.
Yeah.
So many wounds, so much toughness.
Yeah.
Toughness is key in this game. I have always believed that ever since I saw a Wraith Lord with toughness 8 back in an edition when.
All right, I'm gonna choose on the.
Oh, it was nasty when you got the toughest thing on Carnifex.
It's your.
Or
I'll choose this one.
You're like, wow, these are really scary. And I looked over in the Eldar Codex and it says, Wraith
D3
Lord
is 2.
What?
Excuse me? What did you say?
Yeah. Whoa. And this was back in the edition where it was it wasn't if you were twice their toughness or twice their whatever you got 2 up and you were half
no one in here, right?
6 up. No, it was if you are 1, it's 3 up. If you are 2, it's 2 up. If you're like higher, you're 1 higher than their toughness, it's 3 up. 2 higher, it's 2 up.
So first is
and same in reverse. If you're 1 below, it's 5 up, and it's 2 below, it's 6 up to wound. So that was back in that edition when if you were like, oh, yeah, no, it's my strength 6 shots. Wound on 6s.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, it was nasty. Super nasty. So they've really changed the way that kind of rules work.
I like the way they got it figured out now with toughness and all that. I feel like it's fairly balanced.
I think it's an easier chart to play with.
Yeah, definitely. It's easier to understand, and it's consistent with hitting and wounding. And those going in tandem is pretty important.
I'm guessing?
Yeah.
And that's 5 Feel No Pain. I live.
Feel No Pain going off.
Then we're going to. He has to shoot in combat, so we're going to do a. We can't do frac, so we're going to do crack, ultra, and the blast. The vial. The vial is blast, so it should get 3 shots. So we're going to do 3 hits.
Yep.
You know, I don't think the demon engines have an extra roll, so it's going to be 2 and then 2 wounds.
2. Cool.
Yep.
So 6s. I fail both.
Okay, 2 down. And then we're going to.
More Drukarian
we're going
pulled
to do
out
the 2
the field.
meltas.
You got it.
Both hits.
You either hate or love to see
1
it, depending on which side of the field you're landing on.
See him.
Feel
Hate
it.
to see him go. Love to
And
see him
then the
leave.
crack
Yeah.
missile hits.
I'm not super fond
Hate to
of
see him
that.
leave. Love to see him go. One or the other.
Nerkly and tanky. Hard to deal with. Pain in my side.
And now we're going
We've been
to.
going 7 hours.
Disengage.
Feels like it's been 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
D6 auto hits.
Oh, he's not the champ?
No, he's not.
He would have owed me.
It's very interesting
No, he wouldn't
how,
have this. He's not getting 3.
how these metas form up, and
absolutely.
like what people are looking at. It must be just the biggest headache to try and balance. How many factions are there?
Yeah.
We've got at least.
Sounds good.
It's 3 hits. It should be wounding on 3s, rerolling 1s.
Yep.
2, no AP.
4s. They have 1 fail 1. 1 guy down.
We've got 23 different factions here,
And then,
so I'd say
here
probably
today.
30 to 35 is a
Yeah.
safe assumption.
So in chaos you can split into like 4 different
These guys are
factions.
combat, by the way.
Easily.
Leadership, you fight last.
So it must be just a pain in the butt to try and balance all these armies against each other and just try to make a game that works.
Exactly.
So I can respect that. I can respect that difficulty.
Like, I understand why it can't be done, but I wish they would invest more into R&D with the amount they're charging for this stuff.
These 2 entropy cannons here.
I mean, I just wish the rules were more available.
Yeah.
Like in that maybe data sheets were free to download, but like
It came out deep
relics and stuff weren't. Just so that people, because I know a lot of people who say like I would get into that game, but I didn't know what army to play, and because I couldn't look at the rules, I never picked one. So I'm like, spending $40 just to look at your army and know what an army could do, and then find out you don't even want to play that army. That's a barrier. Yeah, that's a barrier for people to get into the hobby. I wish they would, that would make things a lot easier if you could just be like, here's a free little booklet. It has a bunch of rules, especially for playing maybe a box or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just wish that kind of. I am glad that the core rules are free to download online. So at least you can always play the game.
Lightning fast on this guy, I think it must be.
Looks like on table 2, we are down to our last unit. Looks like the Incarn is all about all that stands for the Eldar if we want to swap on over.
All hit.
Yep.
1 fail, so 3.
AP1s?
3, now AP2 because.
Now AP2.
Actually, where's the place one? Yeah, it's gonna be.
Am I within 9? What's container?
What's it? What's
Round 3.
Round 3.
I think you're only 6, right? So
6.
So it's only AP1.
Okay.
So I'll take him on some guys in cover for 3 up save. Cocked, but 2 made it so far. Next one, fine.
Okay.
Making their
Good
saves.
rolls.
Love to see it. High rolls going through. Such a tanky army. I mean, both armies here are tanky, but in their own rights. Dark Eldar with just the amount of different kinds of things you have to be able to deal with, and then the Death Guard just with their sheer tankiness.
Oh, yeah.
Stupidity. -1 damage. I can't stress enough.
I mean, it's still minimum to 1. Like, you still will get something through, but those when you're relying on those Melta Blasters or something to really punch through some heavy armor and get those tanks dead, there is nothing worse than being 1 or 2 off from killing that tank and just staring at it, knowing that you just rolled 1 higher. If that power wasn't in play, you would have that sucker dead. I don't know how many times that's happened to me. Just stared at that tank, just shake your fist, you know.
Oh, I'll get you.
Oh, you.
Shots.
I'm going to grab the current scores for those games.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Take that.
These guys' boats keep exploding. They keep jumping boat to boat. So I'm moving about 24 inches away from them.
Curious to see what was going on. I think those raiders have just been destroyed.
Yep, we should be good. Just that.
Yep, we got some shots coming out from these mephetic drones. Shooting at these troops that have been ejected out of the raider.
This guy. So yeah, Draz, he's not within 3 of them.
Nope. So we're going to put all the. What's his on?
2 up 4. They should be outside 24, these guys. Those ones, yeah.
2 up 4 up 4 wounds, 6 wounds, 5 wounds?
6 wounds. Reduces damage by 1. So shooting him's a bit of a trap.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not going anywhere.
We'll elect these guys.
Yeah.
We're going to do. So we'll do this guy's 6.
This guy's a 9.
9 or 6?
And so he's looking for line of sight on these drones and trying to make sure that what he's looking at he can see. Yeah, it looks like that one drone cannot see those Drukhari there over on that objective, so he's not able to shoot into them.
And I'm going to take the.
Since they are not actually inside that terrain piece, they can't see them.
5 guys there.
Alright, well, I'll put them both. They're both fully trained. They're both trained. I'll put them both in the.
Yep.
Got it. So I'll do the 2d3 blast shots first. It's going to be 3.
Yep.
All hit.
Toughness 2.
I got a wound. Reroll the 1.
Yep.
All wounds.
AP.
I want to say it's 1.
I'll take on guys in cover, so it'll be a 3 up. Make those, and I fail that. I lose 1.
All right.
Sounds good. 4 of the melters.
Losing some incubi to these
Raider.
mephitic drones. Not fun.
Oh, the drones doing work.
Oh, they are.
Up to 6.
So 3 ups. Another one fails. So we're getting.
Oh no! Your buddy. You're your buddy.
And the long range shots into there, right?
But I get +2 here.
These aren't even my earbuds.
Yeah, if you
They're
wanna
actually my
reroll.
girlfriend's.
Sure, then-
So if I break them, she's just going to be like, what are you
Which I
doing?
probably do.
Sounds good.
CB4.
Stop you down to 4 CP.
Yeah, and I do get it. So it's gonna be 3
5s, make one fail one, and then the third one fails. So 2 go
I don't
through.
even know how that works out.
2d6 plus 4.
I do
what
have
it
looks- 8 plus
updates.
4.
Let's go back to table 2 real quick. Provide some information on what's going on over there. So we do have a few things left just above where the camera can see. We've got a night spinner, and then we've also got some. We've got some what look to be
And that's a flyer, right?
yeah,
That's an
night
airplane.
spinner. That's the no line of sight shooting. And we've also got what look to be some incubi over there, as well as one spot of Dark Reaper on the outskirts of some area. Nothing enough to really change what's going on in this game, but definitely something.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so a place where some tougher stuff is going on. I
Yeah.
felt like a lot of times I feel like that's happening in some of these streams. Just I'm like something's happening on
these far reaches.
On these far reaches where I cannot see what's going on.
Yeah. So currently on direct, which is Mark second secondary, he's got 11 points engaged. He's managed to get since we're only on.
What is his direct again?
I don't know what that is. Direct assault is that one?
I'm unfamiliar. I'm staring at the list of secondary objectives.
Direct? No. Yeah, I have no clue.
That might be something from the book. Is that
Admech
the
don't
dark?
have a book.
Yeah, they don't have a book. So
And then while we stand, we fight. Has he lost? Looks like he's lost. They might have just fallen just below where the camera can see. If they, there's no way he killed all 3 of those tanks. No shot.
Give me 5.
Direct assault is the. Oh, it's the mission, sir.
Oh,
all right,
okay,
awesome. Thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
so what?
yeah, of course.
What does it get for this mission? For this mission, Score 3 if you hold the center objective. The center or objective in an opponent's performance zone, or 5 if you hold both. So he's going to easily max this out.
This is Mark, right?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Mark.
no wonder he pushed his guy so deep and took that as center objective.
That makes things make a lot more sense.
Man, thank you, chat.
Yeah, appreciate it. Doing what we can't, which is know the rules of 40K. And now we're on the butt of Battle Round 4. Looks like...
It takes a village.
Yeah. Kill for Nate. He's only got 4 points so far. Dominate. It says dominate. It says don't. What is dominate?
Domination is score 3 victory points if you control more than half the total number of objective markers on the battlefield at the end of your turn.
That one is not going to be
No wonder that has seen nothing in it.
He's gotten 6 so far. He's done it twice, but that's just at the end of his turn, moving on to some stuff.
Yeah.
Not gonna, and then
kind
direct
of like
assault.
the weird reverse of the standard primary objective.
They both ended up taking direct assault, but I think it's just because the first turn, Mark was able to pull ahead with it.
Yep.
Schiffel is going to take home the championship. Who is Schiffel? Let's look through the BCP. Schifflet? I'm going to look through the BCP, and I'm going to observe his list. And if I've been lied to, and he does not, Eric Schifflet, he's playing Admech.
You think this might come down to an Admech versus Admech?
We'll see. So
which is the true scion of the Omnissiah?
He's running CAD front destroyers with grab cannons.
Anybody play?
And Castell and robots.
Oh, that was I was just about to ask. Castell and robots. Oh, I love my big Tonka truck Doom robots.
I do love them. Their ability to win the rest of this tournament.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know.
And then their score sheet just wasn't updated for table 1.
Yeah.
They just don't like updating it so we can know what's going on. They like to keep it a mystery. Shout out a mystery.
Keep it a mystery. So
make us guessing.
Just come out of nowhere. Walk out of there. I scored 130 points and my opponent, well, he indeed won with 200. You stare at him for a long time.
I wonder, can these cameras go a little bit further back or wider? No. Okay. Yeah, so tomorrow they'll be lifted up so we can see the entire table. But just for now, we got to deal with what we got. But he shouldn't have too many things. Just on the sides here. He might have those Belarus energy tanks, which is going to be a good 10-15 points for Mark, depending on whether they're alive or not.
We need... What I would really love to see...
Do you know who's winning by on table 6 by any chance? Let me see if the game is already over.
Yeah.
Alex Hamilton and Kurt Phillips, I have no clue. I'm sorry. I can tell you what list they're playing. So this is a High Fleet Kraken list. And we will make an educated guess.
Fast bugs from Kraken.
We got a Dimakaran, which I think is the...
As the Forward World model is currently kind of, by the community standards, the scariest thing in close combat out there. Although I have watched videos where people see what they can do with it, and they have found that there's a character from the Space Wolves that actually, like a character Dreadnought, that can take it down.
It is a elite heavy Tyranid list against Mono Jakari.
Bugzilla list.
Yeah, my money's on the Jakari in this case, just because of Jakari against Tyranids. I feel like that precedent is set. But I would love to see an upset. Kurt's your best friend. It's his birthday turned 30 today? Oh, that's awesome. Just wait for the final result on the website. That is fair. Hey, if I'm wrong though, I'd love to be wrong. Wait, which one's Kurt? Is Kurt Eldar or... Kurt is the Dark Eldar. Yeah, Kurt's got it. Kurt's got the game. You don't got to worry about a thing. Those Tyranids aren't going to take him down.
You can only hope.
I don't want to shit talk Tyranids if you're the Tyranid guy's best friend. But Tyranids are.
Look, man, I've watched Tyranids come away with a victory against like Necrons and stuff. That Bugzilla list is nothing to sneeze at.
100%. It's disappeared yet again.
Yeah,
that's a problem for later. I only need the left one.
That's later Shayne's problem.
Yeah. Sean Nate has held on for a lot longer than I thought he would.
And I think that Incarn's doing work right now.
He's doing mad work. Whenever a unit dies near him on a 4-up, he regains a wound.
Oh yeah, no, oof. Yeah, that sucker's gonna stay for the rest of the game.
Yeah, especially with the amount of stuff he's killing. And just what the random shenanigans Nane's able to do to keep him out of combat, alive, just teleporting around the field.
I just hope, you know, it's one of those things where is there enough rounds in the game for Sean to even come back from this?
I don't think so.
Or are they on the turn 4? Or are they on
they're on the butt of turn 4.
Butt of turn 4. I'm really impressed if he can come out of this, but I just don't think he's got this right now to win.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he should still, you know, try to earn those points, get those points in there. Wonder what Hartel. Do you think Hartel's going to come out of this with 100 points?
No, I think they'll come out with 90 to 100, but I don't think it'll be 100. I think he's already lost one Belarus tank, which might have been his target for keeping me alive. It also could have been the Chicken Walkers because they're both 150 points per unit. But,
Yeah.
I think it's more likely he took the Belarus because they're more likely to be in the backfield. But I don't think there's a chance Nane wins this game, sadly.
Yeah.
I think this matchup came entirely down to who went first.
Oh, yeah.
If Nane had gone first, things could turn out a lot. Or the game could have at least been a lot closer.
A lot of times shooting armies, that's kind of how things land.
Yeah.
If you're a much more melee-focused list, you can kind of get away with going second more times than not. You know, I've watched Space Wolves get second, and I just, oh, good, you moved first, you got closer. That means I charge you on turn 1. You know, that can really make or break a game. But yeah, 2 shooting lists, whoever's going to go first is really going to get an advantage. It's that fight uphill thing. I will not drop this.
Yeah.
There needs to be a correction, I feel, in core rules that handle first turn advantage. A lot of other games have it. Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone.
I'm shooting with Dark Reapers.
Only when an Eldar unit.
That's what I thought you said.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was any unit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That, ooh.
Shows you how long it's been since I looked at the Incarn.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that sucker, ooh, 4 up. If you healed every time you killed a model,
yeah,
every turn, basically 3 wounds back. Oof.
But just with the amount of stuff that's been dying near him has been plenty, you could probably keep it pretty high up there. And with his, he's got 3 up, 4 up, T6, 9 wounds total. Looks like he's going to Heroic Intervene into that tank, and that's something that he's getting a lot of value out of. Sean in these Heroic Interventions is huge. He's been doing it almost every single turn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, barring the one weird one that we had earlier today, you know, this Incarn has been just jumping around the field. You know, in my mind, trying to imagine what this kind of place would look like, you know, in the fiction or something. You know, this like glowing energy god thing is just jumping around left and right. You know,
jumping around,
poor soldiers
looking at tanks, and they disappear.
Yeah, just like sticking a sword in them. Everyone dies. This poor Skitari don't even know what's hitting them.
Maybe the Incarn and 3 Incubi are a unit that I'll need to consider for my own list.
Hey, the Incubi, I have never seen Incubi not do well. I mean, obviously barring them getting shot off the board early on, but that's why you stick them in a Raider. And you get Drazar on them. Oh, so good. Oh. That was a clock going off right there?
Yeah, sounds like it.
I broke mine the last event. Did you break yours?
I wonder, could that have been someone clocking out?
5.
Is that why Incarn is Heroically Intervening again?
No idea.
I don't think. How much time do we have looking around? We have 10 minutes left in the. It's not too far-fetched.
Nope. This could be someone clocking out right now. So go over what exactly does clocking out do for you? Like, what's the disadvantage of
So when you clock out, you cannot make any moves. The only thing you can do is make saves. So your opponent gets to play through the rest of their allotted time, and that's making any movement, making any charges, attacks. Your dudes cannot fight back, anything like that. They just get to make their saves.
So at least your guys get to, you know, take the hits.
Your things don't just become paper mache, but you can't punch anywhere near your bag as hard. Yeah, it seems he clocked out.
Yep.
Okay, so if Hertel clocked out,
It'll be my turn.
do we? So now Nate's trying to talk through the rest of this stuff, figure out what he's gonna do. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be real close.
Like nothing else matters, right? It's just.
So nothing else matters. And there's that Night Spitter coming out.
Oh, there it is.
He's maxed out on Gauge, Hertel has.
You already maxed out, right?
Maxed out Direct Assault as well. I don't think Naden can pull this out, but I think
he's going to walk away with a good amount of points. An amount of points that I think any player would be happy to get. But you know, these guys are, as you've professed, top of their craft. So we'll see how Naden is doing come the end of this game.
Yeah, let's definitely, if we're not already doing it, let's play the audio from Table 2 on the stream, just so people can listen along with us. All right, awesome. Yeah, right now we're just taking a listen, seeing what they're saying, and so to recount what they had beforehand, looks like Naden's going to be 7 points short of maxing on secondaries. Can he do it on the primary is what it's going to come down to.
I think he said he was maxed out of his primaries already.
Really?
Yeah, if you control at least, you know,
if he got
you get all 15 3 times, you're done. So even if you're scoring on the 5th round, you're not really getting anything out of it. So at this point, you know, Hertel could just give up those primary objectives and not care about them.
And if
that was the handshake. I think they are officially ending the game.
They are ending the game.
If I had more time,
yeah, they are currently reviewing, you know, what should have happened.
Looks like Hertel did run out of time.
No, because I still would have got 3-2. It still would have been 15. Like it doesn't change. Like
I mean, like he could have moved over there.
Saying the outcome wouldn't have changed if Hertel had more time. Just having a discussion about that.
Yep.
They both feel that it was an amazing game, which it was, and fantastic to watch as well. Just to see these two different strategies divulge into each other, come clashing. And
I was very impressed by the kind of boxing in that tank. I thought that was a really clever way to, you know, try and stop those electro priests from coming out.
Players just hugged it out. Love to hear it.
Love to hear it. So let's go to table 1 and see how that game's going to conclude.
See how this is going on. Let's see if we can get the either Mark or Naden for an interview whenever they've got some time as well. Would be awesome.
So 4 up safe. He goes in.
One dead.
Go on.
Because the next round starts at what? If the round ends in 10 minutes. Looks like table 1 is not going to get close to finishing. I think they're on 3 or 4 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire, just based on whoever's been able to accumulate the most points so far. Which Death Guard is definitely good at getting that early game points lead, but Dark Eldar certainly has the mobility to get onto different objectives as they need to. And these little drones the Dark Eldar or the Death Guard have aren't dead. Which I think is a pretty big problem for the Death Guard.
They are staying alive. They are being big problems right now. He's currently got some Dark Eldar in melee with them. I'm unfamiliar with the drones. They are, you know, an enigma to me as far as like the rules are concerned. So I'd be curious to see how they do in melee. Typically, chaos things are pretty good. For machines going into melee.
All wounds. 1, 2, 3, 4. AP2. So 9 experience.
Most certainly, I agree with that. They are.
That is squad.
Okay.
The bane of my existence, to say the least.
I think that's it, right?
Yep.
All right.
It's like we got the old Eldar succubus model on the table here.
Oh yeah. This is a veteran player for
I
Kukari.
think you killed 2 the previous turn, so they were a 7-man, they lost 6, so 1 or 2 to pass, they're gone.
Big boy Shayne telling like it is damn straight. Alan, how you doing? How's your shot? He just got his second vaccination shot.
Punch you back.
Oh, good for you.
Looking
D3
for the
attacks,
results,
for
seeing if
3,
he ends up super sick. I actually only got a mild headache. I was
2
fine
hits.
after mine.
Mine, you know, it's
1
kind of
wound,
took me
82,
out
1 wound,
on the
81.
weekend. The next night, I had the worst pain in my wrist. I don't know what it was, but I've heard other people have the same problem where they kind of get like a joint pain in the arm that they get their
I
shot.
have 3 objectives, so I'm not
If you're experiencing any of that, good luck. It sucks.
I guess I'm just built different.
It just happens. People, you know, react differently to that.
Yeah.
Doesn't cover all of them.
It's part of that only drink water thing.
You think so?
Yeah.
How many guys do you have in 3 in the deck? Is that one? This one you're supposed to be with 3?
Gotta love that curling of the tape measure. I used for the longest time. I actually used a kind of tailoring tape measure. They're ones that roll. They're real thin. They're real silky. They curl, so you can like really pull them taut. And you don't get that like hard bend, like more of these industrial kind of aluminum style. I think they're aluminum style tape measures. I don't actually like them as much, especially because they are really bad about like slamming shut and closed and all that stuff. Like I've been cut by them before. And I just much prefer the little tailoring tape measures, and also they're $2.
Yeah,
so
they're wicked cheap. I like the DW one because when it gets loose enough, you can just shake it and hold the thing down and make a little creaky noise. And of course, I can't pay attention to anything for more than 2 minutes. So.
Cubes.
How many rounds left in this total tournament? We have 3 rounds left after this today. So we've got 1 more. We've got 5 minutes or so left in this round now.
And then are we going to be taking a break, or are we jumping right into the next round?
We're going to be taking a 30-minute break. We have 4 minutes left in this round. These players here were not going to be able to finish up their game. I don't think they're clocked either. I think they were just going at their own leisurely pace. These are just 2 armies that are surprisingly durable into each other because they have the types of defenses the other ones are not going to deal with.
Yeah.
There's both ways that you can get out and try to kill that one. These ladies are going to fall back and try to kill some characters. Let's see. If they charge here, you would count.
Yeah, it looks like they're just doing final moves, stuff like that, trying to figure out what their stuff is even worth doing, if it'll help them net secondaries, anything like that. That is just the standard for these last couple moments of a tournament turn.
I have played games where it came down to the fact that the tournament timed me out is the only reason I won. Playing a game of Malifaux once. If my opponent had 2 more minutes and was able to, flip an extra attack on me or something and kill me, would have gotten victory points that would have taken him over, but I ended up winning that, just literally timing him out. So, not intentionally, just played the game out, just how long it took. But that can happen. You can really, kind of come away with a surprise ending, despite the clock.
It does catch up to you really fast sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's played a big 5-hour, 6-hour-long game of Warhammer will tell you, you get called by your girlfriend or your significant other, whoever, your mom. They go, "Where are you?" You're like, "Oh, I'm just here playing my game with my friend." And they're like, "It's 11 p.m. What are you doing?" And you go, "It is." Oh, bye guys. Just pick up your stuff and run off.
I got a jet.
I gotta go. Bye. So, fun game. Love it. Really feel it in your ankles.
Yeah. Make sure you bring something to stand on if you're going to an event with a hard concrete.
Good socks.
Yeah, good socks. A yoga mat I've seen players bring around.
Yoga mat. I gotta try that actually.
Yeah, especially if you're playing like hard, like we don't have hard floors here. I think it's carpeted. But like just like if you're ATC where everything's concrete.
A moon mat.
Yeah, something like that. They're awesome.
That's a good idea.
I've also had recommendations for those little trays with wheels you can get from Amazon. You can just store your army on.
Not
picked one up.
That sounds good. Yeah, no, the place I play at the Historic Haven, they have hard cement floors. So you really feel it when you're in those long games, playing against 2,000-point Necrons and just stare at an opponent.
We watched the whole lifetime of this Anti-Ans across the street, or across the way. I've been going to that store. They just closed the gates down. Seems their prime pretzel time is over. I mean, they are the mall Anti-Ans.
Oh yeah, most of these places are kind of done by about 6 p.m. anyway. So we're gonna have to find somewhere else to get sustenance.
I'll have to pick something up tomorrow. From Anti-Ans. Can't go to a mall rocking Anti-Ans. They don't even Cinnabon. That's wild.
They don't have Cinnabon?
Every mall's gonna have Anti-Ans in town. I don't know how you can have them all without them.
Dark Lance hits. Dark Lance doesn't wound.
Also, we're gonna get both Mark Hertel and Sean Naden come on here in just a moment.
Dark Lance from the
and they're going to making any kind of splash today. No,
excellent. Damage for 3.
Okay, cool.
And here comes the blasters.
Yeah, awesome.
Blackheart that one. 2 hits.
Yep.
Blasters winning on 3s.
Throw shade at each other.
And then a bunch of
That way
Phantasm.
they can't talk shit about each
One.
other at the same time.
Hits.
You gotta get them on
Need
one
9.
side for that.
Nope. And then a bunch of poison.
Excellent.
Love to hear that. And this round is just about
One
over
save.
3 minutes left. All right, so now that we've seen the entirety of this game play out, who do you think, knowing none of the scores, because they always
Then
none of
do
the-
the,
yeah, I know.
Swift.
they've got to be keeping a track of like a
Use the
BCP
same
or
Something,
target.
something. You know, you gotta hope for it.
my
And they're
money's
getting
on
some. Man, they're throwing big dice pools still at this late in this game. I just
4
saw.
saves.
I think about 20 dice. No, not 20.
I think
That's probably around 12 to 14 dice just land in that tray.
just based on where Eldar or Dark Eldar have been through this entire thing, I think they've maintained enough objectives to
Only
hit
one
on that
hit.
primer. I think Death Guard have as well, but
Given how,
secondary teams.
given how slow and how untouched one of these objectives has
Same
been,
with the witches,
bottom left, for
Phantasm.
example, I'm gonna have to say I think the
All hits.
Drukari came
And
away
mortal.
with the
Yup,
victory
mortal.
here,
Yup,
just
mortal.
because of
Yup,
how
mortal.
the primary objective game was played. You know,
We'll do
you
the,
can see that he's up there on the top right.
And point of Phantasm in there as well.
He's up in the top right objective, and really, you know, holding on to these places. I think he's contested every single one.
Shots, threes.
Which means that, you know, I
three
think
saves.
he's definitely probably in the lead primary objective. I couldn't tell you what the secondary objectives are. I literally could not tell you what their secondary objectives are.
Cool.
Yeah, I wish they had
So 2
written
go
them a
through.
little bit more legibly.
And then one shot with Phantasm.
No Necron splash today. I actually sold all my
Over
Necrons. I
here,
kind of schemazed out of them because I tried to do a co-assignment,
pistols.
and
Exactly.
the
We'll
dude
try
did
it.
not try to sell it very high at all.
Do we really not have any
On the
Necrons
box.
out
Now
today?
it is.
Four.
We have
Sixes.
four.
Yeah, they're just not doing anything big
then we'll go
so
ahead
far.
and-
Maybe we'll see some. I haven't gotten the time to just go through all the performing lists. But I think that's definitely something I'll do tonight. Try and get the stats on what's doing well. Get some percentages for win rates.
Yeah,
This is
that'd be
Drukari I want to see
pretty impressive.
overall. Because right now, or I guess Drukari have won at least one game, so our 0% win rate theory no longer stands.
And we'll do charge the witches into both the.
Well, let's see if was it Shiflet? Let's see if Shiflet has won a game.
Unfailable unless roll level 1.
He is predicted to take away this whole tournament.
And so
Let's see. I'll easier time for him.
So this. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna try to kill. I think I kill these and knock you off there. Take you to 0.
He did win his second game. It seems
He won his second game.
He's got 90 points both time, or at least he's at 180 total points right
Very
now.
impressive.
Right? Actually, I'm sorry, Alan. Necron's in the lead right
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna try to send stuff.
Or I think that's probably because these
Like
games haven't been put in yet. I'm not sure how much Naden
I think
scored.
realistically you got 5 again. 5 on primary.
I guess we'll find out in just a moment. But after that, we've got Chaos. This is Davis's list with Chaos Knights, and it's also got some of the
think so. I
Lords
think
of
you're
War,
continuing to get
like
15
the what's the Keeper Secrets? That one we were talking about earlier.
Keeper Secrets, that's the big Slaanesh.
And then Rob
Scary
Trevor
lady.
with
If I kill that, I'll
Space
get my
Wolves.
4 more for each right, and I should be able to keep myself at 4.
Then Matt, so we got Sisters in fourth, Flesh Terrors in fifth. I'm not sure what those are, and then
Those are a Space Marine chapter.
Oh, it seems okay. It looks like
Blood
Mark
Angel.
barely floated out as according to what they put in.
Oh yeah, you killed so much.
Seems like it was
Like,
just
they're gone. They're gone. All that's left is the World
We'll have them on in just a moment though to speak about it.
And then there's that
Actually
Cowboy
learn because
filled out,
it's hard to
13
understand what's going on from here with the limited visibility, the limited hearing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen in right now.
Listen in, coach.
Maybe I would knock out one while we still. Wait, where are the moments? No, I wouldn't.
It's hard to. Yeah, I've measured out the distance so that you can never get into them.
You get the herd again.
Exactly.
And then yeah, you get. What do you get?
On primary, because I can get 15 in the last round, as long as I got 10 and 15, I'll be good on primary.
Yeah, exactly.
So you scored you got 45 there.
45 versus 50.
Oh no, Mark, this trusty tape measure.
I think I end up.
He's had it, see what's boy.
13 on the race.
13, and then
Engage 2 more. You keep getting engaged. You have enough bodies.
2, so it's a 10.
10 and engage.
Seems they are finally tallying the score for this game.
Yep. Finally, we get scores.
And we'll have that update in just a moment. But for now, here's Sean Naden. Hey, how are you doing? Well, we didn't hear what ended up happening for the game. We know it came down to very close. Who ended up cinching it out?
Mark won again.
Mark won.
He's on a
Hot
4-game
streak.
winning streak versus me. He's
No.
on a 5-game go first streak. He's on a 7-game tournament go first streak, dating back to when we were in Dallas 2 weeks ago. He's a hot man.
We were talking about that. You know,
Sexy beast.
do you think that if you had gone first, you'd be doing better? You would have done better.
Oh, I tabled him.
Do what?
I tabled him.
You would have tabled him, 100%.
I almost tabled him going second.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you did. That's true. That's
The
true.
unicorn did work every
Ian
single
Karn
turn.
did work.
We were so impressed
She
with
killed
that thing.
3 transport tanks, a plane, a heavy tank, and a chicken walker. She did fuck up and roll both. I hope she gets like a flat D3 plus 3 damage that
That'd
they're
be
giving to
so
big people,
good.
because she was fucking flipping tanks left and right. Like,
Oh yeah.
she's so much fun. I'm so glad to be playing with her again.
How much did she heal throughout the game?
Oh, she healed a bunch. Like,
Yeah, I figured that's what was keeping her alive.
it's
throughout
even
the shooting.
funnier when you play against other Eldari players, like
Yeah,
all
then
the
you're getting
Drakari that
doubled
are here in
up.
the field right now with everybody playing. She's like, I have full health again. You didn't kill me. I killed you.
It's quite a kind of meta pick to
You can sit on my lap, Mark, of course.
Mark!
I think someone might be jealous. You want water, Sean?
Yeah, that'd be great.
There you go. Okay. I didn't know what was happening.
Oh, it's all good.
Can we get the
The man, the
awesome.
Merc.
Yeah. We're all in here together.
The winner of our game on table 2,
Hurt Locker Hurdle.
Mark
Gator.
Man Hurdle.
Yep.
Absolutely unstoppable.
Hurdle.
And that was a great game. I was, I think one of the things I was most impressed with was the moment where you pulled your Raider and all those models around that one tank, and it kind of stopped you from being able to get your Electro Priest out of there.
Yeah.
So did you? We didn't catch it. Did you use the CP to explode your tank in that moment?
It didn't die. I used 2 CP to...
Oh, that's right. That's right. You pulled him out of there. That's
Yeah,
right.
he went
Yeah,
up.
he just went
ran
break
away.
out and went on my objective, and I was like, damn, Mark, you tricked me into putting no
My
guys on my
objective
objective.
Oh yeah, Sean. By the way, you don't have to have anything on that objective.
Yeah, he's like, you don't have to, you hold it anyway. I was like, oh, all right, thanks, Mark.
by the way,
And my Warlock was like a half-inch out. I was like,
Then you didn't kill my tank. I mean, I was expecting the tank to die. I wasn't expecting to be on that objective, Sean.
Yeah.
Were you intending to kill him?
Oh, yeah, fuck it. I was like, time to kill him. Because then the priest would get out, and I could shoot him, charge him, stuff like that.
Oh, we thought you were wrapping it, making it so no
I was
priest.
wrapping it that previous turn. I was hoping to wrap it enough, but I didn't have quite enough to kill it
And we were
and
just
kill all the
missing out.
guys. And then like halfway through the turn when I didn't kill it, I was like, damn, because I'd been thinking about getting the succubus out too, and then seeing if she could then tie it up so he couldn't fall back, which would have been even better because then none of that shit could have gotten shot.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just that would have been like almost backbreaking if I had done that, right? So that would have been cool, but I didn't do it, and then he got out. We dummy rolled it anyway, just for my mental. I do that a lot of stuff if I make a decision. I'm like, hey, Mark, can we just roll off, see what happened? And he would have beat me the roll if he would have gotten out anyway, so it didn't really matter. But
that was a very interesting game. I have to say, what would be your advice to deal with Drukari?
So my advice
Play
would be-
Admech.
Play Admech.
Play Admech?
Play Admech.
Play AdMac. Be Mark Hertel.
Play Admech.
Hurdle, the Hurt Locker.
The Hurt Locker, yes. But yes, please bring Admech because you have all the guns, and trust me, you may not believe this, but the Heavy Stubber is the greatest gun in the game.
The Cognis Heavy Stubber?
The Codex Heavy Stubber, especially.
I was like,
So what's the
he kept
stats
having,
on
he
that?
kept having to explain to me, she's like,
Strength
Sean,
4,
I can advance and shoot this. I'm like,
B,
but why?
36 range, Heavy 3.
Okay, so just a 3-shot standard
shots.
bolter.
But they have like 12 of them on each tank.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So my transporters have 12 of those shots. My other tank has 9 of those. So basically, altogether, I've got like an insane amount of just strength 4 shots.
You're just a spinning ball of bolter shells. Just
Yes.
flying across the field.
Yes.
And the tanks are hard to kill. They're pretty tough. They have a bunch of wounds.
How many wounds do those tanks coming?
12.
12.
That's 3 armor save, easy access to cover save. They're they're a bitch to take down.
They're pretty vicious. I think AdMech has been the strongest army in the game for a while, and nobody really notices because the cost per dollar to buy AdMech is like
it's one of the most prohibitive.
It's like 2 or 3 times the second most expensive army, and like 4 or 5 times more expensive than the median army. Like it's ridiculously
So we do have
dollar intensive.
Yeah, we do have another player here who is playing AdMech as well.
Yep.
And
We have a bunch.
500?
This area, Virginia, Maryland area, actually has like I think the highest concentration of AdMech players in like the country almost.
Yeah, that's really weird because I
don't know why.
I've like almost.
I wonder why.
Because they all play Mark and lose, so they all buy AdMech.
Yeah, they learn their lessons.
We all have government jobs, so we can afford them.
There you go.
Hey man. So like when you're playing this game and you're approaching it from a strategy kind of angle, and we noticed that as he was clearing off your models, like what do you do to ensure that you're getting your victory points? What do you do to like make sure that these vehicles that have troops in them, like where are you positioning them when you see the board?
It really depends on like where my opponent also places them, because like I want to try and like keep them safe, but I want to also get them in good positions where they can do stuff. But like I've got a 9-inch pregame move, so I can easily hide behind buildings if they get killed. And then it's like, say I went second, like one of my things dies, so like I will move 6 inches back, hide behind this room. 0 CP, I don't have to roll for any of my guys hopping out of that tank.
Okay. So you're just trying.
It's
to
all
make
about
sure.
just like positioning.
Yeah.
It's just like trying to get the most bang for your buck.
Because that's kind of the thing that I've taught a lot of people how to play 40K, and I've taught them, and one of the biggest things that I think in the game is positioning, knowing how to move your model. You could buy the biggest gun, scariest gun.
If you can't see your opponent, it doesn't matter how good your gun is.
Right. So, you have any questions?
What do you all think the biggest mistakes both of you made were?
Scoring high for M1.
Yeah.
That was our
Probably
biggest
taking
mistake.
dominate. If I take an engage all fronts, that probably is a little bit better.
No,
You
because
both
like you
took
wouldn't
dominate.
have gotten engaged. I don't think you would have gotten as much points for engage.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
What did I get for dominate? 12 or
12, I think.
I only missed it that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because dominate, engaged on fronts would have been like harder because you would have had been like forced to get into
That's
those
fair. That's
points.
fair.
Because like turn 1, you wouldn't have had it.
What I really needed to do was roll and win the roll to go first.
Yeah.
Mount
Should have
open.
done that.
It's coming, Mark. You owe me one. We're on a 5 streak. You owe me one.
We were talking about that the whole time. The turn 1 advantage is so extreme in this game. Just trying to figure out a way to like maybe make
I actually
an
don't
alternate.
care going first or second in any other game except when I play Mark.
Oh, okay. So
I don't think there's any other army that I care if I go first or second against.
Okay.
In fact, a lot of armies I prefer to go second, like a lot of Marine armies, so they can't take oath, they can't benefit from that. Like, there's actually a lot of times, even reverse, like, if the terrain is very good and the terrain here is okay, but there's some events where like you have the ability to hide more in your deployment zone on some boards, I'd actually prefer to go second against all Drukhari too, because then they have to move out, they start to spread out, and you can shoot them. So like, legitimately the only matchup where I'm like, God, I hope I go first is Advec versus.
Yep.
That's fair. You just cannot get shot off the board like that.
Because
You get shot off the board,
his
it's like
ability
you just start to lose the models, and you just start to lose the ability to do what's
Yeah, because like I could literally probably pick up 2 of his Scorpius tanks, and some of his some of his chicken walkers turn 1, and then like his ability to fight to demech me drops off the cliff very quickly, and then my turn 2 is probably even more devastating than everything. So like.
So when you're looking for a unit to target with your guns, like as advice to a new player, when you're looking to target somebody, what are you looking for as like the first thing you're going to shoot at? Like are you looking for the biggest, scariest model, the distraction Carnifex people, sometimes say, or are you looking to
there's
shoot
like
off
a delta
the
point, right, between
Yeah.
how easy it is to kill and how deadly it is from your opponent's army. So like, can you like do this like instantly and it like deltas your opponent's army down a bit deadly? So for Mark, if I can go first, I'm trying to go after those disintegrator tanks because they're his backbone workers, and my Dark Reapers while they're on the board, and my Flamers and my Dark Lances can go up, get really far in, probably pick up 2 or 3 of them with a good roll, or 2 and maybe the Flyer or something like that, or 2 and a unit of Chicken Walkers. Some delta of that depending on where he is.
Those Chicken Walkers.
I rolled so bad. That one Chicken Walker was
Walk.
like, Ace is wild with that one Chicken Walker of Mark's. He survived an Incarn.
If I had
like,
healed it, it would
Incubi.
have lived.
Yeah.
Because like I would have healed like 3 wounds, and then if
I'm
I
gonna have like
heal
PTSD on it.
You have PTSD.
Next time we play, they're like target number 1. Fucking Chicken Walkers. They're dead.
PTSD, post-traumatic chicken disorder.
PTSD.
PTCD.
PTCD. There it is.
PTCD.
But yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like against, and then it's army to army. I like to focus on my opponent's mobility a lot of times. If I can diminish their mobility very quickly, then you can control the board more. You can very easily see where they're going to be a lot of times. Pick what your units are that are most important to you and what's most dangerous to them in your opponent's army. Any kind of those kind of deltas is where you want to look at it.
You would agree with that?
I would agree with that because like I oftentimes will go for like what's easy to kill, what's out in the open, and then what's like most likely to kill me. It's because I need to keep my disintegrators alive oftentimes, so like I'll just focus on like what's most likely to kill them. Like I was trying to focus on Sean's Dark Reapers turn 1.
How many uses did you kill turn 1? We saw that you killed a bunch, but this is a little bit zoomed in.
2 units of Dark Reapers, Venom.
Because one.
No. 1.5. 1.5.
1.5, yeah.
1.5 Dark Reaper units, a Venom, a Raider, Some of the guys died in explosions. There were various explosions.
Yeah, there is explosions.
That was a pretty dreadful
There was a lot of exploding vehicles in this game. Part of them were like your auto explodes, but like
Part of them. 1 CP automatic explosion. Seems good to me.
Admin kept some great vehicle-related strats, like the get out for free, no deaths, and then Mark always uses combos with it, and it makes me mad. It makes me like livid when he's like, and I combo that with the get out 6 inches, and I'm like, they're not the same thing. You should take deaths. He's like, my strat says I don't. I'm like, fuck your strat.
I mean, the first time I did that to you, you were so.
I was so mad. We had like a 10-minute conversation about that. We brought George over, like, can you explain how he can do this other thing that says he should take more damage? And he's like, I still ignore that, and I'm like, no.
It says I just don't roll. It doesn't say I ignore all ones. I just don't roll.
Yeah, just like with the Dark Book Fires and or Dark Technomancers then.
Someone says that, you just lean forward real hard.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see when the new Codex comes out, what changes, because in clear GW fashion, they're probably going to look at it and be like, what's stuck in our warehouse that we haven't sold? We'll make that really good. We'll reduce some of the other things.
And part of the problem is that I think AdMech's getting buffed because
they don't know how much is sold because they're so expensive, like we said, and so people aren't buying it out like everything else. And
because like Sean was saying, he thinks AdMech's probably the best army in the game. I agree with him.
Yeah.
But like the thing is that like there's not enough people playing it competitively at the high enough levels that win tournaments. So basically, GW doesn't know how good it is. So they're going to buff it.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Do you guys think that they balance the game around the competitive scene, or more of like whatever their weird arcane?
I think currently what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a more balanced than 7th edition, more balanced than 8th edition. But they're trying to make it so that they still sell models.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're a model company.
Yeah.
They're going to sell models, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
They're going to sell models. So, like, I always tell people when like a new army comes out or like something looks like a broken mechanic, I'm like, well, don't rush out and buy it if they're going to if you think you're going to FAQ it. Like and I laughed so many people when the Marine release came out and like ATVs, like, oh, are we going to be able to heal them and bring them back? And I'm like, sounds broken. And then like the first FAQ came out and they're like, and it looked like they had passed through and they're going to be allowed. And I know a ton of people ran out and bought them. And then a month later, GW was like, oh yeah, you can't heal them or you can't bring them back to life. People were like, I just spent $150 on these things, and I was like, I told you. Or like when the Reaver jet bikes got FAQ'd to 10 points, I was like, that's not real. That's a mistake. I was like, don't rush out and buy them. If you got them, play them, but don't rush out.
Like, people are like, it's not real. Don't trust it.
I was like, don't trust that. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Knowing that you were going to play against Mark, what did you tech for your list? What did you change up for the Advent matchup?
Oh, nothing. I was like, whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I took the Incarn for fun and for this terrain. She does some cool things with multi-level ruins. And
when does the next round start?
Next round starts 10 minutes. Oh yeah. All right, so we're probably gonna have to,
we'll just wrap up.
We're wrapping up. We're gonna take a break, go run off, maybe grab a quick bite or a snack, and I guess we'll see you guys. We'll definitely see you probably in the next. Match.
I think I'm on table 4, so I won't be there.
No,
Sean mentioned that I need a few more points than I needed.
All right.
I need a few more points than I needed.
I killed all your Wally Stanley fights this time.
Yes, if you didn't kill them, I was slipping up there.
Revenge.
But I'm playing sisters, so I get to beat sisters now.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
Thank you both very much for coming on. Good luck in the rest of your game.
Have a good one.
See you all later.
I predict Mark will win this event.
Open 40K.
Hi, my name's Conrad.
I'm Shayne. For those of us who haven't been introduced to us yet, it's been a long 8 hours and 13 minutes now.
Still going strong.
Still going strong. We're men of steel.
Yeah, men of
we're
steel.
Unbreakable.
Hard,
Our voices unfathomable.
Hard backs, stiff butts.
Yeah.
In these seats.
These chairs?
These
They're
chairs.
at least a little bit comfortable. They could be worse.
But yeah, we're getting ready for the next match, next round, round 3. What is today? What is round 3? What is the mission?
Round 3 is going to be mission, surround, and destroy. This is going to be running the take and hold we've seen all day, where you got to hold 1, you got to hold 2, and you got to hold more to get your 5 points for each of those. And the secondary is going to be surround them. You score 4 at the end of your command phase if you hold both your objectives and one of your opponents. Score 8 if you hold all. And how the tables are set up, you'll see if you. Can we pan over to table 2 real quick? So we look over at table 2, how they've got it. Yeah, very good. Yeah.
How could you do this to us?
How can you do this? So if you look over how we've got table 2 real quick, we're going to throw that up on the screen. You'll see we've got these 2 objectives in the middle, and then we've got those 2 on the bottom. There are also 2 up above it.
Yeah, we can't see. So 6 objectives today on this match, and those are, that's even, in my opinion, more interesting. I mean,
yeah.
Give me a 10 objective map, and I mean, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah.
You know.
And this one just has. I haven't seen this mission played out before, and I really like the interaction with the secondary where you can take.
Yeah.
Where if you hold both of yours and you're touching that opponent's, and 2, it's if you're going for the B and 3 corners of 1 strat,
yeah.
you're already basically there.
Yeah.
You just want to be in those 3, and then you're gonna get 5 or. Yeah, it's 4 points from that, and if you can manage to take that other objective in your opponent's points, you're scoring 8 points off of it.
I have played this actual map an inordinate amount of time. For some reason, in my group, we roll this one all the time. And of course, everyone's mad dashing, engaging on all fronts every time. People are trying to hold the midfield, with raise the banners and stuff like that. So you get all kinds of crazy, synergies with your secondaries on this particular mission. And this is one of the ones that I believe, we're just standard deployment.
Yeah, it's just going to be standard stuff. We'll get into the list in just a moment. Just go through chat. Hello, Takedown Path. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And we're not I think the 40K category is less populated than the Warhammer category. I think the Warhammer category is generally more popular.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with how the Twitch works.
I don't think Warhammer 40K has a category outside from the video games, or not one that I've been easily able to find.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's mostly Dawn of War or Space Marine or Mechanicus.
Now we're just lumped in with the pairs.
I love Mechanicus. You can't see my laptop, but when I opened it, my Mechanicus game was running.
We aren't streaming in the Warhammer category? If you go to Streamlabs or whatever you're streaming on, you should just be able to edit stream info. It's that purple button over on the right.
Yeah.
Here, I'm just gonna...
Chat mentioned that they were wanted us in the Warhammer category. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll help tons. I guess
more people can see this.
Seeing this from word of mouth. All right, that's awesome.
Yes.
Sweet.
Do what? We're good?
All right,
all right.
Set. Perfect. Let's get started into these lists. This is going to be an interesting round. I'm excited for this round. I think a little bit less excited than I was for Nate versus Mark Hertel. Neither of them revisiting here because they were both able to knock each other down a couple pegs here, limiting each other's scores. Ended up being a super close game.
Really surprised me, because we kind of took our eyes off of it for a hot second because we thought it was kind of going down the drain. But then Nate didn't, Sean came in and was just like, oh no, I nearly killed him.
Yeah.
What?
He's like, I almost tabled.
I looked back at the table and I went, oh yeah, you're right. What happened? Where did all those tanks go? So
I think it was.
Never underestimate the Drukhari. They will come back. They will hit you, and do not underestimate that Incarn. That thing slaps.
Yeah, and people will say it's Drukhari. No matter Drukhari, they're overpowered. Most what won them that game was Eldar. Eldar and Yunari.
Oh yeah, Dark Reapers apparently. Dark Reapers and his Incarnate and stuff like that. So that soup list, super great. Don't be afraid to, give up that power from pain because turns out you might not need it.
Yeah, not everybody does. All right, awesome. We've got the trophy for the whole event. The first place trophy coming on over here. This thing is huge. That is ridiculously big. We're going to pan the camera over to it real quick. This thing is massive.
Look at this guy. He's big and hefty. This sucker.
That is not a light object.
No, it weighs, hold on, let me. Yeah, that's easily 30, 40 pounds.
So this is Is this a metallic PLA? Because it looks like it's 3D printed, but I'm not.
It is probably solid. Yeah,
Bottom is
solid
cast
resin.
resin. Okay. And the rest just looks like it's FDM printed. That is awesome.
This guy looks great. You know, full detail all the way around. Just gonna hit it. But yeah, you know, as you can see, it's all the way around, power pack and all. We get our great, goofy Maryland Open. Looks kind of like Marnie's Calgar, I would suspect. Papa Smurf himself. Yeah, looks fantastic. Can't wait to give this out to people.
And this is for the best overall first place winner.
Most points.
Most points. He's also going home with $1,200 cash. Part of our $35,000+ prize pool.
We also have a few other prizes. We have a 3D printed chainsword, bolt gun, and bolt pistol.
Yeah, these are being raffled off tomorrow at the end around 5. It's $5 per ticket. If you're in the area, might as well stop on by. They do look pretty.
Check
sweet.
it out.
Show them off right there.
As other people have said, that you know, there's people here for pickup games and other such. There's also, we have some crafting like workshops and stuff here right now. So you know, we've got some people with their kids coming in and teaching their kids how to paint minis. So, you know, if you're in the area, check it out. You know, bring your kids. Everyone can have a great time. You don't have to really be a part of the tournament to be here and experience all the fun and all the community that's here right now. So, Mike, yeah, one, you know, lift with your legs.
Oh, geez, this thing's just wrapped around the chair.
What did you do?
I don't think I've been spinning that much, have I?
Technical difficulties, folks. Shayne has.
I guess I've gotten all tangled up.
You know, there's actually a calculus equation that exists that actually can predict how headphone cords will curl and tangle in your pocket.
Yeah, you want to solve mine?
No, I'm bad at calculus.
Yeah, I took it twice. I passed it the second time, though.
Just like me.
It only takes 2 tries, really, if you're really good at it. Honestly, the first try wasn't even trying that hard. I actually didn't show up for the first exam. That was 25% of my total grade, so the rest of it wasn't worth trying. Yeah, I think I just slept through it.
That's college for you guys.
I don't watch or know about 40K, but a coworker plays. I'm just here to support. We love that. If
Absolutely.
This wasn't finals week, I would have been playing. Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, no, I mean mid-May.
Yeah.
I feel you, man. You know, like I'm 10 years hence out of college, so.
Yeah. And mad props to you for living through Zoom school. I couldn't do it.
No. And you know, my advice to everybody: do school.
Yeah.
It's very important. You know, get your grades up. Make sure you do your homework. You know, brush your teeth at night. Eat your veggies. Take care of yourself.
How else are you supposed to become one of the best 40K players in the world, like the two of us? You
won't
be able to.
No short-term goals. That path leads to destruction.
Exactly.
So, you know, take care of yourself. Make sure you're healthy. Make sure, you know, your body's healthy, your mind's healthy, and make sure that your grades are healthy, because you're not going to be able to afford this hobby if you know, you're not getting the best job.
Yeah.
So get that education.
Someone else that's not planning for the long term and is only planning for their short-term goals are these players up here on the top tables right now. These players have scored incredibly high each round, and they're going to get the toughest of the toughest opponent. You'll see some players try and submarine up into the top, taking their few rounds, taking a few 10 points off, maybe being at 180 right now. These guys are the top of the top. Let's look at their total points totals in our current placing. So Nick DeVoe, who we watched play Eldar last game on our first table, is rocking 195 points last game. We didn't actually get the points total from when they were finishing up, just because they're wrapping up, but he managed to pull out 95 points from that victory, which seemed like it was going to be much closer.
Yeah, no. It turned out, you know, as we were saying towards the end there, we were like, I think the Drukhari have this. It turns out he really had that game.
Yeah.
So props to him. You know, and props also to the Death Guard player, because he stayed on the board with a pretty intimidating force. I think, you know,
really did.
I think we missed when the Plague Crawler got taken off the board, which might have been where we were, you know, we didn't notice it. But yeah, no, his guys were still on that board. He still had a bunch of drones, so he was fighting tough. Don't want to besmirch that guy. He was playing hardcore.
And next up in the rankings, we have Steven Christophers, a Necron player. I think I've played against him once or twice. I've got two. He could be two people, and I know I've played against both. I'm not sure which one he is, but he's playing Necron, so hopefully he'll be able to show up.
I'm curious to see what I'm curious to see what dynasty he's playing because I see a lot of people talk about Sautek as kind of this like sleeper. You know, it's a really interesting dynasty type. So I'm curious to see what they get. You know, especially because you can take all the best characters like the Stormlord in it and things like that, and you know, just rain mortal wounds on your opponent. So. You know, just curious to see what dynasty we got going on here.
Next up, we've got Davis Fry, one of the Chaos players from Team Battle Bros. He is in my top 10 people. I made a little list of who I think has potential to win this tournament, and they're the list that I researched mostly before coming into this. He had mostly Chaos stuff, so kind of difficult for me to do that. I just love Eldar. I just love Eldar kind
Look,
of.
as long as it's not Imperium.
I was expecting to see more Harlequins today. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, kind of me too. I always heard really good things about the Clown Boys. So
they're really strong.
The Juggalos of Doom, as some might call them.
And after that, we've got fourth total with 187. Davis Fry at 190. Rob Triplett, my boy. Patrick McNeil, one of the players who I think is probably the best in Northern Virginia, or he lives in West Virginia, but one of the best by far in the area. He's running Space Wolves, playing for Blood God Gaming. We'll definitely see some interesting things come out today. We can actually start going to this list. Let's start off with our number one player right now, Nick DeVoe. I'm going to assume that's how you pronounce his name. It's D-E-V-E-A-U-X.
Yeah, DeVoe. Yeah, that's
okay,
DeVoe.
Awesome. I guess those English classes in high school and college did come in handy. So we've got...
That's a French name. You live in the South now. You've got to learn French names.
Baguette?
Baguette.
I live in the South now. I don't know what to tell you.
Omelette du fromage.
All right, so we've got a Drukari patrol detachment. Now I'm trying to speak French.
I believe in you. You can do it.
It's starting to get to be 8 hours of words. It's all coming up at once.
Red leather, yellow leather.
So we've got a Cabal of Blackheart. That's their obsession. So they've got the CP refund for raiding forces. This is a unique Drukari thing where if they run only patrols, they get some CP back, which is neat. So he's got Court of the Archon with a Lahaman, Slith, for those dudes, and then an Urgle. Those guys, we'll see what they do. I think they just mostly send objectives. I think they do have some special rules, an interaction with an Archon maybe, just because they are the Court of the Archon, but we'll have to discover those when they come along. Then we've got our Archon, who's our Warlord. He's got the Helm of Spite. He's got the Warlord traits of Tolerated Ambition. He's got his Flicker Pistol. He's a standard Archon. You can't hate him.
Oh, no. Take Archons. They're good.
Yeah, do you know about their save thing? So they have a 2-up in-bowl save, and you can't re-roll it ever, but it goes to, I think, a 4-up or a 5-up once you fail.
Yeah, it's that like one time, like they gotta, I'm not gonna get hit right now, kind of thing. It's really good. Yeah. You know, it's one of those things where like I see the list and, you know, me personally, I love the homunculus. Not rules wise, but I love the Frankenstein alien monster, you know, horror of the homunculus and stuff. I've always thought those were like the coolest parts of the Dark Eldar, which I'm kind of sad that, you know, all we're getting out of it is the racks, but you know, that's me, Mr. Flavor Man, but you know, I understand that the Archon is like really good right now as far as the meta is concerned.
Especially just because he's Dark Eldar. Like, you don't even need Drunk a Ball with him for him to be good. He just gets so much value. All right, I really want to see what that Necron player has, so I'm going to try and hurry up through this a little bit. He's got Cavalate Trueborn. This is a squad of dudes. They're going to hang on a Raider. Some warriors doing Cavalate things. An Incubi squad, some Mandrakes doing Mandrake things. Deep striking, going for some assassination with their katana. He's got 4 Raiders in this attachment. He's got a Cult of Strife detachment. This is going to have the Super Succubus with competitive edge and the Triptych Whip. This is what a lot of people have been running since the ruling that we made on the Super Succubus with the Razor Flails, not doubling twice. The Triptych Whip is just about equally as good because you're getting those 11 attacks. Kind of
fantastic.
Insane. Love to see it. And then another Succubus. This one does have the Dark Lotus Toxin and the Razor Flails. We just have the Warlord traits on different ones. So he's getting the value out of both Succubuses, but he's running on something a little bit less than standard. How long till the game starts? The game's starting now. They're just going through deployment and stuff.
They're getting their guys put on the field right now. You want to go over to table 1 just to kind of show off what we're seeing?
Yeah. So we'll just hang on to table 1 while we finish going through the rest of these lists.
Table 2 currently they're still kind of getting their guys in table set up and ready.
Yeah, it looks like table 2 is just kind of still going through the rules, figuring out what they want to do.
We got a lot of pre-measuring going on table 1, just
declaring
trying to see what's going on.
Because it looks like Steve Christopher, he was able to set up his Necrons really fast. He knows what he wants to do. I think he's practiced this matchup.
Well, Necrons always, it's that weird thing where Necrons always benefit really from these like giant masses of warriors, because you want to just be able to soak up their reanimation protocol, just be able to eat up wounds and being able to not get tabled, because the thing is that the reanimation protocol stops working if every single model is taken out of the unit.
Yeah.
So you want these big blobs of dudes. And because of that, there's no room on the Necron board to like, okay, I'm gonna put this guy here and I'm gonna sneak him around there. You're just like, I need to put like 70 dudes down.
Yeah.
So they get set up real fast, and they just kind of it turns into a solid wall of metal as far as the appearance goes. And
we'll see if this solid wall of metal can stop the unstoppable force that is Drukhari, a classic trope, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Some witches, 2 squads of them, and then he's got Drazar, some more warriors, and some incubi, and then 3 more raiders, rounding us out at 7 raiders total. Yep. Now let's go into the Necrons and let's
Anybody
see what
hasn't heard Drazar, take him.
Yeah,
He's good.
He's good.
Incubi,
Turns out
they're good.
Crazily enough. Next up, okay, so this is Novok Dynasty for the Necrons.
Novok,
not
okay.
the Saw tech that we ever so dearly wanted to see. So we have the Bound Creation, which is 2 Cryptothalls. I don't know what those are. We'll have to figure out. I haven't seen many of the new Necron things yet.
Cryptothralls are these like really fast-moving little dinky guys that come in really small squads. They're really good at capturing objectives and performing actions. So we're likely to see them kind of dive deep and get in there and into the back line or try and go grab up objectives.
Yeah, I think these might be something that we see activate a little bit later in the game. It looked like Drukhari does have the first turn. They have started moving out.
They have gotten that first turn. That is a bad sign for the Necron. But as we previously interviewed on this show, we have an opinion about first turn, but other players
they don't care. But
they don't
probably better players than us. Well, by a very slight margin. By a slight margin, maybe. All right, let's. So next after that, he's got 2 Chronomancers. These are the Cryptek type dudes. What do they do that are different from Crypteks, the Chronomancers? Chronomancers, when they're around a unit, they do this thing where they can give them like invul saves. So like they might have like a 6-up or a 5-up invul save around them. As in the fiction, what it is that they're making like time work differently around these models. So they have like infinite possibilities, and they're going like, oh, but if I take a step here, I don't get hit by that las bullet, or something like that. So it gives up these like invul saves around the model and like a troop that's near them. I think Crypteks, and I think they might, and I cannot remember if it's true because I don't play Necrons, but I think they might be able to teleport a whole unit. I think so. This one does have the Veil of Darkness. That is the one that they can pick up a unit within 3 inches, and they pick them up and redeploy them down.
If you know your opponent is bringing that, you watch your back line. Keep yourself safe. Make sure there's like 9 inches between you and any friendly model, between any of your models and each other. Do not let that guy get in your back line. I've played against that strategy a fair number of times in my day, and typically those opponents, they take, for example, they take like maybe Teleport Homer or Line Breaker or something like that, because Line Breaker is perfect for it because it's two units on in your deployment zone, gives you 5 points every turn. So you get the hero and typically you take like some 30 squad of warriors and plop them in. They're going to stay there for rounds.
And I've fallen prey to this Veil of Darkness thing. To specifically Stephen Christopher. He is the one that used it on me, so I'm sure he'll be able to use it against Nick here.
Yep.
And then he's got a Lord. He's just doing his Lordy things. He's got the Orb of Eternity, Resurrection Orb, doing his thing. 2 units of 20-man Necron Warriors with the Gauss Reapers, and then 1 15-man with the Gauss Reapers. Silver Tide is kind of the vibe we're going for here. A lot of points invested in those Reapers, or Necron Warriors, so we should be able to see them get their value back, especially with those reanimations you were talking about earlier. And then we've got the Crypto Thralls, inflated ones. What do Crypto Thralls do? Or these are the things that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, those are the fast little guys that are going to run out.
For some reason, they have them in Bound Creation, and then also as Elite. I'm not sure what's up with that, but I guess we'll find out.
Which one? Point to it.
So he's got the Crypto Thralls here in the Elite, and he's also got them up here in the Bound Creation in the No 4 sword slot.
It might be. I don't play Necron, so I couldn't tell you more specifics, but it could be just ran out of Elite slots and needed to stick them in there.
Yeah, that is fair. And then
Himself Battle Forged.
Flayed Ones, and Lich Guard.
Flayed
You did a
Ones.
10-minute Lich Guard. I really want to see if these guys are able to do something. I know they weren't the best in 8th edition, so hopefully they're able to pick that back up. A lot of robots will come around. 100%. Some robots are going to die, and some robots are going to come back. I'm excited to see how this one turns out. We've got 3 squads of Canoptic Scarab Swarms, 4 men and 2 3-men. And then we've got the Primarch, the Daemon Primarch, the Supreme Commander, the one and only, the Silent King. This is the big scary guy. He's got his 2 obelisks. You can kind of see him in the top of the screen here.
Just barely. He's just peeking out there.
Just barely.
You'll see him when that Necron player, pulls him out front, and he gonna be he toughy, he meanie.
Yeah, you can kind of see the start of his base up there, but that's where he is with the rest of his boys. And then he's got his 2 guardian things. And how that works is you've got to kill both of them to be able to damage him.
Yep.
So he's extra tanky.
Ooh, he's tough. Like it's a fight to get that guy down. What are we thinking? Do we think Necron or Drukhari are going to pull away on this one?
Are we taking the information that we know that Drukhari's gone first? Or are we rolling with that?
Well, I mean, we have to at this point. That experiment is no longer controlled.
Yeah.
So cat's out of the bag. Drukhari going first. I am going to have to say, I think Drukhari are going to come out on top of this.
Yeah.
Just from evidence I've seen in the past, I've seen Drukhari and now Necron. Fights, and Drukhari, especially if they go first, man, they take some. They really get their points worth.
I'm going to go with the
time.
opposite opinion.
You think so?
I think Necrons are going to take it away simply for the reason Stephen Christopher has beaten me in the past. So if he's beaten me...
Therefore, he must be the best player in the world.
Yeah, he's got to be pretty damn good. And if he does manage to be the Drukhari player, that means that I am better than the current top player at this tournament. So...
there is logic in this.
I got to stick with my road dogs, my day ones. It's my only option.
Your safety nets.
Yeah. All right, while the Drukhari player gets started on his turn, he's going to be putting some Dark Lances into that Silent King, looks like, while he's outranging him. Just kind of moving up, waiting, slowly biding his time. We're going to go and check out Table 2. We want to go through those lists and kind of see what we got. Yet again, we have Davis right here. You can see those Chaos Knights. He's run this a lot in the past. He's very experienced with Chaos Knights, and he's a consistent player. He's won both first rounds here.
There's some fun guys. I'm wanting to get into Chaos Knights personally myself. They are pretty cool. They got some mean dudes in there. Your Dread Blades and your Iconoclast houses and stuff like that. You can really get some interesting combos going off, especially with the Dreadblade random kind of tables and stuff. The way that they, I don't know if you know personally how the Chaos Knights work, but when you take a Dreadblade, which is kind of this like singular unit in your army, you get this big chart in the back of the book that you roll on like every turn.
Oh yeah, the Banes and the Boons?
Mm-hmm. And you can get some crazy stuff going on there. So I just, I love that kind of thing where you don't never know what's going to happen. It's chaos, baby.
I love that kind of game design where they did the, you get buffs, but at the cost of a nerf. You are taken down in some regard for the power that you get, and it's random.
It's random.
It can kind of suck, or it can be absolutely fucking amazing with no downside.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't care, and sometimes it ruins you, and that's the fun.
So let's go into Davis's list here, see what specifically he's got. So he's got the Custom Household, Endless Torment, which counts as 2 of them. I assume that probably does something really strong for his knights, probably makes them a little bit tougher. He's got 2 Knight Despoilers. One of them is a character with the Tritaurus lens for 1 command point. He's got a Heavy Stubber, Iron Storm Missile Pod, 2 Thermal Cannons, the Veil of Medringard, and the Vow of Beast Slayer. The next one is a Psyker with Thunderous Charge, Demonic Vigor. Maybe these aren't psychic powers. Demonic Vigor, Volatile
those
Reactor,
are just things it can
Warp
do.
Fugue. Okay, so he's just got different options. He's also a character. He's got the Dread Blade. So they get stronger when they kill things, right, with the Dread Blade?
Oh, they can, yeah. Especially in Chaos, because there are Chaos stratagems that allow you to, if you kill a character or a vehicle in melee combat, you can roll on a table and it can make you, way more powerful. Of course, if you roll really bad on that and you roll Snake Eyes, you get turned into Chaos Spawn.
Ooh, that'll definitely be really unfortunate for those knights if you get a little bit too greedy.
They might not have that rule. I mean, that might just be a Chaos Marine thing. But either way, the Chaos Knights, they have some really cool moves. Never doubt them. They can come away in really surprising ways, and one, they can move fast. I'm really interested to see what secondary objectives the Chaos player took, because these Chaos Knights, they can move 12 inches.
Yeah, they
First
do
turn,
have some insane movement.
engage on all fronts. Fantastic choice to take with these guys. They're going to end up anywhere on the map, and and he's not actually running a full Chaos Knight list. This is a souped, as some would call it.
About
list.
half and half.
Yeah. So he's what he's doing is he's hoping to use these Lords of War as kind of like mainstay, powerful, very dangerous, backline kind of ground pounders. I don't think he took either one of them as melee. I see guns on both of them. So they're probably going to sit in the back line and fire into his opponent and use them as basically just heavy weapon platforms that will not die.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this does into Space Wolves specifically, because Space Wolves are a fairly close combat army themselves.
They are very good in close combat. Probably one of the best armies right now in close combat.
Yeah. All right. So he's also got the Knight Rampager as his third knight with Eager for the Kill. He's a character with the Traitoris Lance, as all of them are. The Gauntlet of the Ascension, Vow of Dominance, and he is the Warlord. This one is. Then he's got his patrol attachment with the Chaos Legion of Slaanesh. He's got the Reward of Kells for 1 extra relic, and he's got 2 Keeper of Secrets. Now these are similar to Knights, right? They're super big, close combat.
They are. It's weird because what they are is they're not considered Lords of War. They're HQ choices, but they have wounds similar to Lords of War.
Yeah, they're like 16, right?
They're like 16, 18 wounds. Big, huge, scary mamas that they always strike first, no matter what. And if you took them inside a demon list and put them in that way, they could benefit from the light. I think it's the Silver Light of Slaanesh. It's some ability that lets them get like really crazy. Like they can advance and charge to anything with a Mark of Slaanesh in their army.
That's insane.
Oh, it's really good. Be very afraid of Slaanesh right now. In this edition, Slaanesh top dog right now as far as demons are concerned. Always take Slaanesh if you can. I run Slaanesh in my armies. I advise you to, because everyone needs to enjoy the weekend.
All right, and that'll be $35 for that advice. We are now starting a coaching service. Surprise!
Yeah.
But for the rest of his troops, he's got the Demonettes and 2 units of Furies for his fast attack slot. Those finishing him off just to hold him back.
And those Furies are going to be really good at taking objectives. They're fast moving, cheaper than dirt, let me tell you. And you're going to be able to fly those around there flying. So they're going to be able to get over any terrain real easily and also retreat back. So looking forward to seeing how he kind of uses those and where those end up. I mean, they could also just get shot right off the board. Toughness 3, 5 up in roll, spreaders. Not too impressive.
All right, and the very last list we have to look out for this round and this wonderful day is the Space Wolf list run by Rob Triplett. So he's got Bjorn, the Fell-Handed, with the multi-melta.
That's the Dreadnought I was talking to you about earlier.
Okay, so we'll hopefully see the work he should be able to represent later on in this round. He's got a Librarian of Phobos armor. He's got Murderous Hurricane, 6 Awoken, and Stormcaller. He's got the Chapter Command Chief Librarian with the Rights of War Stratagem, Hero of the Chapter, and the Armor Indomitus. A Primaris Tech Marine with Chapter Command Master of the Forge, Resolve of the Bear. He's got the Warrior of the Legend Stratagem, the Armor of Rust, Warden of the Ancient, and he is the Warlord. Seems these guys have a lot of different rules applied to them. Probably pick and choose, making them extra good in close combat. He's got an Assault Intercessor squad. They've got the Chain Swords, their Frag Grenades, their Heavy Bolt Pistons. They're going to do Assault Intercessor stuff, only 95 points, and will be decent in close combat. And then 2 Infiltrator squads with their Marksman Bolt Carbines. Going to do some crazy things. Not going to have to worry about deep striking in this, so they won't be able to make the full use of their abilities, but they will certainly be able to get some value out of themselves.
Those keen senses, man.
Yeah, and then 2 Blade Guards veteran squads. These are the talk of the town for Marines. Definitely pulling out some damage, being able to just throw their bodies around, make those saves with Storm Shields. They're Terminators now.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, then they've got the 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with the Onslaught Gatling Cannons, Macroplasma Incinerators, and Frag Storm Grenade Launchers. Hopefully just going to put out some hurt. But will be enough hurt to take care of the Chaos Knights, who seem to have gone first.
Yep.
And then we've got 2 squads of Wolfguard. Those are just jump Marines for Space Wolves, aren't they?
I believe so. Like I said, I've played Space Wolves just one time my whole life. So, you see them and that was years ago, you know, back in the days when the codexes were floppy. So
No, thank you. I prefer my hardback.
nice and stiff.
And then 3 Cyber Wolves for the fast attack. These dudes are 2-1 models. They're just gonna go sit in the objective in the background.
Cyberwolves, big deal about them is that they can heroically intercept.
Really?
Yes, that's a big scary. You know, you put them on an objective, and someone says, "Oh, I'm gonna contest you," and they're sitting on the objective. You come close to the objective, they go whoop, land on you. You never get to the objective, never contest it, and they tie you up in melee.
That is strong.
So they keep people off of objectives. They're really strong. Interesting to see how he uses it. Let's see if that strategy, you know, kind of we see that in this game.
Yeah, we'll definitely be able to see them come to fruition. And then for his heavy support, he's got some Eradicators. And he's only a 3-man, but they do have the multi-melts. And they're hopefully what's going to be able to help us deal with these Knights.
Yep. Knights get, of course, they get a 5-up invul against ranged attacks. In melee, though, Knights do get invul unless they have, I think, a specific relic that gives it to them.
Yeah, you need to take the one thing. Which, I don't know, one probably took it, but...
Probably did. I mean, I would probably put it on the Knight Rampager, which he is also designated as his Warlord. So that's probably a good idea to, you know, make sure that guy is a little tankier than normal.
Exactly.
But that Rampager, ooh, they lay some pain. All right, they're deploying Scramblers right now.
I'm going to go grab pictures of secondaries.
All right.
Be right back.
See you in a sec.
Chat, keep them under control.
Nothing can stop me. So, yeah, no, we're looking at a pretty interesting list. I do love to see Chaos Knights and this big, scary demon army. I super dig it. Love everything about it. Let's see how they do. You know what? Let's actually go see table 1. We kind of walked away from that. We're seeing a lot of the eyes. Yep. So now we're seeing Drukhari from, you know, previously. We saw these guys last round. And we're seeing them take an objective. He's moving up the field, trying to get his raiders in position. Oh. Just listening in, see what's going on. Shooting at Silent King.
Strength 4, so 2 saves AP1 on Mr. Silent King.
All right. Silent King taking some shots.
But if you're not doing any more damage, I'm just going to heal him at the start.
Exactly right. And then we're going to do a charge into those Queen Warriors over there.
All right, I believe that's shooting phase ending. We're getting a charge move in.
Good chunk of it. So it's you're touching the terrain. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, we got a 6-inch. All right, looks like we're going for an Overwatch shot right now. Those warriors are going to be shooting into those. Might be witches. Can't quite tell from this distance, but yeah, going to be firing into them. Of course, hitting on 6-up with standard Overwatch rules.
So 10 shots, or 10 guys is 20 shots.
20 shots of Overwatch. Dang.
That's my turn to roll this.
Let's see how this goes. Yeah, did have to spend a CP to get that Overwatch off. Overwatch definitely nerfed from previous editions. Needing to spend a CP every time you use it if you're not Tau. If you're Tau and you're part of the right and proper and good boys of the universe, you do need to spend a CP to get those Overwatch shots, and even then it's you're only hitting on a 6-up, so you know, definitely volume of shots is what you're looking for, not quality in those kind of moments. And really, it's just a desperate shooting. Of course, if you have some kind of auto hit weapon like a flamethrower, I mean, you're going to be pretty much sitting pretty. You play Eldar, so when someone asks you, do you know what about D-sides on Wraith Guard?
D-sides, On Wraithguard are bad.
Yeah, well, I know they're not meta right now. These sides are weapons that do, they're strength 10, AP -4. They only do 1 damage. They fire D3 times, never miss. 8-inch range though, so.
8-inch.
Yeah, 8-inch range.
That takes that other run.
Yeah.
Like no shot.
But just kind of one of those things where it's like interesting things exist out there that are pretty cool in this game, and just you're never gonna see here in tournaments because there's just some weird rule sits on top of them that hangs over their head and says nope, can't.
Yeah,
we'll never see them. So looks like oh man, yeah, those witches look like they ate plasma fire right there. Those gauze cannons took them out.
So on the Necron side of the table, we have lost both of the things protecting the Silent King.
Yes.
His guardians. They were killed by the shooting from the Raiders, as I found out while I was over there. Let's take a look at their secondaries real quick.
Yeah, let's find that out. I don't think that charge is going to go off though. Would be beautiful if you could at least tie up those warriors in a melee so that they can't shoot back at you on the next turn, because that is a crap load of shots. I mean, just insane. Even just there was only 10 of them, shot 20 times, killed most of that unit of witches. Imagine if all of them are going to get to shoot. So definitely need to get those guys in the melee. So.
All right. So Steve and Christopher ended up taking Purge the Enemy, which one's that? Purge the Enemy is the.
It is in. That might actually be something from.
I think that might be the mission. No, that's Surround Them.
No.
Oh, I think that's probably something from his book because he's running Necrons.
Yeah, that might actually be a secondary from the Necron book, which unfortunately we don't have. The chat has. We are currently watching Table 1, which is Drukarian Necron.
Yeah, Stephen Christopher versus Nick DeVoe. Next, he took TH, which I'm gonna maybe is in their ranks, but that's 4 against primarily Horde armies, isn't it?
Let me just double check here. TH. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here.
I think the ranks is definitely that could be a custom one. Yeah, no, I don't know what TH is. Yet again, we meet our mortal enemy of our players not writing down their secondaries.
Yeah, not in full.
Or writing them down, but not in a way we can understand.
Like 3/4 of a word. I mean, public school is free in America, right?
Yeah.
Like, we go to that.
I mean, hey, as long as they understand it, I guess. They get to play their game. We just don't get to understand what's going on.
They clearly know what's going on. They'll shake hands and walk away happy.
Keeping us on our toes.
What is going on?
And luckily, albeit this looks like the word scratch, I can assume that it is the word scramblers for deploy scramblers. So we're going to go with that guess, and I'm going to assume that's right.
You got to love them.
And then they also wrote, Steven wrote his name as STE, Nick wrote his name as NI. So they do have an issue here. So Nick went with Cut Off the Head, which you get different amounts of victory points depending on which turn you're going to kill the Warlord in, and it looks like it wasn't turn 1. So
Listen out on that.
Yeah, can he stand back up the Silent King? Is there there might be a Necron
he is a singular character unit. They cannot. Oh no, there is a stratagem that does allow them to stand back up, I believe.
Yeah, so I think he has some way to do it, unless there's an exclusion on his data.
However, if you kill them, they still count as Necrons. They still count as dying.
Yeah.
So, for example, like grind them down and stuff like that, it still always counts when you kill them. Even if they stand back up, you get those points. You get that credit for doing it.
I think grind them down. Or wait, no. Cut Off the Head. Yeah, Cut Off the Head was it. So I think specifically this one I don't have it written down here, but that one does change if they are revived.
Does it?
Yeah, I think that one did have a clause now.
Okay. So stuff happens. Last time I played Necron, the guy was like, no, you get your points. Like, the Necron guy told me that, so I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah, so he'll probably get 10 points for this if he can kill the Silent King next turn, which I don't have doubts that he'll be able to do.
Is it turn 1, 15 points?
Turn 1, 13.
It's 13, okay. I mean,
yeah. He's got Raise the Banners high, hoping to throw some banners, because he has those 2 objectives in his backfield. That'll net him 10 points at least. Because I don't think Necrons, they're not super mobile, but they have been pushing up the board a fair bit.
I mean, if they need to move, they move. So
yeah, these guys are running up, and I believe their Gauss Reapers are
12 inches, I think.
12 inches?
Gauss Reapers? I couldn't tell you.
All right, sweet. We got Purge the Vermin, progressive objective. This territory is infested by the contemptible vermin of the lesser races.
A true Necron secondary
supremacist. They must be driven wholesale from the Necron's rightful lands in order for reclamation to commence. Score 2 victory points at the end of your turn for each table quarter that does not have an enemy unit excluding aircraft. Only within it, this objective cannot be scored in the first battle. Okay, that's interesting. So he's going to push up, try and make a line, and that'll be getting 2 a turn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
4 a turn if he can at least hold his 2 sides of the table.
Yeah, I feel like that'll.
And that's not bad.
Shouldn't be too difficult for him.
No. That's quite impressive. It's like reverse engage on all fronts, right? Like it's all I hear is just dice.
Yeah, I hear the shaking. You love to hear it.
It's like a rattlesnake attacking us.
We also have thin their ranks. Which one was that?
Oh, thin their ranks. Thin their ranks. Each time an enemy model is destroyed, gain 1 kill point. If a destroyed enemy model has wound characteristics of gender more, that grants 10 kill points.
This definitely makes sense if we're taking it against the Necron player, because those will count twice.
Resurrected models can add multiple kill points for being destroyed multiple times. At the end of the battle, divide your kill points by 10 and round down. The result is the number of victory points that you score for this secondary objective. So just chew them up. You know, if they come back, that's fine. Just keep knocking them down. You're gonna get a bunch of victory points. It kind of actually rewards you to just leave the opponent alive. Of course, that's a huge risk. For I would consider obvious reasons.
Yeah. Let's hope Drukhari can do Drukhari things here. Live up to their name of being a 73% win rate faction. Granted, we do have 66% win rate of Drukhari so far, and Nick can go ahead and take this up to 75, where he rightfully belongs if he wins this. Yeah, thank you.
Rightfully belongs.
Plus 40K, really appreciate it. Definitely a huge help, because we are Necronless. And I used to be a Necron player, I should know this, but just not this edition.
You know, I was thinking about getting back into them when I got back in the hobby recently. I was like, ooh, Necrons. I love me some spooky alien robot dudes, and I wanted to get into them, and they're also really easy to paint. But of course, me being me, I realized that there was a Primarch who shared my name, which is Conrad, for those who don't know. And I went, well, no, I'm stuck playing Night Lords now. So
yeah,
don't play the most competitive list, but I do enjoy my guys.
Should have had a different name, I guess.
Yep.
You did this to yourself. God damn it, Mom. Come on. But, yeah, I think I'm still with Necrons here. Silent King not dead yet. If he had died turn 1, that might have been a scary thing to happen, but it looks like we're going to be blocked, or his line of sight should be blocked with this,
piece of terrain,
this obscuring piece of terrain, so I won't be able to shoot at him with about 2 or 3 of his raiders.
For viewers who aren't able to look on the sideways view of these tables, those buildings are actually, you know, about 5-10 inches tall, so they do obscure line of sight if you're not touching them. Of course, terrain rules being what they are, if you are touching a piece of terrain such as a ruin or a wall, you can see through it, and your opponent can see you. So, keeping away from those things, he's definitely keeping about, I'd say that's about 5 raiders out of off line of sight from him, which is a good thing for the Silent King, because don't want to be shot off the board by that many dudes.
Exactly.
So he's definitely moving up here. He's trying to take this at least his side of the field, creating a irresistible gun line to try and claim his secondary objective for Purge, which chat has graciously helped us by saying that it is, if you control, for each quarter of the board you control, you get 2 points at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Very valuable.
Which will definitely be very sweet swig swag. He's got 2 units of Scarabs holding on those inner objectives, and this Dark Outer player does not have any out of line of sight shooting. So that's going to be pretty difficult for him to deal with.
Those are going to be staying there for a long time unless he can get stuff in the back line. Which Raiders are very fast, but you gotta see it.
He rolls a lot of dice. I mean, he does have the these Necron warriors.
Oh, he's hitting on 2s right now. That's scary.
All hit.
Full hit, not a miss.
Top is 3s. These are some dead models.
These are some dead Drukhari right now. This is what I was talking about with those warrior units, and you can get them. Some of them, I think they might be using the special warrior weapon that's strength 6, AP -2 gun. Only got 12-inch range, but oh boy, does it hit hard.
Yeah, this should be the Goss Reaper, which they've all got kitted out.
Yeah.
Actually gonna get a Necron page up in here so we can just kind of see what's going on and get the specific rules and stats on them, just because we're both fairly unfamiliar with the specific numbers of Necrons.
AP2, right?
Isn't the Silent King Saltec?
I'm unfamiliar. I know that the one of the guys that's in Sautek is specifically a lord who I believe still thinks he's a living being and tries to eat like sandwiches and stuff and just grinds up his gears and gums up his works. So fun stuff. Sautek, I believe, specifically increases the range on all your guns. So like I was saying, those guns that only shoot like 12 inches or something, getting a 3 or 6 inch range increase can really make the difference. Now, proportionally, that's a huge buff to their range.
So he's actually running Novok, which is going to add 1 to his charge rolls, and each time a model with this code makes an attack, if it charged, what's charged, or Portal Intervention, it's going to add 1 to its attack characteristic, or I'm sorry, armor penetration characteristic.
Wow.
So that's going to get a lot of values on that.
Yeah. Well, Necrons, strength 4, toughness 4, they're going to come in and they're going to punch, like Space Marines. They also, they hit on 3 up. So effectively, Space Marines with AP -1 coming into melee and +1 to charge. So they're able to charge from a little bit farther away than normal than you think you're safe from. On average, being able to charge 8 inches instead of 7. Yeah, no, that's a quite a in-your-face kind of list. I get why he's trying to play Purge Gen Clean. He's going to move up that board.
Yeah. And these Goss Reapers, like you were talking about, being Strength 5, AP2, Assault 2.
That's what it is, Strength 5. So I'm sorry for saying Strength 6.
But within the 12, which a lot of his stuff is, he just picked up those models without a second care for it. I don't know if this Dark Outer player has played many games against Necrons before. I'm not familiar with either of these players very much, but if he hasn't had a lot of experience into this, those Necrons making it all the way across the board with that charge roll.
Mm-hmm. It's that +1.
That +1 charge.
And I believe he used the CP to re-roll it, so he got really good roll. Of course, just because they made it all the way across, those Necrons are huge blob of Necrons. Probably means that most of them won't actually be able to get those hits in. Of course, they also, I believe, only have 1 attack each. So
yeah, but I think all they care about is tying this stuff up.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be those raiders right now, caught in that swarm of Necrons.
Yeah. Their number is Legion. They are Legion. Just gives them reroll 1s on their reanimation protocols.
Yep.
Steven is a very good Necron player. 60 Warriors is great. Yeah, I play against him. Beat my ass. Made me upset. +1 attack.
They are Novok.
Yeah, Novok. So not +1 attack, but +1 to charge and +1
to AP. Or -1 AP when they are on the charge.
Yeah. And let's also take a look at the Silent King. I'm very curious as to what he specifically. Oh wait, no, he can just be. He's in his own.
He might be his own thing.
Yeah, so he's probably Sautek. Yeah.
No, I've never played against him, so.
I've almost had to do it at an RTT once, and luckily I was able to dodge it and lose to Death Guard.
Get in the other bracket. Get in the other bracket.
Give me away. I don't want to deal with a Void Dragon.
I am surprised that we're not seeing a Catan shard up here.
I think it's just because he's running the warrior spam. He doesn't have the points for it.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of warriors. And then the Lich Guard. I think you could probably replace the Lich Guard versus Catan shard, but...
It all depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, the Catan shard is a nice, big, scary monster. That can really lay some pain. But sometimes you don't need those kind of things. Sometimes you don't need those big flagship models. Sometimes you just need boots on the ground, covering the field. Just being a crap load of dudes.
Yeah. In all fairness, he has already invested into his flagship model of a 4th of his points going towards the Silent King.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Yeah, Silent King, 500-point model.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't care about Dynasty. It's Necron's core instead of Necron's Dynasty for giving out his My Will Be Done, giving them +1 to the attack's hit roll.
Yep. My Will Be Done is a terrifying ability of giving out +1 to hit for a Necron unit within, I believe, 6 inches?
9 inches.
9 inches for Zarek.
Yeah. I think for the Command Barge, it might be 12 for the Command Barge.
Yeah, I think the Command Barge mission figure.
Do we know what the protocol the Kron player is using? Is that the
That's their turn by turn. Every turn they get a new protocol that does anything. It's kind of like Devastator or Assault Phase that Space Marines get. Unfortunately, we can't see those cards right now.
Yeah, they didn't have that written down on the sheet.
Yeah,
sadly.
like we're not gonna be able to see that, unfortunately. Hazard your best guess. Take bets in the comments.
Yeah, it's a 1 in 6 chance. Make your guess.
Yeah.
It's probably something to do with movement because he moved all the way across the fucking board. So someone with movement or charging is definitely got to be where we're at. And then, so yeah, just going through more of the stuff that the Caesaric has. He's already lost his Triarch, little protector dudes. He's got some aura abilities. Necron's Core, each time a range attack is made, you can roll the hit roll, you can roll the wound roll, you get to pick one of those. The other Relentless March, whenever a Necron's Core within 6 inches of the Caesaric, each time that you select to make a normal move or advance, add 1 to the move or advance. So yeah, that's probably what they did to get up there.
Yeah.
And if they have a way to advance and charge, I think that's probably what happened there, because they got some insane movement for him.
They're all the way across the board in one turn. I was like, Slanesh moved that fast. Kron's don't move that fast. What is going on? But you know,
it looks like at least
Necrons
one
with their
raid's
new
gonna go.
dynasties. Oh man, you get some real surprises out of these games nowadays.
Yeah, I'll have to maybe look at getting some Necrons back out.
Feel the power
all
of
the
the
way
Xenos.
These are supposed to be slow.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be the slowest army in the game.
Slow
He
dudes.
just made it all the way across the board.
Yep.
Damn.
You get some real surprises. Necrons, they got that arcane technology that, belies your paltry laws of physics.
I don't... Yeah, they can veil. Did they veil? I don't think they veiled. I think
No,
they
that's
just
not a
moved up.
veil.
Yeah, they just moved up. God,
They
those are
just
insane.
huffed it all the way up there.
Anyways, how much did we bet on... how much did we... Your life savings? You thought your car were going to win.
I thought your car were going to win. How could I be so foolish?
I don't know. This is still yet to be determined. But in the meantime, let's see what's going on table 2 with the Chaos Knights. They've got that Chaos Knight that advanced up the table is all the way up in their stuff, making close friends with those Dreadnoughts. Let's take a look at their secondary since we haven't gone into them yet. So, they didn't write down their names.
Yeah.
Okay, but I know that because Davis made a comment to me about scoring scramblers when I went by. He has ASS. I'm gonna assume that's assassination.
That's assassinate.
Yeah, it's got to be. So no,
There's a
no
lot
punch
of,
for that yet.
and this is the Chaos Knight player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a ton of heroes and characters inside the Space Wolves.
Yeah.
Well known for their incredible heroes. Nyal, the Stormcaller, a psyker who can shoot 4 psychic powers off in a turn. As a Farseer player, how do you feel about that? Space Marines, they get all the best toys.
Yeah, my Farseer is a max of 3.
Yeah.
And aren't we supposed to be the best at psychics? Isn't that our whole thing?
Sorry, you're not Imperium. Can't hear you.
Why are my messages getting deleted? I've got no clue. I thought might be getting upset the content of your messages.
5's your only one.
Space them
Oh
out.
my God.
Try and send it again.
5,
Who knows?
82.
I'm gonna assume this is Intel. It looks like a G. No, it can't be I.
Let me see.
Yeah.
It's assassinate.
4
No idea.
Yep. Something. Oh, grind. It's gotta be grind. Looks like a
It's
G.
grind. It's
Yeah,
grind.
grind them down.
It's grind.
So kill more enemy
We
units.
did it. It's
We
grind.
got there. Might have taken us a minute, but hey, we did it. And then up against him, the Space Wolves, he's got banners, tribute, titillate, tirade, and engage in all fronts.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that is an unreadable word.
Kind of looks like a little, like a bird with like a comb over.
Yeah, that's actually exact. He made a fucking drawing of a bird with a comb over.
Yeah.
Just writing down his damn secondary.
It
But
might be Titan Slayer. I would hazard that it might be Titan Slayer.
Force.
I'm gonna assume that it's Titan Slayer. That does not say.
That
Titan.
would be the smart move against a Chaos Knights list, is to take Titan Slayer.
There are 4 characters in between the first and second team.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
6, 11 damage.
Yeah. I mean, we're just gonna roll with that. Assume that's it until we find out.
These were not for posterity.
But that Chaos Knight getting into combat all the way up there turned on.
I'm telling you, man, they move fast. I do think that the Space Wolves kind of moved up and fought him a fair amount. See how that turns out.
Let's see if the Knight dies this turn. If the Knight does not die this turn, there's going to be a huge problem for the Space Wolves. Are you posting links? We're going to try and have links working for tomorrow with the... I was trying to get a Nightbot thing set up, but it's just with each and every round changing, having to upload 4 different lists. And we can't copy them over from Best Coast Pairing just because it's not letting us do copy-paste. It's being real dumb.
Yeah.
We'll get it done working tomorrow, but just for now. If you have any questions about them, feel free to ask and I'll look at the list for you. I can read it out, make it all nice and sultry, talk right into your ear, do some nice
smooth ASMR.
He's got Necron Warriors, 2 squads of 20, 1 squad of 15 armed with the Gauss Reapers. Deeper voice, the Chaos Knights going up onto the battlefield, causing some chaos amongst those Space Wolves, hopefully causing some disarray in their army. Let's see if they're able to combat in any way, shape, or form, get some kind of response going up instead.
Yeah, I'm real excited to see how these Chaos Knights do. Of course, I personally, as a little bit of a cynic myself, I have all the faith in the world for the Space Wolves. They will defeat the Chaos Knights.
Wow, we are going complete opposites this whole round, huh? You believe in the Drukhari, I believe in the Necrons, you believe in the Space Wolves. I have full and utter faith in Davis to pull it out. I have seen Space Wolves
chew through people. It makes no sense why, but they destroy people in combat. They fight on death. The amount of thunder hammers that they can pull and call to bear. The fact that just how many of their characters and how many of their units are 2-up weapon skill. Just when they want to hit you, they're going to hit you. And even if you think of a way that you can be smart and stop them from hitting you, guess what? They're going to hit you anyway. So I just can't trust that the Space Wolves aren't going to do something cheeky and do something funny to our poor and innocent Chaos Knights, Rampagers, and beautiful Keepers of Secrets.
Yeah.
Those girls, they deserve a chance. Why won't you give it to them? They just want you to make you feel good.
Yeah. It looks like the Space Wolf player just went down to 3 CP, using almost every CP he had.
And took out that
he did
Chaos
take out the
Knight.
5 hits at AP 5, D6 damage. The Knight can't do anything about that.
Nope.
What did that kind of chaos? What caused that kind of disarray?
That was probably, I think, the Stormclaw, the Stormclaw. That was that character Dreadnought.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull him up here.
He is a mean boy. He is. I personally actually believe, looking at his points, from what I remember, I think he's a little unbalanced. I think he's a little too cheap for how good he is.
We don't need to mention that about Space Wolves. We can give them whatever they want.
Yeah, they're Imperium.
Yeah, their puppies are behind enough.
Yeah.
The only Marine-looking army that I'm okay with sending by.
I think throughout my entire life, I know that Iron Hands last edition was terrifying. I get it. I know. But I remember back in the days when Space Wolves could use psychic powers that did things that no other psychic power did, like created lines across the map that would destroy people. It was like some kind of crazy. He'd be like, your psyker would be like, and it'd shoot this laser, and you would draw 2 points on the map, and anything caught inside it would just take a bajillion damage.
That's absurd.
I mean, Tau technically have something like that right now, but it's nowhere near as good as that thing was.
How times have changed.
How times have changed.
Back in your day, where candy bar was only 25 cents?
Back in my day, hell no. I'm not that old.
You fooled me.
Candy bars my entire life have always cost over $1.
Oh, that's rough.
I've never lived in a time where gasoline was not $1 a gallon minimum.
What unit was this? The Storm?
He is a hero unit.
HQ?
Yeah, he is HQ.
What was it called?
Let me see.
Here, just go through it. I'll pull up the list.
You have given the... I'm so sad.
Dad's like, get off my lawn. That's what that was.
You on the Phil-handed?
Stop touching. Don't touch my dog. You're gonna hit my dog. Kick my dog.
Maybe was it the Blade Guard veterans? Do they have a way to do that?
So she's gonna advance.
Go ahead and not Bjorn the Phil-handed.
It's Bjorn the Fell-handed. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
15, 13 inches.
So moves 9, 13 minus 2.
Yeah, well, it'd be 15 inches. No, yeah, 15 minus 2, 13.
Well, what's her movement now? She's a grade 9. So
Yeah, definitely him. Looks like he got the AP wrong by 1 damage or 1 denomination. Wouldn't have mattered though. AP 4 instead of AP 5. He's got 5 attacks. Looks like he hit and wounded all of them. Their strength, strength 12.
Yep.
And each time an attack is made, you roll the wound. So strength 12, AP 4, d6 damage, 5 attacks.
Hitting on 2s, re-rolling wounds. Something dies. Yeah, no. It's incredible how much damage Bjorn does.
And he's rerolling a hit roll 1 just from his own aura.
Mm-hmm. Like, you're gonna get hit 5 times with this guy, and each of these things are gonna do d6 damage.
Yeah.
It is absurd how powerful this Bjorn guy is. I mean, you can take him out, sure. He can die.
Jaws the World Wolf, is that what he did for the 1 extra AP? Or that's what chat.
Yeah. That's the psychic power, yeah. It's
oh, cool.
Like Hadoukens across the field, just
That
kills
is
everything.
Awesome. That's a badass name, too.
Oh, yeah. Look. The branding on the Imperium, just the marketing team. Very top-notch.
I think just for
everything looks
just
really
for Space Wolves.
Yeah.
They did not do a great job marketing to me.
Oh, that's fair.
I think they did I hate Marines. I think they're ugly.
That's fair.
They did it themselves. They could have had me all aboard. I would have been your classic Marine dude, but no, instead, Eldar.
Eldar for the win.
I was playing Necron's my first army, yeah.
Cheeky Xenos.
You'll never catch me playing an Imperium or Chaos army, and if you do, you can take away. You can smash it on the table right there. You can just absolutely get rid of it.
This is for your own good.
Looks like we're back to Knight's turn 2, starting to advance up the field with the other 2 guys. The Space Wolves coming towards that right side of the Knight. Did the Space Wolves or the Knight player kill enough for the Knights to start to kind of just outmatch the Space Wolves?
I mean, that is what you're trying to do with Knights. You never want to get overwhelmed by as a Knight player because it's real easy to fall behind if you don't do enough to your opponent quickly enough. I mean, this might sound like heat was hot as kind of a statement, but in Knights especially, there's not a comeback. If you fall behind with Knights, you're lost. You're not getting back on the board. So you've got to stay in charge of that game from turn 1. And there is a reputation that Knights have as being kind of noob stompers for this because, a lot of times new players don't know how to come back from a losing position. And it's real easy just to blast someone out if you know where you're aiming as a Knight player. So, it's one of those things where Knights are kind of actually, when you get competitive with them, are actually a really high skill list to try and maneuver because otherwise they could fall apart real easy if you want to get them into the top tiers.
Yeah, especially with these top tables where players do really know how to take them apart. But that's kind of what they represent here at these kind of events. They are a gatekeeper army.
Oh, yeah.
If you cannot beat Knights and your list is just not able to do it, Knights are going to run. You need to be able to beat Knights.
Yep,
and even
absolutely.
if Knights aren't super meta right now or the training's isn't great, we've still got 6 Knight players here.
Yeah.
And they are out for you. They are out to gatekeep you.
And if at any point in this entire meta, Knights become so unplayed that people stop preparing for them or stop prepping for them, Knights are going to win tournaments.
Yeah.
They will. They will stomp on everybody if suddenly you're not being careful. So tips to those who want to play in tournaments, make sure your list can beat Knights.
Yeah.
You got to make sure because if you let them in, there's no more herd immunity.
Yeah. It is easier to beat them in this edition just because of the objective-based gameplay.
Yes.
Sometimes they can't really hold
It is something that they have to rely on. It's kind of killing you and then settling out and trying to just farm victory points in the later turns.
100%.
Because for example, with 6 primary objectives on the board, and you're only running 4 models or 5 models,
I know, but
it's not easy to get control and get the majority of objectives. So
he's not going for holding more. He's got his 2 in the backfield, and that's what he's going to stick to. He's going to get his 10 points a turn, and hopefully over 4 turns, he'll be able to max that out as his game plan looks like here. He's got the 2 keepers. Let's not forget about those. Those are models that can definitely dish out some damage.
Not only that, but he's still got Furies and he's got Demonettes. And they're probably we're probably not seeing them on the table right now.
Yeah, they're probably in those buildings on those objectives.
On those objectives, holding them down, just, you know, getting their points worth out of, you know, victory points and whatnot. But we see a keeper secret is she is diving headlong into the wolf's den right there. And we're going to see if she can, she'll get out alive. Slanesh notorious for having almost no. Whoa.
Super Smite coming out.
Super Smite coming out.
He's going to do D6 mortal wound. Went outside the dice tray twice. He cannot roll in this dice tray. It's simply not working. 5 mortal wounds coming out.
5 mortal wounds. If you get if you're casting Smite and you get 11 or higher on your psychic power roll, you will turn your Smite from a D3 to a D6, and he got 5 wounds on it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's going to start to acclimate some value, especially because these Slanesh demons that he's got Keeper Secrets running up the field, they need to start to make up for their points. One of the knights is already dead. He's gone basically a quarter of his army.
Yeah.
Or a little bit less
500, 600
points.
points.
A fifth of his army.
Yeah. Maybe a little less than that. I don't know. Was that the Rampager? Because that was his Warlord.
Yeah. I think it was I can't tell. They all look the same to me.
I mean, from the top down, they're just like angry ovals.
They are painted very well.
I have seen them from the side. They look fantastic. I actually have to say that every army we've seen today on these top 2 tables have been really good looking. Walked in, kind of glanced at them, and was, you know, I could not say that any of them were poorly painted. You know, we can see that the Space Wolf player has based all of his guys in snow and some kind of frocking, which A+. You got to do it. You can't play Space Wolf without putting, you know, some snow down on those cold voice feats. So
I think my models should fit right in here. Masterfully painted with a touch only an expert can really provide.
I'm telling you, just Elmer's glue and dirt. That's all you need. It's not hard to base them.
Alright, it seems like he's just going to go through his second phase. I am interested to see where this charge is going. But after we're done with the charge phase, and he started to... I think it's really going to come down to this turn. How much can he kill? How much has he killed in this game?
I think this is going to be a very decisive turn for the Chaos player. I think if he can't really come out ahead and establish you know, some real dominance here on the board, I think he's going to struggle for the rest of this game.
That is something like... Davis, I saw him, he was the first person I noticed enter the room from the main tournament hall. He was done with his first game in like an hour.
Oh, and that's nice.
Yeah, like, you will win quick or you will lose quick. And so far, always done is win quick. He's consistent with it.
Everyone here is a consummate player. You know, all of these guys have basically won every match they've played so far. So each one of these guys is 2-0. And we're going to see, you know, see how they turn out.
These are currently our 4 top players at the event. There's Table 1, which is the Necrons and the Dark Elder being our top 2, and then these are the next 2. The lowest score here is 187, which is almost perfectly in both rounds.
Yep. I mean, someone had to land about 90 to 93 for both rounds on average.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, very impressive. For all of these guys. Let's go see what's going on table 1.
Check out table 1 and just kind of take a peek. And we do have to come back for this charge phase because that's what I'm really interested for this game. But let's get a kind of recap. What's going on over here? Table number 1. The Raiders have kind of spread out. They've started to disperse. It does not look like he was able to take out a single Raider in his first turn with those Warrior charges. We weren't expecting him to either. He was really just trying to charge them up. All 7 Raiders to remain. The dudes that he had outside and touching that objective, probably Mandrakes or something similar, maybe some Cavalry Warriors, they were quickly deleted by those Necron Warriors who are still rushed up the field. We've got this Lich Guard in the back. I believe they're going to try and get into those, I think, Witches that are getting piled out right now. Or the Witches are going to try and get into them.
Are trying to secure that objective in the background. That is going to be pretty important to make sure either to contest or to just... if they have OBSEC and the opponent doesn't, you know, they take that point.
They can delete some Necron Warriors. all we've got to do is tie that one that's on the objective, and that's enough attacks to just go into that entire squad. Maybe even wipe it if you get lucky, because these, if it's a larger Wisp squad, they've got to be as Hecatrix Blood Brides, who can dish out some damage. A ridiculous amount for how cheap they are at 110 points, and you have some stratagems to accompany that. That's something Dark Elder actually has kind of in their back pocket. They don't use a lot of stratagems. They're good enough without it, and then you have the extra, the -1 AP +1 damage for the or I think that would be Phantasm. You can reroll wounds, which is what I meant to recall, and just some other insane stuff. You can kind of just haggle with them.
Take a mortal, Phantasm, don't. So 2 mortals.
Yeah. Well, like, what would you be your CP sync if you were playing Drukhari? So, like, you know, like, lay it on me.
So, usually when I'm playing Drukhari, it's like I was saying, you've got all those witch strategies. You want to use your rerolls to keep your characters alive, standard stuff like that. As Chat was saying earlier, you've got that 2 CP. Once your Raiders declares a charge target, you fall back. That's going to be insane and useful, but for a lot of Elder armies, a lot of the CP-intensive things are the Harlequins. Those things chew through CP like nobody's business, which is a amount of stuff you can do with them. So these guys are all set up. Just kind of take with it and run. Go with the flow of the game. Use CP where they need to, with the occasional lightning fast reaction, just to get extra value out of it.
Yep. Now we just saw a bunch of Necrons just get pulled off the board here. Drukhari players throwing out some probably Blaster and Dark Lance Fire. Just trying to chew through these Necron warriors as much as you can. Again, the strategy for dealing with warriors is to try and wipe them out to a man, because if you leave any alive, they will come back. They reroll. Basically, at the end of a phase, if any Necron was taken out of a squad, they roll a d6 for each wound they are missing, and on a 5 and 6, they stand, or they regain that wound. And if it's a single wound model, that model stands back up. If they are a multi-wound model, you have to get enough wounds to completely heal the model up, and it will stand up as well.
4 and 3, yep. And then 1 save.
It's just going to get so much value. I don't think the Dark Elder player is going to be finishing off these front squad of Necron warriors in his front base.
It's a tide of them. It's, you know, it's insane, this Warriors fan right here.
But if he can, this matchup gets a whole lot easier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not hard to wound these guys, but if the Drukhari can't put out the number of shots they need, it's going to be a hard and slow go.
And notice how the Drukhari players entered all 4 table quarters. He's stopping the Necron player from being able to get the full
he's
value
definitely trying to
out of
counter
the
that
secondaries. And that's something you have to just be aware of, and I believe he also has engaged on all fronts. So he's just getting extra value out of that. We'll get 4 from it.
Gonna get a 9. Yep. Gonna get a 9. Yep. Gonna get a 9. No. 2 mortals and Bruce.
I would actually say don't take Purge.
Dark Lance, you are
especially if they're so mobile.
Dark
right.
Lance.
But of course, in this tournament, we actually the players do not get to know what their opponent's secondary is before they pick it. So, kind of bad luck on the part of the Necron player to take the secondary, while the Drukhari player has pretty much the counter to it. So he's definitely playing uphill right now.
Since we are watching the best, or one of the best Necron players, I'm not sure if he is the #1, but I know he's pretty high up there in the Necron rankings here. And he's going against a Drukhari player who he's probably played a few Drukhari lists, and it might not be vice versa, because Necrons, as far as I'm aware, are super common, and they've got a little bit of a
poison shot.
Whether Nick has played him or not, just kind of depends on his local meta.
That's going to be 5 saves. No.
Certainly a unique list, not what I've seen from other people. A lot of times people take some score picks and stuff like that. So I'm really curious about like what the inspiration for this Necron list
Phantasm
was.
number 1.
He's trying to
really
pull off a specific strategy here.
Yeah, I think he's been refining this. I think this is something he's been working on all edition. Because he actually plays your hobby plays.
Blaster kills him
I used to play sometimes, just kind of in the local Northern Virginia area. And I've seen him at every tournament that I went to up there. I played him once, and like I said, he beat me because of Deep Struck and killed my Dark Reapers. Made me feel bad.
Was he using this list, or was he?
No, it was 8th edition. It was Destroyers that he redeployed, and I killed myself. It's back when I was running the Shadow Specters, which was the great of the list. But now Shadow Specters. Great this edition. Especially with their new rules, because you can run 5 minutes. Let's actually go over to table 2 real quick, because we're starting to charge. We're going to see how many models the Chaos player is going to be able to pick up here.
I mean, either way, we've already established that it works.
So, here,
Yep.
and then I'm spending 1 CP, and roll 6 here.
So you're out of CP?
Yeah. The Space Wolf player is absolutely out of CP at this point. Yeah, I just heard them say that he's basically out of CP. So, man, I hope he got his worth out of it. He got that knight down, so that was a hard hit. Let's hope it pays off here.
Yeah, because now he's not going to be able to interrupt. Like, this little ashy demon, no joke. Before this gets too into the nitty-gritty, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah.
The very last time of the stream.
You hope?
I seeked it. I seeked it.
Alright. Yeah, we'll just... Okay.
All right, let's see. Oh, man, I cannot wait for this. That is a... All right.
C8.
Just, I'm hearing someone play with dice. And they're getting really ready to throw something out. What are we seeing? What are we looking at? Come on, players.
I'm real surprised you didn't shoot this. Yeah, no, that's not 3 or more. Oh, I didn't think about that. I was like,
I think we're gonna want the other dice boxes. I think where it's gonna land.
Yeah, that's why.
The one that you don't have up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, that's the other table.
yeah, I'm out. Thus this always happens when I play. I run out of.
We're getting a lot of banter on the between the two guys. I want to see. I want to throw these dice. Come on, guys.
Yeah, so we'll do the 6 in the Bjorn, and then her other ones into the Blade Guard, I guess.
Blade Guard.
All right, here we go.
I'll spend. I'm down to 2. I'll spend 1 to let her reroll hits. Cool. 2s, thankfully. Bjorn's putting us 8.
So the Keeper's Secrets is going into Bjorn, definitely trying to eliminate that the character that, as we discussed earlier, is a monster in melee.
AP3s? Oh, hold on.
Oh boy, AP3s.
Right, so AP3s
got 4 wounds off on that. Let's see how much he does.
Okay, so all the AP3s fail. AP4, I can get his AP. So all 4 of
blow up, yeah.
So hold on, 2, 4, 6, 8. So I'm gonna roll 8 field no pains, 5 field no pains.
All right, so he's taking 8 wounds. Let's see how he's got 8 feel no pains, because it is of course Bjorn and it is made of tough, tanky, and murder.
Does he explode? He explodes.
There it is.
Bjorn has exploded.
Here.
What you may not know is that is going to be D3 wounds to each nearby unit. So each of those squads of Space Wolves there, and that Keeper of Secrets, and the Chaos Knight, and all of Bjorn's allies have just been hit by a bunch of mortal wounds, D3 each. So we're going to see how that plays
Who's taking
out.
3?
That is, that is a big turn.
I guess it would have been these guys, but I pointed these first. So
they take 3?
They take 3.
Squish.
They taking 3 wounds.
Your Vanguard.
Of course, Space Marines have 2 wounds each thereabouts. Less than perfect taking 3 wounds. So one Marine gets taken off and one takes a wound. Slowly but surely, the Space Wolves chip away in a road, just like
I'm blocking.
Just like
I'm
the
blocking
edifice
the camera
that is
anyway.
the
3.
Imperium.
It didn't matter. I'm blocking it. For a reason.
Oh wow! And Bjorn is off the table. There he is.
Yeah, 4. 3.
That fills me with a little bit of hope for Chaos. You know, the despoilers of the galaxy. It is only their right
2.
that they win the day.
4. Oh, 1 goes through.
1 dead.
All right.
No, that's him.
Oh, that's him? Okay.
Bjorn's down.
Bjorn's down?
Yep, exploded.
I got a sword updated to the minute as well.
Awesome.
And I got a good look at what's going on. So, behind that blue Chaos Knight on the right side. If you look all the way in the top left, there's the building. That's he's got plenty of things hiding away in it. Just different, I think some Blade Guard, and then just a lot of the general infantry marines. Nothing too scary that a knight can't handle, but that is something to keep in mind. This is not all the space Wolf has represented. He's still got a few more things left.
4, 8, 10.
Yeah. You missed it. He's the guy who just was shaking his hands, just shaking it and getting ready for that Keeper of Secrets to go. It was just like the longest. I was just like, what are you doing, man? Like, throw those dice. Come on.
Like, you gotta bless him. You gotta let him store up.
You gotta get that juice, that gamer juice off your hands, and then you gotta rub it into them.
How else are they supposed to be lucky dice?
Yeah.
Alright, so let's check out the updated scores. So I figured out what that thing said on the second. It says Titanic.
Oh, Titanic.
I guess.
So I suppose it's Titan Slayer.
Yeah.
Boy, roll this one.
I think.
My heart will go on.
So she killed.
I assume. At first I thought it was Titan. Now I think it's Titanic. Now that I'm looking at it again, it doesn't. It's a big deal. It's got too many letters.
Titanic.
Titanic, I guess. So we did get Scramblers for a second turn, so he's gonna have that maxed out after not too long. And then the Space Marine player. So he's got 10 points for it. Oh yeah, because you kill one knight, so you get 10. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's got to be the Titan Slayer one. Banners, nothing so far. Maybe he just hadn't marked it down. And then on table 1, I'll just walk through what they got real quick. They did one of them definitely did a much better job of writing the names of the players. Reversed recon, but not the names of the secondaries. What the fuck is reversed recon?
He's got one move up.
They actually didn't write down those scores. I'm not really keeping track of it. So if Bjorn's down, that's a lot of his
That is
stuff
a
we're doing
lot.
tonight.
That guy, that thing hit hard.
2 or 3.
I am curious to see how the Space Wolf player is gonna get these big dudes down. Now he does have thunder hammers, which are gonna be hitting at strength 8, if not strength 10, for his guys. So they will be able to punch into that T8 Chaos Knight, toughness, but God, trying to get strength 6, strength 4, melee in with relic blades and whatnot. I think he's gonna have a hard time getting through those Titans. Or sorry, not Titans, Knights.
They are Titans?
No,
they are Titanic.
They're Titanic. They're Lords of War, but they are not Titans. We are, of course, not playing Apocalypse at this tournament, I don't believe.
Absolutely dreadful. We'd be casting for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Oh.
Which one is that?
That might be a little bit more than I signed up for, to be honest.
366 load.
But yeah, I'm excited to go 2-for-0 in my estimations and watch you go.
All right.
So I got 3 explosions, so round. Coming back, 5
I am confident in my Necrons and in my Knights. My boys, my Northern Virginia boys, 2 players that I played against.
I'm not rooting for the Space Wolves, okay? I think they will win. Not because I hope they will win.
Sounds like you're rooting for them if you think they'll win.
Not.
Sounds like you're not committed
Darkest
to the
timeline.
Sounds like you need some re-education.
So, yeah, no, I think now we're gonna really see a real play up. I don't think that's the death knell of the Space Wolves. I think that they can definitely still come through this. They still have their Psychers. They still have a bunch of weapons, and holy crap, they can lay some pain in melee. So we're gonna see how this turns out.
But they gotta lay that pain now.
They gotta lay that pain now.
We got 4 super heavies left.
Remember when I was saying, it's like you gotta stay ahead of the Knights. You gotta be bringing them down. And if they get if they take you apart, they take out the things in your army that can kill them, you will never kill them.
Knights will trade better than anything else in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Which there's part of me that really enjoys the fact that we're seeing Knights at, even this stage, a 3rd game, the highest tier, we're seeing Knights. It fills my heart with joy because I, as a nerd extreme, I love mecha. I love all the cool giant robot stuff. I love giant monsters, all that stuff. I love every Godzilla movie I've ever seen. No matter what, they're all my children, and I love them. Same goes for most mecha movies. So
there you go.
I love these. I love these armies. It's the whole reason I would play.
I got 2 6s so far.
Knights and Warhammer 40K. So
2, -2s.
Love it to death.
So we got some attacks coming out here, trying to deal some more damage, get as much as he can, and like we were just talking about.
Yep.
He's taking what he can.
I mean, those knights. Thing is, those knights don't get their invul save in melee.
No, they don't.
So he's hitting 3.
So
X.
if you can get some armor penetration on that melee, I mean, that is one of the ways that I think that the Space Wolves will be able to still hurt the knights. Is that their AP on their melee will still go in and still be important.
And the Keeper of Secrets, they only have a 5-up invul, I think.
5-up invul. They're really. Keeper of Secrets are really betting on the fact that they're going to go first. They're going to kill you. And they're not going to get hit back. And of course, Space Wolves, being Space Wolves, can hit you on death.
Yeah.
So, kind of eliminating the defensiveness that the best CC is murder. That the Keeper of Secrets kind of play with. So this is an interesting matchup, I will not lie. Keeper Secrets and that knight, the Blue Knight, have been taking some damage. They're not down yet. They are, of course, models that can be bracketed. So, you know, as they take damage, they will get weaker.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, you know, how things kind of roll out from here.
But depending on how the Chaos Knight player here has kind of spared his command points, whether he's dumped a bunch, he can shoot it full of, shoot and operate at full capacity.
Well, at least one of them can.
Yeah. I don't know. This will definitely seem definitely going to end up who's getting the value. It's this turn.
Command phase.
This turn that matters. Because we're going into the command phase of the Space Wolves player. His second turn, battle round 2. This is what it all comes down for. If he can take out a Keeper of Secrets in the night here, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. If he can get both those guys down, he's got this in the bag.
Yeah.
Like we said, night games. They win fast, they lose fast.
Either way, we'll have an interview in a fair bit.
I can't tell if they're across or not. Oh, yeah, they're over there.
Oh, there, yeah.
Yeah, so I get 3 this turn.
I'm curious, has anybody actually posted anything for this round?
Let's see.
This turn.
Just seeing.
We should be like an hour in, but I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised.
So I killed 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, we're an hour and a half in.
Yep. 5.
Time sure flies when you're having so much fun. But it looks like one list on the bottom tables where Chris Rich beat. He was playing Knights.
He's playing Knights. Knights!
You were right. We win fast and we lose fast. What was his opponent playing? Joshua Hanna playing Knights.
Knights.
Okay, that is perfectly balanced.
But that's a cool matchup, right? Knight versus Knight, man. You just slam into each other. That's like taking you back to childhood. You know, just two big plastic toys just slamming it into each other.
Yeah, that is an awesomely cool matchup thematically and rules-wise. Definitely, there's as much anti-tank as you can throw at them. Just trying to fit as much in. And then you get them into close combat, and it's whoever swings in first because neither of them are getting the save.
Whoever gets that charge. All right, let's go to table 1. Let's see how those Drukhari and Necrons are doing.
Yeah, I think looks like the Necrons are not faring as terribly off as they might have been. Doesn't look like that squad of Warriors was wiped out as the Drukhari player had intended to do.
They still have all their Raiders up. I believe the Drukhari is now. He is in the middle of his movement phase.
Looks like both players are kind of shocked by the other's sense of attrition. Ability to kind of maintain, because those witches, they're in common with those warriors. Those warriors did not give up. They are mostly remaining.
And his warlord is still in play. The Zarek is still up. The Drukhari player is not getting that secondary objective yet. This, I believe, is third round. Would have to be.
It looks like third round. The Drukhari player is moving around again. His battle run was very short.
So we're actually looking at, like at this point, the Drukhari player is actually kind of leaving points on the table, leaving Zarek alive in.
Yeah, he's missing out on that secondary, which Stevens, I mean, maybe trading out for the engaged in all fronts, but like, you gotta keep up with that. You gotta, because you have the Dark List. You can kill him.
Yeah, this is where I'm kind of curious to see, like, it's definitely something worth asking. Like, why was, what was holding you back from trying to get to Zarek? Now, he does have some Raiders up there on the right side, kind of pushing up there, trying to get past that front line of Warriors, that blob of dudes that has very thoroughly claimed ownership of that objective.
Nice.
And I'm not sure if I see anybody on the objective. No, I think I see, yep, that is a Necron up there on the left side in the center. So, it might be a little worrisome for the Drukhari player, as those Necrons seem to be controlling at least 4 objectives out of 6.
Yeah, that's something they're going to do very well throughout every single one of their games. They just kind of go there. You saw that in the same person movement. They went and they planted their feet, and they said, we're not going anywhere.
And that huge blob of Necron warriors, I mean, all of them have upsect, so no matter what, they are taking that objective, and they are a gigantic unit, which means that they outnumber anything else, which, you know, again, really on their side when it comes to taking objectives.
And let's not forget that the Veil of Darkness is still accessible for the Necron player. If he needs to zip over to the other side of the board, he absolutely can do that.
I think the real reason he hasn't done it yet is really because the Drukhari player has really done a great job of kind of spreading his forces out and not really leaving an opening for
I think he's got this
rolling wounds. And I'll pray on
it's kind of getting to the point where I think I've seen a lot of people so aware of the Veil of Darkness. This is such a thing that Necron players want to use. I might even argue that, you know, it might be something worth not taking anymore, not worth spending those points or CP on. Just because people are going to play around it now and they know how to do it, it might just not be worth it.
I mean, even if they are playing around it, it definitely helps to later on in the turn, you pick up at least your character or your character in a unit.
That's
you
true.
just go and hide them away in a corner on your backfield objective.
You know, I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's doing the strategy I think a lot of Necron players want to do.
But I don't think Necron have a lot of other relics here.
So 3's rolling 1s and then rolling all
Or
ones.
at least they weren't in 8th edition.
Couldn't tell you. I'm not a Necron player. Oh my god, had to get out the cup to roll that many dice. Necron Warriors, let me tell you.
2 and 1.
We'll have to ask Steven when he comes over here. After having winning this game, as I predicted.
6 is AP2, a 5 is AP1.
Yep.
So
Firing
30 dice,
Overwatch,
and if you roll
someone is charging into a big unit of warriors.
That's going to be 25 to make it, and then 5s are rolling.
Take 25 hits.
So 5s will be AP1, the rest will be AP2.
It doesn't matter. It's 5 of them.
Oh, I see what you mean.
As long
I'm
as it
kind of
has
confused
me,
as to
that's
what.
Cool. So far, it's
Watch on
6.
3 if they play strat.
No. There is a ability on a building called Defensible, which if your entire unit is inside a building that's defensible and you can charge your Overwatch is fired on 5-0.
That's going to be...
but I thought this was the Drukhari player's turn. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's what I assumed as well.
10, and then gets you to, that was bumped, 15.
15?
15.
15 total wounds.
And then I have one
This might
sergeant I
actually be
didn't roll,
Drukhari
one more
player
attack on her, and that's a wound. So that's going to be 16 saves total.
16 safe. Let's see who they're getting put onto, and that'll answer all our questions.
I mean, I assumed it was Necron Warriors from the volume of dice getting thrown, but this could very well be Drukhari firing.
Maybe it's witches.
Might be witches.
Yeah, witches in close
The insane
combat.
number of attacks.
Oh yeah, he was talking about
Yeah, the Necron player uses green dice. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, no, that was the Drukhari player. That is probably witches.
Yeah, that was witches because of their blade ability. Blade artists for each roll of 6 or more.
Yeah, look right there. Yeah, he just pulled a bunch of Necrons off the board.
Yeah, that must be those clump flies in the top left we were talking about earlier. Just performing their job excellently. But those Necron Scarabs coming up behind them, they don't care about Blood Brides too much. They're going to come up, they're going to take all 44 of their allotted points, and they're going to shove their 4 attacks per model into those Blood Brides and pick up at least 5.
Yeah. Necron Swarms, very good. You know, as people have been learning that these guys are...
Yeah, of course.
Some of the best, weirdly the best, some of the best units that the Necrons have are these weird little Necron Swarms.
2-man coming back or the
2-man coming back first?
They just hold, they do everything. They hold objectives, they can punish witches, which Dark Eldar seems to run plenty of since their Codex. Just generate value.
Yeah.
And they're 3 wounds a model.
Yeah. 3 wounds a base, you know, fantastic. You're going to be having to fire a lot of shots into them to chew them up. Do you remember what their save is?
I believe it's a 5.
Yeah. So, you know, not the toughest little models. The thing is though, is that, you know, most shots that go into them are, you know, most weapons that do more than 1 wound a hit, more than 1 damage a hit, of course, probably have a fair amount of AP, so you're kind of wasting your AP shots when you want to shoot at a Scarab. So there's this like kind of great combination of all the wrong things to try and deal with at the same time.
And there's a bunch of other Canoptic units like the Canoptic Race and the Canoptic Spider. I don't think they're used much in this edition, but Race are super hard to kill usually because they're whole stick. They're decent.
They heal every round, so stick them in combat where they're not dying too fast, they will go the distance.
So I'm going to give them How many witches are that?
That's
I
5.
still can't believe Cesaric, the Silent King, is still alive here.
Plus
I
1
thought for sure that he'd be dead.
Yep.
Because you charged me, so.
Yep.
I guess maybe he's been rolling saves well. He's got a 4 for a
I think we're looking at a consolidation here from the Necron player. He's trying to get his guys in. Just return some punches here.
Yeah.
Basic Overlord.
Because I mean, if you put any kind of punches into those witches, they're not going to make it.
What do they have? A 6-up?
Yeah.
6-up save?
4 up in close combat. Right?
4 up in close combat. Okay, so yeah, a little tougher. And running that 3 toughness.
Using plus 1 attack strat.
Plus 1 attack, so.
Like they're winning on 3s, and they've got their what? Their
down to
3 up weapon skill.
plus 1 to hit with their being no boat and being charged or have charged. And then plus 1 to their charge rules. So yeah, there's gonna be plus 1 to hit from that. And I think they have some different strats and abilities in close combat, just a little bit better if they want to get a little more value out of it.
Hitting on 2s, hitting on 3s, rerolling 10.
Yeah, it seems to use some kind of strat, or no, he's got the bubble from the Silent King to reroll all the wounds.
Oh.
So he's rerolling 1s from probably that Chronomancer or the Lord somewhere nearby.
That's fantastic.
And then either rerolling all wounds from the Silent King.
Okay.
He's dividing his attacks among the 2 squads that are in combat with him. Looking for 2s here.
Looking for 2s. Fantastic.
And then 6s are AP minus 2.
Of 2.
AP will matter. 4 pinballs.
Okay. 3s rerolling.
3s looking for rerolls, getting those
So
2
7?
rerolls, 7 attacks
on
into the
this,
witches.
5-man
They have their 4
squad?
up
Yes.
in
4
the
pinballs,
5-man
5-man
squad.
squad.
Hopefully, the Necron player
I
is
failed
hoping-
2.
He fails 2. Not as much as the Necron player was hoping. I don't
the
think he got a
other
little
witch-
3 and the
by
2
his
fail, the
attacks.
rest succeed.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to just because the way the unit was placed out.
It might have been, yeah. I mean, kind of like it's not a cohesive kind of blob anymore.
So
very
4.
strung out, very
4 pinballs
very
on
distant
those
from each other.
meetings.
You're only able to punch at anything that's
All
within a half
Which is
inch,
made-
a half inch of something that's within a half inch of another model.
Okay.
So it is actually, you know, about. You only hit things that are about, let's say, 2 inches.
Scarabs, 2s and 2s.
Kind of a limiting factor for punching people.
Second round of attacks.
2s.
Everything into the witches.
And that
They
one
made it
fails, and then
Yeah.
2s will do 2 damage
Fantastic.
each, and that just
You know,
kills them.
way out of line for the mathematics there, but you know, it happens.
They are definitely getting their points value worth, even at absurdly cheap.
Yeah.
Both armies here, just kind of trading for nothing. Necrons will get some warriors back. I mean, the Dark Elder player is profiting because he's got the secondary where he's getting more kills.
Yeah.
Just keep track of it there, which hopefully he's doing. It's just all the stuff he's killing and it's getting brought back. It's definitely a fruitful endeavor.
What's their leadership, by the way?
Man,
Leadership in them?
I've played games where I take grinding them down, fight Necrons, and you're just
Hitting on
scribble away
shooting on 5s,
every
rerolling
single
1s.
phase.
There's just more attacks. I think these are the warriors going into the blood.
So that's going to be a total of 5 saves onto your
No, this
Necrons.
is red dice are always the Duke card.
Okay, so these are the blood bright, or something going into. I assume the witches probably going into some kind of warriors.
Well, once survive.
Cool, and he
Yep,
rerolls.
killing off the rest of those warriors right
The
there.
animations.
Yep, we can see him. Twitch, chat, you can't see him, but yeah, we can definitely see that he's marking these things down.
Do the reanimations happen? When do they happen?
They happen at the end of the phase.
End of the phase. Okay. Interesting. Do you get to like do it at the in your command phase at all?
If anything died in that command phase, they do, but it's pretty rare that it would happen. It's specifically the end of the phase.
Yeah,
that
you just
currently
want
in.
to
If a unit, if a model or a unit lost wounds,
Nope, no black hearts, and then
and specifically
3.
a model,
Nope.
you have to reroll a number of dice equal to that model's wounds. So if like a Scorpic, which has 3 wounds, if it dies, you roll 3 dice, and if you get 3 6s, your Scorpic stands up. I believe it also goes up on 5-0. But yeah, no, it's not consistent for big models, but it is pretty good for little Necron dudes. There are certain other things that can give you some interesting shenanigans.
And
That
then, no, they
I
didn't.
don't remember
No,
what
they got
exactly.
the.
I
So
think
they
it
didn't
might
get
be a
anything.
specific
So,
board, but they
one
can
point
give you
One
rerolls on
4
1s. So 5-6, get Necron Warrior stands back up, and on a 1 reroll. So
I think the warriors have it immediately.
And then the
is that what it is? We are Legion.
5s.
I'm not super sure. Like I said, I've played against Necrons, and just that's the guy. She's like, and they do this. And I go, okay,
Okay, I believe you.
yeah, I believe you.
It's
Like,
AP
you know, I'm not a You know, I don't believe that you're trying to cheat me, and if you are, I mean,
And then do all your
if you've got to
attacks.
win a game, a friendly game of Warhammer 40k, and you need to, and you got to cheat or feel good, and do it. Feel good about yourself. You know, I'm sorry I came to this, but do what you need to.
100%. I mean, I don't look like that Squad of Warriors kill several fewer men.
But the number of guys that disappeared, you know they're going to fail that leadership.
Yep, let's see what the invite can
A funny thing, you know, you spend that CP to just be like, no, you know, or they get that one. Of course, if people who don't know what morale is, what happens is at the end of your turn, at the end of any round or turn,
15
you
plus
enter the
3,
morale
18
phase.
dice.
And any unit that has lost a models picks up a d6 and rolls it.
You guys have 5 min rolls.
They then add to that number, whatever the d6 is, they add the number of
I need one more dice in there.
models that were removed
100%
from
hits.
that unit.
Wounding
If that number added to d6 is higher than their leadership, higher, not equal to, but higher, they suffer what is called battlefield attrition or loss. So what immediately happens is a model gets removed, and then a d6 is rolled for each remaining model in the unit. And ones, they get pulled off. If they're at half strength, 2s are also included in that. You pull off those extra models. So with the Necron player losing so many models in this round, he is likely to fail this next morale phase.
Is where I'm at.
Of course,
where was this?
This does not apply if they come back from reanimation, because it is models missing, not models lost.
Actually.
So if they are, of course, guys come back, you get to save it. And Necrons being an army that almost unilaterally has leadership 10, they are actually, it's pretty rare for you to see them lose to morale, except in those big warrior blobs where there's just so many guys.
All 3 squads, by the way,
that you eventually just overload that number.
Dice, so you're going to have a -1 to attrition test if you fail it. Sure. I'll do the witches next. Let's be very precise here.
So, is reassembling model every dead Necron warrior, or is it every dead Necron warrior that died this turn?
Let me see.
For the reanimation protocols here. So each time an enemy shoots or fights and makes attack, any models in this unit were destroyed as a result of those attacks, but not.
Oh, you know what? It might not be at the end of phase. It might be literally at the end of an attack.
Yeah, the unit's reanimation protocols are enacted.
You didn't charge.
That's even better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
That must be at the end of the attacks.
I should have interrupted this game. I forgot.
Okay, but so each.
So this is what we're doing.
Interesting.
I already used the straps there, so here we go.
Okay, so I'm not sure if reassembling models.
So you guys have
no, there's no way every time after
3s
shooting
in the
at a
scarabs,
Necron
the
warrior,
3s and
for
4s.
every single Necron warrior that's died.
The only ones that have died that time.
Okay. That
So
makes more sense.
no, they can't just stand back up like 100%.
Is that what the reanimation orb does?
Reanimation orb is
any
like
4 goes
d6, like return
4s.
guys.
So that's going to be 1 death scarab and then 1
Okay. I actually don't.
Not so impressive.
Typically see people run that road.
And then
I think this guy's running on.
Okay, so these guys.
I think it's a war gear option. Or there is a better one that is a relic, but you can just take it.
It's
25, 26.
It's weird. Necrons have some holdovers from kind of previous ideas of how to play them, where they kind of still had like.
Does that look good? I don't see any 2s left.
Weird
then
like
5,
war gear
and you have an
options
invuln, so it
that
doesn't matter.
Most armies have kind of done away with.
So I got 2 scarabs. I got 1 scarab.
Maybe because they're so damn old.
4 on the
Stuck in their old ways.
Stuck in their old dynasty ways.
5 ups. 2 go through.
Let's check on the round real
and
quick.
then
Let's see how much time we've got left and how far we're doing. We have an hour and 20 minutes left in the third round of the Maryland Open.
1 actually dies.
1 actually dies.
Looks like.
We'll do the Archon into them now?
Yeah, just the
So you
one
did the
list.
Gauntlet order.
We've got some slower games. Everyone's feeling tired, not going through with their normal quick. And
Well, people have been at this now for over 9 hours. Going strong here, but this is, even I'm starting to feel it. I gotta say, I've been smiling so much. I've been having so much fun. Like my cheeks.
5 AP1.
I'm so sore right now.
AP1.
It's not a bad problem to have.
Yep, that's why
Smart Carl is now yet. My life is still saved. He can still save it. I don't have to give everything to this drug lord that I've gambled away everything to. Great rate though. 3-1.
3-1.
I'll take it.
No, I wouldn't think so.
So yeah, what we're looking at right now is
Not yet.
Why not?
I have some dice rolls here.
Yeah, it looks like the Lich Guard or something into these witches.
I don't think you could have tagged them without hitting.
Because these witches are trying to tag just about everything they can.
Trying to tie everything up. You don't want those shots coming at you, especially when you only got a 6-up armor save.
It looks like they might be out of unit coherency from here. I can't see coming off the table, but you might have
I would be a little curious about that. That might be 2 separate squads.
Yeah, that could be.
What size witch squads did he take? Were they 5 or were they 10?
I think it was a few 5s and then also a 10. I assume the big unit up there is the Blood Brides initially. He has...
And do 7 on each guy.
Oh, he's got 2 units of 10 and a unit of 5.
So,
interesting.
Any 6
So whatever's happened up there in that top left corner, you know, there's
5 to wound, AP.
either that is a half strength squad, or that is a 10-man squad that is
So he or she is
probably
into,
coherency.
the Chronomancer.
I am curious as to what units are still on
6 mortals, you guys.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if actually a fair number of them have hopped out. You know, those two raiders in the bottom left there, they have been parked there for the entire round. Yeah.
They have decided that's where they want to stay, and that's where they're going to stay.
I mean, we're definitely in the bottom of the Drukhari player's turn. He's still doing all of his melee. I think this is the 3rd round of this battle. And there is still a ton of Necrons on that board, and there is still a ton of Drukhari on that board. But I have a sneaking suspicion that the Drukhari are kind of beating the Necrons back and kind of winning at this point.
I believe that's a fair assumption because I've not seen as many Necron models as I saw before.
Yeah. And it's also, you know, several of these objective points have been, you know, cleared. We do have engage on all fronts for the Drukhari, and of course they are in all 4 quadrants at this point, meaning that of course also Purge the Enemy is not activating right now, so the Necron player really needs to kick.
He's not getting the secondaries.
Yep.
He hasn't gotten.
He's got to kick those kids off his lawn, and he's got to get them out of here.
I don't know.
He's gonna get +1 attack.
Maybe my bets were misplaced. Maybe I had too much faith in the guy that beat me.
You know, on the other end of things, over at table 2, you know, we're looking at some serious casualties coming from the Space Wolves. Those Keeper of Secrets are doing work. The squads of no, okay, we're just. I was like,
maybe he was going to pick up his knight.
I was like, what? Is that knight dead?
No,
oh my
it looks
God.
like he's in this movement phase because he moved the pink knight away from that wall, just further back. I would like to know how many wounds are remaining on those knights.
Oh yeah. You know, of course, we can't like. For our viewers, you might be thinking, oh, it's a knight. These things are gigantic. They're models that are like this big. Of course, the kind of angle we've got going on right now is not fair.
Yeah, top down does not do them justice for how beautiful those models are.
Yeah, those models are fantastic looking. You know, right now they're just like big angry ovals, as I described previously. I'm curious what just landed on that objective.
She's gonna attempt to give herself a feel of pain.
Those might be the 9-man, whatever they're called, the Demonettes.
Demonettes or Furies, one or the other.
I think the Furies might still be holding those backline objectives, but I think he might be feeling confident enough about the location of everything. Smite's coming out from the Keeper of Secrets. He doesn't even feel the need to fall back. His knights can steer into close combat now, can't they? Oh my God!
They have a knight. They have it's not Dreadblade. Night Reaper Chainsword or something it's called. Some insane name, of course, you know. Edgy as hell name, but he's probably got that or a Thunder Fist Claw or something like that. It's gonna
even then just stomping on him
squish him.
More than enough.
You got your good old-fashioned Night Stomp.
And if the Space Marine or the Space Wolves player does not have the CP interrupt, I think those Slanesh models just get to fight first.
Oh, they just always get to fight first.
Yeah,
it's just a permanent. You get this.
He's got no way to deal with it.
No. At this point, I would be surprised if the Space Wolf player is actually going to pull out ahead on this one.
You still get that pinata of a building, but I think that's about all it is. A pinata of a building holding this stuff.
Yeah, it's...
Against
I'm surprised he hasn't moved those
Wolves.
guys out. You said that they were mostly like melee oriented.
They just look like regular Marines.
Regular Marines?
Maybe some Blade Guard in there. I figured he would have moved them out, but maybe he had more faith in his Space Wolves than was probably deserved.
Well, at this point, am I being...
Seriously.
I am
What does that mean?
surprised.
Really?
I've seen Space Wolves do incredible things, but Knights and Keepers of Secrets. And, you know, I've been looking into buying some Keeper of Secrets. So, you know, I'm like, this might be selling me on a couple of things here.
There's like a 5 Keeper of Secrets. You want 3 Keeper of Secrets, and there's 2 different names.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's nasty. Get a Psychic Awakening. They're good girls.
Yeah. And that's only like, what, 1,200 points for all that?
Yeah. They're actually the cheapest Raider Demon to take.
Who are these commentators? We are 2 of the best Warhammer 40k players in the entire country. My name is Shayne.
I'm Conrad.
Keepers looking at that way. They're going to stay there. 3 keepers. Sadaxi, and 4 keepers. Summon another one.
Yeah, summon another
6
one.
keepers.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Fantastic.
T5?
And someone we'd love to see.
Is that is not a? I don't believe that is a Knight Rampager. I believe that is a Knight.
Yeah, I think the Knight Rampager died.
Yeah, the Knight Rampager died earlier. He was actually the first one to go, and was the Warlord, and the Dreadblade. So.
Give me 3 and -2.
Ooh. Big 6s.
All right, over there. All of his shots.
All the shots going into those Marines, it seems like. Let's actually listen in on the stream to the audio from the players. Kind of give y'all a hint at what we're hearing. It's not very coherent some of the times because they don't like to stick near their dice.
Dice clicking.
Yeah, he does love to just roll the dice directly into the mic.
Just rubbing it in.
Yeah, that
Give me 4.
destroyed my ears. Give me 4 saves.
All good?
So they all saved.
Not bad.
4, 5, and 2 6s.
Stubber.
So this is still in the shooting phase. What is he shooting into?
The Stubbers. Well, I think he's just shooting into those regular Marine squad.
Okay, the ones that he's in combat with? All right, that makes sense.
As a vehicle, he's going to do that.
All right. Charge. So she's still acting as normal.
You are seeing the top 2 tables at this tournament. These are the 4 players who have scored the highest amount of points today. And this is the 3rd game of the evening. Where after this, there will be 2 more games tomorrow, starting at, I believe, 10 a.m. After this point.
Yeah, I think there's a second stream streaming the 3rd table, but I have no clue what's up with that.
Yeah, don't know anything about those guys.
The level on more, yeah, that's
They're fight first.
Yeah.
Do what?
Jason's a great dude. I love Jason.
Yeah. We're going to spin the ones to shoot.
That's only one. That's real good.
Doesn't matter. T5?
T4.
T4.
T5. So those must be. Are those Primaris or T5?
Yeah,
So
I'd assume they're
doesn't matter.
Primaris.
Okay, so 5.
Primaris boys.
5 saves. I'd love to see him pick up some models so I can actually tell what he's shooting into. Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Or it seems these were the stomping attacks, so they were 3 damage each. Or something from the keeper. She said her. As you can see, it's not super easy for us to discern what's going on. Have you showed table 3 on? We don't have table 3. We only have table 1 and 2. Table 3 is someone else's setup. We don't have anything to do with
Yeah, unfortunately, we've only got these 2 guys, these 2 tables.
I think it's kind of weird that we split it up, but yeah, no skin off my back.
Now, we aren't the guys that decided how that table, the orientation there was going to work.
We're just the bitches that make the biscuits. That's all we are.
We talk, you listen.
We talk, you listen. We do it for 10 hours. You listen for as much of that as you can.
I can feel how long I've been here in my butt.
Come on, baby. 2 go through.
There's only 1 guy left.
Yep.
He's relying on his saves here. Every time I walk by or listen to these guys, they're absolutely pleasant to play, or like they're cheerful to each other.
Oh yeah.
They sound like they're being great sports about it.
Great sports, fantastic.
I think they probably know each other just because they've been very friendly the whole time.
I mean, it is one of the most important things in this game is to have a great attitude and to be as pleasant as you can be. You play 40K, you are stuck with a person for 3 hours straight. You gotta be someone that other people can stand to be around.
Exactly.
Because otherwise, it's entirely unpleasant. And be a good sport, be a great person when you can be here. We're all here to really have fun and win league games. And yeah, I know there's money on the line. Okay, I know
$3,500+
yeah,
prize support.
that's a good. That's a month's rent. So that's not nothing.
Is there another stream on table 3? I think there is. I don't know what it's called.
I don't know what. Yeah, I'm not.
You know just about that stream as we do. Like,
Yeah.
we are clueless when it comes to that.
Sixes explode.
I don't think it's involved in
Winning
our
on
system
threes?
right now.
Yeah, no, because we're going through a different company that had us come in as commentators, and I think there's some local players.
X.
Yeah, what one Morphe.
2 hits. One's a 6.
That's the situation on that.
I hope they're great guys.
Winning on
Yeah, I
5.
know Jason's a really good guy. The other ones, I don't think they're super competitive. I think they're more casual dudes. Definitely love to see that. Like every your hobby place tournament up here. I think that's is that just your hobby place?
Which one?
Oh, I guess
One
there's
minus 2.
There's plenty of places. There's a place called Game and Stuff. There's Hobby Town.
Oh no, this store is specifically called Your Hobby Place.
Your hobby place? I have no idea.
It's in Fredericksburg. Or no, that's different from Fredericksburg.
That is different from Frederick. Frederick is different from Fredericksburg.
You guys have been great on commentating. Thank you. We've been trying our very best.
Yes. It's been a lot of fun being here and seeing all this stuff and having to chat with my wonderful co-host, Shayne. He's been a delight to be with today.
Yeah, we met today, and our banner's been pretty great. We've had it. I feel like I've known this guy for
I've
years.
talked to this guy one time before today on a Zoom call.
Yeah, on a Zoom call. We all got together and shared some information.
He is of course a filthy Zoomer, a man of lesser caliber and a different generation.
Well, higher caliber, some would say. I think most would say actually.
Of a younger caliber.
This guy's just old.
He's I never finished telling the story about my first experience with Warhammer 40K.
Yeah?
So back in the 90s, someone brought a white dwarf.
Oh, in the 90s?
Way back then. Back when the dinosaurs roamed, I was in a playground, and a kid brought a white dwarf to the playground and was showing off these pictures of these dudes. And I remember looking at, I was like, okay, I've seen, Starship Troopers had just come out, and, I knew about, Space Marines with guns and space armor and whatnot. And I looked at them, and I was like, these guys are cool. What is the deal with the big jet turbines on their back? And my friend was like, oh, they're jump packs. And I was like, you mean jet packs?
No.
Jump packs.
That's
They
silly.
let you jump high. And I went, that's really cool. And they was like, yeah, and they have chainsaw swords. And 7-year-old me was like, that is so cool. And I never heard about 40K ever again for 8 years.
And there you go. And now you're here.
And I saw a video game.
48 years later.
I'm not that old.
Well, could have fooled me.
No.
This is how I get them. I just get them. This is how I
Not
treat
the
all
age.
people.
Not the age. And the worst part is it comes around.
That's why I'm not going to hit 25. I'm just going to stay at 24.
Yeah,
I'm not even close to there yet.
Just get into the chrysalis and just hide in the basement. Time can't find me here.
You can't get me.
All right. Well, clearly that's Keeper of Secrets and the Knight have
they finished that squad.
Oh.
I think it's safe to say this game's over.
Ooh, it's
I
a
think
nasty
gonna
one.
be a
Yeah. Well,
high score.
you win that one. You win that bet, man. Because I was betting on the county favorite with the Space Wolves. Those guys have cleaned clocks wherever I've seen them. So this is the first time I've ever seen Space Wolves turn out in a kind of sour way. But let's go look over at table one. We got some movement over here. We got Drukari doing some cool stuff.
I think it's safe to call our mercy rule on that game.
I would Knights win fast.
Knights do win fast. So let's kind of observe what's going on here. We've still got all 7 Raiders on the field. He has not been able to deal with that. And they're still in all 4 table quarters.
All 4 table quarters. Now, those witches on the top left side, have been eliminated.
The Spare probably did some work, and it looks like the Lich Guard decided to touch them as well.
Yep, Lich Guard with their pokey little sticks.
On the
There's
Warrior Squad. Sounds good.
Be gone, thought.
That's exactly what they said.
So, we're getting some really interesting kind of the dynamic of the flow of table one to me has been really interesting. Just how much the Necrons poured out and then have now forced to fall back. It's kind of been an interesting little ebb and flow.
Are those crowns on the right, do you think they're dead models, or are they...
Which ones?
All the way on the right side.
Oh, yeah,
Those
hanging
are
on there.
warriors. I think those might be dead
Oh,
models.
right. They are out of line of sight for the stream. But no, I think those are living models.
All these witches just have a 4.
For those on watching the stream, if you look really closely, you can see like 1 or 2 models kind of poking out the right side. There is actually a whole unit of dudes
There's
over
like
there on the
18
right
more
side.
people.
Yeah, I was looking.
They might have come out from behind that piece of terrain.
And those guys can lay down some pain in that shooting phase. So.
And my Lich Guard are still alive.
Yeah.
And the Lich Guard are still alive, which is true. They've only done one thing, and
how many more
they barely helped with that.
Guys do you actually
Everything he's pointing at now has stuff in it. Oh my god, every single raider still has things.
Yeah, each of those raiders still has a thing. The Necron player just asked, how many guys do you have left? And he just started just listing. Oh, my goodness.
Deep strike stuff coming in?
No deep strike stuff coming in.
No more deep striking.
Oh, yeah. He's coming back here.
Those scarabs coming back through the walls. Swarms can move through walls, can't they?
Well, I mean, it's just terrain, so, conceivably any of it can kind of be moved through. If you want to be on top of the terrain, you do have to climb it.
Is BCB messed up? I see round 4 going. It might be just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird.
We probably entered round 4 as in it's getting ready to load up and get started, but we're probably just sitting there and just waiting for it to start up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it looks like a bug that duplicated round 3.
Yeah, BCB. If you weren't here earlier today, BCP actually messed up earlier and messed up the way the rankings were working and how people were matching up in the matches for round 2. So I would not be surprised if something weird and glitchy is going on. So everything with BCP is a little grain of salt. Take it with it, because it's been a little wonky today.
And chat favorite Eric Shiflett ended up losing.
Oh no!
95-73 against Dark Angels.
Name.
Yeah.
How could this happen?
We did learn his name, and it was proclaimed that he would win the tournament.
He is a real person. We knew his name, and something bad has happened.
That's an absolute shame. But Mark Hurtle is going to be able to take this AdMech throne home. I don't think anybody can test that.
The Hurt has won.
So now Vale
we will
is
see
during
him
the
tomorrow. Probably back on these tables.
Yeah, I hope. That's the Imperium list that I studied.
Yeah.
And if I don't get to use that...
The only one that can beat Drukari, if you guys weren't here for the interview, Mark Hurtle, one of the best AdMech players, one of the best players in the game, at least in America, came on and said, if you want to be able to beat the ever-present scourge that is Drukari, run AdMech.
And be Mark Hurtle.
And be him.
Yeah.
Hubris? Maybe. Skill? Yes.
He's got the skill to pay the bills, and he's got everything to back up what he says.
Absolutely.
And even Sean Naden recognizes he's a top 5 player.
And Sean Naden's a great guy. He was on here. He was playing Drukari earlier. He ran Mark through the ringer, so to speak. He nearly tabled him and was just behind in points. Basically blamed it on going second.
Yeah, the game came down to the first turn.
Yeah. So it's a fantastic game. If you missed it,
you can watch the VOD. It's up on our channel.
It's kind of left.
You can sit through 3 more hours of our commentary.
Yeah. Just listen to our beautiful voices. Fantastic.
Like a little lullaby. I'm sure
nothing wrong with us.
Relax you.
We've never made mistakes.
No murders ever.
So we have the swarms moving out. Definitely trying to consolidate kind of his.
I think he's
his
grasping
presence here.
Grasping at straws.
You think so?
Yeah.
We're missing a lot of it, and of course, one of the biggest problems with the stream right now. And the camera angle we have is that there might be actually some stuff hidden off the side of the screen that we're not seeing.
How dare they? Get out of here.
But I don't think there is. From what I can tell, it's probably just dice and stuff that are up there that we can't see.
Is the Nick and Steven game? Yeah. That's what Necron. So table 1. Nick
Sorry.
I forgot it already, but I know it sounds French.
No, DeVoe.
Nick DeVoe and then Stephen Christopher are our 2 top players right now, and one of them will no longer be one of our 2 top players after this game.
That is how it works.
And then on our second table, which is basically over, it is Davis. What's his name?
Over at the on table 2. He has gotten his Marines out of that building, the little death pinata of a building, has unloaded its horde of screaming transhuman monsters to attack the luscious and beautiful Keeper of Secrets. Unfortunately, I don't think those guys are probably going to be able to take Keeper of Secrets down. That
And
even if
even
you charge
if
him,
they do, he's got that whole night,
Yeah.
and then a whole other night,
Yeah,
and
no,
then a whole other Keeper of Secrets.
I don't know if that unfortunately we can't tell how many wounds they've taken. I mean, they could be bracketed down to the last and thrown around weapon skill 6 or something.
Yeah.
Something abysmal. But they're on the board right now,
and if they're on the board, they can kill whatever else.
It doesn't stop you from being a good psycher.
Yeah.
So.
It looks like they're talking out the final parts of the game right now.
I'll give you one more turn.
He said, "I'll give you one more turn."
Give you one more turn.
They're dead. You're gonna take that banner down.
Yeah, both players are understanding this game is over. Once they have finished out finalize those scores, it'd be awesome if we could get Davis in here for an interview. I'm sure he'd love to have a chat and just talk about his list because I know he's very passionate about it. We'll definitely try and get that set up for you guys. Yeah, table 2. They're not done yet, but it'll probably be 10, 20 minutes.
You're not far from here, right?
So let's go back to table 1. Let's see what's going on there because that's where the remaining action kind of is. First, I think right now. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, he's moving.
He's moving those Raiders.
That Raider. Ooh, is that Raider gone? No. Where's that Raider going? Is he going? It looks like he's going off camera. Okay. I understand. I get it. You don't want to show off your Raider to us, I guess. Oh, he's coming back
Putting
down.
him right back down.
Right back where he was. He changed his mind.
I think he's unloading.
Yeah.
I think he's pulling guys off.
Disembarking, I guess.
Probably reached up to pull the guy off the top and then put him down.
Well, then the Silent King, who's a big jerk. Yeah.
And Silent King, who is a self-proclaimed big jerk coming out from Stephen Christopher, blaming his own model as that is going to come up here, and he's going to try and do some stuff. Because
he's got to get into play at some point. Unfortunately, we can't always hear what they're saying. I do hope that the Silent
He shouldn't be able to move block
while he was there. So he was kind of parked there for quite a number of rounds.
Like, I think I don't understand is like basically the weight setup.
Hope he was getting any kind of use out of it.
Yeah, I think he was suspending some shots and just getting general value out of it. But for the Dark Order player to ignore him, maybe he figured out he wasn't as big as they thought. But no, the Dark Order player took
I
understand why they don't work. Yeah, the resources too. Maybe he just rolled really bad. I feel like that's the only possible solution for not killing this thing, unless the player decided he kind of wanted to tank his points.
Right, yeah.
Yep. And that is the end of the game on table 2.
Table 2, they are pulling models off. It
Picking
looks like
everything up.
Knights have won, which is, again, like I said, I love it.
We'll have Davis on here momentarily.
Hope he has time. We are running late. Not late, not as in, we're over time.
Like 20, 40 minutes behind schedule.
Yeah, but it is 8 o'clock, and some people probably haven't. If they live locally, might have 2 or 3 hour drive potentially. So don't want to keep people if they don't want to be here. Need to get some sleep. Yeah.
So right here.
So let's see if we can get Davis in here and ask him some questions about his knights and luscious ladies.
His knights, just talking about the game. Probably the first turn is going to be the big.
Yeah. I want to ask him about that Bjorn.
Yeah, that thing did some damage.
Oh, it took one of his knights apart. So I'm real curious about how he feels about running knights here in
especially with this terrain.
9th and in this terrain. Hold on 1 second. Oh, thank you. But yeah, as someone who wants to get into knights, I would certainly want to, pick his brain a little bit, but that just was, he just
we're bringing in a crypto
slammed into his opponent. And I was like, man, Space Wolves, man, they're real scary. And suddenly, maybe a little, they've been a little defanged, to be honest, I must say.
I've played against Space Wolves a couple times, I think twice this edition, and I can tell you they are not as scary as you initially think. They can do some damage, but they don't have the survivability.
Then I must play one of the best Space Wolf players.
It's quite possible.
Man, they scare me.
Yeah, it looks like this game is also basically over if I had to
Got it.
go ahead and take
As
a
of yes, Drukari I think is definitely over
especially
because
he
each of
hasn't
those
had to get his stuff out of the fucking Raiders.
no, those Raiders are still chock full of angry, nasty elves who I don't know how much they're going to get out of some Necrons.
Maybe the Necrons, I think they played just way too aggressively. And with the secondary choices, they pushed it too far. They had to.
I think one of the biggest problems is that the Necrons did not bring heavy range. I suspect that his ability to hit the Raiders was compromised, and he wasn't able to get there and get those shots off that he needs.
So, the game if I roll 2. So just Nick, don't roll 2.
I don't know. You know, half the problem is that we can't quite hear what they brought. We do have their army lists, but you know, we can't memorize them in 10 seconds.
His shots into the seconds.
So.
One hit.
Yep.
Yeah, so when Davis come on in just a second, we'll talk a little bit about his Chaos Knights. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm really interested to see what's going on there. I think it's safe to say the verdict is done. Davis, what's up? Yeah, you're good. How you doing? Congratulations on going 3-0 on your first day here at the Maryland Open.
Thank you.
So, what did the final score end up being? We didn't get to see.
Sounds good. Oh, this is a wall.
I think triple. I think it was 94.
Sure, but it is fully obscure.
Yeah, let me double check for you guys.
So you're gonna end up with, because you were what, 180?
I was 195 going, or 190 going into it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that is awesome.
So Rob didn't put the scores. I think it was 9184.
Okay, yeah. So you'll be skyrocketed up, but he's not going to get too far launched down.
No.
So what do you think about, for Chaos Knights and Knights in general, this edition? I see that, A, this edition kind of stacked against the secondaries, and B, all the terrain we've got here seems kind of unfavorable to him. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Knights, Birdsong and I had talked about the terrain. Him allowing the Knights to go between the buildings and not be stuck, that helps him a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Terrain doesn't bother me too much because A, the walls are super thin, and B, I have the line of sight missiles, so I can shoot some stuff. But yeah, really just having the terrain how it is, and then being able to go in between them with no problem really just helps
solve that problem. So we I had to have a moment because when I saw that your Keeper's Secret go in there and just take Bjorn apart. I mean, that was beautiful, and then he exploded.
Yeah.
You're like, was that just great for you? Were you just like, oh, I'm just so happy to see that?
Yeah. So we had talked about the keeper thing, so that we had a kind of a rules conundrum. It was, the keeper always fights first. He's also charging, right?
Yeah.
But he has a thing that says you fight last. So we're like, okay, well one cancels out, one doesn't. So we had this whole thing. We basically decided like, okay, the keeper is just going to fight as normal.
Right. That's fair.
So it gave Bjorn and the rest of them a chance to put the hurt on her first, but yeah, I mean he only had four wounds left, and she's throwing just so much damage.
She got those beautiful crab claws.
Oh yeah, and the flat 3 damage is just ridiculous.
And they benefit from that that on 6 they get the -4 to
yeah,
AP.
so it's -3 normally, and then on -4 on 6s. So it eats Marines.
It's a little bit of a buff. Yeah.
Well, it eats the Marines. It puts Bjorn into a 6-up instead of a 5-up. And the 3-up damage or the 3 damage flat is just. Yeah. It's hard to get through.
And that, how did was that your Rampager went in first and he was your Warlord in Redblade, and he just got taken out.
Yeah, so I always forget about Transhuman.
Was it Transhuman?
Yeah,
I got
so
you.
I ran in, got the charge. He gets +1 to his advance, +1 to his charge, so I got the charge pretty easily. But he transhumaned the 4 Eradicators, so I was like, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But it put his army into a circle, which allowed me to have a kill box, and all I really had to do was keep the Fusion Knight and shoot stuff, and then have the Keeper run in. Because the Keeper, I mean, she's a pain in close combat. She's -1 to hit. She's T7. She has 16 wounds, and she heals D3 if she kills a model in close combat. So
a model?
Yeah, just a model.
Is that once per turn?
It's once per turn. Yeah. So at the end of the fight phase, she heals D3 if she killed a model. So
yeah, that's awesome.
You probably saw I had one that was down to 3 wounds, and at the end of the game,
we actually have
10,
a really hard time seeing.
Yeah, we can see
your little die is like, because the knights on that screen are like this big.
Yeah, I can see that now. Yeah. So the one that was to the right with the blue knight, she went into the blade guard with 3 wounds, and after she killed that the Cyber Wolf, she got up to I think 6, and then she got up to another, so she ended up with 9.
Damn.
Yeah.
So healing 6.
She's just healing, D3, and I got really good heals with the 3. So
me personally, I play I'm getting into Chaos Space Marines, and I've been thinking about getting Keepers of Secrets and getting Chaos Knights, and like you've sold me on getting those guys.
Especially with this new Bellacore stuff coming out, there's going to be like the Demons and the Chaos Space Marines together.
Yeah,
do that.
Get that?
Absolutely. Chaos Knights are always fun.
Some serious endorsement.
Yeah, Chaos Knights are always fun because Chaos Knights can do double weapons. You know, so
yeah.
You roll into a game with double fusions, people start rethinking their decisions, right? They're like, okay, well, this dude's got 2 of those.
What mistakes did I make to lead me to this point today?
So Triple and I kind of talked about the game. He's like, yeah, these dreadnoughts are gonna put the whooping on you. And I'm like, I'm gonna delete one a turn.
Yeah.
And he's like, how? I'm like, watch.
I'll show you.
And
show you.
And you know, I think that's a little chapter tactic or whatever you want to call it. That I get to reroll 1 dice for the amount of shots. So you know, you're rolling 2d6 for 2 fusions, and you roll a 1, and you reroll it to a 5. You know, that doesn't suck.
Yeah, no, so. that's fantastic. You know, and you're running a pretty heavy melee Chaos Knight list. You prioritize getting into melee for your knights, or just
I try
one
to
rampage?
I try to keep the fusion ones out of combat if I can, but with them being iconoclast, they get +1 attack, +1 AP when they go into combat. So you having 15 stomps isn't bad.
No.
Yeah,
and you know, there's still TA. You know, even if you're fighting last, not many things are going to chew through 24 wounds on a TA model in 1 round of combat. So you sit there, take your whoopings, and you just stomp something out.
It's pretty good. So, what were you doing with your Furies? Because we couldn't see them. So
the Furies are purely there for scramblers.
Right.
I deep struck 1, turn 2. He gave me a little opening in the back midfield in his deployment zone. I dropped a dreadnought, so he left me a little bubble. So I dropped there, got the scramblers in his deployment zone, and then turn 3, I dropped in midfield on that objective. So
that's great use of Furies, because otherwise those everyone says, don't take these models, don't take these models.
No, those people are wrong.
I saw those in your list.
Well, 45 points, they can deep strike.
Yeah.
And they're for scramblers. They're 45 points. You make them Marcus Finesse, so they can still advance and charge.
Yeah.
So even if you start them on the field, they're still moving 12 plus
D6. Your knights don't get the advance and charge from being Slanesh,
well,
right?
full tilt. No, so they're not Slanesh, but
yeah.
Like the Rampager, I full tilted them turn 1.
Oh, right.
So that's 2 CP. You advance, all that jazz. So
the stratagems on knights are just like what makes them.
They have so much value.
So the Chaos Knights don't have as good as stratagems.
Okay.
But the Knights themselves, I think, are better.
Mm-hmm.
The double fusion, the Dreadblade stuff that they get kind of gets a little bananas.
Yeah.
Once you start getting into that.
So we were talking about this. We were talking about how fast Knights end games. Either you're done because someone's blown you off the field, or they're done because you take them apart.
Every list I play, it's some giant monster match list. I'm usually playing like the Bash Brothers, Morty and Magnus, and then like 3 greater demons.
You've been playing this since what, 8th edition?
Yeah, it's the same list. Either, and my ideal is you go up to a game, you shake your opponent's hand, you say we're gonna have a great game. By turn 2, one of us is won. And then we can go drink.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fair.
We're good.
That's fantastic. What would you say is your favorite faction to play? It's Chaos?
Oh, Chaos, absolutely.
Chaos, absolutely.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do. The Imperium has everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Chaos has more of a combination.
Right.
Yeah, because Imperium really classed out.
Yeah, you can start doing all kinds of janky little
weird things.
Slanesh, and you add demons, and they get the locust to stuff. I mean, it starts to get kind of bonkers.
Fantastic. So. Love it. I love Chaos and all that fun stuff and how they play. And Slanesh right now is super strong. Do you think Nurgle or Slanesh right now? Which one do you think is coming out on top?
So I played Death Guard the last GT we had up here, and I'm a big fan of Nurgle and Death Guard, but they're just so slow.
They can't get to those objectives.
And with how this terrain is laid out, and the reason I didn't bring Death Guard is because of that forest in the middle. Because last time I was up here, it killed me.
Yeah.
You're running through the middle, and I'm only moving 5 inches with my Death Shroud, and now I'm moving 3. That's brutal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting.
So, Slanesh allows me to really get up in someone's face. I got really lucky with my rolls with the Exalted trait. All 3 games, I got the +2 move.
Right.
So, I got these keepers moving, 16 inches plus D6. They get somewhere. Yeah. Right? They get where they want to go.
And they get the plus. They get the +1 inch to their advances, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And their charge.
So they're just they're booking it.
They're booking it, and and that's what won me the second game is I catapulted this keeper up, and I was like, you need to deal with this. where it's a whooping, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And most people can't. I mean, a lot of people just can't deal with it. So
It's a
I
spanking.
love it.
One of my last questions. The reigning specter over this current, championship and stuff like that is Drukhari. So have you played Drukhari yet? Since they're
Not with this list, and the only reason I even brought the Knights with the fusions was I wanted to be able to pop a Raider before
slap one
it
down.
got to me, right? Because if you demechanize Dark Eldar turn 1 or turn 2, now they're foot slogging.
Right.
Which isn't horrible, but now they're still not as fast.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I brought the Fusion Knights. So if I play them, I mean, we'll see how it goes.
You're gonna just take a Raider out turn, basically. Hopefully.
But if we just dodge them, then we can just go through.
But I say, yeah, they could just not let me see them. So there's that too. I don't know.
we got there so far.
Yep.
You might be playing the winner of this game. It looks like it's going to be the Dark Eldar. Nick, so you'll be able to research up on his list tonight.
With the Necrons?
Yeah, it's got a lot of Cavalry Warriors, so I'm not sure how it's going to be able to do up against your Knight. Necrons just weren't able to fare as well.
Yep.
That'll definitely be an interesting game we're going to want to watch.
I mean, honestly, I brought the list to have fun. I wasn't expecting to be 3-0 day one.
Well.
I mean, I was expecting to play Drukhari at some point, just get tables so I can, go drink. So, but here we are. So.
Yeah. You're a man after my own heart. I gotta say, Mr. Davis.
Oh yeah, I just are you guys both from Atlanta?
I'm from actually around here. I'm from Frederick, Maryland.
Oh, okay. And you just flew up to hell?
Yeah. So
I knew him when he was up here. Before he became a big star in Atlanta.
It's true.
Yeah.
A lot of these dudes around the area have known me since I was 14, 15, 16 when
Just
I
a
first
little
got
boy.
to
Growing up.
Yeah,
so
we knew
big.
him when he was asking for models and stuff.
Yeah, that's actually where I got my start. Like a Necron player that was getting out, handing me a cardboard box just full of stuff fuck. Is a Night Scythe? I've got warriors in here, a Triarch Stalker. I can do so much.
I had to earn every single one of my models the hard way by knowing people who bought a big, starter box and was like, I don't know what to do with half these, and I'm like, I'll take them. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah,
on
guys,
with
I
us.
appreciate it.
It was
Good
nice
talking to you guys.
Good
Great
seeing
talking to
you.
you. I'll
Good
see you
seeing
tomorrow.
the rest of your games. I can't wait to cast your
Hope you
next
have a
game
lot of
tomorrow.
fun.
Yeah, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow.
Make it interesting. Play it fast.
Always.
All right. Awesome. Let's figure out what we're doing up here on table 1. Back to the Drukhari versus Necrons matchup. Looks like Drukhari are still in that same position that we saw them in earlier. Looks like they're one less Raider to boot. But Necrons are not faring well at all. Looks like they've got the Lich Guards and Scarabs left. Their Silent King still alive, surprisingly, and not much else. They've just been able to keep their value. It's as resilient as the Necrons are. The Drukhari are showing that they can be more resilient with less face value resilient stats.
Like I think Davis said just now, it's you gotta get rid of that mechanized portion of the Drukhari, or else you're never gonna do anything to him.
I don't think he had a way to do it, and I think that was the issue with his list. I think he should have prepared
I
more.
agree. I didn't see much coming out of him. I mean, he has Lich Guard. They can hit pretty hard if they can get close. I mean, there's, I think they have like a 6-inch gun that hits relatively hard, but none of them. They're still in the back line. Like they're not hitting those Raiders. They're not getting the points you need. They're not getting the kills you need. And I think that's really what the Necron player is struggling right now, because those Raiders are just pounding him.
Absolutely, and he's taken out one over this entire game, and that should be his first priority.
Mm-hmm. Silent King's finally moving up. I don't know what's going on.
4 guys in there. 16 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just trying to figure out what's happening here. It looks like we're just getting some dice.
3s are on 1s. They're already done their games? Goddamn.
He's
Well,
shocked at both.
I mean, you roll infinity dice.
Yeah, and the Necron player is rolling a lot of dice. And so is the Drukhari player with the witches. They'll definitely slog together.
A lot of dice.
No worries. I mean, in the future, probably. 8 at 18 minus.
I'd be happy to have one.
There's a lot of dice getting thrown in this
5
game.
ups on the boats. Those are toughness 6, right? So
Strength 7.
minus?
Minus 4.
Oh, so 6.
They do only have about, I think, 4 minutes left to finish
make
this
one.
game out.
No, I have
On black
40.
card action, no, I'm
40, they have 40.
So that is
Yeah.
going to be
Oh,
7
never
damage
mind.
down to 2.
Yeah, a little bit far
I
off.
was like, it's nearly 8 o'clock. That's what we're going to be. Wait, never mind.
Yeah, we are a tiny bit behind schedule.
Tiny bit behind.
They'll finish when they finish. I think these two players will play out to the end. Like the Knight player, Davis, again, his opponent, they talked it out for the last fair bit. As is kind of, not even on the top tables, but when you're playing against these Knights, and you can easily see how the rest of the game's going to go.
Yeah.
It's pretty pretty
You
fair
just
to talk about.
don't have the weapons to take a knight or a keeper that will not go down because
And
they
usually
keep
they'll
regenerating.
talk it out pretty fair. Like both players scored high. And that's one of the advantages of being friendly. Is you'll end up scoring more points for the long run because when you talk it out, you're talking hypotheticals, and you can. You'll probably do this, but I'll also do this, and we'll both walk away with some summon here for being agreeable and talking it out.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
This guy's over here.
Not let the salt win.
Yeah.
Are you gonna try to fight him?
I think the.
Yeah, that's the intention.
Do you want to try?
Chronomancer, or no, that's a Cryptek right there. I don't think the Cryptek had the Veil of Darkness, but
he's mostly not within half an inch of the wall. So right now, only like.
So I think there's actually a bunch of Necrons hidden inside some
So what you can do is just sort of wrap the guys around. To get the half an inch.
Yeah,
which are just earning points and stuff. Again, the limitations of our personal view really make this hard sometimes to kind of predict where these models are on the board. But
So one guy there.
yeah, I think he Veiled of Darkness back there behind
into that back corner.
Yeah, into that back corner. And that's where a bunch of those warriors went because I was like, wow.
Yeah, looks like
the warriors really went away.
Rapper Raider here. But he's basically given up on his cursed enemy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
shot on
there's no way he's getting that, getting back in control of that.
And Drukhari has been able to kill so many Necron warriors. He's going to score at least 10
8, 9, 10,
from
11,
his
12,
secondary.
13, 14, 15.
Yep.
Zarek is still. I keep wanting to say Tracing the Infinite. I know it's not Tracing the Infinite.
Nah,
Zarek
I'm
is still
gonna
up,
spend that CP.
so the Drukhari player is still not getting that secondary
do it as is.
objective.
Go down to 2.
And of course, this is
15
bottom
attacks.
of the round because the Necron player went second in this match.
I think this is bottom of round 4.
Might be 4, might be
Yeah,
3.
+1. You're running +1 time.
So, yeah, that Drukhari player is really missing out on some points here, which is, while may not be worth it in the short term for winning the game instantly, but these points are valuable outside the game for rankings and stuff like that.
I think this may be intentional. I think he's trying to lower his score so he doesn't have to play someone as tough next round.
That might be true.
He might have noticed the Chaos Knights player.
Sixes or
he
AP
might be
minus
scared of the Chaos Knights. He just might not have had that practice.
So 2 at AP minus 2.
Like that's where they
Two
really
at
start to shine. They just have a lot of rules.
They certainly,
Or,
they
sorry,
certainly
3 at
play
80.
differently than most army
And then
lists.
so make one of those and
Knights
3 at 1
are
So take 4
distinct and unique in the way that they operate. I think Custodes are probably the next most distinct.
the Silent King.
Super elite armies
Into 4 witches and those.
are so weird because the tools that you would use to beat elites in one army are not the tools that this elite army is actually weak to. For example, most of the time when you see a bunch of strength, save models that have a save of 2 up and a toughness of 5, you go, all right, sweet, I'm going to take a bunch of AP and a bunch of as strong as strength weapons as I can. And then you see Custodes and they go, oh yeah, but I also have a 3-up invuln.
Yeah, I also don't care about your AP.
I also don't care about your AP. So suddenly you realize, oh wow, the tools that I normally use to fight such armies do not apply here. I actually need to take a really weird, different approach. And that kind of applies to the knights on the way that they,
So 5 at AP
powerhouses
minus
of
you have your
death,
4.
coming across the board, taking everything
That's 1
out.
left.
Really do kind of change the way that you need to look at your
5
play
and I have
style.
1 left.
Yeah, and like David was saying, he plays the
Okay, and then the 3/1 damage into the same squad.
If there's any player that has a good matchup
hit.
against Drukhari, it's Davis.
2 wins.
Just he's
Fours.
knowledgeable about it. He
I feel
knows
both
what's
those.
going on. He knows what's up. He knows his rules.
3 damage.
And they don't know his rules as well.
Yeah.
And that's where he can just start to win out. Not on gotcha
strength
type
8,
things,
winning on 3s,
but on you should have
3.
studied. You should have gotten some practice matches.
You should know what
You didn't
distances
pick the right
you
pick.
should
Your
take,
lots, your 6s.
You should
Don't make
know
it.
what
9
I'm
down to
weak
1.
to. You should know what can outmaneuver me. That kind of stuff.
All down to
Because as we discussed with
Only one
Patel
down to 1.
earlier today,
One
the
down.
hurt.
And then I'm gonna.
He's talking about one of the most important things is positioning,
Very good.
and making sure that
So that's
you know,
just.
I'm gonna do
you
those
know where your models need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be.
Go ahead. See
whenever
what you can do.
you're
Hit him within half an inch.
But I think that's something that he excels in. Specifically, it's easy to say that, but he's on a different level. With the way
fair.
he thinks about this game and how he
Over
plans,
here, I'm gonna do,
turns ahead.
the Witcher.
I don't think the majority of players can do that, although they can
auto
put an active effort to. I think
And
he's
then
got the
3
next few
hits.
turns mapped out
What's
in
your
his
AP?
head.
Oh
Even
yeah, I
minus
mean you
1 on
have
the
to.
Catalyte Warrior. Two more. So
I would love
four
to see a
total.
match between him and Richard Siegler. I don't think they
Zark
play,
owes me
but
1
two
AP.
man-made machines going head-to-head.
That would be great. I love seeing these high-end, these, like really skilled players. Of course, sometimes it just kind of just looks like a normal match sometimes, and then every now and again there's a really cool trick that gets pulled.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
those are what you got to pay attention to.
It's awesome. We've seen the best Eldar player in the world and the best AdMech player in the world play, and they played each other.
Yep.
Like, that's an insane game, and hopefully we get to see both of them on camera again.
That's right.
Who did we have game 2 on table 2? Or no, game 3 on 2. We had
Hitting on
this is game
2s,
3,
winning
so
on
yeah, we
2s.
had
And your
yeah,
armor
so
is a
probably-
3-up or 4-up?
I don't know if he's the best, but he's definitely one of the very best.
The other one was
I'll block like
the
this one.
Drukhari and the Drukhari that we're seeing right here,
3 saves, 1
and
AP2 and 2 AP1.
the
So one
Death Guard
AP2
player.
I
it
can't
doesn't
speak
matter.
for
4 pinball.
Nick or the Death Guard player's skill here, but I mean,
They're
Nick
fine.
seems to be a skilled player, but Steven Christopher is also
Four
one of the
tendrils.
best Necron
And
players.
based. Yeah, you
I don't
are
know if in the
based.
world, but at
Four
least in our
tendrils,
area,
Max.
he does
yeah.
play a lot. And I've
Oh,
heard
so
high
let's
things
do
about
the
him.
big gun first.
I think he's highly ranked in the
So
FTC.
hits on a 3, hits, wounds
Yeah,
on
and
a 2.
I don't know what's going on in this
Wounds.
game. Super great. I mean, I know that he's still got a bunch of Necron warriors just kind of
I
out
just
of our
don't
line of
think he's been able
sight.
to score primary.
I should have done the tendrils first.
Yeah, it just
So
might
2-up
have
save,
gotten away from him,
he dies.
unfortunately.
And the damage is a lot, right?
It looks like it would have been a closer game if they had just picked second years a little bit better. He definitely could have cinched this win. But just engaging up front was a bad call, I think.
Finally cleared off that objective.
There you go.
All right, it's a tight game. I think it's a tight
Tight
game.
game.
I mean, we're here playing late, so like, you must think it's a tight game too.
I mean, we're like, you don't. I'm curious to see what you're going to do about Cesar.
Yeah, I think it's a tight
Looks like he
game.
can't deal.
He's
Talk
on
about
15,
time.
right? Because he made the
He's
save.
on 50. Yeah.
Cool.
You're
And I
gonna
have
go
a-
ahead and
once
throw their
you
audio
beat, I
on
can
him.
have him fight at full strength.
The Archon dying is a big swing, because otherwise I can make him
Oh,
fight
so
last.
the Archon died.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, maybe this game might be actually a little bit different than we were thinking.
Yeah.
I think one guy's out.
I think some things are happening here that we're not seeing.
Similar to the Naden game, I
For one
think there's
attack,
some
so
unforeseen factors
He
that
doesn't hit, but
we just
he
don't
can
understand because they
block
won't write
hard,
the
no
fucking
poison
scores down.
Over here, both can hit you. 4s, done. So that's all done.
You are on 5.
They are going to 5. Or no, they're talking about the objectives.
I got the second deploy scramblers.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the second deploy
So that's a
scramble.
good info, right? Or like, what's their armor? 2 up, 5 up or something?
I have not stopped you from getting in all table quarters, so I get 0 for
Another 0 coming
Reverse
towards
recon.
me.
this turn.
Yep. And let's see. 2 up, 4 up on them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And 1 up and come.
2 up, 4 up on
One
them.
up and cover on those discard. They're basically Terminators with the worst symbol. We're for the Necrons. And they hurt up a little bit more.
And you have 2
Combat, I think.
That's correct.
No, they're strength 7.
Because that's why I didn't want to use that.
If I remember correctly. They're war sites.
Yes, but they're hitting on better values than Terminators typically are, because Terminators are typically hitting on 4 up.
Really?
Yeah, the Power Fist is +1 to or -1 to your hit roll.
Yeah, that is for sure something we have to keep in mind when comparing these things. I think they're going to kill that rate. I don't know. I wish I knew what they knew here.
And you can't fall back and
He's also got squads of Incubi and Calibrates in those Raiders.
I know. I'm curious. I mean, the fact that the Incubi are still in the Raiders, though, to me is kind of an interesting thing, because that means that they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Those points
and
are wasted.
They're
when
so good.
And they're so good.
Especially into this matchup. They could pick up warriors like Camden.
Absolutely.
So I'm kind of confused as to what's going on.
So am I.
Archon, why did you...
He's mildly upset that his Archon has died. I'm not sure how much of a game changer that actually is. Archon isn't that great of a model. It's no succubus, but I guess
what do you typically use one? They normally have like an agonizer glove, right? And they come in with some good melee.
looks like Chronomancer coming in clutch here. Helping them with those two powerful saves.
Leadership 10.
Because they don't have the void shields. They're the whatever
And
kind of
how many
shields they have.
attacks?
Usually,
3 attacks.
the
I can
sword
up
and
it to
board.
4.
Yeah.
And they reroll
War shoot or war melee. I think they get more attacks. Or they get the
4 up.
war
Is
side.
this turn 3?
2 damage. Which is
Okay, so
high
turn
value.
3, it's gonna be
Turn 3 still.
Really?
okay. So their strength, their toughness 4 with a 3 up armor. They have 3 attacks each. I can up it to +1.
Okay.
Strength 4, AP minus 1
That
base.
might explain it,
so
actually.
AP minus
We're
2.
thinking the game is way further
Yeah.
in than it is.
The Raider's finally going to move up, and looks like he might be towing that objective with the hole, or maybe just out, depending.
You have no ability to heroic.
The play ones?
Yeah.
No.
I'll definitely have to drink some tea with some, what did it say? Honey and lemon? Jesus, this terrain, I don't even think my army could lead it to Lemon. If you're playing knights, or is your army just like...
It is okay. The rules here at this tournament do include the fact that models need to have clear space when they land.
Yeah.
But they can actually move through any terrain that would normally kind of prohibit their movement through it.
Yeah.
So if you, for example, had a Baneblade or something, and it could only fit in like really specific areas, but it had enough movement to get there, it's legal to move it there in this tournament. That is specifically something Davis brought up with us, that his normally his knights in tight terrain like this struggle, but because of the tournament rules allowing him to move kind of fluidly through terrain, not, obviously not over it for free, but, around it without necessarily fitting his model through it. Being legal is really helping him out.
Yeah, when he falls back,
You'd be able to play any big, heavy lists with this terrain with a little bit more ease.
You got 1 point of deploy scrum.
And another interesting thing we do about the terrain here is that we switch it out after every round. We have after round one.
They are different. They are a little interesting. They are pre-painted, pre-constructed, right?
Yeah.
3 inches.
All right, you said it earlier, and I can't remember.
All right, I think you got to glue them. But yeah,
you do have to glue them together.
They're just really nice pieces of string. They just try and mix it up.
And we're
she's gonna advance.
Yeah, just so knights can play.
Yeah.
We shouldn't disallow knights just based on terrain, because we just wanted a heavier terrain thing. I think just kind of
you want to play with it. I mean, it makes the game more interesting. You never want to be playing this game and it's just flat open field, and it's just tanks 100% mashing themselves against each other. You want to see some variance. You want to be able to use your tactical acumen.
And all these players have been using it very well with the terrain. I just wish we could see through it to understand how they're using it.
And what I wouldn't give for X-ray vision.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful. It is helpful when they are sticking to things on the top floor.
Yeah, and also taking the lids off and just leaving the lids off, so we can at least just see what's in there.
Yeah. Maybe we should encourage them to do that for the next round. Flat on by.
Just run into the room, flip all the tops off.
Get this the fuck out of here.
Hey, I'm looking at you. Get those off.
Come on. He's a tournament guy.
Incuba.
We gotta look. We're doing this for us, the viewers.
Incubi finally getting out to do something. Hopefully they're able to do something. But he's gotta be. His number one priority should be Cesaric, so he can squeeze every single point out of this game. They were talking about a tie game on turn 3, so this means the game's close. You have to squeeze everything you can, and he's not able to get Cesaric.
I don't know what's going on. Either Zarek is really throwing some great saves out, or he is just not putting the Dark Lances into him.
Let's look at his saves real quick.
Tell me more about this Zarek fellow and why the Silent King is someone we should be appreciating.
It's because he doesn't talk. That's why we should appreciate him.
And how do we know his name is Zarek?
You wrote it.
Scarabs. How many attacks does Scarabs have? A bunch, right?
4 each.
4 each still. I'll get him out
4
back.
each is a lot of attack, especially on those Scarabs. And they auto wound anything on 5s.
Yeah.
So like,
they are really scary. Like I've seen people. They are basically an auto include in most lists for Necrons. They will absolutely do a number on anything you can catch. So if you are playing Necrons, I highly recommend you take Scarabs. They put the pain out.
All right. So to go back through what Zarek does, he's got his Mile Be Done. Hands that out for some dudes who haven't really come to play this game. He can deny 1 psychic power, but Dark Eldar don't have any psychers here. Start of the fight phase, there are any enemy units within engagement range of him. Until the end of the phase, they cannot fight until all other of your Necron units have fought this phase, which is pretty good. And that means you can't deal with in close combat. You can do an additional Mile Be Done once per turn. When a Necron's core... Oh, okay, so it seems you can reroll the hit and wound when they're within 60. I think this might change, actually. I think I remember something about it. If he has 8 or fewer wounds remaining, he cannot... okay, so I understand how it is. So if he has 8 or fewer wounds remaining, he goes to the fair enough blades where he's rolling the wounds, but if he has more than that, he has the fair enough stars where you're rolling the hits. It just changes out his weapon.
So this boat.
Oh wait, no. Oh, wait, he's so much better than I thought. He gets both abilities until he goes down to 8 wounds. And then once he goes down to 4 wounds, he loses hit ability.
He also starts with 16 wounds.
Yeah.
So our whole "why aren't you killing Zarek" thing might actually be more because of holy crap, that guy's got 16 wounds. He's basically.
You know what? Do a Dark Lance into there first. See if that goes through. Because he doesn't have line of sight on Zarek. Okay. So Dark Lance.
SK is a noble scoring code of combat with D6 shots from the Palantirs.
And then we got the Phantasm, 3s, 2 hits.
Silent
Blackheart, I'll reroll a hit. Okay. Nope. Then can I get a 9? No, can I get a 9?
So he's got a 4 bimble, and he's got both his ores still, so it's got to be hurting. He has to be the Warlord, but he gets an additional 3 CP for that. The things that were eliminated turn 1, which some being shot, but those haven't come into really contact or anything. At the start of the battle round, you can alter your command protocols. Oh, so this is the thing they were doing earlier. You can just change your command protocols around. And then he's got his. Okay, so he explodes 2d6 for d6 mortal wounds on a 4-up, which is something you really love to see. He's got his different profiles, maintains his 2-up ballistic skill the whole way through. 8-inch move to start, T7 with a 3-up save base. So they pick 4 command protocols into the 5, and then 1 can be assigned to 2 battle rounds instead of 1. That's definitely interesting for you to like game plan. He's got his Annihilator Beam, which is a heavy 1 strength 12 AP4, 6 flat damage gun. And then he's got his Staff of Stars shooting, which is Assault 9, Strength 6, AP2 -1, which is definitely.
He also has the Scepter of Eternal Glory.
Scepter of Eternal. Oh yeah, he does. 24 inches Assault 3, Strength 8 -3, 2 flat
pretty
damage.
much what the Necron player is doing is pretty much banking on Zarek to just punch his way through all the raiders.
And it looks like he's doing a decent job.
Okay, there's still more shots.
No, I think now that he's finally engaged. Also, yeah, no, what we thought were separate rounds of Zarek sitting still might have literally just been one round. Just from how long each of these rounds are taking for this army, for both armies. Just because these armies, I think,
these are the guys inside
models in each of them.
That's one and 1 save.
The players have both commented on how many dice they're both throwing each.
A lot of models and a lot of shots.
Yeah.
Like warriors,
so I have
they're
one
shooting,
more, I made
witches,
one,
they're
and I have one
melee,
more guy.
There's so much coming out.
No rerolls, so just
cool. 91.
So it looks like the Lich Guard are still alive and well. Looks like they're engaging on that middle left objective. Both players should have their own back objectives. It seems the Necron players is getting encroached on by, so they'll have to do something about those raiders that are approaching very quickly.
So the boat itself.
He's got those 2 scarabs over there, which should be able to do some work to those either witches or Defi, whatever those are down there. I can't really tell.
This was the thing that already shot.
That's just kind of what they're going through right now. Just to give you the update, the high-low. I'm gonna go see if I can find out what their scores are.
Good luck.
Written down. I have
So, in a reasonable way, so that we can understand what is going on.
We'll do a Dark Lance into that Scarab Swarm next to Dras. So we'll see. Yep, and then Phantasm's in. So Dark Lance hits, Dark Lance doesn't wound Scarabs, and then to those flayed ones, Phantasm for D3 shots.
They can see the scarabs or the wraith.
It's this boat.
Oh, okay.
It's 3 shots. That's 1 hit. I'll Blackheart one of them. Yep, 2 hits, and then nope, I need a 9, and no, I need a 9. So nothing. And the squad inside is going to shoot them.
So many shots.
10 shots with poison. And then 3s. You have 3 up saving them?
I have 3 up saves.
Cool. That's going to be 5 saves because it's 5 up poison.
Now 5 poison coming at
Phantasm for D3 shots.
So 4?
1
failed actually. Okay, they're dead.
Oh dear.
And then we're going to move on to.
I'm going to. No, I need to interrupt.
Yep. Over here. All guns from the troop board into Zarg except for the poison into the warriors. And the Phantasm into the warriors too.
Yeah.
So Phantasm for D3, or for 3.
Phantasm going into the warriors.
So that's going to be all hit. Can I get a 9? That's 1 dead warrior, no dead warrior, and so just 2 die.
2 die?
Yep. And then we'll do the poison shots. 4.
None of them come back.
Cool. So I'm just going to mark myself here at 90. So 5 there total, and so those 4 there, and then 2 there, so 97. Poison shots. 5, 5, 12,
letting you guys kind of observe what
So it's
we're
two more.
kind of
Cool,
perceiving.
so that was a miss. So 13 total.
They hit on 2s?
Hit on 2s. They're Trueborn.
Nice.
Trueborn, ignore all modifiers, always hit on 2s. So that's going to be 5. A bunch of saves there. Looks like
We're gonna let this
hit and
play
I
out.
failed 4 wounds. So that's
As much
going
as
to
the
be 9.
commentary might be
That's
valuable
fortunate stuff.
at this point,
9 AP,
I can't say much more than look at him. Sure, he's rolling dice.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna wait until we see what really goes down here, how this all plays out. They're kind of waiting to
3 ups.
You got it.
You know,
So
get
6 go
these
through.
shots
Blasters over
finished
here.
before we start pulling models off the board.
We're rolling
That actually
ones.
looks pretty good for the Necron.
So 6 die.
As I
and
was
then
over
2
there,
come.
able to take a look into those buildings, kind of get a good look. The
got 2
Necrons have
blaster hits
complete control of
into
the
the
left side of
Talon
the board.
King.
It looks like it's
1 blaster
one or
wound.
2 raiders.
Okay.
Their models do look a lot
Hits.
scarier
Dark
up close in
Lance
person.
doesn't win.
I'm just kind of
One
seeing the size.
blaster wounded to the
Zerk doesn't look that big from here. You can just see, like, he just looks like a big circle. He's huge.
He's huge. He's enormous. He's like this big.
He's fine.
And he's like definitely making the most of them. And then he's got scarabs
Alright,
on both of those
more than
back
10 here,
objectives,
right?
just
Yes.
kind of
11.
contesting them
So
for the
Phantasm
time
here,
being.
and then
All
Dark
that's on
Lance
that
and,
middle left objective for us are going to be those Cavalite warriors who
They have
are
no
about to
info,
be
right?
absolutely destroyed by whatever
They have an
Necron
info.
uses decides
They
to
have an
do.
info?
There's
They
still
have
a
one?
bunch of warriors down there on the bot side.
Yes,
they
they
just
have
kill
one.
a
Still
raider
around,
and they're gonna try and kill whatever
Actually,
else they can get
what I'm
their
gonna
rubber
do-
little hands on. They've got
Yeah,
character
so
in the back line.
So I'll do the Phantasm
Akari
here,
player
and
is
then
definitely
the
trying his
Dark Lance.
damnedest
I'm outside
to
3,
get
so
as many kills in
can't
as we
be
can.
range. There's the Dark
But we
Lance.
do have our secondaries
you're trying to be
up to
outside
date,
3 here?
and they did write some tens down, so I'm really hoping it'll kind of start to reflect the actual score of the battle. Hoping my
Maybe,
hope is
because you're
not
going
misplaced.
at an angle.
Yeah, check it.
So,
You're still
Steven, he has got,
Killed him here, and I had him outside 3.
okay, he only wrote, battle round 2, we got 10
There's no
victories
problem
left.
line of sight.
Okay, my hope
So,
was
Dark
misplaced.
Lance failed. Now into here, 3 shots, all 3 hits. Can I get a 9 to do
Man.
Immortal? Yup. 9 to do Immortal.
It looked
No.
like they wrote
9 to
more
do
stuff.
Immortal. No. One
It's
more.
okay.
on this one.
Yep.
That is
just come
unfortunate.
back.
How much time in the
Yep.
round? We're going to chest crack the
Reroll
players.
ones?
No.
They're on top of turn
Yeah.
4, I believe, right now.
Yeah, they've got 15 minutes left in the round. They actually won't be able to start turn 5 according to the ITC rules, but I don't think anyone's going to stop them. We do have a judge in the room. He's kind
And
of just
then
hanging out.
squad side boat.
There's no disputes right now, so.
And now there's
how
11.
much
Now
should
there's
be
just
your
10.
judge?
So that
Yeah, I mean, like,
the blast
they're,
from this
you're
one
not
can do this
slowing
damage.
anybody down if they
That's all we
go
got
past the round, and it seems they're both fine with it, and just like having a
These
casual.
guys have been listening to them. These guys have been completely efficient. They have been playing as fast as they can. You know, they're throwing dice as much as they can,
Two hits.
and as fast
9.
as they can.
You can pull out a range,
So
and then a
if
9.
they're not making time, it is purely from their army kind of loadout, the way that they both
And
constructed
it's not a-
their forces.
All right, we're done shooting.
Done
charges.
shooting.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to get to it as much as they
All
can.
these warriors, just into the scarabs.
You would clock them just to spike Drakari, and he might be valid too.
I mean, right now, those Drukari might actually not be pulling out ahead on this. So,
Yeah, man, if Xenos is winning, I'm winning.
Top of turn 3, because he has a lot of dice to roll.
as long as the Imperium doesn't take the win, I'm okay.
Draz going into the scarab and the lich guard. I would love a clock.
Oh, they are going on a clock.
Yeah, we want me to do
1 o'clock.
You can do a clock. Draz going into both. It's up to you guys. You gotta agree on it.
Doesn't matter.
And then Incubi going here. It might not matter because I think it's gonna be hard for you to get.
But these guys
one
are
of your
playing to the
secondaries
bitter
and
end.
Make as many
I'm,
hard to kill things.
Proud of them. Good job, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like the judge just said they had to agree on a chess clock. That's not how that works. Only one player has to request a chess clock.
Yeah, unfailable charge. Just going in here, trying to stay within 6 of Draz.
Yeah. Especially the last game of the day, it's pretty common.
I mean, if you don't want to clock, that's fine with me. Just
It's just unfortunate, but they actually, since they are gonna, the judges are enforcing the hard dice down limit as to not give them points advantage later on in this tournament, because the more the game goes on, the more points they'll score. So they are getting an advantage over other players just having this additional time.
Absolutely.
So I think
No,
it's-
I mean, it makes sense to try and stop them. You know, they can just sit on objectives or be scoring past the allotted time. But at the same time, you know, if you could score this many points in one match that took place in 30 minutes, and you can play this many points in a match that took 3 hours.
Yeah.
You know, but it's still the same number of points. You know, just unfortunately, you know, event staff want to go home.
Yeah.
You know, like I want to eat dinner at a certain point here. So you know, I get it. You know, it's like, you know what? Sit down.
Yeah.
I want to go. But I also don't want to take points away from a player who, you know, as we've been doing this tournament, it is points based, trying to, you know, make sure that people are getting their top points. Yeah, you also, it's win based, so there's, you know, brackets. But
2s and 2s.
and I don't ever want to take those points away from a player who, you know, rightfully
fails.
trying to play his
She's
army.
got poison 2 upset. Weapon at AP3.
So
That's why you're
it's certainly a kind of conundrum to be in.
+1 to.
+1 to hit.
We're just gonna have faith in our judges.
That was cocked. So 6 saves.
Trust what the TOs have to say.
AP3.
TOs are God.
Oh, 5.
All hail Don.
So
All
5 die.
hail Don. Hail
And
Texas.
as part of the same attack sequence, you can do the 5 attacks again.
So 3 go.
Okay, but she might wipe a squad because she gets to re-roll the attack.
Succubus is still
so
alive.
Now she needs
Succubus
2
is still alive and still going to town.
That's exactly what he paid those 75 points for.
She's not gonna make it.
What do you think I paid you for?
4
I
saves.
paid you to be my friend.
5s again.
Yep.
2 go through.
Yep.
Still have that
And I
character
don't
on the
save it.
backfield.
So
Looks like he's been pushed off the board a tiny little bit.
But I put 2 back here.
I heard of a player at ATC that tried to,
2 more.
like some dude's
So 1.
airplane wing was like poking off the table in deployment. He tried to get that model removed. I don't know the outcome of it, but I did hear about it.
I want to pull these guys, so I'm
Yeah.
not within, like,
Oh yeah.
the stupid.
You're not on the radar
The
range. You're
competitive
still
level
gonna have a
focus
minus
for
1
the game. Just similar to training
That's fine,
chiefs.
but
Senators
the
to playing field on
one I'm worried about is
3.
the 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Let's see if I can get your leadership here.
And no
and make you
table
fight
end of
last.
day.
You fight last.
One
They
player
roll
did
9
want a
and you
clock.
roll 3 of that.
He
For
asked for
the
a clock, and one
stars?
player
Okay, that's fine.
definitely said he was interested. So I'm hoping they get the clock.
And then you guys also pick
Just to
one.
make
It
it
would
fair
be,
to both.
Chronomancer. Who's better, the Lord? or the
I'm not sure which player said
Lord
yes.
part with?
Pretty good.
They
Chronomancer?
sound fairly
I don't
similar.
make a fight last.
2 adult men.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
I only
Can't tell
I
them
think
apart.
you're out of CP2.
Yeah, no, this is it's certainly probably been a fantastic game, and you know, I just seeing this. Drazar is still alive. I mean, we got a bunch of characters still up. I think that Archon's the one that kicked the bucket so far.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Damage?
Let's check what a secondary is again.
I'm just really surprised at how much is alive still at turn 4. Normally turn 4 is like it's barren wasteland and everyone's got a wound on them at least.
+1 to
Everyone's
wound,
scraping,
toughness 5,
clawing at each other, trying
Cool,
to
so
get
wounding on
points.
So 2s.
Mark Hertel
And then
and
3s, these are
Sean
18
Mann
lost,
both
100.
won their next round. Ryan Snyder, one
So
of my
that's
top
500
picks,
and
is a top
gold
5
damage.
IDC player. He lost.
Interesting.
He lost to Max, or let's see. He lost
3
to
go
Benjamin
through.
Hunt. Ooh, I think Ben.
Knocks me up
Yeah, he's a
to
black voter. Or no, he's a Tyranny player.
So
Interesting.
1 comes back.
Yeah, listen to Nids. We got 10 minutes left.
So
in the
we're going to
round.
be seeing Nids.
Keep behind these guys unless you want to interrupt.
No.
We might.
So we'll do.
I mean, we might not see him here on this table, but they're going to be at the top of the list.
Yeah, they should
So 9 on the Lord for 2
be up
damage.
there. Because right now it's looking like, not counting the scores from this game, which, depending on how high they are, will definitely impact Davis Fry and Mark Hertel, and then Kyle Myers and Kurt Phillips.
No, I'm not trying to engage the list back.
Okay.
I
It
think
doesn't matter because
the winner of this game will probably replace Kurt Phillips.
So Drazar killed
we'll
some,
see.
and then that's it. Then we're going to go
We'll see.
to.
I am just
Incubi,
amazed at the
and we're gonna
diversity
do
that
9
we're
and
seeing
9.
at this
So
top end.
9 on the first guy, 9 on
I'm
the
happy
second.
to see Admech,
2
I'm happy
on
to
the
see Chaos
Lord,
Knights,
and then
and Necrons
sorry,
are
one
here.
more and then
Might be seeing more
+1
chaos
to wound
and
from
stuff
Drazar.
like that.
Yeah, it's actually 3.
I thought this was just going to be
6,
Drukhari versus
I had to
Drukhari
win
on the way
Drazar.
down. So I'm very pleased with how much
as in,
diversity
I haven't
we've seen.
killed.
You know, to be fair, we have seen a fair amount of Drukhari.
It
out
has
here.
been in every single.
At least one of the tables has a Drukhari.
And in round 2 is both.
How many go through?
So
That's going to be 6 saves on the Lord and 8 on his impulse.
they are just top of the list right now.
How much damage?
I don't know. I just, me personally, I don't have enough money
So
to,
1's 3 damage.
follow the tournament scene and buy up a whole new
Nope. And that's
army
damage.
whenever it suits me.
When I lived up here,
Now
I had
Chronomancer.
the friends. Then we just all shared armies just for.
You just
random
shared
stuff.
armies?
So I was able to
2s,
meta hop and chase
and
the dragon
then
a fair bit.
toughness 5, so that's going to be
Which is,
3s.
it's
1
all-
and
it's
2
all fun
for
always.
3 damage doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm
so
sure
5
it's a
damage,
blast.
5
Absolutely.
5 saves.
I've got
1 goes through.
camera cases full of models.
Yeah, I got a Magna rack before I moved down. I'm excited
That's some
about
good
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's more worth it. When you kill
It
characters,
does not look like they employed the chess clock.
And he's lying down. He might come back.
he might come back.
I'm not a huge fan of that.
And then
I
the
think
Warriors
they
and
definitely
Scarab.
should.
Just going to be like 5.
Especially since
And one that's not
players
going to
said
hit.
he wanted it.
Oh, I'm hitting on 2s now. Rerolling that one because I went off there. So 1 AP1, 2 AP nothing.
4 mostly. Incorrect,
AP1?
my friend. They're 20%. 19,
Oh,
20.
2 AP nothing. Sorry.
There's
Yeah.
one
One
Unari
One of those
who
is one of them. Then
has
just roll me one more dice.
Drukhari as
No,
well.
that's scare hit.
They're 2 damage each.
They're 1 damage each, but it was 3, and then it's 3 wounds left.
Yeah, it's 3 wounds. Oh.
Yeah. Do you want to know the rest of the stats for the event?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We have the entire list.
I did the math up last night. Minus 6
So my
players
attacks?
who signed in late, but they are not going to make me redo my whole hard work doing tallies for each list. I have a newfound hatred for people that don't put their faction in Best Coast pairings. Because that means I have to clear the list, recognize, okay, it's this faction, but then it takes me all the way back to the top of the Best Coast pairings link on my mobile phone, and I got to scroll all the way down.
I mean, you gotta say, that's not their fault necessarily. That is Best Coast pairing.
Yeah, but
not really designing their app to be used by people like us. So.
This might be overkill.
Yeah, I'm putting my head. You're right. I'm putting my head in the wrong place.
They're
Fuck
still
Best
getting
Coast.
the choose your own ones.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not arguing that hate should not flow.
And then.
But directed the right place.
Directed the right way.
So that'll be.
Yeah, I played against one of the developers of Best Coast Pairings.
8 into
Draz.
8 into Draz.
Got some rules wrong, questionably. So.
AP?
AP4.
Wasn't a huge fan of that game.
Cool.
I don't know.
We're all human.
Yeah. So the Imperium layout here, we've got 55% total Imperium in the field. At my time, I'm counting 8 Advent Lists, 6 Custodies, 6 Knights, 6 Space Wolves, 5 Blood Angels, 5 White Scars, 5 Sisters, 4 Guard, 3 Iron Hand, 3 Ultramarines, 2 Dark Rangers, and 1 Salamanders and Grey Knights. Both of those we played off in round 1. Our Salamanders
It's not
and
an order,
Salamanders
it's
ended up taking off this
and 2s. AP minus 4. So
Chaos.
I think any
Has mixed
one
chaos
is
with
dead,
9
so
lists,
that's
Death Guard with 6,
enough to kill.
Drukhari with their 15, Eldari with 4, all running Drukhari, a mono Eldar list, only one of them, and then 1 Unari that's also running Drukhari. Nids with 5, Krons with 4, and Tau with 1.
So here he goes. 7 dice at the end of the phase. You can do it at the end of the
So
phase.
yours is probably more up to date.
Yeah.
You can punch a second.
Yeah, so you are.
Okay,
I think one of them probably dropped or something. Because I did mine last night. So yeah, you are right. That's my bad.
Hitting on 4, 6 is auto wounds.
Got it.
Do count the Unari though. Don't.
Hitting on 4, 6
It's
of their
just
auto
6,
wounds.
just 6 dice.
We love
3 go. No. And
Oh, there. Gotcha.
Yeah, that
so 3
Incarnate
auto
from
wounds, 4 auto wounds.
You got it.
Sean earlier today.
3 hit.
Yeah, that thing
Four
was
up there.
dancing across that battlefield.
And
Fine on 4.
AP minus
so much
1.
work.
Oh, that's
They did
wait,
a
For
ton of
290
work.
points, he did more work than any other model has this
2 blows.
tournament.
It's fantastic.
So D3 on the Silent King for 3. And
I think we got, what,
into
5
the
minutes left in the round?
For 2.
There. It looks
And
like
5 guys inside.
the Dark Elder player will finish.
I lose
turn
1.
4.
And I should be able to
Yeah,
place
player will
1.
be able to just do the time.
And that's unfortunate.
That's
there
why they
for
should
the
have
Necron
a
player.
clock.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah. Just over 5 minutes left in the
That's not
round.
a big problem. You're not tagging me in combat, right?
No, no.
Okay.
Where did I get this pen? This isn't the pen that I brought.
It's just what pens do.
Yeah.
And then
It's
5
here.
attacks over there.
You got it.
3s and 3.
So
Doing some stretching.
6s
You
are
feel a
AP
little
minus
sore from sitting down all day?
it's hard work sitting
2
here.
saves with your 4s. She takes a wound. Down to 4.
Oh man.
Yeah, the protection staff here is doing a great fucking job. Like, we're
And
not
then
even
we'll
playing
do
close
Drazar
attention to
activating
it, but
again.
all the
At the end
swaps
of the
from
phase.
camera to dice.
So
He's
2s.
watching the game, seeing where they're rolling their
There's a
dice, then swapping to it.
And
as
then
results,
strength
and that's
5
gonna be
plus
so
1
draining,
wound is
like
gonna be
massive
3.
props to them in the
So 3
Friday night
saves.
this event.
AP1.
Absolutely.
1 goes to
And the Jukari are fire.
Does he
They
reanimate?
are on fire, that's for sure. Camera swaps have been 100%.
Yes, it does.
Animation points for that save.
Are you tracking win rates in that
So you
spreadsheet
got
of yours?
0 for.
Because if you are, I would love to get my
reverse
hand in that and
recon.
talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have this quarter.
And we can just save that for tomorrow.
Because it's that thing where it
They
may
were at
be
the
that
halfway
we've got
point, yeah.
20, 18%, whatever the ratio is for Drukhari
were
wins,
wholly within the-
but
I
think
for
they got
Drukhari
out.
players,
I thought you had them
is
at
that
halfway,
actually
like one in each
proportionate to the 73%?
No, it was
That's supposed
both of
to
them were on
exist
the.
in the meta.
The intention was both of them.
And if we're seeing lower than that,
No,
then
no,
either
on the
meta
other
is
side.
shifting, people are realizing how to fight the list, knowing what to bring,
So
or
I need to clear
people are
some
taking
stuff.
Drukhari and not knowing how to
Oh,
pilot
so
it.
you should
And they're just
They
hearing
lost
about,
both.
oh, this is the good list right
Oh,
now,
they're
and
not
they
improved, so-
pick it up, play it, and
Cool.
they
We
don't
should
know
these
what
guys?
they're doing.
Exactly.
And you can
They lost 10, so on 1.
which one's
They-
right.
they
You
fail,
know,
and then 4
I would
on
want to
one.
hazard that it is just that the meta is shifting, that people are learning how to combat
So
it.
2 more
but I
dice,
have heard
2
people go like, oh, these new Drukhari
Well,
players,
combat.
they don't know what to do. I'm like,
Okay, makes sense.
maybe, but like, you know, if people get enough practice in, even if they're new at something, they're going to do pretty good with it, especially
So
with a
you
list
wanna
like
talk-
Drakari.
Exactly. Okay.
So,
I can get the
you know, it doesn't
close
even have any
round.
psyker shenanigans you have to worry about.
I'm going to get thin their ranks, I think, at 13 or 12. I'm ready at 117.
You can email me as well.
I think I could get 45 points
chat for you.
On
Because
primary?
On primaries, because in the last turn,
Yeah.
I can just take the. Do you agree with that?
So right now, I have warriors on these ones. So right now, at the
Awesome
turn,
if you'd like to do
you're
that
getting
automatic.
primary for this and this. You get 10.
So it seems like
Yeah.
they're finishing up,
I'm gonna
counting their
kill
primary.
Drazar and these guys with the Lich Guard.
He's trying to.
I'm going to kill Drazar with the Lich
and
Guard.
you have a boat.
And they're just
if you
kind
want
of
to
talking
attack,
out.
but I will hold. Like I won't get that one.
Yeah.
But I'll.
I think it might be
take you
better
out of this
for the
objective,
Drakari player here
or
to
this
just say that we
deployment
can't
zone,
start a new
so I'll
battle
at least get two.
and talk it through. I
and
think
then
he
from
wins in
there,
that case,
I
but
can
if you let the
pull
Necron
boat
player
and get
talk
forward.
through, the Necron player needs to be a little bit more of a
There's
smooth talker.
10
so
offset
kind
guys
of
inside
talking
the
through.
boat.
Oh, there are 10 offset guys.
Yeah, 10 offset guys.
Oh, there are
there's-
10 offset guys.
And there's 5 offset
They're
guys
not
here,
going,
5 offset guys here.
as
So anything,
planned.
if you remove them there, I can then throw them up here.
Okay, so I think consistently 2 a turn is feasible.
Makes sense.
2.
Yeah, they're not going to be starting a new round. They're kind of just talking it out.
Yeah, talking it out, giving each other the free victory points.
I'm gonna put the
because they have run out of time
thralls
officially,
back here.
and
I'm gonna charge
you know,
here.
match is over at
I'm
this
gonna
point.
have the silent
Yeah,
Kings
they're
in
doing a
this
few
corner.
more things. I think they have 2 minutes left, maybe.
These guys in this corner. So I think you're not gonna get any more points on reverse read.
And then we turn out the
Maybe
lights.
like
Yeah,
two.
I think
2
back
minutes.
here.
These
If
two are
if
trapped
I
here
know
for
your
the rest
intent
of
was
the
was
Yeah,
going to be
that'll suck.
quarter,
They'll have
I'll
ample
try
time to finish up their game in that
so-
scenario,
in
but
defense there. So I'm gonna get that quarter. Yeah.
Lost forever in the Westminster Mall.
So 6,
Yep.
and then
I'll raise banners back here.
Yep.
Get my guys on the later turns for 2.
Talking about establishing
So you'll
their,
get one
their
on
secondaries.
5 and
1.
Now, the
So
thing that
2,
I'm
3,
not sure about
4,
is that
6.
secondary
Yep.
about
Raise the
killing
banners.
Zarek, because
I
Zarek
think
is
you'll
a tough
consistently
armor.
get-
they're both playing one
Actually,
secondary down.
after next turn,
Yeah, but the
you hold
Necron player might have gotten
So
a
you get
few
5
points from his thing.
on primaries,
On the
which
game
is
return there, if you kill
purge
me
the
off
enemy.
of that and you kill them,
Yeah.
and then
Which
here,
I can
are you
use-
going to get out of heroic
I'm
range?
just gonna because I can hold the objective and get out of heroic range.
So you get me out of 5, then the next turn I think I should be able to get back to 10 with offset guys going out to
Yeah,
use
and I can still get
So get me for 35 in primary, so
Yeah.
5 and 10.
yeah. So I'll get 45 for primary.
45 for primary
I
going to
got
Necron player.
I'll get deploy scramblers.
So what a secondary
For 10
was.
scramblers.
I can at least get 14 points on in their ranks.
I'm saying 14 points on
I don't know about that, because I got a lot of boats left, and
and
it's
they're
been very hard to
arguing
kill.
about it now.
I have 4
They'll be
boats
able to
left.
kill the boats left.
These
I can
ones
kill
are
that
max.
boat.
Years left.
I can
Kill
kill
that
that
one.
boat on the last turn.
I think I
and-
can just get out of your charge range, so that one's surviving.
Okay.
Right, there's no reason for you to
Won
use your
11 of
charge
the
range anymore.
15 Drakari games.
Yeah.
Won their first game. Only one mirror match.
So that's going to be 3 boats left, so you got 12 and 10.
66,
Well, I'm sorry, I'm talking
60, about
These
70%
6
win.
guys are going to kill the boat and this guy. Is there anything in here?
That's
And
about
Drax,
right, yeah.
and the same.
Not Drax.
They're only 1 damage. He's got full wounds. We saw they can't kill him in 1 activation.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's about a 70%.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
They'll both survive.
kill Draz and these guys, take that objective back.
Yep.
Had to drudge
so you
My
through
guys,
it.
I'm going to claim some objective here with my guys getting
After
out.
40,
staring at-
after
yeah.
40k mode all day.
Yeah.
10 on primary for the
Yeah,
last
they're-
round.
We're going to let
I'll
them do
get
the math
15
for
because
their
I
own
can
score.
out-
Hopefully, hear what they're
range you
saying.
this, and take you off something.
Yeah, it seems like the Necron player is going to
Yeah,
win
I'm not
here,
sure
which
if
will be
it's
great.
15, but of course we don't have time
games.
to do it. So I don't know if you guys could get 15 if I had offset guys on all things. I
Just
still
need to know.
have a
I
bunch
really
of slots
appreciate it.
for
That'll be
that.
awesome.
But yeah, we're out of time unfortunately, so we have to go there. I would think that you
Yeah,
get,
man.
40 on primary doesn't
Really
even
appreciate
matter.
So thin their ranks, I can get 12.
I think we did a
I have
good job
you
filling
12,
11
well,
hours of content.
Nothing.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
Well, I
we
don't think so, because it's Reborn on
not to toot our own horn, but
Okay.
it's
So,
not
I
easy
can't
to
wait
If
to
you
go
get them
home
out,
and
then
start
it's still
frowning
guys
again.
Yeah.
Face.
Just have to
so
be
12
upset all the time.
at least. 12 on thin their
Dang.
ranks.
Because you
6 on.
Hour-long drive home.
At least 6
You killed 2 boats.
At least 6 on reverse recon.
I mean, currently you're looking, if we were to time out right now and not talk
Average
about
win
it, what would
score
we have?
88, average losing
Right now,
You need to do your
They're
turn
just
and then
strong.
sort of see where we
They're
are.
strong right now.
I
That's
could take
fantastic.
This unit out, so I can take
Yeah.
2 on this, and then you'd have a hard time taking this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty much in line with
Unless you wanna
what
give me a 15
we're used to. You know, we're probably going to see
Because you
easily.
can do this and
You
go
said
over
there's
here,
5
but
people that can take home the
you gotta hold
championship
that objective.
this weekend.
So there's, for undefeated purposes,
Well, not for undefeated, just like can't remember what you said exactly about it.
So there will likely be 4 undefeated players, just because of the numbers and the amount of players we have here, and that's just kind of what it maps out to on average. But it is battle score. It's not win-loss. So battle
So
score
we are going to
is
have only one champion, but we're going to have 4 undefeated. And do you think that 3 of the 4 undefeated will be
You'll go down to like 6 models on the board, effectively.
Okay.
No.
I think
you got 6 switch cards and a side.
One will be Drakari.
My guess.
Let's say 10.
Hertel.
Then? 10.
10 on the last one.
10 on the
Some
last one.
Drakari players'
Let's even
name, I'm
max,
not gonna
right?
know.
So I have 10
And then
for
something
deploy
interesting.
scramblers, 12 for
I
Thunder
think we're
Ranks,
gonna have
6
some
for reverse
interesting stuff
recon.
going around. I think we're gonna have a fun day
once you
too.
kill these
It
things,
can't be
Yeah, I'm gonna
shipwrecks,
kill these
so-
things with the
Yeah.
scarabs.
Can't be
because I still have
ship.
3 there. They're
That's-
easy to kill. I'm gonna get.
Chat said he was gonna win.
2 on your turn 3, 2 on your turn 4.
We're keeping it on.
Come on, Chet.
Yeah. And
No,
at
but props to
least
Shiplet.
40,
You know,
at least
no,
12
like
Thunder Ranks,
He's playing
at least
Admech.
40
he's playing good.
Kill
You know,
him.
he got good score on his round.
I'm currently
So
at 117.
as kind of someone that we've randomly somehow picked out of the crowd.
That's one name that someone
That's
said
one
to
name,
us,
I
and that
know.
means we're gonna dog on him if he doesn't do well.
Yeah, but there's still future turns. I think it's unrealistic. You'll keep getting it.
But you know, people in chat, if you're supporting someone in particular, you know, shout them out.
Same way that you got
Let us
2 of
know.
mine, I will get
You know,
2.
we'll look into them for
Give me
you.
your energy. We will check their stuff for you
Yeah.
and
First time
either
and
talk
then
shit
2
or
is 10.
praise them depending on what they're
Raise
running
them,
and how they're doing.
raise them up out of the
And
masses.
then you get 35 on piles.
We have the platform.
Yeah, it seems they are still arguing. They got the
Oh,
fist bump.
there's fist
That's
bump.
ridiculous.
Okay,
Let's
they
see
have
what the
agreed.
score is.
Yeah, it was a little touch and go at the last section there, but I think that's
I don't want to wait
I
for
think that's a
slowly
fair
wander in
estimate of what's going to happen. I'm actually kind of glad I scored a little lower than
Well,
normal because I don't want to face mark.
I want to thank everyone for tuning in with us and watching this. This has been a great day. I've had a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of interesting matches, a lot of interesting strategies, some surprises. These are top players in the world and in the country. These people have been, you know, gracious enough to several of them come over and interviewed us. We've had some great discussions, some real strong opinions about things that, you know, and different ideas about how this game is played and, you know, what we should be focusing on. And I hope that anything that we've talked about has helped you if you're, you know, interested in the hobby, helped you get into it or think about it in a different way, or if you're into the strategy and the tactics of the game, you know, think about it differently and come up with your own new ideas that can you springboard off of whatever we talked about
it
here.
feels weird, of course, to have to talk it out to figure out what the score is. If we froze it,
I'd still have to get my.
So, what is the verdict?
Looks like the verdict is 78 to 73 in favor of the Crons,
Oh,
making me
man.
undefeated at
You
this round of
win!
guessing.
Would you like an egg roll? I'll give you
I
an
would
egg
love
roll.
an egg roll. Awesome. That is fantastic. Oh. Now they're changing it.
right now on Tinder ranks.
Okay, now they're going to
what
decide
do I
who's going to
have
win.
Killed? I stole 5, 5, 10, 3.
I don't think it's
on your
very
turn.
realistic to kill him because this is
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, do you want to go ahead and switch to the player's audio?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know that the player's audio wasn't on there.
Kill them over there. I'm still looking at 5, 10.
Why talk?
20
I don't know.
models,
They're changing things up.
and
Seems there
4
might have been a
tanks.
scoring issue.
Yeah,
so I
still
guess
at 6. I still have 6 Thunder ranks running around. You're at 9 on Thunder ranks
Yeah.
compared to my 11. So I'm
'Cause they're
up
not gonna be
2
able to
on
make it
Thunder
through
ranks,
that,
but
no shot.
I'm down on
They-
banners
they-
compared
Then I
to.
They have
kill
5
like
minutes
10
left. They
more.
could have gone
So that's at least
because they were saying they still had a few rounds left.
11. Yeah,
Well,
that's 11.
I don't think they had gotten to turn 4.
If we
of
take
the
out- if we
Necron
take my
players,
turn.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't be 11 because I still have guys.
We're not letting them start a new battle round.
It would be 11 because I killed this boat.
does not
That's
go
10.
into
Yeah.
And then I
Right,
kill
that's
8,
trying to
9, 10, 11, 12.
be hard on
And
them.
maybe I even go for
Go for
like
killing the boat.
go for killing the boat if I take my turn. So I'd still be up by 1. I would only get this point of reverse recon. I'm okay with
So
that.
remember that.
Putting on 2 of
I
reverse
think you had
recon.
walked
I
away
mean,
at this point, but there was a moment.
I think we're
where
tied on
Davis
primary
was
there, and then
getting
on
his dice
banners,
ready, and he
you're
was, like,
up
getting really ready.
compared because you'll have reverse recon equal to my
I think
banners.
that was when
Yeah,
they were
'cause
talking
I
about
do the
My
last-
herd
that
would
was
be,
interaction with
our
the
thins
Necron.
would be better, but your scramblers would be better than my
So I'm like thinking back to that. I'm like, you know what? That's
than
probably what
my
that is. You know.
herd. So that's where you'd be up.
But yeah, no.
Yeah.
Great game, great game. I
this
think.
game a lot
So
better than
what was
our
your
Because,
favorite
like,
game?
the last game, it was like, well, who's going to go
Sean
first?
Naden versus Mark.
And this time it was
Sean
like,
almost
it was actually,
almost
it felt like,
cabling Mark.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I
There's a
mean?
lot going on. It felt like there was a lot of decisions to make. Exactly.
And
oh my god,
is that are you
I
guys
love
moving that or is
Necrons
that
because you
falling?
always have to make decisions. But man, this was a game that like
But
you
what
really
chat?
have
What
to
you can't see.
Yeah.
Suddenly the
Yeah, we
like
just
I got
see
a
a
ghost
camera
movie.
rolling
You think
around
it was
the
a
room.
mistake for
The
me?
camera just started moving on its own. But anyway, yeah, no, I think my favorite was definitely Davis's
You think it was a mistake for me to
Knights
go in the forest?
and
I mean, what was the downside?
Slanesh. I think
could
that was
have
just
the Silent King a little more.
definitely. I think to me it
I
was.
feel like I had enough redeploys that I would try to redeploy to get shots in them.
That's what I was
Yeah, a lot
thinking.
of
So I was
new
like,
rules
if
interaction.
he's
And good to see on the top
Looking at
tables
my-
too.
otherwise behind
Space
him
Wolves
and
and
then
Chaos Knights, something that I expected
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's always exciting. So can we go over everyone's name that we we saw today?
Yeah. Let's see where everyone that we've seen ended up today. So these guys haven't put in their score yet. Davis Fry, currently the top player. Neither of these players are going to score high enough to top him off. Mark Hurdle next. Davis has 285 battle points. Mark with 277. Both represent the same team. Who are some of the other players we've seen play? We have seen Sean Naden, who is now 12th with 275 battle points after that loss to Mark Hurtel. Eric Shiflett, of course, lost his last game.
Yeah.
Absolutely heartbreaking for us.
I have crazy post-nasal drip. And I'm sorry to anyone
All
who
right.
was watching that because it was like, I bet I was coughing.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Yeah, we got players here.
For that one? Yeah.
Yeah. It's back to us.
Yeah. Do we want to just? I think it ended up just being 78 to 73. If they change it, it'll be updated on BCP, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. We can just wrap up here. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name's been Shayne Feldmann. If you want to find me on my other platforms, I stream at twitch.tv/Sockfire, SAWKFIRE. I do some 40K stuff and then just general commentary over other different things.
My name's Conrad Curry, and I don't do any of those things.
Yeah, he's old. He's a boomer.
No, it's the devil. But no, I'm involved in lots of hobby stuff in the local area. Of course, I'm involved with the Historic Haven. The people have graciously made some of the prizes that we'll be seeing tomorrow for the raffle, and are involved with several of the terrain production out here and for this tournament. And are just a great group. If you're ever in the area around Frederick, check them out. You can find all kinds of stuff there, and great times for most traditional games that take place on the tabletop. And in general, it's just kind of a great place if you're into the nerdier and the gaming stuff. So come check them out. I can plug them at least at historichaven.com. So check them out if you're ever in the area.
We're going to be live tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with the same type of content you've seen today, if not a little bit better. We've got
Probably a little bit better.
Every single game we've gone on.
Streamlining, refining.
We're 11 hours in now, and we were still able to provide such quality content, such quality commentary. So I think it only goes up from here when we have that refresher. Try and be a little bit more high energy for these finals tomorrow. Definitely make sure you tune in and watch that. And anybody that stayed for any amount of time, thank you so much for watching.
Tell your friends about it if they're interested in 40K. We'd love to get more people out here and involved in chat. As you can tell, we are paying attention to chat. We'd love to talk with you and discuss things. Any questions you might have that we can answer. So come in, tune in, bring your friends, chat it up. We'll hang out, and we'll be happy to see you there.
Yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic night.
Yep.
It has been good streaming and commentating to you. It has been an enjoyable experience. I can't wait.
Ave Domine Max.
Goodbye.